Contract traps. Upon hearing that a shipment had arrived, the onlookers swiftly turned and gathered, their eyes fixated on the striking green hue, their faces brimming with envy. Goodness, such stones can actually yield results? How extraordinary! Indeed, I presumed there was nothing within. I never anticipated such a sizable piece. Is this fellow's luck truly so remarkable? To extract something so splendid from such a stone, Xue Yang listened, his heart raced, his breath quickened, and he fixated intensely on that vibrant green, his fists clenched tightly. The master, now cautious, wiped the sweat from his brow and continued his work. However, this time, he refrained from cutting. Instead, he meticulously polished the surface from the outside, fearful of a misstep. 10 minutes later, having wiped his brow, the master cleaned the stone's edges and held it up to the sunlight, a satisfied expression crossing his face as he placed the stone in Xue Yang's hands. Young man, your luck is exceptional. I've been cutting stones for 10 years, and this is the first time I've extracted such quality from this kind of material. Xue Yang received the stone, its icy luster and brilliant green hue swirling in his mind, overwhelming him with excitement. He had truly struck it rich. This unassuming stone had yielded a jade piece the size of a fist, surpassing even the quality of the jade pendant damaged by a mouse. Gasps of astonishment echoed around him. Wow, this is incredible. The outer layer is mere stone, while the interior is pure treasure. Young man, I'll offer 50,000, please sell it to me, exclaimed one eager buyer. Oomph, do you take him for a fool? Such exquisite jade for only 50,000? I'll offer 80,000. Will you sell, young man? 90,000, 100,000. Xue Yang, exhilarated as he cradled the jade, was oblivious to the ongoing bidding. After a moment, he regained his senses, observing the surrounding individuals engaged in a fierce verbal battle over the stone, a slight smile gracing his lips. He turned and dashed back, knowing that with such a substantial material, Madame Chen's order would be secure. Song Yu would no longer be troubled. In the shop, Song Yu was currently attending to Madame Chen. Young Song, how is the jewelry coming along? I need it urgently. Can you expedite the process? Madame Chen inquired gently. Upon hearing this, Song Yu felt a wave of frustration. Madame Chen, the issue is that due to a lack of raw materials, we have yet to complete your set of jewelry. Is there any chance you could? What? It's still not ready? The previously amiable woman's expression darkened, her tone turning icy. How do you conduct your business? It's just a set of jewelry, and after so long, it's still incomplete. What do you mean, any chance? Do you expect me to extend the deadline? Can you afford to waste my time? If you can't resolve this, then compensation as per our agreement is in order. Song Yu's face reflected her predicament. Without raw materials, even the most skilled artisan could not create. She opened her mouth, then closed it again, finally biting the bullet. Very well, then we shall proceed with the compensation. I will retrieve the funds for you immediately. Madame Chen smirked, raising an eyebrow. Remember, it's 300,000. As Song Yu turned, she stumbled, incredulous. 300,000? How can that be? Typically, deposits are merely a few hundred or thousand. Even with a tenfold compensation, it wouldn't amount to much. How could it possibly total 300,000? How is that impossible? I initially paid a 30,000 deposit. According to our contract, if you fail to deliver on time, you owe 10 times the compensation. 300,000 it is. If you're not good with numbers, feel free to use a calculator, Madame Chen retorted. Her gaze mocking as a smirk of triumph crossed her face. It dawned on Song Yu that indeed, Madame Chen had paid a 30,000 deposit. At that moment, their shop was in dire need of funds, and she had considered Madame Chen a benefactor. She had never contemplated the implications of the tenfold compensation. After all, it was not a substantial order, and errors were uncommon. Yet unexpectedly, this time, an error had occurred. Upon reflection, one must question the odds. How could it be that the one time a client paid a 30,000 deposit, she failed to deliver on time? This was clearly a trap, and Madame Chen had intentionally paid such a large amount. No wonder she had been unable to procure suitable materials these past few days. Realizing this, Song Yu's gaze sharpened as she looked at Madame Chen. Madame Chen, this was intentional, wasn't it? Madame Chen did not deny it. Instead, she smiled sinisterly. And what of it? The deposit has been paid, the contract signed. Now that you are unable to fulfill your end, no matter your arguments, you must pay. Song Yu's face turned pale, rendered speechless as she stared at Madame Chen. Her mind echoed with the woman's earlier words. Indeed, no matter her defense, compensation was due. With the contract in Madame Chen's possession, any counterargument would be futile. As Song Yu stood there, bewildered, a voice broke through the tension. If I recall correctly, the deadline stipulated in the contract is tomorrow afternoon, correct? Isn't it a bit premature to discuss compensation now? Following the voice, Song Yu turned to see Xue Yang standing at the entrance. In her eyes, this young man, who had stayed for her, suddenly appeared immensely formidable. Madame Chen's expression soured upon hearing this. She had effectively cornered Song Yu, and now an unexpected youth had emerged, asserting a valid point indeed. The deadline was tomorrow. And what difference does tomorrow make? You still won't be able to complete it. Madame Chen scoffed. Point one day can resolve many matters. Xue Yang replied with a playful glint, a smile gracing his lips. Very well. I look forward to seeing what tricks you can still conjure. Remember, tomorrow afternoon at this time, either deliver the goods or prepare to compensate. I shall be bringing my lawyer. With that, Madame Chen let out a cold laugh and exited Song Yu's shop. Once Madame Chen's figure vanished from sight, Song Yu felt as though her strength had been drained, her face pale as she murmured, "It's over. This is truly the end." Not all. How could it be the end? Xue Yang approached with a smile, placing the fist-sized jade before her. Song Yu stared at the jade in astonishment for a moment, then abruptly seized it, her face alight with joy as she examined it. "Is this really real?" "Now you needn't worry," Xue Yang said, relieved to see her excitement. "Wonderful." Overcome with emotion, Song Yu hugged Xue Yang tightly, tears of joy brimming in her eyes, completely unaware of the implications of their position. With a warm, soft jade in her embrace, Xue Yang felt as though he had been ignited. A wave of warmth surged through him, making every hardship worthwhile. His hands trembled slightly as they rested on her shoulders, gently patting her. Only then did Song Yu realize she had embraced Xue Yang, her cheeks flushing crimson as she pulled away, stammering, "Since we have the raw materials, they'll go arrange for the carving." She blushed as she took the raw stone from Xue Yang's hand and fled, leaving him standing alone with a foolish grin. In the hustle and bustle, time swiftly passed. Shortly after noon the following day, Madame Chen arrived at the door, accompanied by several imposing individuals. "Boss Song, today marks the delivery date, and it appears you owe us some compensation," Madame Chen boldly declared as she entered and unceremoniously sat down. Song Yu was much calmer than the previous day. Unfazed by Madame Chen's blatant attempt to trap her, she replied directly, "Today is the delivery date, not the compensation date. Why should I pay?" Don't resist in vain. If you fail to deliver, of course you must compensate. Do you intend to default? Remember, we each have a copy of the contract. You cannot escape," Madame Chen retorted arrogantly. "Who says I can't deliver? There's still some time left, isn't there? Don't waste time. A moment more or less makes no difference. 300,000, not a penny less. If you can't produce it." Madame Chen's eyes darted around the shop, her gaze laced with greed. "That's impossible. This shop was left to me by my father. Even if I were destitute, I would never sell it," Song Yu stated coldly, recognizing Madame Chen's intentions. "That is not for you to decide. Besides, with such a small storefront, whether it is worth 300,000 is debatable," Madame Chen scoffed. "You are mistaken, Madame Chen. Although the shop may be modest, it is a long-standing establishment on this street." At that moment, a well-groomed young man sauntered in, casually surveying the store's layout before fixing his gaze on Song Yu, a smirk playing on his lips. "Wang Lei, what are you doing here? You are not welcome." Song Yu's expression darkened upon seeing him, resentment filling her eyes as she spoke sharply. This man was Wang Lei, the son of the jewelry store owner across the street, a wealthy young heir. He had previously pursued Song Yu, but she had never shown any interest. To her dismay, he had taken advantage of this situation to capitalize on her misfortune. The dire state of her finances stemmed from his deceitful machinations. "Xiao Yu, how can you say that? I'm here to help you. Otherwise, with your little shop, no one would pay even 200,000 if you agree to come with me. I can ensure the shop remains yours, and I will cover that 300,000, he boasted. By now, Song Yu understood the unfolding plot. These two were clearly colluding against her. Anger flared on her face as she exclaimed, "You have no shame. How can you say I lack shame? I'm offering you a lifeline. Song Yu, if you plead with me, I can help you navigate this crisis, and you can continue running your shop without loss." "What do you say?" Wang Lei asserted smugly, having calculated that Song Yu would have no choice but to rely on him, envisioning her as his possession. He was eager to witness her beg for mercy. Fuming with indignation, Song Yu glared at Wang Lei with palpable disdain. "Well, Song Yu, I am giving you just one chance." Her face flushed with humiliation. "Do you not understand? Our boss has stated today is the delivery date." "Who mentioned compensation?" A voice interrupted Wang Lei's coercion, pulling Song Yu from her humiliation. 02, the purple mouse. "Oh my, what have you done?" Xue Yang gazed at the purple mouse nestled within the jade cabinet, feeling a mix of despair and frustration. This little creature had been discovered by Xue Yang in the raw stone warehouse of the shop some time ago. At the time of its discovery, it was merely a tiny, adorable mouse that had emerged from a stone resembling an egg. Captivated by its charming appearance and its delightfully unique purple fur, Xue Yang decided to raise it. Little did he know, as the mouse grew, it became increasingly mischievous, gnawing on shoes and cabinets. However, the most shocking revelation was that it had taken to chewing on a precious jade pendant worth thousands. Was this truly a mouse? Had its little teeth not been shattered? As he picked up the squeaking little creature, Xue Yang confirmed its teeth were intact before his gaze fell upon the jade pendant, now reduced to shambles, causing his brow to furrow in deep concern. If it had been anything else, he might have managed to remedy the situation, but this pendant was particularly troublesome. Originally, it was part of a jewelry set commissioned by a client, yet due to insufficient materials, the other pieces had yet to be crafted, resulting in a delay in delivery. The shop owner, Song Yu, had been tirelessly working on this order, and seeing his beloved muse grow weary weighed heavily on Xue Yang's heart. Not only had he been unable to assist, but he had also caused further complications. If Song Yu were to discover this, the disappointment would be profound. Lost in thought, Xue Yang glared at the mouse, preparing to deliver a stern lecture, when the shop door swung open, revealing a striking figure entering. "Boss, you're back?" Xue Yang quickly rose to greet Song Yu. "Yes," Song Yu replied with a weary nod, his expression tinged with dejection. His white shirt clung to him, damp with perspiration, presenting a rather disheveled appearance compared to his usual demeanor. "Have you not found the materials?" Since the opening of the new jewelry store across the street, their business had suffered greatly, leaving Xue Yang as the sole remaining employee. They had finally secured a larger order, but due to financial constraints, locating quality raw materials had proven elusive. Without sufficient materials, the jewelry could not be completed, further complicating the shop's already precarious situation. Now, with the loss of the jade pendant, the required materials had multiplied. Xue Yang had remained in the shop out of admiration for his muse, but now, rather than being of assistance, he had inadvertently caused damage. Wishing to spare Song Yu further distress, Xue Yang took the initiative to admit his fault. "Boss, I'm truly sorry. I accidentally damaged a jade pendant. Please deduct the cost from my wages." Song Yu absent-mindedly nodded, not casting blame upon him, merely letting out a sigh. "It's all right. It was not done with malice." If Song Yu had insisted on a monetary compensation, even a discounted rate would have alleviated Xue Yang's guilt. However, her lack of reproach only deepened his sorrow. "But this jade piece was ordered by Mrs. Chun. If we fail to deliver, it could severely tarnish our shop's reputation." Song Yu understood the principle that one's reputation must not be tarnished. Yet she could only manage a bitter smile. What she desired was a complete set of jade ornaments, but alas, they were still lacking many pieces. "I had initially intended to seek out some materials to craft others, but to my dismay, I found nothing suitable after waiting an entire day at the raw stone market. It was impossible to assemble this set, and the absence of even a single piece made little difference." As Xue Yang gazed at Song Yu's delicate visage, he hesitated, his words caught in his throat. After a considerable pause, he continued, "Boss, is it a matter of insufficient funds? I have an extra 10,000 yuan here. Why not take it to alleviate the urgency?" Song Yu shook her head. "Xue Yang, I sincerely appreciate your unwavering support, but I haven't paid you for 2 months. How could I possibly accept your money? It's no trouble at all. Having a bit more capital would make it easier to source materials. Once our shop begins to flourish, I can receive my salary without worry, right? Besides, my staying here is not solely for the paycheck." He unconsciously lowered his voice for the last sentence, nearly confessing that his presence here was for her. Yet such a declaration felt too intimate, too abrupt. Nevertheless, Song Yu caught the hint. She paused for a moment, her gaze softening as she looked at Xue Yang, and said, "Thank you, but truly, there's no need. I will find a way on my own. What options remain at this juncture? If things continue as they are, this shop will not sustain itself." Xue Yang disregarded her hesitation, asserting, "If you refuse my money, I shall take my chances myself. Who knows? I might stumble upon a fine piece for you." Song Yu smiled wryly, as if it were that simple. "How would you know without trying?" "Well, it's lunchtime now. I'll take my chances." With that, he brushed aside Song Yu's protests and headed out to the market. At that moment, the little mouse, which had been observing from the sidelines, dashed over like a streak of purple lightning, scampering up his pant leg and into his pocket. Xue Yang merely cast a glance and let it be, preferring not to risk the little creature causing mischief in the shop. By midday, most of those waiting for materials had departed for lunch, leaving the market relatively sparse. Xue Yang lingered around the stone peeling area, only to discover that the prices for half-opened stones were exorbitant, with even slightly better ones ranging from tens of thousands to over 100,000. Considering the 10,000 yuan in his hand, he realized that such prices were far beyond his reach. Disappointment washed over him as he wandered towards the lower-grade raw stones. The little mouse, upon entering the market, seemed to be electrified, bouncing energetically in his pocket, eventually climbing from his pocket to his shoulder, as if it had discovered a new world. Xue Yang glanced at it with an impassive expression, scolding, "What are you so happy about? What is there to be jubilant over?" You dare to revel while our goddess is struggling? You even managed to ruin a piece of jade. Do you realize that selling you wound tea even cover the damage? The little mouse appeared to comprehend his words, chirping in protest, as if expressing its dissatisfaction. Hey, are you still dissatisfied? Tell me, besides eating, what can you do? Do you have any idea of the losses you've inflicted upon the shop? With great audacity, he challenged the mouse to seek out a stone of merit, promising an ample reward should it succeed. The mouse, its beady eyes suddenly alight with determination, leaped from his shoulder and scampered ahead. Could it truly find a stone? Xue Yang, perplexed, hurried to follow. After a brief chase, he discovered the little creature had halted before a remarkably unremarkable stone, its eyes gleaming like light bulbs. A glance at the stone left Xue Yang disheartened. Despite being merely an apprentice in the realm of Jade, he possessed enough knowledge to recognize the stone's abysmal exterior, which rendered it nearly worthless. How foolish of him to trust a mouse. Resigned, he approached to scoop the little rodent back into his pocket, but to his surprise, the creature, noticing his approach, thrust its paw into the stone and began gnawing with astonishing speed, even quicker than when it typically fed. As stone chips fell away, Xue Yang felt a wave of dread wash over him. Alas, as the saying goes, what one fears most often comes to pass. The stall owner swiftly took notice, a sinister grin spreading across his face. Young man, your actions are jeopardizing my business, he remarked. This stone had languished here for ages, unwanted, and now a naive fool had come along. He would not let this opportunity slip away. Xue Yang's head throbbed. He recognized the fault lay with him, and it was only fair for the owner to seek recompense. Moreover, in such a venue, escape was futile. He reluctantly inquired, how much for this stone? 20,000. The proprietor replied, holding up 2 fingers. Xue Yang's eyes widened in disbelief as he retorted, 20,000? Are you attempting to rob me? Even at its peak, this area's stones do not exceed 10,000. Do you take me for a fool? Your mouse damaged my stone first. The only way to sell it now is to you. So should you not compensate me? The owner sneered, realizing he had encountered a swindler. Xue Yang gritted his teeth and proposed, very well, let us do this. You cut the stone, and I shall pay 50% above the market price for whatever you find as compensation. The owner, aware that the stone would yield little of value, calculated that even with the additional 50%, it would not amount to much. With a cold laugh, he countered, let us not speak of extortion. Simply consider it worth 10,000, and you may take the stone. 5,000, Xue Yang replied without hesitation. In Area C, finding a stone worth even a fraction of that was a stroke of luck. He knew he had no real bargaining power, and thus he did not expect to recoup the 5,000. The owner, enraged by this offer, barked, young man, I've been reasonable, yet you refuse to listen. Do not force my hand. At least 8,000, or I shall summon the manager. Understanding that such vendors were often in cahoots with market officials, Xue Yang realized that if the manager were indeed called, his situation would worsen. After a lengthy internal struggle, he begrudgingly nodded, relinquished the money, and, stone in hand, turned to leave. The onlookers beside him could not suppress their amusement at his audacity, gazing at him as if he were a fool. Goodness, he actually spent 8,000 on that worthless stone. Truly, what a naive spender. Not merely naive, but a complete fool. They echoed. Indeed, who could deny it? That stone has sat unattended for a year, and Hier's placement of it by the roadside was clearly a trap for the unwary. The foolish Xue Yang, overhearing their jests, felt a surge of regret, his gut twisting in dismay. He shot a scathing glare at the little mouse perched on his shoulder, muttering, look at the mess you've caused, you imbecile. You made me squander half a year's wages. Squeak, squeak. The mouse retorted. With a resigned sigh, Xue Yang accepted his fate. The stone was now his, and he had no reason to forsake it. Nonetheless, he harbored little hope for its value. Arriving at the stone-cutting area, he reasoned that having already spent 8,000, he might as well disregard the cutting fee. He casually tossed the stone onto the table and instructed the master beside him, just cut it however you please. The master examined the stone, a knowing smile spreading across his face as he swiftly made a decisive cut. Subsequently, he paused, hastily lifting 2 pieces from the water, his eyes widening in astonishment. This was indeed a treasure. In the exclusive space of precious jewels, Xue Yang entered, cradling an exquisite box, and addressed Song Yu. I have fulfilled my promise. Everything is in order. Song Yu exhaled deeply, straightening her posture. After meticulously inspecting the jewelry box, she placed it heavily before Mrs. Chun, saying, this is the jewelry you requested, all accounted for. Examine it thoroughly. How can this be? Mrs. Chun and Wang Lei exclaimed in unison. They had effectively cut off all avenues for Song Yu, ensuring she could not procure any materials. How could she possibly produce the jewelry? Mrs. Chun snatched the box from Xue Yang's hands and opened it, revealing an entire set of jewelry, flawlessly crafted and undeniably authentic. Wang Lei's complexion turned a shade of ashen gray upon viewing the contents. With a sense of vindication, Song Yu addressed the two. Now that the delivery is complete, Mrs. Chun, it is time for you to settle the payment for the jewelry. As for you, if you have no intention of making a purchase, I kindly ask you to leave. You are never welcome here. Mrs. Chun instinctively glanced at Wang Lei, and seeing his dark expression, stammered, I haven't inspected the goods yet. I will do so before making any decisions. She was merely acting on Wang Lei's behalf and had no genuine need for a complete set of jade jewelry. Had Song Yu failed to deliver on time, the contract would have served as a death knell for her. Yet, with her timely delivery, that very contract now posed a threat to Mrs. Chun. Anxious and desperate, Mrs. Chun looked to Wang Lei again, but when he remained silent, she implored, Young Master Wang, what do you think? Why should I concern myself? You handle your own affairs. Wang Lei glared at Mrs. Chun with gritted teeth, seething with anger. This worthless fool had not only deprived him of a beautiful woman, but also tarnished his reputation, rendering him a mere wretch. Mrs. Chun, chastised and humiliated, dared not utter another word. She paid the agreed sum, yet a sense of dissatisfaction lingered within her. Observing the two intruders lingering in her establishment, Xue Yang felt a surge of indignation. He had clearly heard how this scoundrel had bullied Song Yu earlier. Casting a cold glance at the so-called wealthy youth, he declared, Wang Lei, is it? Our boss has decided that your financial assistance is no longer required. What are you still doing here? And you, Mrs. Chun, the transaction is complete. Would you kindly vacate the premises? Wang Lei, incensed that a mere shop assistant dared to speak to him in such a manner, felt a fiery rage welling within him. Who the hell do you think you are? What I do is none of your business. I am the sole employee of our esteemed boss. This shop belongs to her, and you are not welcome. Leave at once. Wang Lei had never been treated in such a way throughout his life. Embarrassed and furious, he vented his wrath on Xue Yang, pointing an accusing finger at him. You better watch your back. I will make you regret this. I am already quite handsome. I do not require your assistance in that regard, Xue Yang replied languidly. Wang Lei nearly choked on his fury, his hands trembling with rage. It was Mrs. Chun who, sensing the escalating tension, pulled him out of Song Yu's shop. Once they had departed, Song Yu exhaled a sigh of relief. Xue Yang, thank you, she said, her countenance now at ease. Seeing her relaxed demeanor filled Xue Yang with genuine joy. It was nothing. It is simply my duty. No, Song Yu insisted earnestly. What you have done far exceeds your obligations. If it weren't for you, my shop would have faced dire consequences. I must reward you. What do you desire? I seek nothing. I only wish for you. Xue Yang opened his mouth, about to express his happiness, but before he could utter the words, his little mouse, which had been obediently nestled in his pocket, unexpectedly darted out. Having witnessed the creature's penchant for destruction, Xue Yang hastily pursued it. The little mouse had not strayed far. It hurriedly scurried into a dusty old corner cabinet, clutching the sole, glass-like item within, its expression one of sheer bliss. Indeed, it was utterly entranced, a fact not lost on Xue Yang, who recognized that this creature had almost become sentient. At that moment, Song Yu approached, her eyes sparkling as she gazed at the mouse. Is this your pet? How adorable. Yes, it can be a bit mischievous, so please don't take offense. Xue Yang chuckled nervously, lifting the mouse while trying to pry the glass orb from its tiny paws. He nudged it once, but remained steadfast. Again, he nudged it, but still, it refused to relinquish its prize. Xue Yang whispered through gritted teeth, let go. Song Yu laughed heartily beside him, exclaiming, it is simply too adorable. I think you should stop being so stingy. Be careful not to damage its little claws. Why not just accept it as a gift? How can that be? Xue Yang exclaimed in astonishment. Why not? Song Yu replied with a smile. This trinket has been sitting here for quite some time, and no one even knows what material it is made of. It hasn't sold. I am beginning to suspect it is merely an ordinary glass ball. Upon examining it closely, Xue Yang chuckled. Indeed, it does resemble one. However, the items displayed here surely cannot be mere glass balls, given that price tag. Over 20,000. Who would pay such an amount for a glass ball? The customers are not fools. Just as he was about to refuse, he heard Song Yu continue. That set of jewelry sold for 200,000. After accounting for labor and materials, the pure profit is around 70 to 80,000. And since that piece of raw material was brought by you, 15,000 of that should rightfully belong to you. In truth, She believed that the raw material brought by Xue Yang was worth at least 100,000, but knowing he would refuse to accept a share of the profit, she decided to offer a round figure. However, to her surprise, Xue Yang outright rejected her offer, saying, "No, if you give me all this money, what will happen to the shop? I'm not helping you for the sake of money. Then I must at least ensure you recoup your costs," Songyu urged. "The raw material you provided is worth at least 100,000, so when you calculate it, you haven't made any profit." She knew he would be reluctant to accept, but she did not expect him to refuse even the principal amount. Remembering his insistence on helping her without ulterior motives warmed her heart. "But I only spent 8,000 on that raw material," Xue Yang insisted. "I absolutely will not accept your money." "That may be true, but the accounts cannot be calculated in such a manner." However, Xue Yang was notably stubborn, a trait Songyu had long since recognized. She could only propose a compromise. "Then how about this? You take 50,000, and the remaining 50,000 can be used for the shop's expenses?" "No." Xue Yang firmly rejected her once more. Songyu narrowed her eyes and declared, "Xue Yang, if you continue like this, I may have to reconsider asking for your help." Xue Yang feared nothing, except for the possibility of Songyu dismissing him. Noting her apparent irritation, he finally relented, saying, "All right then, I will set aside this 50,000, and should any issues arise in the shop, I will use it." Songyu sighed, realizing that he always thought of her first. Xue Yang accepted her money, but felt it inappropriate to take any more of her possessions. He resumed fiddling with the glass ball nestled within the little mouse's paw, but clung to it fiercely, leaving him feeling quite awkward. Songyu chuckled. "It's not like it can sell anyway. Since someone appreciates it, just let it be." Xue Yang shot a glare at the little mouse, feeling utterly embarrassed, yet he had no choice but to accept Songyu's goodwill. He carried the little mouse back to his room, resolved to educate it properly. "All right, now you can let go." The little mouse stared up at him with its tiny eyes, retreating on its hind legs as if Xue Yang were trying to snatch away its treasure. Xue Yang was utterly infuriated, pointing at the little creature's diminutive nose and exclaiming, "Look at your pathetic self. Do you have any idea how much you have embarrassed me? Now my image in the eyes of the goddess is utterly ruined. All my efforts to cultivate goodwill have gone to waste." The little mouse, undeterred, glanced at his fingertip and suddenly approached him. Xue Yang, expecting it to hand over the stolen goods, was taken aback when the little rascal bit down on his fingertip instead. "Ouch! Damn it! The movies make it seem so easy to bite fingers without flinching, but this is excruciating." The pain was unbearable, unlike anything he had ever experienced before. Furious, he disregarded the wound and lunged at the little mouse with the same hand, determined to teach it a lesson it would not forget. The mouse did not flinch or evade. Instead, it thrust the glass ball it had been clinging to directly onto his injury. The sensation was unbearable. Tears welled up in Xue Yang's eyes. As a man, he had endured pain before, but never anything quite like this. The wound felt as if it were on fire, driving him to madness. Consequently, he failed to notice that the glass ball in the mouse's paw, upon contact with his blood, did not drip as expected. Instead, it absorbed the blood like a sponge, transforming from transparent to a dark crimson hue. Suddenly, Xue Yang felt a flash before his eyes, and he found himself in a different location. My goodness! In his 2 decades of life, he had never imagined such a fantastical occurrence, leaving his mind momentarily in a daze, the only exclamation escaping his lips being a curse. After a minute, his mind began to function again, and Xue Yang finally calmed down, surveying his surroundings. It appeared to be a sparsely furnished room, containing only a low table. The instigator of the current predicament was squatting on the ground, its beady little eyes fixated on the only other object in the room, a book. Xue Yang was on the verge of losing his sanity. He seized the little mouse and unleashed a torrent of reproaches. "Are you trying to kill me? All you do is eat and create trouble for me. What have I done to offend you? Speak. If you don't tell me what your grievances are, I won't let you off easily." The mouse squeaked in response. "Oh, you dare to retort? Am I mistaken? Was it not you who gnawed on the jade pendant last time? Did you not bite my finger? Is this wretched place not your doing?" The mouse gestured animatedly, seemingly trying to communicate. "Speak human language. I cannot understand you." With innocent, bewildered eyes, the little mouse wished it could articulate words, but it simply could not. It pointed at the table and then back at Xue Yang. Having vented his frustrations, Xue Yang felt somewhat calmer, noticing the mouse's actions. He turned his gaze toward the low table, where the only object present was the book. "Are you referring to that book?" The little mouse squeaked excitedly. Xue Yang rubbed his forehead, noting that it should only squeak once if it was affirmative or twice if it was negative. Squeak. Could it be that he was indeed to read? Xue Yang glanced at the solitary tome on the table its cover yellowed with age. Inscribed in traditional characters as Dragon Fist. 004 Counterfeit Conspiracy. It resembled a martial arts manual. Xue Yang was astonished to discover such a relic still existed in this era and placed the little mouse upon his shoulder as he picked up the book. It was indeed a martial arts manual, the contents of which were not particularly difficult to comprehend, aside from some explanations in traditional characters. Most of it consisted of illustrations of movements. The images were small, yet when pieced together across the pages, they formed a series of actions. As Xue Yang flipped through the pages, he initially mimed the movements with his hands, but within mere minutes, he found himself unwittingly enacting the postures depicted. This Dragon Fist was, in fact, a formidable style of boxing, each punch delivering a power akin to thunder, allowing even a novice like Xue Yang to feel its might. He became engrossed, savoring the intricacies of the technique. It was only after completing the first series of movements that he gradually came to a halt. By then, he was drenched in sweat, yet his muscles felt as though they had been revitalized, invigorating him thoroughly. The little mouse had somehow perched itself on the low table again, its round eyes fixed upon him, clutching the glass bead tightly in its grasp. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Xue Yang suddenly realized a pressing concern. He was ravenously hungry, as though he hadn't eaten in days. However, he had just finished a meal not long ago. He pondered, could it be that the exertion from the Dragon Fist had drained his energy? He looked towards the little mouse. You brought me here. Now it's your responsibility to take me back. The mouse blinked innocently, reluctantly offering the glass bead from its embrace. At that moment, Xue Yang noticed that the color of the bead had changed. He picked it up and squeezed it, feeling warmth emanating from it. Are you suggesting that I can use it to leave? Squeak. With a mere thought, they indeed returned to his room, yet his hunger persisted. With no other option, he resolved to search for food in the kitchen. Currently, he resided with Song Yu in a suite on the second floor of a Jade shop, which included a kitchen. Although they seldom cooked, the kitchen often held some snacks. This was the only place on the entire first and second floors where food could be found. Of course, Song Yu's room might also contain provisions, but he dared not intrude. Upon opening the refrigerator, Xue Yang discovered an assortment of snacks, mainly fruits and yogurts, none of which would suffice to quell his hunger. Nonetheless, it was better than nothing. He casually picked up an apple and began to nibble on it while standing nearby. Just then, he heard Song Yu calling for him from the living room. Xue Yang glanced at the refrigerator, retrieved an apple and a bottle of yogurt, and then sluggishly exited the kitchen. What is the matter, boss? Song Yu, noticing his demeanor, exclaimed in astonishment. Are you hungry? Not really, Xue Yang replied, just as his stomach audibly protested. An awkward silence enveloped the room. If you're hungry, just say so. It's not something to be embarrassed about. I merely noticed your absence all morning and thought I'd check in. Well, it's lunchtime now. There's no need to order takeout. I'll prepare a meal and reward you for your patience, Song Yu said cheerfully, unfazed by his earlier behavior. Xue Yang was immediately touched, casting aside the apple and yogurt. All right, is there anything I can help with? I'll lend a hand. Never mind. You don't seem like someone who cooks. Just wait in the living room. The food will be ready shortly. Although the kitchen lacked a plethora of ingredients, Song Yu, with her deft hands, managed to present 2 dishes and a soup in under half an hour, perfectly sufficient for 2. The enticing aroma wafting through the air made Xue Yang's mouth water. For someone exceedingly hungry, even boiled cabbage could be a delicacy, let alone these vibrant and fragrant dishes. Seeing his eager expression, Song Yu chuckled. All right, hold on a moment. I'll fetch the rice. She briskly returned to the kitchen and soon brought out a steaming pot of rice, setting it on the table. Xue Yang sat at the table and, when she began to eat, could no longer restrain himself from devouring the food. In no time, the pot was nearly empty and the dishes were cleared. Song Yu, astonished, forgot to eat herself as she watched him. Have you not eaten in ages? You're not particularly large or robust. How can you consume so much? I prepared enough for 3. After all, Xue Yang licked his lips, still wanting more. Is there any left? You can still eat? Song Yu exclaimed in surprise. I could probably manage 2 more servings, he admitted shyly, realizing that his appetite had indeed increased. What he had just consumed would usually be more than he could handle. Yet today, he felt merely 3/4 full. Song Yu's mouth dropped open in disbelief, and she even dropped her chopsticks without noticing. After a moment, she said, just wait a moment, I'll make you some more. With that, she returned to the rice cooker, and soon the sounds of cooking filled the kitchen again. This time, she prepared double the amount of food, and Xue Yang, not one to be polite, polished off everything once more. Though Song Yu worried that eating excessively was unwise, she couldn't bear to deny him, ultimately acquiescing to his appetite. Once Xue Yang had finished, she remarked, "When did your appetite grow so vast? Have you been enduring hardship lately? You really shouldn't overindulge. It's not good for your health." No, things have been quite well recently. I was just exceptionally hungry today," he replied. "The delectable dishes you prepared were simply irresistible, prompting me to indulge a little more than usual. Rest assured, I did not overindulge." It was only after finishing that Xue Yang realized he might have left an impression of being a glutton in the eyes of the goddess. Yet, what could he do? He was simply hungry, after all. Upon seeing that he indeed did not appear to have overeaten, Song Yu felt relieved. She realized that she seemed to know little about this sole employee of hers. She had not anticipated his remarkable capabilities, not only in problem-solving, but also in his prodigious appetite. They say an ability to eat is a blessing. Perhaps this is indeed a form of fortune. However, she was well aware of her own culinary skills. While her cooking was not unpleasant, it certainly could not be deemed exquisite. The thought of Xue Yang consuming so much made her cheeks flush, prompting her to hastily excuse herself to do the dishes. Meanwhile, in the office of the jewelry store across the street, the atmosphere was far more tense than that of Xue Yang's side. "What shall we do, Wang Xiao?" "That Song Yu seems rather formidable," inquired Madame Chen. Wang Lei, with disdain, retorted, "If one attempt fails, what has to stop us from trying again? We can make several attempts. I refuse to believe she won't go bankrupt. We can arrange for some publicity, claiming she sells counterfeit goods, and have a few individuals purchase 1 or 2 items from her store, only to exchange them for fakes, thereby forcing her to compensate." This was a common tactic of malicious competition among peers, an effective and direct method. However, Madame Chen dismissed his proposal, stating, "After suffering such a considerable loss, Song Yu will undoubtedly be more vigilant. This approach is likely futile." The lounge fell into silence. "Fear not, I have a plan," Wang Lei suddenly remarked slyly. "As long as we possess these items, we need not worry about her falling for it." With that, he produced an exquisitely ancient jade ring and a jade Buddha pendant. "What is this?" Both Madame Chen and the manager inquired with curiosity. This ring was the favorite possession of Song Yu's father during his lifetime, but it is not the genuine article. The authentic one would be worth at least 200 to 300,000. As for these two, what do you think would happen if we offered her these for 200,000? Would she buy them or not? Madame Chen and the manager exchanged knowing glances and simultaneously chuckled. When someone appeared before Song Yu bearing this ring, the jade Buddha, and several other items, she found herself utterly captivated. She could hardly believe her eyes. How was it possible that she could see these cherished possessions again? They were some of her father's most beloved items during his lifetime, particularly the ring. Following the family's bankruptcy, these treasures had been surrendered to the bank to settle debts. After her father's passing, she had harbored a deep regret, believing she would never lay eyes on them again. Yet today, someone had brought these into her store. Could this be fate? "Song boss, these are rare treasures I stumbled upon. Do take a look." The individual beamed, flanked by 2 bodyguards, each holding 1 or 2 items that once adorned her family home. Song Yu's eyes glistened as she trembled, holding the ring delicately in her hand. "Indeed, these are all exquisite treasures, cherished possessions of my father." At that moment, Xue Yang was also examining the items. On the surface, they appeared to be genuine artifacts, with commendable quality and considerable age. A small mouse perched on his shoulder, its beady eyes darting about, seemingly unimpressed. Xue Yang glanced at it and murmured, "What is the matter? Not interested?" The little creature disdainfully turned its head, as if to convey that these items were unworthy of being its sustenance. "How peculiar. Since Miss Song holds them in such high regard, how about I offer you a discount? This ring for 100,000 and the pendant just 50,000. As for the others, I can provide them at a reduced price as well." The middle-aged man wore a congenial facade, already discussing the terms of sale with Song Yu. Upon hearing the quoted prices, she recognized their astonishingly low value, well aware of the true worth of these items. For instance, the ring alone was worth at least 150,000. Thus, acquiring it for 100,000 was indeed a bargain, and the same applied to the other pieces. She vividly recalled the pain in her father's eyes when they lost these treasures due to the family's bankruptcy. With a resolute expression, Song Yu declared, "Very well, I shall take them all." Upon hearing her decision, Xue Yang glanced at the little mouse, which remained indifferent, and instinctively interjected, "You cannot purchase them." "What do you mean?" Song Yu was taken aback by his interruption. Xue Yang was at a loss for words. He couldn't possibly admit that the mouse's lack of interest was the reason for his objection. Who would believe such a claim? He could only say, "Let us wait a moment. Examine it thoroughly before proceeding." Being a cautious individual, Song Yu recognized her impulsiveness and nodded, meticulously inspecting the ring in her hand. 005, the Jade of exchange for carving technique. The smile on a middle-aged man's face began to falter. He had been forewarned that these items were forgeries, and it was imperative that Song Yu remain unaware. Miss Song, these are indeed treasures. Surely you don't doubt my word. Observing the man's demeanor, Xue Yang felt increasingly suspicious and interjected. If it's a transaction, then a thorough examination is warranted. Are you suggesting these items cannot withstand scrutiny? The middle-aged man fell silent, genuinely feeling guilty and thus hesitant to engage further with Xue Yang. Song Yu said nothing, her attention riveted on the ring in her hand. Suddenly, her expression shifted, as if she had made a startling discovery. This is a counterfeit. She placed the ring down with conviction. What? The middle-aged man was taken aback, astonished that Song Yu had truly discerned the truth. Anger and shame flared within him as he retorted, Miss Song, I intended to sell this to you because I could see how much you appreciated it. If you choose not to buy, that is your prerogative. But why must you accuse me of selling fakes? At this moment, Song Yu's gaze sharpened and regained clarity. She declared, Indeed, it is a counterfeit. I remember. When I was quite young, I accidentally dropped this ring once, leaving an exceedingly fine crack that is typically hard to notice. Yet I have scrutinized it repeatedly just now, and your ring is utterly pristine. Thus, it cannot possibly be the one belonging to my father. The middle-aged man's expression shifted slightly, and he glared fiercely at Xue Yang, stating, Kid, remember this well. He was on the verge of success, and had it not been for this young man, Song Yu would have fallen for the ruse. With that, he turned to leave, flanked by 2 bodyguards. At that moment, the previously disdainful little mouse suddenly appeared invigorated, its bright eyes fixed intently on one of the bodyguards. The bodyguard held only one item, a rather impressive jade tiger. However, having been reprimanded by Xue Yang not long before, it dared not rush forward this time. Noticing the mouse's excitement, Xue Yang understood it had discovered something valuable and called out, Wait, what do you want? The middle-aged man asked, his face darkening as he turned around. Xue Yang approached the bodyguard the mouse was fixated on, picked up the jade tiger, and discreetly glanced at the mouse. Indeed, the little creature's eyes sparkled even brighter. Xue Yang concluded it had taken a fancy to the jade tiger and inquired, Though all your items are forgeries, this jade tiger is quite well crafted. Are you willing to sell it? The middle-aged man, taken aback that they would still consider purchasing a counterfeit, noted that the man appeared to be a potential easy mark. He replied, This item should originally sell for 100,000. That is the price of the genuine article. Yet you have already admitted it is a counterfeit. Xue Yang interjected without hesitation. The middle-aged man, realizing he could not easily mislead Xue Yang, countered, You mentioned it as a forgery, but well made. How about 80,000? Do you want it? 2,000. I am merely intrigued. This piece has little merit aside from its decent craftsmanship. 2,000 should suffice for your labor costs. Wouldn't you agree? Xue Yang replied, feigning indifference. The middle-aged man was reluctant to let the opportunity slip away, knowing that selling it would still yield some profit. While if he did not sell, he would be left with nothing. Gritting his teeth, he conceded, Fine, 2,000 it is. After all, it is still a counterfeit. Thus, within less than a day, Xue Yang had expended nearly half of the 50,000 yuan that Song Yu had given him that morning. Once the middle-aged man departed, Song Yu, exasperated, remarked, Xue Yang, you cannot squander money like this. Look at this jade. It is clearly of inferior quality, likely just scrap material. They probably just randomly selected a piece to carve. If you take this out, it would fetch at most a mere 1,000, and that is considering the quality of craftsmanship. Xue Yang chuckled. Then why were you willing to spend so much on it before? This is because it resembles my father's jade tiger statue. My father's piece is an antique, and its color and texture inevitably undergo changes over time. However, that jade is indeed of superior quality, distinct from this one. Song Yu recounted her connection to those items to Xue Yang, ultimately exclaiming her surprise at how convincingly they had forged the replicas. At that moment, Xue Yang comprehended the reason behind Song Yu's impulsiveness. He reassured her, saying, Take your time. You will eventually find what you seek. Song Yu nodded, then realized the conversation had veered off course. Thus she remarked, This truly is not a worthwhile item. You have made an unwise purchase. She had signaled to Xue Yang several times to refrain from buying it, yet he seemed oblivious to her hints. With a cheerful demeanor, Xue Yang replied, It's quite all right. I believe it to be a fine piece. Song Yu felt powerless to dissuade him, reasoning that as long as he found joy in it, and it was his money, she would let him be. Despite Xue Yang's confident assertions about the item's quality, after examining it for a while, he could not discern any merits. As Song Yu had noted, the jade's hue was rather lackluster, merely an ordinary type of green jade, riddled with impurities resembling scrap material, and clearly not valuable. He turned to the small mouse perched on his shoulder and inquired, "You chose this, so tell me, what is so special about it?" The little mouse could not articulate an answer. It could only demonstrate its appreciation through actions. The little creature clung to the jade tiger and began to gnaw at it. Amidst a series of delicate crunching sounds, the outer layer of the jade tiger was bitten away, revealing its core. Witnessing the mouse's actions, Xue Yang was no longer as astonished as before. However, upon seeing the exposed core, he was still taken aback, nearly leaping with excitement. "My goodness, this is fine green jade of the highest quality with almost no impurities. Such a substantial piece could easily be worth over 100,000. He swiftly seized the jade tiger, fearing that the little creature might gnaw through the core as well. After all, relying on chewing to assess its value seemed rather unreliable. He decided it would be prudent to consult a professional. When the jade was revealed, the master jade carver was utterly astonished. Who could have anticipated that such an unremarkable jade tiger concealed such a high-value piece of green jade within, and of such considerable size? Unless the tiger were to be shattered. Yet, if it were truly broken, it would lose its worth. The master exclaimed, "Young man, you are truly fortunate." Thankfully, only a small portion of the outer skin was bitten away. If it had been any more, it would have been a significant loss. The inner green jade remains pristine and is worth at least 150,000. Xue Yang was surprised to learn that the jade's value exceeded his expectations, and he felt exhilarated, nearly jumping with joy. He had not foreseen such a substantial profit within just 2 days, if this trend continued. Perhaps one day, he might indeed win Songyu's heart. "Thank you, master." Xue Yang paid the craftsmanship fee, gleefully cradling the green jade, eager to return and impress Songyu. Surely, she would be thrilled to see that he had acquired such a magnificent piece of jade. Unexpectedly, upon his return to the shop, before he could even catch a glimpse of Songyu, the little mouse emerged from his pocket, clutching its precious glass orb. It chirped excitedly on his shoulder, nudging the orb against his face. "Are you urging me to enter that mysterious space?" Chirp. This little mouse possessed numerous mysteries, and its previous actions had all been purposeful. There must be a reason for its insistence on entering the space now. With a flicker of thought, Xue Yang and the mouse found themselves in the same room as before. The room remained unchanged, save for a low table upon which lay the tome titled Dragon Fist. After entering, Xue Yang turned to the little mouse, questioning its purpose for being there. It was not yet time for training. Chirp, chirp, chirp. The little mouse fixated on the door of the room. Xue Yang was further perplexed. Naturally, a room would have a door, and this one was no exception. However, he had attempted to open it before, and it had been as immovable as a mere decoration. Unfortunately, the little mouse began to bounce on his shoulder, compelling him to approach the door, pulling it while exclaiming, "Haven't we tried this before? It simply won't budge." To his astonishment, the door swung open effortlessly, as if it were an ordinary door. Beyond it lay another room that was considerably more elaborate than the previous one. It resembled a workshop, complete with a table and chairs, and in the corner stood a modest stone platform, reminiscent of a pedestal or a square box for displaying items. Upon seeing the stone platform, the little mouse quickly scurried down Xue Yang's shoulder and climbed onto its edge. The mouse's excitement hinted at something significant. Xue Yang approached and noticed that the edge of the stone platform was intricately carved with lifelike patterns, seemingly poised to come to life at any moment. He ran his fingers over the exquisite designs, marveling at their craftsmanship. Chirp, chirp, chirp. The little mouse danced with glee, gesturing animatedly towards Xue Yang. Alas, he did not comprehend the language of the mouse kingdom and inquired, "What is it? Please stop chirping. I cannot understand you." The mouse pointed with its paw towards his pocket. Raising an eyebrow, Xue Yang retrieved the only item within, the jade piece he had recently acquired. The little mouse chirped again and directed its attention to the stone platform. "Are you suggesting I place this jade on top?" Xue Yang asked. Chirp. That was indeed its intent. Observing the mouse's fervor, he hesitantly placed the jade upon the square stone platform. In an instant, a regrettable occurrence unfolded. The jade vanished before his eyes, leaving not even a shard behind. Simultaneously, in the spot where the jade had been, an ancient tome appeared, its cover inscribed with the title sculpture techniques. Xue Yang felt tears welling up. He searched the room in vain, unable to locate his precious jade worth 150,000. The space was confined, and there was no way the jade could have escaped, yet it eluded him entirely. At last, he was compelled to direct his gaze towards the book upon the stone pedestal. The emergence of this object likely bore some connection to the disappearance of his cherished jade. Perhaps the jade resided within its pages? Xue Yang opened the book, yet found no Jade, only pages inscribed with intricate traditional characters, the title prominently displayed, The Art of Carving, remarkably vivid. Unable to locate the Jade, he shifted his focus entirely to the book. In that moment, the contents pertaining to carving seemed to surge into his mind with an almost frenzied vitality. Within mere minutes, Xue Yang felt as though he had devoted a lifetime to the art of carving, the skills he acquired embedding themselves deeply within him, becoming an integral part of his being. Simultaneously, he recognized that what he was currently learning was merely the first chapter. The art of carving encompassed several chapters, and by the time he reached the final chapter, he would be capable of animating his carved creations. However, aside from the first chapter, he was unable to access the subsequent ones unless he offered a substantial amount of rare treasures. In addition to the art of carving, he could exchange rare treasures on the stone pedestal for other skills related to antiques, such as appraisal techniques. This pedestal appeared to serve as a specialized exchange tool for acquiring skills. Although Xue Yang currently possessed no further treasures, having mastered the art of carving, even if it was just the first chapter, he had already ascended to the status of a master sculptor. Xue Yang felt a surge of excitement. As a carving master, he would undoubtedly be able to assist Song Yu even more. However, lacking treasures prevented him from learning additional skills, and it was not the time for martial training. Realizing he had nothing further to engage in, Xue Yang led the little mouse out of the space. Upon emerging, he was greeted by a cacophony of noise outside the shop. A large crowd had gathered on the street, with shopkeepers and employees from nearby establishments drawn to the commotion, including Song Yu. Curiosity piqued, Xue Yang approached, discovering that the spectacle revolved around a jewelry store across the way. Unlike the usual envious glances, this time the crowd was merely there for entertainment, as it appeared a dispute had arisen rather than a grand event or business deal. Miss, do you even know what Imperial Green Glass is? If you don't understand, refrain from speaking nonsense. That is the finest jade, capable of being carved into a living phoenix. Huh, are you jesting with me? Tell me, who possesses such skill? Who would dare carve it? And you don't even want to pay a deposit. Do you take me for a fool? In the midst of the crowd stood Wang Lei, who had once attempted to coerce Song Yu with 300,000, now sneering at a beautiful woman before him. This lady, with her long legs, slender waist, and skin as white as snow, donned an ensemble of designer brands, exuding the air of a wealthy heiress. Her striking appearance had initially garnered the admiration of many. Yet the people on this street are well-versed in their craft. Upon hearing Wang Lei's remarks, their gazes towards the beauty transformed into mockery. Some even jeer, my dear. You might as well return home and refrain from wasting our time here. Just because you lack understanding doesn't mean you should pretend otherwise. What moving phoenix are you speaking of? Are you still half asleep? Infuriated by Wang Lei and the crowd's derision, the beauty's face flushed as she retorted. Your inability does not equate to the impossibility for others. Ultimately, it is merely a reflection of your own limitations. Just take a look at this. With that, she produced a photograph and waved it before them. The image depicted a jade carving of a phoenix in flight, appearing so lifelike that it seemed poised to soar away at any moment. The majority of the onlookers, who were engaged in similar businesses, gasped in astonishment at the picture's stunning realism. A triumphant smile spread across the beauty's face as she challenged. So what do you think? Are you convinced now? There are always greater talents beyond your own. Your disbelief stems from your own lack of skill. Wang Lei's expression soured upon hearing her words, and he scoffed. Such images? I could easily create hundreds of them myself. What realistic phoenix? Just layer some filters, and even the lion at my doorstep could spring to life. You're being overly ambitious, thinking a mere photograph could deceive us. The lion at the street corner, albeit a local landmark, was quite dated and poorly crafted. Hardly a remarkable piece. It was laughable to even consider it lifelike. Achieving a resemblance of 7 or 8 out of 10 would be a generous assessment. The crowd erupted in laughter at his analogy. Haha, I've heard that Photoshop is a magical tool, transforming ugly into beautiful. Surely, this sculpture could be enhanced as well. Why not retouch that stone lion and share it online? Perhaps people will mistake it for a masterpiece. Laughter echoed around. I think that's a splendid idea. The beauty's face turned an even deeper shade of crimson at their remarks, her slender neck tinged with red. She could hardly believe they suggested her photograph was digitally altered when she had not touched it at all. Just then, a quiet voice emerged from the crowd. Song Yu spoke. Miss, may I have a look at your photograph? Grateful to encounter someone less blinded by skepticism, the beauty promptly handed the photo to Song Yu. She examined the image closely, her eyes welling with tears as she gently caressed the phoenix depicted in the photograph, whispering, phoenix dancing in the 9 heavens. To her astonishment, it truly was her father's most cherished creation. The beauty's eyes sparkled upon hearing her words, and she inquired eagerly, "You recognize this as phoenix dancing in the 9 heavens? Do you know the sculptor? I wish to seek his assistance for a carving." Song Yu nodded, replying, "If I am not mistaken, this phoenix is indeed the masterpiece of my father. Regrettably, he has passed away, leaving me, his disciple, to assist you with the carving." Xue Yang remarked with a smile. The young woman, upon hearing this, beamed with joy, her face radiating delight as she exclaimed, "Wonderful! I have finally found someone." She eagerly grasped Xue Yang's arm and urged, "Please, help me with the carving. I promise to express my gratitude." Observing her overly familiar demeanor, Xue Yang felt a wave of concern. "Aren't you afraid I might deceive you?" The lady chuckled heartily, her confidence unshaken. "Did you not claim to be the master's apprentice? I am pressed for time, so I will take a leap of faith." Sighing, Xue Yang replied, "While I genuinely wish to assist, the crux of the matter is that we lack the imperial green glass. In a modest establishment like ours, where would we find such a thing?" Before he could finish his thought, the enchanting woman unceremoniously produced a palm-sized piece of imperial green glass from her bag, rendering his words moot. "What is happening here?" he thought, astonished. "I am well aware you do not possess it," she said with a grin. "That is why I came prepared." At the moment she unveiled the imperial green, everyone, including Xue Yang, was taken aback. Wang Lei's eyes gleamed with excitement as he quickly interjected, "Since you have the imperial green glass, I can certainly find a way to assist you with the carving." The young woman shot him a disdainful glance, retorting, "You, with your petty vision, dare to speak to me in such a manner? Even if you possess the skill, I would not entrust my piece to you, let alone considering your current lack of ability. Dream on if you think I would allow you to tarnish my treasure." With that, she turned to Xue Yang and insisted, "Let us begin at once. Do not waste time with these individuals. Him? If I lack the skill, how could he possibly have it? Mark my words, it is impossible. Be wary. This lad might ruin your precious gem." Wang Lei sneered, his face pale with anger. "This fellow always disrupts my plans. Surely, we must have some ancient grudge." He inwardly vowed, "If the opportunity arises, I will ensure his demise." Regardless of his taunts, the young woman merely shot him a cold glance, calling him a frog at the bottom of a well. She then accompanied Song Yu and Xue Yang back to their shop. Upon entering, Song Yu pulled Xue Yang aside and whispered, "How could you agree to this? This is not a trivial matter. Transactions of this nature can amount to millions, even billions. With my father gone, we cannot possibly afford a master sculptor of that caliber. What shall we do?" Xue Yang chuckled, patting her delicate hand reassuringly. "Do not fret. I have no intention of hiring anyone. Did I not mention that I, your father's disciple, will handle the carving?" Song Yu stood there, momentarily stunned. Her father had indeed taught Xue Yang the art of carving, but could he have mastered it in such a brief period? Was he perhaps a genius? "Enough of this chatter. Please prepare my carving tools," Xue Yang urged. At this moment, the beautiful woman approached, and Song Yu, feeling it inappropriate to say much, returned to her room to retrieve the set of carving tools previously used by her father, handing them to Xue Yang. "Be careful, don't damage them. These are my father's treasures. Rest assured, I shall treat them as my own prized possessions," Xue Yang replied with enthusiasm. "Uncle mentioned that this exquisite set of tools is to be passed down to his future son-in-law, and I will cherish them dearly." Upon hearing Xue Yang consider himself her father's prospective son-in-law, Song Yu felt a flush of embarrassment. How shameless he was. Noticing the rosy hue on her cheeks, Xue Yang seized the opportunity to reassure her, "Do not worry, I will honor this precious set of tools." As preparations for the carving commenced in a nearby jewelry store, Wang Lei was seething with rage, shouting, "Get out! All of you, just get out!" He hurled a teacup at the store manager, who attempted to calm him, leaving himself alone in the break room. Xue Yang, that brat. One day, I will make him pay. He recalled the magnificent imperial green jade, undoubtedly of the finest quality. He never anticipated witnessing such a rare gem. Possessing it would mean a significant leap forward in his ambitions. Once this idea took root, the desire to acquire that piece of imperial green jade spread within him like an uncontrollable wildfire. However, that gem was currently in Xue Yang's possession. Suddenly, a thought struck him. That jade was indeed in Xue Yang's hands, and with the new woman accompanying them, there were only 3 people, 2 women and 1 man. This was a perfect opportunity. How had he not realized it sooner? Wang Lei, invigorated by this revelation, paced the break room like a man possessed. After about 10 minutes, he finally calmed himself and pulled out his phone to make a call. "Hello, is this Big Head? I have a business proposition I would like to discuss." At midnight, The street was devoid of nightclubs, and nearly all the shops had extinguished their lights. Even those residences above were dark, including Song Yu's store. At that moment, several shadowy figures stealthily pried open the store's front door and slipped inside. Xue Yang was known for his deep slumber. However, ever since he began practicing Dragon Fist, he felt his sleep had not been as restful. Any noise during the night easily roused him. Now he awoke not from a sound, but rather from an inexplicable presence that seemed to awaken him, an aura that sent shivers down his spine. He could not fathom why he felt this way in the middle of the night, yet he was awake, and the sensation persisted. Additionally, with his heightened hearing, he faintly detected sound from outside. That sound could not possibly have been produced by Song Yuqi at night, for Xue Yang had heard her voice before, and it was considerably louder. Moreover, the beauty who had taken up residence today was merely an ordinary girl, incapable of generating such a subtle sound. If it were not one of them, that must be someone else. Xue Yang cautiously descended from his bed and opened his door crack. His vision had also significantly improved, allowing him to discern 4 figures stealthily traversing the dimly lit living room. 2 were attempting to pry open Song Yu's door, while the other 2 approached his direction. Of these 4 individuals, 3 wielded knives, unmistakably indicating their malevolent intent. Xue Yang was alarmed. The 2 attempting to breach Song Yu's door had already taken action, while the others had yet to reach him. Should those 2 gain entry into Song Yu's room, the 2 girls inside would be in peril. In an instant, Xue Yang grasped the gravity of the situation. He flung open his door and bellowed, "Be careful, boss. Intruders have entered." Upon uttering this, he lunged towards the 2 figures near his doorway. Xue Yang's voice, amplified by his physical transformation, resonated like thunder, effectively rousing the 2 girls in Song Yu's room. Song Yu, quick to respond, was startled by his words and instinctively got out of bed to investigate the commotion. At this juncture, Xue Yang had already engaged in combat with the 2 intruders. Having practiced the Dragon Fist for only a short time, he experienced enhanced senses, strength, and speed, yet lacked practical combat experience. In this predicament, he resorted to brute force combined with Dragon Fist techniques, managing to subdue one of the assailants. Meanwhile, the 2 individuals attempting to pry open the door recognized the shift in dynamics. One joined the fray, while the other stood in the center of the living room. Coldly observing the confrontation, Xue Yang sensed an ominous shift, yet he had no time to address that individual. Just then, Song Yu emerged, fully dressed, and opened her door. The person in the center of the living room turned to face her, simultaneously reaching for his waist. This individual was the only one among the quartet without a knife, and his demeanor suggested he possessed something far more formidable. In an instant, an unprecedented sense of crisis overwhelmed Xue Yang's mind. Without a moment's deliberation, he dashed towards Song Yu with utmost speed. In the blink of an eye, the sound of a silenced gunshot reverberated. Song Yu felt a figure swiftly barreling towards her. Before she could comprehend the situation, she was knocked to the ground. As she opened her mouth to scream, a potent metallic scent filled her nostrils. "Are you all right?" Xue Yang inquired in a hushed tone, cradling her in his arms, yet his thoughts were entirely consumed by the urgency of the moment. The gunshot struck his arm, and he felt as though it might snap. The metallic scent of blood overwhelmed Song Yu, causing her to panic as she frantically touched Xue Yang's face, exclaiming, "I'm fine, but what about you?" Hearing her voice tinged with tears, Xue Yang slowly rose, softly reassuring her, "I'm all right. Stay down and don't move." Complying, Song Yu murmured in acknowledgement. At that moment, the other 2 assailants charged forward, rapidly engaging Xue Yang in a fierce struggle. The gunman remained stationary, seemingly searching for an opportunity to fire again. With heightened senses far superior to those of his opponents, Xue Yang seized one of them and, with all his strength, struck him down. The entire exchange unfolded in silence, intended to avoid awakening the neighbors. Though taken aback, the assailant dared not scream. In the dim light, the gunman, noticing something hurtling toward him, instinctively raised his weapon and pulled the trigger. Bang! The man hurtling towards him was instantly killed, but still collided with him. The gunman had no time to evade, as he was struck directly by the body of his fallen comrade. Xue Yang, growing increasingly adept at the techniques of Dragon Fist, swiftly dispatched the remaining assailant and charged at the gunman, who relied solely on his firearm, lacking any significant combat skills. Dazed from the impact, he barely had time to react before Xue Yang overpowered him. Once he ensured that the assailants posed no further threat, Xue Yang declared, "It's over. You can get up now." Song Yu rose from the ground and found a light switch, illuminating the room. The first sight that met her eyes was Xue Yang's bleeding arm, and tears streamed down her cheeks as she asked, "Are you all right?" Xue Yang grimaced in pain, but consoled her, saying, "I'm fine, just a minor injury." If it were truly minor, he would surely be crying out in agony. However, the wound was serious, and he did not wish to alarm Song Yu, instead feigning nonchalance. At that moment, the beautiful girl sharing a room with Xue Yang and Song Yu emerged. Upon witnessing the scene in the living room, she screamed, her voice trembling, what happened? This girl, Huang Yingying, had been pampered since childhood and had never encountered such a bloody spectacle. The shock of the scene was enough to keep her from fainting. Xue Yang, attempting to reassure one after the other, grinned and said, "It's nothing, just a few thieves broke in. Please call the police." Although Huang Yingying had never seen such a situation, she was not foolish. Thieves armed with knives were highly unusual, and she believed she had spotted a silenced pistol, indicating that these were not mere burglars but likely assassins. Consequently, when she reported the incident, she escalated its severity, leading to the swift arrival of the police. Xue Yang's injury was not a penetrating wound. The bullet had merely grazed him, thus it was not particularly severe. He was reluctant to call for emergency assistance. So Song Yu, trembling, tended to his wound with minimal care. Upon the arrival of the police, he positioned himself at the forefront to confront the officers. As several policemen ascended the stairs and discovered a lifeless body, the lead officer furrowed his brow and inquired, "What transpired here?" Song Yu quickly interjected, "These bandits invaded my establishment, armed with knives and firearms." The officers were momentarily taken aback. Then one questioned, "If they were armed, how is it that you remain unharmed?" "It was my employee who subdued them," Song Yu clarified. The officer cast a glance at the resting Xue Yang, asking, "Was he responsible for this?" Song Yu nodded in affirmation. "Arrest him and take him in," commanded the officer, gesturing toward Xue Yang. The commanding officer of this precinct had been forewarned prior to his arrival. Should the young man perish, the situation would be minimized. However, if he survived, the blame would be placed squarely upon him. Seeing that Xue Yang was not only alive but merely sustained minor injuries, the captain decisively ordered his apprehension for further questioning. "Wait a moment. Why apprehend him when the real criminals are still at large?" Huang Yingying interjected, sensing the injustice. "Those men are the true bandits. They entered with knives and guns, intent on taking our lives." The captain regarded her coolly. "Yet I see those men incapacitated, while you three appear unscathed. Are you suggesting that the incapacitated individuals eliminated their comrades? You would do well not to obstruct our investigation. Otherwise, you may find yourself in deeper trouble. I suspect neither of you is as innocent as you claim. You both will be taken in." Huang Yingying was incredulous at the distortion of facts, exclaiming in indignation, "You are wrongfully accusing the innocent. You are nothing but accomplices." The captain merely smirked, dismissing her outrage as that of a mere child, unworthy of his attention. Fuming, Huang Yingying seized her phone and made a call, sobbing, "Uncle Lu, someone is trying to kill me, and they are bullying me." She relayed the entire situation into the receiver. The captain, however, paid her no mind, dismissing her plea as the typical behavior of a child seeking parental intervention after losing a scuffle. But he was utterly unprepared for the fact that Huang Yingying's parent was far from ordinary. Moments later, she hung up and approached with an icy demeanor, stating, "You would be wise to refrain from any further actions, otherwise, you will find it difficult to explain later." The captain scoffed, "Little girl, life is not as simple as you imagine. Do you believe that crying to your family will change anything? Dream on." Before he could finish, his phone buzzed in his pocket, and the captain's expression shifted as he hesitated, uncertain whether to check the message. Huang Yingying's eyes brightened. "Officer, I suggest you answer that call. Otherwise, you might never have the opportunity to receive such a call." The captain, though reluctant to appear weak in front of the young lady, could not deny the validity of her words. Thus, he retrieved his mobile phone. To his astonishment, it was indeed a call from their director, Su-san, who gave you the audacity to apprehend innocent individuals. Release them at once. How dare you lay hands on her? If you wish to jeopardize your career, do not implicate me in your folly. As soon as the captain answered the call, the director's furious voice echoed through the line. His face turned ashen, yet he dared not confront his superior. Instead, he spoke as politely as he could. "Director, someone has died here. It appears that young man is responsible. What if he escapes if we do not bring him in? Do you have evidence that he is the murderer? If you lack evidence, do not recklessly apprehend people and create trouble for me. Bring back the intruder immediately, or you can forget about being captain." The line then fell silent, leaving the captain feeling a wave of frustration. Nevertheless, he could not afford to disregard the orders from above. After all, no amount of benefits could outweigh the importance of his job. With a grim expression, he commanded, Release the two of them. Apprehend those lying on the ground and take them back to the station. Huang Yingying cast a glance at the captain and remarked, in the future, keep your eyes open. Not everyone is someone you can provoke. The captain glanced at her, but remained silent, departing like a defeated hound. After their exit, Huang Yingying spat disdainfully. Bullying others with authority, let me show you what true oppression looks like. Humph. Xue Yang chuckled. Miss Huang, you are quite formidable. It is getting late. You should all rest early. But your injury, Song Yu said with concern in her eyes. Xue Yang shrugged his arm and replied, it's nothing. Didn't you bandage it for me? It will be fine by tomorrow. His words brought tears to Song Yu's eyes. How could such a large wound possibly heal by tomorrow? This fellow was clearly trying to comfort her. Yet, the more he attempted to reassure her, the more sorrow and guilt she felt, mixed with a tinge of heartache. Noticing her distress, Xue Yang could not help but offer consolation. Boss, do not be sad. My hand is truly fine. All right, it's late, and we're all exhausted. Let us go to sleep. With a wave of his hand, he entered his room. In truth, his assertion that his hand would be fine by morning was not a falsehood. Just moments ago, he had begun to feel a tingling sensation in the wound, as if new flesh were forming. Upon returning to his room, Xue Yang gently unwrapped the bandage that Song Yu had applied, and indeed, the wound appeared less grotesque than before, as though it had begun to heal. It seemed that the dragon fist had altered his physique, significantly accelerating the healing process. The only downside was that he now felt quite hungry. However, given the late hour, there was little to eat. After a moment's hesitation, Xue Yang retrieved a rectangular wooden box from the cupboard, extracting a piece of ginseng the thickness of his thumb, which he consumed in small bites. This was a lesson he had learned from the past. He specifically purchased it, noting the training information behind the dragon fist. As one progresses, the energy intake required becomes increasingly substantial. There are many items, such as a millennium-old ginseng or a 10,000-year-old red fruit, of which he had never even heard. The 20-year-old ginseng alone cost him 20,000 to acquire. After consuming the ginseng, Xue Yang slowly circulated the trace of dragon energy within him, and a warm current immediately concentrated on the wound, alleviating much of the pain, though it began to itch once again. The following day, miraculously, his wound started to scab, and once he confirmed that it did not impede the movement of his fingers, he embarked on the carving of the phoenix. Although within the environment of carving techniques, he experienced a lifetime in mere minutes. Where various materials were at his disposal, he was still a novice in true carving. After practicing on several scraps, he finally committed to sculpting the imperial green jade. A day later, a beautifully crafted gift box was placed before Huang Yingying by Xue Yang. Song Yu, intrigued by the box, approached as well. Xue Yang had confined himself in his room for so long that she hadn't had the chance to see the finished product, fearing that he might err in his endeavor. However, the moment the box was opened, her eyes widened in astonishment, as if captivated by some rare treasure, rendering her unable to divert her gaze. Did you truly carve this? She stammered after a considerable pause. I have assured you, I would honor that set of carving knives. Now, I have inherited them, have I not? Xue Yang's words seemed to carry a double meaning, causing Song Yu's cheeks to flush crimson. Yet she couldn't help but nod in agreement. To her, Xue Yang's carving skills had seemingly surpassed those of her father. The phoenix was sculpted with such lifelike detail that it appeared ready to take flight at any moment. Furthermore, the intricacies were exquisite. Each feather seemed to flutter, not merely an illusion, but truly animated, swaying with the slightest breeze, smaller than a fingernail. Song Yu and Huang Yingying gazed at the small phoenix on the table for a solid 10 minutes before regaining their composure, exclaiming in awe, "It's so lifelike, so impressive." Song Yu's eyes glistened with tears as she remarked, "I never imagined that my father's craft would finally have a worthy successor." Huang Yingying nodded in agreement, adding, "It seems you have already surpassed the master. This is splendid. I can finally persuade my grandfather that I need not marry." Excitedly, she turned to Xue Yang and inquired, "What reward do you desire? Rest assured, I can provide anything." Her words were bold, yet her expression was sincere. After the events of the previous night, Xue Yang and Song Yu knew she was likely capable of delivering on her promise. Xue Yang smiled and replied, "I wish to have the phoenix from your photograph." Huang Yingying paused for a moment, then disdainfully remarked, "That's all you want? Surely, you can see that it's merely an ice-type phoenix, right? You have such low ambitions. At the very least, it should be worth several million or tens of millions. Something that I can proudly present." "No, I desire that phoenix," Xue Yang remarked, glancing at Song Yu. "It holds great significance to me." Upon hearing this, Song Yu's eyes glistened with unshed tears, for she alone understood that Xue Yang's actions were entirely for her sake. He was aware of her longing to recover a cherished relic of her father, which compelled him to forfeit a substantial reward in order to fulfill her wish. In the realm of Jade, the distinction between glassy and icy varieties may seem minuscule, yet it is precisely this slender margin that creates a chasm in their respective valuations. The glassy jade Xue Yang sought could potentially fetch 1 million, or, should it catch the eye of a discerning collector due to its exceptional craftsmanship, the price might soar to 2 million. Such a figure represents the pinnacle for icy jade. However, the production cost of this imperial green glassy jade had already exceeded 3 million. Although Huang Yingying was taken aback by Xue Yang's refusal, she refrained from further comment. Instead, she meticulously placed the artistic creation carved from the imperial green glassy jade into a small box, subsequently encasing it in 2 larger boxes for added security. Only when she was assured of its safety did Huang Yingying summon 2 individuals to assist in loading the box into a vehicle. Before departing, she cheerfully announced, "You two have been an immense help. Besides the icy phoenix, I feel I must express my gratitude once more. Tomorrow is my grandfather's birthday. You simply must attend." With thoughts of retrieving the icy phoenix himself, Xue Yang readily agreed. After bidding farewell to Huang Yingying, he returned indoors, retrieving the set of carving tools that Song Yu had gifted him. "Now my task is complete. Do not dwell on my jest from yesterday. After all, these tools were a gift from my uncle to his future son-in-law. It would not be right for me to keep them." Song Yu received the toolbox, gazing at it for a moment before returning it to Xue Yang. These tools possess their true value only in the hands of a sculptor. To keep them close would be a waste. You should hold on to them. Without hesitation, Xue Yang accepted the tools, a foolish grin spreading across his face as he contemplated their special significance. The shopkeeper, seemingly oblivious to his expression, busily tidied the room while explaining, "Do not overthink it. I merely wish to avoid squandering such fine tools." After attending to several clients the following day, Xue Yang received a call from Huang Yingying. "Do not forget our promise from yesterday. I shall await you at the banquet. I have sent the address to your phone." Xue Yang acknowledged her with a few affirmations before setting aside his work. Observing Song Yu diligently organizing the small jade artifacts, he stealthily approached her, leaning against the display case to obscure her view, and declared, "Come, I shall treat you to a grand meal." However, Song Yu merely smiled gently and shook her head. "I have several long-time clients scheduled for this afternoon. I cannot leave just yet. You should go ahead." Upon receiving this response, Xue Yang could not help but feel a twinge of disappointment. He remained sprawled across the space, impeding Song Yu from organizing her belongings, and persisted, "Even if it's not for the sumptuous feast, just to retrieve the ice-type phoenix from your family, it is worth the journey. With you by my side, I am confident you can bring back the phoenix that dances across the skies." Upon uttering these words, a sweet smile blossomed on Song Yu's face, leaving Xue Yang to depart with a heavy heart. Before he could exit the shop, Song Yu called out to him once more, "Are you truly going like this? The attendees today will certainly be influential figures. Take this money, purchase yourself a proper suit on the way, so we can make a splendid impression." Gazing at the stack of cash in Song Yu's hands, he estimated it to be at least 20,000 yuan. Based on his knowledge of opulent suits, he understood that to dress appropriately would indeed require such an expenditure. However, he extracted only 2 notes from the thick bundle. With a hint of disdain, he remarked, "I truly cannot believe they would underestimate someone like me, a master of carving imperial green glass." Without giving Song Yu a chance to further persuade him, Xue Yang hailed a cab and promptly made his way to a nearby small shop to buy a suit for 200 yuan. Upon his arrival at the Golden Dragon Hotel, he was taken aback by the opulence surrounding him. Not to mention the grand entrance, the walls were adorned with lustrous jade. Although this jade was merely ordinary lychee-type jadeite, each piece was worth enough to purchase numerous suits for himself. Its use in the exterior decoration felt rather ostentatious. Entering the banquet hall, Xue Yang soon realized that the external embellishments were but a trifling detail compared to the resplendence within. The lavish decor was beyond description, truly a sight to behold. Just as he was about to step into this hall crafted from gold and jade, a plump hand suddenly yanked him back. He turned, prepared to voice his indignation, only to find himself confronted by an overweight woman. Her face was heavily adorned with makeup reminiscent of a Japanese geisha, and the 3 layers of her ample midsection were rather disconcerting. What mindset could prompt someone so corpulent to don a fitted evening gown? Had it not been for the exquisite craftsmanship and sturdy material of the dress, it might have succumbed to the strain. The woman, with her shrill voice, exclaimed, "Is this how unrefined the service is at the Golden Dragon Hotel? Do you not realize you are obstructing my path? Move aside at once." Clearly, She believed herself to be of superior status, validating Song Yu's concerns. Yet, Xue Yang paid him no heed, continuing his stride into the grand banquet hall. Although the music within could not entirely drown out the shrill wails of the rotund woman, at least she could not keep pace with Xue Yang. And even if she wished to pursue him further, she lacked the capability. He casually lifted a glass of champagne from one of the tables, savoring it slowly while searching for the silhouette of Huang Yingying. His primary objective for attending this gathering was to acquire the icy phoenix. And he felt quite uncomfortable in this hall filled with wealthy individuals boasting to one another. However, in his quest for Huang Yingying, he noticed a group of people presenting treasures to an elderly gentleman. Judging by the position in which he sat, this elder was likely Huang Yingying's grandfather. Fortunately, the old man exuded a benevolent aura. Both his speech and gestures conveyed a sense of warmth, reminiscent of a gentle spring breeze, leaving Xue Yang with a favorable impression. Yet the crowd surrounding him, all adorned with exaggerated smiles, seemed insincere, and the treasures they offered elicited a frown from Xue Yang. Perhaps they were aware of the old man's fondness for jade, for the items presented were all jade pieces. The boxes housing these treasures gleamed with golden brilliance, exquisitely crafted. Yet the contents within were far from impressive. They appeared ostentatious but lacked any semblance of spirit. In fact, 2 of the gilded boxes contained imitation jade. The finest piece could barely be classified as glass-grade jade, but its greenish hue paled in comparison to Huang Yingying's imperial green glass jade. At that moment, Huang Yingying suddenly tapped him on the shoulder from behind and cheerfully exclaimed, "It's our turn to showcase our treasure." This girl had seemingly vanished for ages, and Xue Yang had searched for her in vain. Yet she now emerged as if materializing from stone, startling him greatly. Nevertheless, it was not too late by now. Most of the others had already displayed their treasures, and naturally, the best should make a grand entrance. Just as Huang Yingying was about to step forward, another individual approached the elder. "Old sir, the items they presented are utterly trivial. If we are to discuss the finest gift of the evening, it must be the treasure I have in my possession." The speaker was a middle-aged man, appearing to be around 50, standing at a mere height of about 1.6 meters. Although Xue Yang had never encountered this man before, he felt a peculiar sense of familiarity. After pondering for a moment, he confirmed that he did not know him. Yet Huang Yingying, slightly displeased, remarked, "You must have seen that man. He is Hao Shuai's father, named Hao Run, a significant tycoon in his own right. His presence here is undoubtedly a bid to persuade my grandfather to grant their family more business." Xue Yang pondered for a considerable time before he helplessly remarked, "Why do I feel that their family name has an air of hypocrisy?" This statement elicited a hearty laugh from Huang Yingying. Although it seemed like a jest directed at the family, upon deeper reflection, it indeed held a grain of truth. Firstly, Hao Shuai was already quite unappealing, standing at a mere 1.60 meters, yet he bore the name Hao Shuai, which phonetically suggests handsome in Chinese. Now, he found himself facing the father, Hao Run. While Xue Yang was not adept at reading faces, it was evident to any observer that this man, with his somewhat graying hair, was hardly a figure of virtue. Yet, ironically, he was named Hao Run, which translates to benevolent. Could he truly be a good person? Before long, Hao Run opened a gilded box containing treasures and began to boast. "My dear sir, just look at the quality of this bracelet, the luster it possesses. I procured this from someone in Myanmar. It is of the finest imperial green glass. You would be hard-pressed to find another like it in the entire world." As Hao Run continued his self-promotion, Xue Yang stood on his toes to peer inside, and upon catching sight of the bracelet, he couldn't help but express his admiration. The bracelet was indeed commendable. Both its craftsmanship and materials were remarkable. However, it was merely commendable. Had this been before Xue Yang entered the mysterious realm, he would have undoubtedly believed Hao Ren's words. Yet, having practiced several esoteric texts and achieved a modicum of skill in carving, he immediately discerned the flaws in the piece. A bracelet made from material that was not entirely green, with insufficient saturation of color, could not rightfully be deemed imperial green. The bracelet in question did exhibit a commendable hue, albeit perhaps too perfect. Its luster was uniform, and even under the glow of lights, no inconsistencies were apparent. This alone was not enough for Xue Yang to conclude it was counterfeit, as, theoretically, an exquisite imperial green could fit such a description. However, it was the carving technique that unveiled its true nature. How could the carving technique betray the essence of the material? A smile crept onto Xue Yang's face as he stepped forward. At that moment, old Master Huang was toying with the bracelet in his hands, visibly reluctant to part with it. Witnessing this, Hao Ren eagerly added, I know that you have a particularly lovely and beautiful granddaughter, so I believe this bracelet would be the perfect gift for her. After all, beautiful Jade compliments a lovely lady. Xue Yang was taken aback by Hao Ren's eloquence. His flattery was indeed skillful, striking at the softest spots of the human heart. Just as old Master Huang's smile grew wider, Xue Yang finally managed to break free from the crowd. Old Master, do not rejoice too soon. Pray, take a closer look. Is this bracelet truly imperial green? The sudden appearance of this young man left the assembled millionaires somewhat perplexed. His attire was entirely inappropriate for the occasion. They speculated about the origins of this wild child, suspecting he might be a mere waiter. No, he seemed more like a janitor. After all, they were at the Golden Dragon Hotel, where the standards for waitstaff attire far exceeded his. Their remarks were met with a chorus of agreement. Amidst the fervent discussions of the crowd, Hao Ren seized the moment to assertively interject, his voice overpowering the surrounding chatter. I ask you, where did this yellow-haired lad come from? The individuals present here are at least millionaires, seasoned connoisseurs of jade. What merit does a youth like you have to speak on such matters? If this piece is counterfeit, I shall take my leave from this grand establishment. Hao Ren's confidence did not surprise Xue Yang in the least. For if even the old man failed to discern the truth, how could this youth possess such insight? May I inquire, Mr. Hao, how much did you pay for that bracelet? Xue Yang asked. It was quite a sum. My sworn brother procured it directly from the largest jade shop in Myanmar. Who doesn't know that Myanmar jade is renowned worldwide? Xue Yang observed him quietly, sensing that this man had a penchant for boasting, unable to restrain his verbosity. Adopting the demeanor of a humble junior, Xue Yang replied, You are correct. Myanmar has indeed produced many jade artifacts that have astonished the world, but yours is certainly not among them. How dare you speak such nonsense? You, a mere novice, what do you know? Get this insolent brat out of here. Hao Ren waved his hand, and at that moment, several security guards approached. Just as they were about to escort Xue Yang away, the old man raised his hand and said, Wait, I am quite interested in hearing what this young man has to say. Upon hearing the elder's words, Xue Yang bowed respectfully and continued, I am a jade sculptor, and my daily grasp of jade knowledge surpasses that of others. I am well acquainted with Myanmar's famous imperial green. I can assure you, this piece is not genuine. The crowd scoffed at the young man's self-identification as a sculptor. Their familiarity with jade allowed them some understanding of the craft, and they knew that true sculptors were often of advanced age. Even the youngest sculptor, Mr. Liu from the North City, was already 68 years old, mastering the art of sculpture, even under the guidance of esteemed mentors, required decades of dedication to fully absorb the intricate knowledge inherent to the craft. No one was aware that after Xue Yang had read the art of carving, the majority of carving techniques had become indelibly etched in his mind. It was Hao Ren who first broke the silence. What can the news indicate? You should be able to discern the quality. This is a brand new jade bracelet. It is entirely normal that there is no news about it in the industry. Just as there are only a few carvers in Hihai City. Among those present, who has ever heard of you, you young lad with yellow hair? Noticing the unfavorable situation for Xue Yang, Huang Yingying was about to step forward with a redwood box to speak a few words to him. However, Xue Yang simply smiled at her, signaling her not to worry. He then bowed deeply to the old gentleman and requested, May I take a look at that jade bracelet? Upon hearing Xue Yang's desire to touch the jade bracelet, Hao Ren immediately erupted with fury. Are you out of your mind? I suspect you came here solely to lay your hands on my jade bracelet. You have ulterior motives. Old sir, you must not fall for his tricks. Take it. Just be cautious. The old gentleman clearly held a more favorable view of Xue Yang, and his discerning I did not lead him astray. Xue Yang carefully accepted the golden box, but his fingers did not touch the jade bracelet. After merely glancing at it twice and confirming his suspicions, he placed the box back beside the old gentleman. His confidence was palpable. The onlookers were left bewildered. So, do you now realize that my bracelet is genuine? Hao Ren said with a smug expression. Yet, Xue Yang immediately stripped him of his pride. Old sir, I must reaffirm that this jade bracelet is counterfeit. Gasps filled the room. Xue Yang continued, Observe the few carved lines on this bracelet. They flow like clouds in water, truly a masterful work. Yet, I suspect it conceals something, for these patterns serve to obscure several subtle blue lines inherent in the material. The blue lines are crucial. Everyone knows that the presence of blue lines within a material signifies something significant. You must have already surmised that the appearance of blue lines indicates the material's essence is blue ice flower. Though blue ice flower is a high-quality ice-type jade, it remains an ice type, not the glass type as claimed by this esteemed gentleman. The crowd remained silent, their gazes turned towards the old gentleman. He too picked up the bracelet, scrutinizing it carefully. The clarity in his eyes indicated that he had not succumbed to age-related blindness. After a considerable period, the old gentleman finally concluded, "I see a very fine blue line indeed within the material. Initially, I thought it was merely a shadow cast by the carving patterns due to lighting, but it appears to be a blue line. You are correct. This is precisely the sculptor's remarkable skill." Upon hearing this, Haoren took a few steps forward, yet the elder Huang gestured for him to remain calm. The elder articulated the very sentiments that Haoren wished to express. Even if there is a trace of blue, it does not negate the fact that this is indeed imperial green. Before the assembly, the elder showcased his impartiality, although he harbored a distinct fondness for Xue Yang. He affirmed that truth must be the sole standard in resolving matters. "Young man, you have observed him and have already verified that this jade bracelet bears no coatings. Its remarkably even green hue attests to its extraordinary nature. According to convention, imperial green should not exhibit blue lines. However, if this is indeed the first instance, then this bracelet is a true heirloom." The elder spoke slowly, and Xue Yang comprehended his intent well. It is precisely because errors are improbable that when they do occur, they become exceedingly precious. This elucidates why some individuals would spend hundreds of thousands on a misprinted coin. "Chairman, you have overlooked another technique originating from Myanmar. They combine highly permeable dyes with colorless or minimally colored materials. After some time, even the most polished jade will inevitably absorb some hue. This bracelet must have been intentionally treated, with its infusion process spanning over a decade. Young man, your assertions may border on the fantastical. Even if someone truly invested 10 years nurturing this counterfeit jade, what evidence do you possess?" He continued, "Any jade that has been infused with color, when viewed by the naked eye, reveals no discernible differences. You could certainly procure a piece of imperial green glass material for a genuine comparison, and you would then discern the distinction between dead color and vibrant color, thereby discerning authenticity. Imperial green glass? Where might one find such a thing?" Laughter erupted among the crowd at his naivety. The young man genuinely believed that imperial green glass was as easily obtainable as cabbages from the market. Standing aside, Haoren smirked, anticipating the young man's imminent missteps. However, Haoren's aspirations extended far beyond mere amusement, having expended a considerable sum to import an imperial green glass bracelet. The notion of it being denounced as counterfeit would not only backfire on him alone. It was evident that he was contemplating throwing a few stones into the well, relishing the prospect of misfortune befalling his adversary. Yet, a clear voice rang out from the crowd. "Grandfather, I happen to have a piece of imperial green glass material right here. I just had it sculpted." The assembly gasped in astonishment. Indeed, the Huang family possessed such treasures. When Huang Ying carefully extracted the glass art piece from its wooden box, the onlookers were rendered utterly speechless. Although this imperial green glass jadeite is no larger than the palm of one's hand, to those present, its size is indeed monumental. This material is exceedingly rare, and jadeite of such exquisite quality is exceptionally precious, comprising less than 1% of other jade varieties. The imperial green glass jadeite, adorned with verdant swirls, is even scarcer. Yet, at this moment, no one was marveling at its dimensions. Rather, the true wonder lay in the soaring phoenix it depicted. Many attendees rubbed their eyes in disbelief, realizing that the phoenix had not taken flight. It was merely a testament to the exceptional craftsmanship of the sculpture. As the crowd basked in the brilliance of this flawless artistry, Xue Yang interjected at an inopportune moment. "Old master, you should stop admiring it and quickly compare the colors of the two jade pieces." It was then that old Master Huang, as if awakening from a dream, expressed his astonishment at having been so captivated by the phoenix sculpture. He placed the bracelet alongside the phoenix, and it became evident to everyone, not just from his vantage point, the distinction between the two. What defines the warmth of jade? Even its hue exudes a subtle elegance, which corresponds to the vibrant color Xue Yang had mentioned earlier. In contrast, while the bracelet's color was striking, it lacked depth. The adage comparison reveals truth rang true, and the authenticity became clear. Old Master Huang, known for his sense of fairness, remarked with a smile as Gaoren attempted to discreetly slip away. "Ah, Gao, what was it you just said?" "Grandpa, he mentioned that if this piece is a counterfeit, he would roll out of here," Huang Ying interjected. This exchange left Gao Ren's face ashen as he recalled his own words, spoken with considerable volume, which the gathered crowd had clearly heard. The expression on Gao Ren's face resembled one caught in a most embarrassing predicament. If he were to truly roll out, his reputation would be irreparably tarnished. Yet, If he did not, the audience consisted of his business associates, particularly old Master Huang, who was a vital pillar of his enterprise. Gowron clenched his teeth, ready to comply with the humiliating act of rolling on the ground. However, old Master Huang promptly halted him. I suggest you refrain from making a spectacle of yourself. Today is my birthday, after all. It would be rather absurd if word got out that someone was rolling around at my banquet. Upon hearing these words, Gowron finally managed to stand, his complexion pale and his demeanor quite disheveled. Regarding Gao Ren's reaction, Xue Yang remained non-committal, now that old Master Huang had spoken. He had no choice but to yield, knowing full well that Gao Ren's pride would not allow him to escape unscathed. The elderly gentleman chuckled softly and, after admiring the vividly carved phoenix, inquired with a smile, "Ying, this splendid gift you have presented to me has truly taken me by surprise. However, I suspect this stone used for the phoenix was pilfered from my study, was it not?" Huang Ying immediately returned the smile. "Grandfather, you are indeed astute. I have taken care of a significant matter for you, so you need not worry. Please do not hold it against me." This revelation startled Xue Yang. It dawned upon him that the precious jade was not purchased by Huang Ying, but rather swiped from their own home, a rather audacious act. Nevertheless, he admired the girl's resourcefulness. In the front row, old Master Huang noticed the hint of guilt on his granddaughter's face and chuckled. "Though this jade is indeed valuable, I hardly regard it with great concern. The only thing I truly cherish daily is you, my dear girl. Perhaps it is time for you to consider finding a suitable partner." "Stop, grandfather. Let us instead discuss the phoenix," Huang Ying interjected, a headache forming at the thought of her grandfather broaching such topics again. Her bold decision to commission the jade carving was driven by a desire to please her grandfather, hoping it might spare her from the pressure of selecting a husband from the ranks of those frivolous young men. Yet, the old man persisted in his line of questioning. At this moment, the young men in attendance were filled with excitement. Each individual at the banquet possessed a modicum of prestige, either hailing from esteemed families or having achieved notable entrepreneurial success. The presence of so many eligible young men underscored old Master Huang's intentions. Upon learning that Huang Ying was beginning her search for a suitor, the men were practically aflame with enthusiasm. Some were already contemplating breaking up with their current girlfriends to present themselves as eligible bachelors for this new romantic pursuit. Each aspirant for the title of son-in-law harbored different motives. Some were captivated by Huang Ying's beauty, while others sought to inherit the Huang family's wealth. Though they masked their intentions skillfully, their deceit only served to disgust Huang Ying further. Old Master Huang smiled knowingly. "This phoenix has already taken its form here, so it cannot escape. But tell me, which craftsman did you engage that could bring this phoenix to life? After years of my fascination with jade, I am well acquainted with the styles of the city's masters." As he pondered this, a sudden thought struck him. The carving style indeed bears a resemblance to that of old Song, but he passed away several years ago. This cannot be. The crowd exchanged glances between the phoenix and old Master Huang, sensing that he was perplexed by some conundrum. Huang Ying approached the esteemed elder Huang with a radiant smile, saying, "The artisan who carved this phoenix may seem distant, yet he is, in truth, right before our eyes." "Oh, so the master craftsman has come to celebrate my birthday today. How delightful. Quickly, where is he? I must pay my respects." At this moment, the atmosphere around them became animated, as everyone craned their necks in search of the sculptor, unable to discern who among them was the artist. The elderly gentlemen present were scrutinized repeatedly, all hastily gesturing with their hands, exclaiming, "I truly cannot carve such a thing." Yet, the elder seated at the head of the table rose with palpable eagerness, intent on meeting the illustrious figure he envisioned. However, Huang Ying gently patted his shoulder, indicating for him to sit back down, and with a smile, she revealed, "In fact, the craftsman is this young gentleman before you." A sudden hush fell over the assembly. In the midst of the crowd stood Xue Yang, attired in a shabby suit. In that fleeting moment, it seemed as though all the light in the world focused solely on him. No one cared about his attire, for even if he wore nothing, they might perceive him as made of gold, radiant and divine. While the crowd engaged in fervent discussion, a few guests, driven by their appetites, indulged heartily at the buffet. Among them was a short, stout woman. After having feasted to her satisfaction, she adjusted her posture, believing it to be comfortable, and discreetly released a silent flatulence before strutting towards the crowd. The plump woman insisted, make way, clear a path for me to celebrate my uncle's birthday." Upon finally pushing her way into the throng, she was startled to discover that the center of attention was none other than the poorly dressed waiter. Seeing this waiter brazenly occupying the spotlight. The woman's anger ignited. Without hesitation, she lifted her excessively long gown and marched toward Xue Yang. Under the gaze of so many, Xue Yang felt a wave of discomfort wash over him, and as he sought an excuse to grab something to eat, the hefty woman unexpectedly collided with him, her ample form crashing into his back. No one anticipated that this barrel-shaped woman could possess such force, propelling Xue Yang into the air. Fortunately, his agility allowed him to regain his footing after a stumble, but just as he steadied himself, the woman charged at him once more, reminiscent of a wild boar. Witnessing the spectacle, the onlookers quickly dispersed, eager to avoid becoming collateral damage from this human cannonball. Standing beside the venerable Mr. Huang, Huang Yingying could no longer contain her frustration and exclaimed, "Enough! Do you even understand the rules? That is a distinguished guest of my grandfather." However, the portly woman, erroneously believing herself to be an elder, paid no heed and continued her charge toward Xue Yang. Observing the unfortunate old woman's relentless pursuit, Xue Yang decided to indulge her, swiftly grasping a tablecloth from the table and, like a matador, deftly sidestepped, allowing the robust woman to collide with the cloth. She fell heavily to the ground, while Xue Yang ostentatiously reveled in the moment. The already irascible woman was now furiously incensed, rushing at Xue Yang with the intent to seize him and unleash a torrent of blows. Given Xue Yang's lean physique, she felt a misguided confidence in her ability to subdue him. After all, how dare this impertinent server provoke a relative of the Huang family without facing consequences? As the woman barreled towards him, Xue Yang could only wear a look of exasperation. What distinguished her from a bull in the arena? Perhaps merely the absence of horns? The intelligence, or lack thereof, of the woman was evident to all present. With every deliberate display from Xue Yang, she recklessly charged at him, only to be evaded time and again. "Enough! Do you not feel ashamed?" Mr. Huang finally interjected, regarding his niece with evident concern. Upon hearing her uncle's admonition, the woman, with tears and snot streaming down her face, lamented, "How dare this server have the audacity to bully me? I must confront him. Uncle, I cannot allow our family to lose face." Despite being reduced to tears and covered in dust from her futile efforts, the woman remained undeterred, launching another assault. Each time, she came tantalizingly close to capturing Xue Yang, convinced that this time she would succeed in apprehending the lowly server. "You have long since tarnished the Huang family's reputation, Mr." Huang waved his hand dismissively, prompting two servers to hastily approach and escort the woman away. It was only upon noticing the attire of the servers that the woman realized that they were not mere servers at all. Their garb far surpassed hers in elegance. Xue Yang, however, did not dwell on the awkwardness of the situation. Yet Mr. Huang, being a man of dignity, felt a sense of responsibility for the incident and approached Xue Yang, taking his hand and sincerely apologizing. "Please do not take offense. The presence of such a relative is a misfortune for our Huang family. Do not harbor resentment." Out of politeness, Xue Yang quickly replied, "Grandfather, these are merely trifles. Huang Yingying and I are good friends. As for my impression of the Huang family, it is undoubtedly shaped by my acquaintance with Huang Yingying. To raise a granddaughter who excels in virtue, intellect, physical prowess, aesthetics, and diligence speaks volumes about the profound heritage of the Huang family, and you, sir, are indeed admirable." Instantly, the golden aura that surrounded Xue Yang seemed to dissipate in the eyes of the onlookers. Who would have imagined that he was such a young man, adept at flattery, rivaling the earlier praises sung for Hao Ren? Many in the crowd swiftly lost interest in Xue Yang, yet Huang Yingying, standing not far away, stifled a laugh behind her hand. The elderly gentleman's eyes twinkled with mirth, seemingly quite fond of this young man before him. At that moment, the crowd began to harbor doubts about the young man's character. However, no one could dispute his remarkable skill in sculpting a lifelike phoenix. Regrettably, despite the wealth of old Master Huang, he did not own a company that produced such jade. Thus, even if he recognized the talents of the young man before him, he could not forcibly retain him within his enterprise. It was precisely this realization that prompted a middle-aged man dressed in a white suit to approach. Although he appeared to be at least in his mid-40s, he wore a pristine white suit complemented by white leather shoes, showcasing a surprisingly youthful spirit. This gentleman, clad in white, approached with a smile, nodded respectfully to Chairman Huang, and then turned to Xue Yang, saying, "Young man, your talents are indeed evident to all. However, old Master Huang does not have a company in this domain, and therefore, there is no opportunity for you here. Coincidentally, my company specializes in the creation and appraisal of jade artifacts. Might you be interested?" Before Xue Yang could respond, the gentleman in white continued. The annual salary is 80 million, with additional special bonuses at year-end. Would that be satisfactory to you? Yet, Xue Yang was prepared to decline. And before he could utter his refusal, the white-clad gentleman pressed on. If that is insufficient, let us raise it to 100 million. This proclamation left the remaining onlookers in shock. Many had toiled their entire lives to become millionaires. Yet this young man was presented with a job offer boasting an annual salary of 100 million at such a tender age. The disparity between individuals was staggering. However, to their astonishment, Xue Yang shook his head once more. 100 million. The man in the white suit exclaimed, clenching his teeth. Very well. Let me sweeten the deal. I will offer you 1.5 billion as your annual salary. A few bystanders discreetly retreated. The figure was enough to induce a heart attack. Nevertheless, Xue Yang remained resolute in his refusal, stating, Uncle, it is not about the money. I have already committed to assisting someone, and I cannot betray that promise. Who on earth is so fortunate? He mused, smiling. Just a small shop, really? One that is not well known. The sum of money, even if invested in the registration of a company, would only suffice to employ hundreds of individuals. Yet, ironically, this very amount could not entice even a single person at present. Xue Yang is indeed in dire need of funds. Only with financial resources can he expand his market and avoid being exploited by the unscrupulous merchants across the way. However, can money truly compare to Song Yu? Money is inanimate, while people possess vitality. Song Yu is currently Xue Yang's unwavering belief. He would never betray his mistress for monetary gain, regardless of the sum. Furthermore, with the little milk mouse in his possession, he need not fear a lack of profitable opportunities. But where is my little milk mouse? When Xue Yang reached into his pocket, he found it utterly empty. The little creature had mysteriously slipped away. The only thing capable of prompting this lazy little one to take action would undoubtedly be those exquisite treasures. Xue Yang quickly glanced towards the table where old Huang had arranged the gifts. To his astonishment, he witnessed the lid of a golden box slowly opening by itself. As the little milk mouse cautiously peeked out, ensuring the coast was clear, before swiftly scurrying into a nearby golden box. That box was indeed the last of its kind, and not far from it lay the phoenix he had painstakingly carved, in an effort to indulge the little mouse. Xue Yang had offered it all the leftover scraps as treats, sternly warning it not to touch the phoenix. Yet, if this little rascal developed a taste for such delicacies, the precious imperial green glass would likely face a grim fate. Meanwhile, old Huang continued to speak to him in a seemingly casual manner. To rush over without regard for the elder's dignity would be rather unkind. Good young man, you seem a bit distracted. Is there something urgent on your mind? Old Huang inquired with his characteristic kindly tone. Suddenly, Xue Yang shouted, Thief! Someone is stealing. After this exclamation, he dashed towards the scene, prompting the bodyguards to swiftly converge upon the gift table. Upon opening a golden box, they discovered that its contents had indeed vanished. Raise the alarm. Don't let the thief escape. One of the bodyguards shouted urgently. Upon hearing of the theft, everyone present instinctively covered their wallets, and chaos ensued within the hall. Amidst the turmoil, Xue Yang seized the last golden box, deliberately rolling up his sleeves. The little milk mouse, being a rather perceptive creature, quickly climbed up into his clothing. Ah, the contents of this one have also been stolen. Quick, pursue. I saw the thief exit just moments ago. Xue Yang feigned urgency, prompting several bodyguards to rush towards the exit. At this moment, Xue Yang gave his belly a couple of light pats, a playful admonition for the little mouse's disobedience. The little creature remained motionless, likely too full to scurry away. Fortunately, Xue Yang successfully deceived those bodyguards. After all, life is not easy, and it all hinges on one's acting skills. Seeing that the precious imperial green jade remained unscathed brought a sigh of relief to Xue Yang. However, everything the wealthy merchants had sent, aside from the 2 counterfeit items, was entirely devoured by the little mouse, which certainly had no discerning taste. The bodyguards swiftly took control of the hall, strictly monitoring every exit, with more than a dozen pursuing in various directions. It was evident that these bodyguards were well-trained and reacted with remarkable speed. Yet the poor fellows were chasing a thief who existed only in Xue Yang's imagination, a mere figment of his fabrication. The inevitable outcome was, of course, failure. All right, you all did your best. If you still cannot catch him, it must be fate, Mr. Huang declared, pacing around the table laden with items while addressing the surrounding bodyguards. Yet, from the puzzled expression on Mr. Huang's face, it seemed as though Xue Yang was listening intently. It was truly curious. This thief not only possessed alarming skills, but also had a distinctive eye, leaving behind only 2 counterfeit pieces. Observing Mr. Huang's continued bewilderment, Xue Yang could hardly contain his amusement, though he skillfully masked his emotions through conversation with Huang Yingying. Thankfully, the piece of imperial green jade I carved remains intact. Otherwise, I would have to dig 3 feet into the ground to find that thief, Xue Yang remarked, patting his abdomen with a hint of guilt. The little mouse had crawled from his sleeve to his midsection, now nestled within his clothing, digesting its feast. Once he confirmed the mouse was still present, he finally exhaled in relief. Had it sneaked out to consume the imperial green jade, his secret would have been exposed. His words served as a reminder to Huang Yingying. Grandpa, quickly place it in the collection room, or if any unforeseen events occur, our family will suffer a great loss. Yes, heed my granddaughter's advice. You all, swiftly take it to the collection room, and exercise caution, Mr. Huang instructed. After securing the jade, the elder finally felt at ease for the Huang family. The items that were stolen were inconsequential, but the imperial green jade phoenix was genuinely cherished by Mr. Huang. Noticing the guests still appeared anxious, he once again showcased his charisma. This little episode today has indeed provided a bit of amusement. However, do not be frightened. The thief has long since departed. If anyone here has lost something, regardless of what it may be, our Huang family is willing to compensate at double the value. A thunderous applause erupted in the hall, restoring the atmosphere to its previous joyous state. Xue Yang was momentarily taken aback, his eyes wide with disbelief at the sudden reduction of possessions. The promise of double compensation was now on the table. If the owners were to intentionally discard their counterfeit bracelets, watches, and gold necklaces into the trash, they would instantly be entitled to double the worth of genuine items. Whether such deception for compensation was feasible was beyond Xue Yang's knowledge. All he was aware of was that Huang Yingying had just pinched him quite harshly. Have you lost your mind? I haven't wronged you in any way. So why the pinch? Xue Yang inquired, rubbing his arm where she had grasped him, glancing over at Huang Yingying. To his astonishment, the usually composed and striking young lady appeared visibly anxious. Indeed, they were grandfather and granddaughter. As soon as the elder took his seat, Huang Yingying seemed to anticipate his words. Old Huang, freshly robbed, now wore a cheerful expression as he addressed the gathering. Though today is a celebration of my birthday, I am merely an old man. Even if I were to pass away, what is there truly to celebrate? Upon hearing this, a wave of flattery rippled through the crowd. Old Huang still possessed a youthful spirit and had much to offer. He was blessed with longevity and vitality, resembling a man of at least a century. May old Huang enjoy fortunes as vast as the East Sea and a lifespan surpassing the South Mountain. The source of this remark was unknown, yet it prompted Huang Yingying to pinch Xue Yang again in frustration. At this moment, Xue Yang nearly leaped in surprise, but given the girl's evident distress, he chose not to pursue the matter further, instinctively distancing himself from her. However, Huang Yingying gradually closed the gap once more. Old Huang, amused by the previous comment, chuckled heartily. That hits the nail on the head. I'm 75 now, and I'm not greedy. Reaching 89 would be a tremendous blessing, but I do have one heartfelt wish. The crowd held its breath, and Huang Yingying's teeth began to chatter in anxiety. The wish was likely anticipated by all, to find a suitable partner for my precious granddaughter. Thunderous applause erupted from the audience, and Xue Yang was left puzzled by their enthusiasm, as if they were eagerly awaiting this news. Amongst the assembly, only 2 individuals bore discontented expressions: Xue Yang, still on the receiving end of pinches, and Huang Yingying, the very subject of the conversation. With a disgruntled expression, Huang Yingying tugged at Xue Yang's leg, her face a picture of distress. You must help me. If this continues, I might as well be sold off by my grandfather. But how can I assist you? This is a family affair of yours, and your grandfather appears rather resolute. As a younger generation, how can I possibly oppose him? You better not regret this. Huang Yingying glared at him, her seriousness unmistakable. What do I regret? To avoid being restrained any further, Xue Yang deliberately took 2 steps back. At this moment, a group of young individuals around his age was brimming with enthusiasm. Xue Yang cast a glance around, and the wealthy young men, with their sparkling eyes, were indeed somewhat disconcerting. Firstly, the majority appeared to be the second generation of nouveau riche, commonly referred to as rich second generation. Their appearances were rather telling, each with a round face, plump physique, and some could even be compared to the infamous heir Xue Yang. A few others, however, displayed the hallmark of higher education. Although their eyes burned with fervor, they were also mindful of their image. Among these contemporaries, there were indeed 2 individuals of remarkable demeanor. Xue Yang scrutinized them closely, One had dyed blonde hair and donned a pink suit, while the other, with black hair, wore a traditional Zhongshan suit. In this day and age, it was quite rare to see someone in such attire. Xue Yang marveled at the one in the Zhongshan suit, who appeared quite dependable, while the blonde seemed somewhat akin to a quirky fashion statement. Nonetheless, he exuded an overall charm befitting a romantic youth. In this gathering, had Xue Yang been Huang Yingying's grandfather, he would undoubtedly choose from these two, as the rest were simply inadequate. Just as Xue Yang was assessing these individuals, Huang Yingying had already leaped into her grandfather's embrace. "Grandpa, I don't want to find a boyfriend. It's so embarrassing, as if I'm undesirable. Why not seek a boyfriend? At your age, it's about time to find one. Besides, if you don't, how can we have a 4-generation family gathering?" Huang Lao, with a face full of fondness, gently declined his granddaughter's request. The young man with blonde hair was quick to act, kneeling on one knee and holding a rose between his teeth. He then presented the rose with sincerity, saying, "Miss Huang's beauty has captivated me beyond measure. I humbly ask for your blessing in this union." The young man in the Zhongshan suit was equally resolute. Stepping forward confidently, "I can assure Miss Huang Yingying of everlasting happiness and health." The moment these two approached, the restless youths in the audience were immediately quelled. Aren't these the Hua Xiao and Kong Sa? The influence of the Hua and Kong families ranks just below the Huang family. A union between them would undoubtedly lead to a powerful alliance, monopolizing half the city's fortune. One could only marvel at the thought. Just as the audience buzzed with excitement, Huang Yingying's statement brought an abrupt silence. "Grandpa, you don't need to find a boyfriend for me, because I already have one." In the heart of the city, the Golden Dragon Hotel stood majestically, its opulence unmatched within a 10-mile radius. Today, the illustrious Huang Group has reserved the entire Golden Dragon Hotel. What was originally intended to be a joyous birthday celebration for the elderly has, under the influence of old Master Huang, transformed into a matchmaking event. The number of distinguished suitors vying for Huang Yingying's attention exceeds 100. When Huang Yingying announced that she had a boyfriend, a profound silence enveloped the room. All eyes turned toward her, including those of old Master Huang. Huang Yingying's gaze, however, was fixed directly on Xue Yang, who felt a surge of panic. Escape was no longer an option as the attention of the entire assembly shifted to the young man clad in subpar attire. Old Master Huang, presumably well acquainted with his granddaughter's character, did not immediately accept her claim. Instead, he inquired with a smile, "Is this young and accomplished gentleman truly my granddaughter's boyfriend?" Just as Xue Yang was about to respond, he caught Huang Yingying's pleading glance. He quickly altered his response, smiling as he said, "I had intended to achieve a bit more before confessing to you, esteemed elder, but the situation has taken an unexpected turn. I hope you will not take offense. When it comes to acting, if Xue Yang were to claim the second position, no one would dare to assert the first." His words once again garnered the trust of the gathered guests. Upon hearing Xue Yang's affirmative answer, old Master Huang struck the table before him not out of anger, but in sheer delight as a broad smile spread across his face. He laughed heartily and remarked, "Ah, the youth of today truly differ. It seems I need not worry any longer. However, you two ought to be more forthright with your elders. Why conceal matters?" While the elder was elated, the expressions of many young attendees darkened. A young man with blonde hair clad in a garish pink suit stood up, visibly displeased, and proclaimed, "Old Master Huang, the clothing this young man wears is worth less than 200 yuan. Do you believe this is a fairy tale? Huang Yingying cannot possibly find happiness with him." Old Master Huang retorted sharply, "I can ensure my granddaughter's happiness, and discussing finances in front of the Huang family is rather naive." His words were pointed, leaving the young man crimson-faced, prompting him to turn and exit, discarding a rose into a nearby trash bin. The crowd resumed their murmurs, suggesting that the events of today seemed more significant than those of the past year combined. Is he not humiliating himself? Everyone has witnessed the young man's skill. It is worth far more than a mere couple of 100 million. Indeed, the young man was too impulsive. Amidst the chatter, the ever-steadfast Kong Xiao bowed and stated, "Although I harbor affections for Miss Huang, I would never engage in actions that would take love from another. Old Master Huang, I shall not intrude any further today." Old Master Huang nodded in appreciation and gestured for him to attend to his own affairs. The two most radiant young individuals departed from the banquet, significantly diminishing the lively atmosphere and shifting the focus of the attendees predominantly onto Xue Yang. Initially, he had shown compassion by assisting Huang Yingying, but now he found himself compelled to continue the facade of being the exemplary son-in-law, standing respectfully to the side. At this juncture, the elderly gentleman felt fatigued. He declared that the evening's festivities would conclude here, encouraging those who remained to indulge in their revelries without restraint while he graciously excused himself. As old Huang rose, Huang Yingying took Xue Yang's hand and rushed toward the corridor. "Where are you taking me?" Xue Yang asked, somewhat reluctantly, having already extended considerable kindness to the young lady. "Don't you want your phoenix dance in the sky?" Huang Yingying giggled, her cheeks flushed. Once they reached a secluded corridor, Huang Yingying, with a pleading expression, implored, "Just pretend to kiss me here, please, just a little act. Grandfather will surely follow shortly, and this will convince him. You know the movie technique of a misaligned kiss, right? Just pretend to kiss." She hurriedly explained, her face reddening further. Observing the girl's endearing expression, Xue Yang pulled her in, pinning one hand against the wall, his broad shoulder nearly enveloping her. Wall slam. This was the quintessential approach. Xue Yang leaned in slowly to kiss her. Although they had agreed on a misaligned kiss, he could distinctly hear the rapid thudding of Huang Yingying's heart. Their lips drew ever closer, and there was no misalignment. Xue Yang pressed his lips against her warm, sweet mouth. Huang Yingying seemed exhilarated, yet instead of resisting, she instinctively wrapped her arms around his waist. At that moment, old Huang was shaking his head as he passed by the other end of the corridor, smiling broadly while reminiscing about his own youthful romantic escapades. The two were unaware of how long they had kissed until Xue Yang noticed that Huang Yingying's face had turned an alarming shade of red, prompting him to step back. Huang Yingying gasped for air, having been so nervous that she had momentarily forgotten to breathe. "Well, he's satisfied now?" Xue Yang asked, hands tucked casually into his pockets. Wearing a relaxed expression, having just regained her composure, Huang Yingying remained silent, walking deeper into the corridor. It wasn't until they reached the old gentleman's collection room that she spoke not a word. When Xue Yang finally retrieved the coveted phoenix dance in the sky, a weight lifted from his heart. However, the little pet in his embrace grew restless, scampering within his clothing, a testament to its excitement. Had Xue Yang not restrained it with one hand, the little creature would have surely dashed out to feast. The abundance of exquisite treasures here is truly overwhelming. Should the little mouse emerge, it would undoubtedly be overwhelmed by the plethora of delights. The lifelike phoenix he meticulously carved stands as a testament to his artistic prowess. Yet when placed among other creations, it seems to lose much of its ethereal charm. There are no less than 10 jade carvings that far surpass his phoenix in skill, and despite the superior craftsmanship and the exceptional quality of materials, including the glass phoenix, there are merely 3 that can be counted among them. Particularly when Xue Yang beheld a remarkable piece crafted from 2 types of jade entwined together. He felt an overwhelming sense of humility. This extraordinary jade features an outer shell resembling an egg, made from ice blue crystal, known as blue ice flower, while within resides a small piece of imperial green glass. The exterior is carved into a simple egg shape, which poses little challenge. However, the tiny glass piece intricately sculpted into a sleeping phoenix is indeed a masterful feat, while his own piece is sufficiently large, allowing for a display of tension and artistry. The ability to convey such lifelike quality in such a diminutive form is nothing short of remarkable. As Xue Yang examined these masterpieces, he increasingly recognized the long journey that lay ahead of him. He diligently committed the structures and carving techniques of these classic works to memory. Fortunately, after his studies in sculpture, his memory had significantly improved, making it easier to retain these techniques. The more skilled the artisan, the more adept they become at drawing knowledge and inspiration from the works of others. This visit to the collection not only allowed Xue Yang to procure the coveted phoenix dancing in the 9 heavens for Songyu, but also enriched his own artistic repertoire considerably. However, while en route back to the shop, Xue Yang's taxi was suddenly intercepted by a group of individuals. They were clearly a band of desperate rogues. Their scarred faces a testament to their dangerous nature. At the moment the taxi was halted, the driver abandoned the vehicle and fled, leaving Xue Yang alone in the passenger seat. The fact that they had not pursued the driver indicated that their intentions were directed solely at him. Outnumbered, with 12 against 1, he felt the pressure, yet remained unperturbed. He carefully placed the box containing the phoenix dancing in the 9 heavens on the seat before confronting the situation. The leader, a bald man with a prominent scar, brandished a club as thick as his elbow and taunted, "I must say, you little brat, you're quite the handsome one. A penniless lad like you dares to pursue the eldest daughter of the Huang family? Have you lost your mind?" Hearing their words, Xue Yang surmised that they were likely sent by someone from the evening's banquet. Leaning casually against the car door, he chuckled and inquired, "You must be the men from the Hua family, am I right?" The burly man visibly paused, but quickly retorted in a gruff tone, We don't know anyone from the Hua family. Ah, so it is the young master Hua, not merely the young master. The burly man spat on the ground, swinging his hefty club with a resounding shout. Stop with the nonsense, brothers. Let S disable his arms and legs, and see how he dares to pursue the heiress. No sooner had he uttered these words than the other ruffians charged forth, wielding their clubs and aiming for Xue Yang's head. Faced with such ferocity, Xue Yang chose silence and made a hasty retreat. Despite having practiced the dragon fist, he was not foolish enough to confront this band head-on. Inflicting damage upon 1,000 foes while suffering 800 losses himself would ultimately be to his detriment. Xue Yang was far too astute to engage these thugs in a frontal assault. Seasoned martial artists understand that to overcome many with few requires a strategy of evasion and precision strikes. Thus, he fled, deliberately adopting a cowardly demeanor, while the scar-faced bald man spat again in contempt. I thought he had some skills. If this coward can win the affection of the Huang family as heiress, then I, too, could court every lady in this city. Brothers, let us not let this scoundrel escape. However, before he could finish his taunt, 2 of his brave subordinates fell, collapsing in a manner that suggested a distinct lack of combat prowess. The bald man continued to bark orders. Aim for his legs. Let us see how he runs then. Another 3 of his men soon lay incapacitated on the ground, and with half his crew incapacitated, the scarred face began to feel a twinge of fear. Damn it, this is getting strange. In the dark of the night, on an old alleyway forgotten by time, Xue Yang found himself pursued by 11 assailants, while the 12th, the bald man, commanded his remaining lackeys in the relentless chase. Cornered in a dead end, Xue Yang employed an unorthodox footwork to slip past the remaining 6, redirecting his sprint towards the bald man. Just as the bald man hesitated, contemplating a strategic withdrawal, the young man he sought to capture suddenly charged in his direction. Help! Murder! Xue Yang cried, dashing towards the bald man. Yet, upon hearing his cries for help, no one came to his aid. Even those with good intentions quickly retreated upon realizing the chaos of gang violence. Realizing the peril of facing 7 opponents simultaneously, Xue Yang halted abruptly, his fist striking backward with unexpected force. The thugs wielding clubs had yet to react before he was propelled backward, resulting in 2 more being knocked out. By my mother! The bald man exclaimed, tossing his club skyward in frustration before turning tail and fleeing, much swifter than his subordinates. Thus, on this desolate old road, a farcical scene unfolded. The bald leader sprinted ahead with fervor, pursued closely by Xue Yang, while the leader's 3 underlings relentlessly chased after him. Eventually, Xue Yang, feeling fatigued from the chase, activated his dragon fist technique, causing his pace to suddenly quicken. With a leap, he delivered a resounding slap to the back of the bald man's head. The sound echoed loudly, reverberating along the roadside. Astonishingly, this single blow rendered the robust bald man unconscious, prompting his 3 followers to abruptly alter their course and flee in haste. How could they run so swiftly now? It seems they hardly exerted themselves in the chase. Xue Yang chuckled wryly as he observed their retreating figures. Such is the complexity of urban life. However, their departure was fortuitous, as it spared him further exertion. At that moment, the taxi driver, who had initially vanished without a trace, finally emerged from a thicket, clumsily extricating himself. Ah, you're truly skilled, a genuine hero. Your fare is waived. As a token of service to a hero, the driver proclaimed, giving a thumbs up. Xue Yang, accustomed to the flattery typical of taxi drivers, found no reason to decline the gesture, relishing the unexpected benefit. After a tumultuous day, Xue Yang returned to the shop at 11 o'clock at night. The establishment had long since closed, yet the small door remained ajar, and the lights still glowed. Upon entering, he discovered several plates of dishes left on the table. Without hesitation, he seized chopsticks and began to eat heartily, his earlier skirmish having left him famished and in need of replenishment. Soon, Song Yu emerged from within, smiling upon seeing Xue Yang. You're back. The food has cooled. I warmed it up at 10. Don't eat just yet. Let me heat it again, she said, moving to retrieve the dishes. Xue Yang, without a word, set down his chopsticks and grasped her arm, gently guiding her to a seat beside him. He then adopted an air of mystery as he reached for a box nearby. Can you guess what this is? He teased. Could it be? Song Yu's eyes sparkled with anticipation as Xue Yang opened the box, revealing what appeared to be a small phoenix, poised to take flight. Phoenix dancing in the skies. Song Yu gasped, covering her mouth in astonishment. After a prolonged moment of wonder, she enveloped Xue Yang in a heartfelt embrace. Her voice trembled with emotion. This is wonderful. My father's heirloom has finally returned. You truly brought it back. With a mouthful of delectable food, Xue Yang patted her back reassuringly, saying, let us ensure its place safely. If anything were to happen to your father's belongings, I would be a villain for eternity. As soon as Xue Yang finished his meal, Song Yu had successfully arranged that precious item. Bathed in the moonlight on the windowsill, Xue Yang began recounting the various events of the day. When he mentioned pretending to be Huang Yingying's boyfriend, a hint of jealousy flitted across Song Yu's face, while his tale of slapping that balding man elicited uncontrollable laughter from her. After the proprietress retired for the night, Xue Yang lingered on the bamboo chair for a while. Such a beautiful evening, adorned by charming scenery and delightful company. The following morning, as Xue Yang opened the door, he was taken aback to find a line of at least 30 people waiting outside. This bustling scene was a stark contrast to his experiences since he started working there. The Jade shop typically catered to a niche clientele, resulting in fewer customers. Yet here they were, thronged before opening. Are you the young sculptor we've heard so much about? We came to see your renowned work. That imperial green glass phoenix we saw yesterday was simply exquisite. We specially came to seek some pieces, one patron exclaimed. Indeed, we arrived before dawn, fearing we would miss out, echoed another, as the crowd urged to be let in. At that moment, Xue Yang grasped the truth. His actions in that public space yesterday had indeed stirred quite a response, prompting eager individuals to queue up. The proprietress emerged, astonished by the turnout. Though she worried about the possibility of depleting their stock, the essence of commerce hardly allows for disdain towards a surge of customers. Song Yu nodded at Xue Yang, and the lengthy lines swiftly entered the shop. Young man, which of these are your creations? An elderly gentleman inquired, lifting a bracelet. To be candid, every piece here has undergone some alteration in my hands. Some modifications perhaps not to everyone's liking, Xue Yang responded. Such trivialities. I shall take every item regardless, the gentleman declared, prompting a gasp from Xue Yang. He was astonished. Although the shop was not large with their combined efforts, it had achieved a modest scale, certainly not attainable without a few million. Moreover, anyone with a discerning eye understands that even the finest shops contain both genuine and counterfeit items. Jade, in particular, requires keen judgment. Yet this affluent patron was prepared to purchase everything without a second thought. While Xue Yang found this flattering, the other customers were less pleased. So our long wait was in vain. One grumbled. Indeed, this is quite unfair. Another protested. At last, the proprietress hurried out with a smile and said, in our establishment, there exists an unwritten rule. Each customer is permitted to purchase no more than 3 items. I kindly ask everyone to be mindful of this. This rule, of course, was a clever invention of the proprietress, as Xue Yang had never been aware of any such stipulation. Upon hearing her words, an elderly gentleman lamented while patting his thigh. Oh dear, how could you do this? Well, in that case, please wrap up the 3 largest items displayed above. I shall pay in cash. Although the materials of these large items were rather ordinary, their sheer size was impressive. Thus, the total for the 3 items amounted to over 800,000. Without hesitation, Xue Yang stepped onto a small ladder and effortlessly brought down each of the hefty pieces. Your Mithria Buddha, your Jade Toad, and your exquisite Jadeite cabbage. Each item was heavier than the last, and by the time he lifted the final cabbage, along with its base, it weighed at least 100 pounds. Yet, Xue Yang hoisted it as if it were a mere feather. Meanwhile, for his safety, the proprietress steadied the ladder from below. But when Song Yu glanced up and beheld the flawless musculature of Xue Yang, she momentarily lost her composure. Which woman does not appreciate a well-built man, especially one who shares her roof in daily life? After packing these few items, there were still a dozen more awaiting his attention. Boss, I will take this set of jade bowls. Boss, I want to purchase this string of jade beads in full. Boss, is that stool for sale? It was only when the store began to run low on stock that the number of patrons finally diminished. Song Yu was diligently calculating with her abacus. I say, my beautiful proprietress, with business thriving like this, why not invest in a computer? While busy with her calculations, Song Yu merely cast her a knowing glance and continued her work. She understood that Xue Yang was merely teasing her. The technique of using the abacus had been imparted to her by her father, and she seemed to cherish this gift from him immensely. The 105 jade beads of her abacus were each meticulously carved by her father. Thus, despite the evolution of technology, Song Yu clung to her father's method, just as her father had done without the aid of a computer. What continually astonished Xue Yang was that the proprietress calculated faster with her abacus than he could with a computer, excluding the vast numbers, of course. On quieter days in the shop, Xue Yang found himself enchanted by the sound of Song Yu manipulating the abacus. as the clinking of the jade beads was more melodious than any instrument. Moreover, through the melodies of these sounds, he could discern traces of her emotions. A slow tempo often signified her displeasure. The sound was lively, a delightful expression of her cheerful disposition. At this moment, the clattering of the abacus resonated like a rapid-fire machine gun, seemingly proclaiming, "The proprietor is busy and has no time for idle chatter." Just as Xue Yang finally reclined to rest, the little milk mouse in his pocket unexpectedly emerged. He gently caressed its purple body, but the little creature was uncooperative, squeaking indignantly at the display racks, as if protesting the removal of its treats. Soon, the little mouse wriggled free from Xue Yang's grasp and darted towards Song Yu's jade abacus. This startled Xue Yang, for although Song Yu was aware of his adorable pet, she had no inkling that it considered jade as a delicacy. The little mouse was remarkably swift. By the time Xue Yang leaped from his seat, it was already perched atop the abacus, sniffing around. A cold sweat broke out on Xue Yang's brow, for if the mouse took a bite, he would surely be left to atone for it with his life. At that moment, Song Yu paused briefly to pet the charming little fur ball before resuming her rhythmic clicking on the abacus. She remained blissfully unaware that she was stroking a tiny demon. Xue Yang silently pleaded for the mouse not to act foolishly. To his surprise, the little creature refrained from nibbling. Instead, it began to paw at the keys, interrupting Song Yu's calculations. Whenever she pressed a key, the mouse lunged in that direction, back and forth. Even Xue Yang found its antics rather endearing. Yet, the anxiety in his heart persisted, for he knew that a mouse playing with an abacus was akin to a human playing with roast chickens. Who could remain calm while manipulating 105 roast chickens and ducks? In a fit of impulsiveness, the situation escalated. Inside the small shop, the little milk mouse chased after Song Yu's abacus, but her speed was too great, ultimately leaving the mouse somewhat exhausted, collapsing onto the counter. Observing the adorable creature, Song Yu playfully tickled its exposed belly with her finger. Xue Yang finally breathed a sigh of relief, quickly retrieving the little mouse and placing it back into his pocket. After assessing the dwindling stock in the shop, Song Yu sighed, expressing, "We've sold out of everything worthwhile. We must replenish our inventory swiftly." Hearing this, Xue Yang chuckled, realizing he would need to take another trip to the jade market. At that moment, Wang Lei from the opposite shop rushed in, a broad smile adorning his face as he cradled a box in his arms. "Hey there, boss. Are you running low on stock? I have some goods right here. Check out this new batch I just received." Upon seeing Wang Lei's beaming face, Xue Yang felt a wave of irritation, wondering what scheme this fellow was concocting. However, at that moment, the little mouse poked its head out of the pocket, piquing Xue Yang's interest in the goods. "It is rare for Boss Wang to be so kind. What treasures lie within your box? May I have a glimpse?" Of course, of course." Wang Lei hastily opened the box, revealing a dozen crimson jewels. Yet, upon seeing the blood-red gems, Xue Yang frowned. "Boss Wang, you wouldn't dare suggest that these are tourmaline, would you?" His expression grew increasingly displeased as he slipped a hand into his pocket. To the onlookers, it might appear he was feigning aloofness, but Xue Yang alone understood that if he did not grasp the little mouse, it would leap back into the box. At his remark, Wang Lei's face tightened with anxiety, quickly retrieving one gem and smiling. "Isn't this indeed tourmaline? Just look at its luster. It's exquisite." The jewel reflected a red light under the morning sun, indeed possessing a certain translucence. "However, I cannot ascertain if this is synthetic. I am utterly unversed in this field. If you were to bring a box of white or green jade, I could certainly take a closer look." Xue Yang cast another glance at the gemstones within the box. Indeed, half were tourmaline, but the other half were not. At that moment, Wang Lei puffed out his chest and declared, "I would stake my integrity on it. These are unquestionably tourmaline." Such audacity! Having engaged in so many unscrupulous activities, he still had the gall to vouch for his integrity. Yet, Xue Yang chose not to expose him. Instead, he picked up one of the stones, observing it under the sun before finally nodding in approval. "Since Boss Wang is so sincere, I shall make a decision on behalf of the boss lady. I will accept this box of tourmaline." After engaging in numerous gemstone dealings, Song Yu had developed her own discerning eye. Upon noticing that some of the gems appeared to lack luster and might be counterfeit, Xue Yang had already made his decision. Song Yu remained silent, having cultivated an extraordinary trust in this man. After purchasing the so-called high-end tourmaline for 20,000 yuan, Wang Lei hurriedly pocketed the money and dashed out, fearing Xue Yang might have a change of heart. As Wang Lei reached his own shop, he spat toward Song Yu's establishment. "Ha! What young sculptor cannot even distinguish between genuine and fake tourmaline? You shall meet your downfall soon enough. Inside the small shop, Song Yu quietly reminded him, surely you can tell that several of the tourmaline in that box are fake? At that moment, Xue Yang had found a delicate box in which he placed one of the red jewels, completely disregarding the other 11, as he held a particular fondness for this one. Xue Yang discerned the concerns of the proprietress and replied with a smile, "Are you under the impression that I have misjudged this tourmaline? That I failed to recognize that 5 of its gems are actually spinels, and of rather mediocre quality at that? An utter case of falsehood masquerading as authenticity? Ah, you are aware of this. Then why did you still choose to acquire it?" Observing the astonishment on her face, Xue Yang continued, "Indeed, spinels and tourmalines bear a striking resemblance. One could easily be deceived if not scrutinized closely. However, for connoisseurs like us, such trickery is unlikely to succeed. Yet, there exists another gemstone that bears an even closer likeness to the red tourmaline." Suddenly, Song Yu seemed to have an epiphany and interjected, "You are referring to rubies, aren't you?" To which Xue Yang confirmed, "Correct." In Wang Lei's eyes, this box contains 7 tourmalines and 5 spinels, but in truth, there are only 6 tourmalines and 5 spinels. The remaining gem is this charming ruby. He twirled the ruby in his hand deliberately before Song Yu. Yet, the young proprietress maintained her serious demeanor, continuing, "However, it is not so simple. The rubies circulating among the public are predominantly counterfeit. Synthetic rubies are indistinguishable from genuine ones. If this ruby is not of natural origin, it loses its significance." "You are absolutely right," Xue Yang acknowledged with a glance of admiration towards her. Yet, he could not help but boast, "But I possess an innate acuity. If it were a synthetic ruby, it could never achieve complete transparency. Industrial striations would inevitably be present within the gemstone. Though such markings would be invisible to the naked eye, one would require magnification to discern them." Seeing his smug expression, Song Yu stuck out her tongue at him, remarking, "You are quite the braggart." Ignoring her jibe, Xue Yang continued to gaze at the gem in his hand with delight. Spending 20,000 yuan to acquire a gem worth 2 million was, without a doubt, a cause for celebration. In the afternoon, Xue Yang promptly erected a new advertisement, proclaiming natural rubies from Southeast Asia, only 2 million. As soon as the sign was unveiled, Wang Lei from the opposing shop gawked in disbelief, exclaiming, "Didn't they sell out? How could they have a ruby for sale so soon?" At that moment, one of his employees, astonished, inquired, "Boss, wasn't that ruby delivered by you? I saw you carrying a box over and assumed it was a delivery from you." Wang Lei scratched his stubble, perplexed, and replied, "I merely delivered a box of mixed-quality tourmalines, which I purchased for 2,000 from a rather disheveled old man who claimed it was his family heirloom." The employee's eyes widened in shock. "Boss, you bought someone's family heirloom for only 2,000? That's quite frugal of you." Upon hearing his words, Wang Lei kicked the attendant with disdain, declaring, "Just a few tourmalines, nearly half of which are counterfeit. Expect me to pay a premium? That would only be possible if there were indeed genuine treasures within." At this point, Wang Lei found himself momentarily at a loss for words. After a prolonged silence, he muttered to himself, "Could it be that there truly are authentic gems inside?" The attendant, nursing the bruise from the kick, furrowed his brow and cautioned, "Boss, could it be that ruby?" Another kick landed on the attendant as Wang Lei retorted, "Damn it, can you not keep your mouth shut? Do you think I am that foolish?" Yet, no sooner had he uttered these words than he dashed towards Song Yu's store. "Boss Wang, what brings you here? Delivering more goods for us?" Xue Yang, who had just finished hanging the advertisement board, intercepted him outside with a warm greeting. However, the jovial disposition Wang Lei exhibited during his previous visit had vanished, replaced by an unmistakable fury as he barged in. Upon noticing 11 gemstones on the counter, each labeled in Song Yu's elegant handwriting as tourmalines and spinels, he counted them and exclaimed, "Why are there only 11? Did you consume the 12th one?" For someone like Wang Lei, who often sought trouble, Song Yu paid him no mind and continued with her tasks. Xue Yang stepped in from outside, remarking, "Perhaps Boss Wang's eyesight is failing him. He didn't notice the sign we hung outside, clearly displaying the word ruby. I wonder if Boss Wang is acquainted with such a gem. Of course I know. Damn it, I deal in jewels. How can I not be aware of rubies?" Wang Lei shot back. Xue Yang pressed further, "If you recognize what a ruby is, why then are you here?" Upon hearing Xue Yang's words, Song Yu involuntarily chuckled, though she quickly resumed her bookkeeping demeanor. The implication of Xue Yang's statement was unmistakable. Since Wang Lei was familiar with rubies, he must also recognize the ruby in the box, thus rendering it a voluntary sale on his part. If he were to claim ignorance about the ruby's presence now, it would only serve to undermine his credibility. Yet, in a surprising display of audacity, Wang Lei bellowed, I had no idea there was a ruby in the box. Hand over the gemstone, and I will refund your money. Song Yu, engrossed in her accounts, could only shake her head in resignation. Despite her role as the proprietress, she had no intention of engaging in this absurd dispute. After all, Xue Yang had instructed her to remain a beautiful and serene boss, leaving the handling of such unruly matters to him. At that moment, Wang Lei tossed 20,000 yuan onto the counter. Xue Yang glanced at the money and, with a smile, remarked, "Boss Wang, after years of managing a store, surely you are familiar with the industry's rules?" Wang Lei stood with his legs straight and arms crossed over his chest, casting a sidelong glance as he indignantly declared, "What nonsense! Who has codified such regulations into law? Without a government document in black and white, it amounts to nothing. Do you understand? Enough of this banter. Return my belongings at once." Observing his readiness to resort to petty antics, it seemed that without the ruby, he would linger here indefinitely in a state of obstinacy. Xue Yang couldn't help but chuckle. It was quite a spectacle to witness a grown man trample upon his own dignity. "Very well, since you are so insistent, I shall refrain from further discourse. We can return that box of jewels to you," Xue Yang stated. Upon hearing this, the proprietor's eyes sparkled with a comical mix of mirth and restraint, as if he were on the verge of laughter. Even Song Yu paused from her writing, casting a perplexed glance towards Xue Yang. Xue Yang deliberately hesitated before continuing. "However, Mr. Wang, since you have no intention of adhering to the regulations, you must abide by the rules of our establishment. Should you wish to retract your agreement, a penalty will be incurred." At this juncture, all three present recalled Wang Lei's previous attempt to sabotage Song Yu, aiming to bring about the downfall of their humble shop. The atmosphere grew tense with silence, but soon, Mr. Wang clenched his teeth and declared grandiosely, "What is a penalty? You wish to extort tenfold, do you? Very well, I shall fetch the money." As Wang Lei prepared to leave for the cash, Xue Yang interjected, "Mr. Wang, you may not be aware of our shop's rules. While the penalty in your establishment is tenfold, here it is 100-fold. 2 million. Why don't you just rob me? Your establishment is nothing but a den of thieves, devoid of conscience," Wang Lei shouted, incensed by the exorbitant sum. In response to his uncivil outburst, Xue Yang furrowed his brow and remarked, "Since you disregard the regulations and seek to return what you have sold, surely we possess the right to establish our own rules. If you continue this ruckus, I shall not hold back." Xue Yang's warning proved effective. Although Wang Lei ceased his shouting, he showed no inclination to leave. Just then, one of Wang Lei's associates rushed in, agitated. Noting that this individual resembled Wang Lei in demeanor, Xue Yang pondered whether they intended to escalate matters further. Even if the entire staff from their shop arrived, they would hardly pose a threat to him. Nevertheless, Xue Yang adhered to a principle of courtesy before conflict. He simply addressed the intruding associate, saying, "Young man, you seem to have mistaken the entrance. Your own door is across the way." The associate, panting heavily after a few hurried strides, clearly lacked stamina, appearing rather feeble. The man finally spoke up, "It's bad, boss. An old fellow says he won't sell his gem to you anymore. He wants a refund." "Nonsense. If you want a refund, let him have it. Just throw him out," Wang Lei commanded sharply. However, the man appeared quite embarrassed as he replied, He seems to have followed us here." Wang Lei's expression subtly shifted, and, at that moment, a rather simply dressed elderly man entered. The old man was not as dreadful as Wang Lei and his associate had described. He was merely impoverished. Xue Yang observed the old man, noting that his layered cloth shoes had worn down to expose his big toe, and the soles were reduced to a single layer. His clothes were quite tattered, faded from washing, and riddled with patches. Despite his poverty, he was impeccably clean, with not a speck of dirt on him. The old man seemed somewhat shy as he spoke. "Boss Wang, that money was meant for my wife's treatment. But she said if she doesn't have that box of gems, she no longer wishes to live. So, could you kindly return the gem to me? This is your 20,000 yuan. As he spoke, he carefully retrieved 2,000 yuan from handkerchief, his trembling hands betraying his age. Xue Yang looked at Wang Lei in disbelief. "Boss Wang, are you joking? 2,000 yuan for someone's precious gem? Who's the black market dealer? Who's the robber? Who's heartless here?" For a moment, Wang Lei was at a loss for words. No matter how shameless he was, he could no longer remain. "You all are unbelievable. We're leaving." He stormed out, snatching up his 20,000 yuan in anger. Yet, not long after, he seemed to remember something, returned furiously, seized the 2,000 yuan from the old man's hand, and once again stormed out. Watching Wang Lei depart, Song Yu finally burst into laughter. Seeing her amusement, Xue Yang directly asked, "Aren't you impressed by my cleverness? Praise me." All right, You're mighty and handsome. Now, hurry and resolve this matter with the old gentleman. Let us remove the advertisement. After all, this is his treasure, and we cannot be so unscrupulous." In response to the boss's directive, Xue Yang did not comply. Instead, he turned to the old man and said, "Sir, we also have tourmaline here. I would like to propose an exchange. There is a very precious gem among yours that you may not have noticed. I will trade you that gem for one of our tourmalines and give you an additional 1 million. What do you think?" Xue Yang contemplated that keeping the gem with the old man would not be in Wang Lei's favor. He intended to sell it, splitting the proceeds 50-50, which was a fairly standard practice in the industry. The elderly man nodded slightly, his voice trembling as he said, "As long as you are willing to give me the gemstone, you may do as you please." Xue Yang sensed that the old man might not have fully grasped his words. After all, he was speaking of a sum of 1 million, a stark contrast to the mere 2,000 he had once received. Yet, the old man seemed utterly unconcerned, even if a glimmer of joy flickered across his face. Xue Yang was certain it stemmed from the prospect of reclaiming his gemstone, rather than the monetary amount involved. This elderly gentleman was quite peculiar. Xue Yang gently assisted the old man to a rattan chair in a corner of the store, poured him a cup of fine tea, and politely inquired, "Good sir, did you not hear my offer clearly, or do you simply not care about the amount of money?" At that moment, the old man's trembling hands finally stilled, as if his spirits had found some semblance of peace. After sipping the tea, he smiled and remarked, "Money, whether abundant or scarce, who would have thought that this frail old man, was once a millionaire? Yet that was decades ago." It was no wonder the elderly gentleman was unmoved by a mere million. A millionaire from decades past would equate to a considerable fortune in today's terms. Xue Yang swallowed hard at the implications. He nodded slowly, finding it difficult to imagine that the man before him had once been a figure of great renown. "When the tree falls, the monkeys scatter. My business failed. Debts overwhelming me. I have spent my life striving to repay what I owe, yet it seems I shall never see that hope fulfilled. The only asset left in my home is this box of gemstones, a token of affection I purchased for my wife during our travels in Southeast Asia, in Myanmar. No wonder your wife cherishes this item so dearly." With that thought, Xue Yang decided to return the ruby. However, the old man's expression remained serene as he replied in a voice laden with experience, "There is no need. My dear wife can no longer open her eyes. The doctor has said that no amount of money can prolong her days. Thus, whether it is 2,000 or 1 million, it holds no value for me. I merely wish to bring the gemstone back, so she may see it once more. To touch it, losing one, is inconsequential." At that moment, Xue Yang finally understood the essence of acceptance. The old man, sensing he had perhaps divulged too much, quickly rose and chuckled. "At my age, I tend to ramble on endlessly, becoming quite like my dear wife. Sir, do you not have any children?" Xue Yang asked. The old man waved his hand dismissively. "It is perhaps for the best that I have no offspring. Otherwise, they would be enduring the same hardships we face. I shall not linger any longer. You are kind souls, and my presence here may disrupt your business. Keep the gemstone that you desire, and return the rest to me. I must hurry back to show it to my wife." Upon observing the elderly man's bashful expression, Xue Yang could not help but smile reassuringly, indicating that there was no cause for concern. He promptly retrieved the small chest originally intended for the gemstones and carefully placed all 12 gems within it. At that moment, Song Yu approached, gently caressing the stones. Although she had been preoccupied with her accounts earlier, she had keenly listened to the conversation between the two men. Suddenly, as if struck by inspiration, Song Yu took out 20,000 yuan from the cash drawer and discreetly deposited it into the chest. Xue Yang smiled, noted the old man's address, and then escorted the elderly gentleman on his way. Watching the old man's departing figure, Song Yu softly remarked at this point, "The gemstones can no longer be deemed genuine or false. I believe that each gem in that chest has become a priceless treasure." In response to the beautiful proprietress's sentimental musings, Xue Yang chuckled and simply remarked, "Sentimental." Upon hearing the young man's audacity in calling her sentimental, Song Yu extended her hand to strike him. However, unbeknownst to her, Xue Yang seemed to possess a sixth sense, quickly turning to grasp her delicate, porcelain-like arm and gently pulling her forward, causing her soft form to tumble into his embrace. "Forgive me, it was unintentional," he exclaimed, though his arms encircled her waist. Had there been others in the shop, they would surely have gaped in astonishment at the sight of such a handsome man and beautiful woman. Undeniably a match made in heaven. Yet, Song Yu retaliated by stepping on Xue Yang's foot, prompting him to release her. She swiftly extricated herself from his hold and returned to her place at the counter, resuming her calculations. However, Her cheeks flushed crimson and her heart raced, causing her to fumble with the abacus. Delighted by the chaotic clattering of the abacus, Xue Yang couldn't suppress a smile, though he was careful not to appear overly pleased. He wouldn't want to distract the proprietress to the point of rendering her incapable of performing her task. Noticing the advertisement board he had just set up at the entrance, Xue Yang had no intention of retrieving it. If he were to take it down now, Wang Lei across the street would undoubtedly realize that the ruby had been taken by the elderly man, potentially leading to trouble for the old gentleman. Nevertheless, with the advertisement board displayed prominently, the shop required some stabilizing element, so he resolved to visit the jewelry market in hopes of discovering similar treasures. "Madam, I must step out for a while," he declared. Song Yu remained silent. "I said I must step out for a while," Xue Yang reiterated, turning to her once more. Still, Song Yu did not reply. With a mischievous grin, Xue Yang dashed to the opposite side of the counter, fixing his gaze intently on the enchanting beauty before him, and pronounced each word deliberately. "Madam, I must step out for a while." At this moment, Song Yu finally spoke, yet she covered her exquisite face with her hands. Her voice tinged with a hint of sorrow as she said, you go ahead, I never said you couldn't." Meanwhile, the proprietress's face turned even redder, resembling a perfectly ripe peach, which only enhanced her beauty. Xue Yang chuckled and made his way towards the door, and as he passed by the billboard, he took a moment to straighten it. Feeling that the door had been closed for quite some time, Song Yu finally removed her hands from her face. Casting a glance around the empty shop, and she let out a sigh of relief. She then placed a hand on her chest, still feeling her heart racing like a small rabbit trapped within. In a nearby store, a clerk expressed his indignation, saying, "Boss, have we really let that little brat off so easily? Just look at how smug he is. He practically floats while walking." At that moment, Boss Wang and his clerk were leaning over the counter near the entrance, closely monitoring Song Yu's shop. Upon seeing Xue Yang emerge and deliberately adjust the sign, Wang Lei ground his teeth in frustration. The clerk, initially believing his flattery was clever, was taken aback when Wang Lei slapped him on the head. "Damn it, he is not a god. Tell me how he could possibly soar into the sky." The clerk felt somewhat wronged but dared not speak further, quietly returning to his tasks. Yet, there was little work to be done. Scarcely any customers had come throughout the day, and the only visitor was an elderly man seeking handouts. After all, Song Yu's shop was thriving to such an extent that Wang Lei's store had not attracted a single respectable customer. Just then, Mrs. Chun, heavily made up, entered the store. Noticing that her employees were nearly dozing off, she frowned and glanced at Wang Lei. "Is this how you run your business? Your staff is slacking off to this degree, and you don't plan to do anything about it? Those who are dozing must have their wages docked." Wang Lei, seemingly lacking his usual vigor, which typically resembled that of a jovial Buddha, now appeared as a crestfallen Shar-Pei. However, Mrs. Chen's sharp voice eventually prompted him to lift his head. Yet, there was no smile on his face. Instead, he gritted his teeth and replied, "What should I manage? What should I busy myself with? I can hardly contain my desire to devour that little brat Xue Yang from across the street." He then recounted the day's events to Mrs. Chun, detailing how he had been bullied by the establishment across, and how Xue Yang could discern genuine from fake rubies with his naked eye, calling him nothing short of a monster. Upon hearing this, Mrs. Chun chuckled and remarked, "Your mind is quite sharp on ordinary days, yet when it comes to crucial moments, why does it falter? What could I have done at that moment? Despite exerting all my strength, I was unable to contend with that boy's piercing gaze." Mrs. Chun, glancing at her nails with a hint of disdain, remarked, "Since we acknowledge that the young man possesses genuine skill, and I've heard his carvings have garnered much praise from esteemed collectors, we cannot compare our capabilities to his. Instead, we should measure ourselves against that girl, Song Yu." "Compare ourselves to Song Yu? But how can we? She has that boy shielding her," Wang Lei protested. Mrs. Chun, tapping Wang Lei's head lightly, feigned an air of wisdom as she replied, "You are still too naive. All we need to do is offer a substantial sum to lure that boy to our side. And then what can Song Yu do to compete with us? She will have no choice but to weep." Wang Lei remained skeptical. "But would that boy even agree to come?" Mrs. Chun countered, "Let me ask you, has that shop across the street returned the jewel to the old man?" Without a moment's hesitation, Wang Lei answered, "Isn't that obvious? They might have returned the worthless stones, but that ruby is worth 200,000. Who would be foolish enough to return it? Besides, their signboards are still up." Upon hearing this, Mrs. Chun chuckled. "Well then, it seems clear that he does not belong to that kind of temperament. So who does he serve? It must be for money. If we offer double or even triple what that little brat Song Yu can provide, even a fool would come over." At that moment, Wang Lei had an epiphany and clapped his hands. "Right? How could I not have thought of that? Mrs. Chun, you are truly remarkable. Leave this matter to me. However, Mrs. Chun shook her head. Your involvement would be of little use. Do you not understand the principle of opposites attracting? I need both wealth and beauty combined. I refuse to believe he will resist. As the two schemed, the person they plotted against wandered in a corner of the antique market. Xue Yang sneezed forcefully, feeling discomfort wash over him. Damn, who is cursing me from behind? He muttered, casually picking up a red gemstone. Ah, sir, you have a keen eye? This is a royal ruby from England, priced at only 100,000, an absolute steal, exclaimed a man who appeared to be the shop owner, rushing over with exaggerated enthusiasm. Observing the owner's sycophantic demeanor, Xue Yang replied with a smile, England doesn't produce rubies. While they may be popular there, the supply comes from North America and Southeast Asia. Moreover, this one is artificial, with the internal markings clearly visible. At his remark, the owner's demeanor shifted as he straightened up, no longer slouched. Enough of your nonsense. If you lack money, you shouldn't be loitering here. Why not stroll through a vegetable market instead? If you can't afford it, don't disparage others' goods. Just leave. The proprietor clearly discerned that Xue Yang was quite knowledgeable in his field, yet even the most adept practitioners adhere to certain conventions, such as refraining from jeopardizing the business of others. Thus, when the owner ushered him out, Xue Yang bore no resentment. He exited the shop with a chuckle and proceeded to explore several other establishments, yet none yielded suitable finds. At this juncture, the little mouse in his pocket seemed to have dozed off, indicating that there was, for the time being, a distinct lack of worthwhile items in the vicinity. Consequently, after acquiring a modest selection of higher quality jade, he summoned a vehicle to return home. Given that the inventory in the shops had become scarce, Xue Yang opted to procure only pieces of superior quality, as the essence of commerce lies in maximizing profits. Later, he would employ his carving tools to enhance these items. Through his extraordinary skills honed in the art of sculpture, he could breathe life into carvings that initially lacked spirit. Merely a few deft adjustments could make them remarkably vivid, akin to the finishing touches on a dragon-esque painting. Therefore, although not every item in the shop bore Xue Yang's craftsmanship, they had all, in some measure, been touched by his hands. To be candid, Xue Yang had never regarded this endeavor as particularly effortless. However, having just grasped the theoretical aspects, he urgently required a wealth of jade to practice his skills. During his visit to the jade market, he deliberately purchased a piece the size of a goose egg. Upon arriving at his studio, he requested complete solitude from Song Yuxing, for he was about to embark on a journey to master the pinnacle of carving techniques. Xue Yang had previously visited old Master Huang's workshop, where the exquisite egg carving had left an indelible impression on his memory. Today, he aimed to replicate that carving artistry. Every endeavor begins with challenges. The first step in jade carving is to chisel the rough blank, a pivotal phase. To achieve a piece that is simultaneously vibrant, layered, cohesive, and stable, one must strive for perfection during this initial shaping. Thus, Xue Yang spent a considerable amount of time measuring and contemplating with his ruler and carving knife, delaying his first cut for nearly an hour. When he finally made that initial incision, the carving knife scarcely left the jade as he shaped the overall form in one fluid motion, pausing only to switch to a different size of chisel when necessary. Adhering to the principle of working from the top down and from the outside in, Xue Yang meticulously followed the image of the egg carving etched in his mind. Once the general shape was established, he began to interchange his tools more frequently, transitioning to the more intricate phase of refining the details. However, after dedicating an additional 2 hours to the task, when he finally commenced carving the slumbering phoenix within, a small fragment of jade intended for the phoenix unexpectedly fell away. Thus, this endeavor culminated in complete failure. Xue Yang took a deep breath and cast the jade stone into the waste bin. The nature of this jade material could not compare with the quality of the phoenix carved within the egg, and his own carving skills, still in their infancy, were equally to blame. He was simply too inexperienced. A sigh escaped his chest. Although he was capable of crafting exquisite pieces such as the imperial green glass phoenix, the art of carving was an endless pursuit. Just as confusion enveloped him, the words of carving technique echoed in his mind once more. To his astonishment, he discovered that many unfamiliar chapters had emerged in his thoughts, filling him with both wonder and joy. After all, if there were further developments in such classic works, it would indeed be delightful. Xue Yang carefully absorbed the new chapters and quickly retrieved a smaller piece of jade. With his carving knife gliding back and forth, a rose materialized in his hands. His speed increased, and the quality of his work astonished him. It was as if the jade rose emanated its fragrant essence. Aware that the scent was merely a conditioned reflex of his mind, Xue Yang nonetheless recognized that his carving skills had ascended to a new realm. Elated, he dashed out of the studio, only to realize he had spent a considerable amount of time there, as the sky had darkened. Song Yu had prepared a small feast and was waiting at the table for him to dine. His stomach grumbled in response, and he quickly washed his hands before rushing to the table, indulging in a meal. Ever since that time, he had left the table unsatisfied. Song Yu had taken to preparing enough food for 5 or 6 people, with herself having one portion and Xue Yang devouring the rest. Although the dishes on the table were simple, they were meticulously prepared, and Xue Yang felt a wave of gratitude. He retrieved the jade rose from his pocket and placed it in Song Yu's hand. After their embrace earlier that day, Song Yu's gaze towards him seemed somewhat peculiar, and upon receiving the rose, her cheeks flushed a gentle pink. Xue Yang noticed her expression but pretended not to see, continuing to enjoy his meal heartily. However, when Song Yu caught a whiff of the rose's fragrance, she curiously inquired, "Have you sprayed perfume?" Xue Yang, still savoring his food, smugly shook his head. At that moment, Song Yu's eyes widened in astonishment. She had already grasped what had transpired. Song Yu's gaze appeared somewhat vacant, a reaction that Xue Yang had not anticipated. He shook her arm gently and inquired, "What are you pondering, my dear proprietress? My sculpting skills have indeed advanced. Should you not be elated? Why does it seem as though you carry such a heavy heart?" At last, a knowing smile graced the proprietress's face. "Of course, I am delighted. It is just that this technique embodies the sculptural ideals my father pursued throughout his life. Yet, he never confided in me whether he achieved success." The memory of her father's passing lingered in Song Yu's heart, an indelible knot of emotion that only time could gradually unravel. Xue Yang merely patted her arm, choosing not to speak further. At that moment, a sharp scent of perfume wafted through the air, nearly overpowering the delicate aroma of the meal. Xue Yang furrowed his brow and glanced toward the entrance, only to discover Mrs. Chun sashaying toward them, her hips swaying with each step. The modest space of the eatery felt even narrower with the addition of a counter, and now Mrs. Chen's exaggerated movements threatened to fill the entire aisle. It was curious. She had never been so provocative before. As she entered, Xue Yang continued to chew his food with indifference. Meanwhile, Song Yu, who had scarcely touched her meal, furrowed her brow. What brings her here? She just had an unpleasant encounter with Wang late during the day. What could she possibly want now? Xue Yang remained silent, observing Mrs. Chun intently, curious about her intentions. Mrs. Chun seated herself directly beside Xue Yang at the small table, crossing her legs in a manner that drew attention. Her black leather shoes were perched high, and her fitted skirt seemed to flirt with modesty. "Oh dear, young man, what are you eating? Goodness, is this even fit for consumption? Not a morsel of meat in sight," Mrs. Chun exclaimed, her voice rising. However, Xue Yang had long anticipated her behavior and paid her no mind, continuing to enjoy his meal. Indeed, there was no meat on the table. But that was simply Song Yu's preference. She never indulged in meat for dinner, opting instead for lighter fare. Song Yu, placing her chopsticks firmly on her bowl, fixed a direct stare at Mrs. Chun, her displeasure evident in her silence. "Look at this young man's physique, truly remarkable. Such strength. How can one thrive without meat?" Mrs. Chen remarked, her gaze lingering on Xue Yang with an inappropriate glimmer, even going so far as to squeeze his arm playfully. At this point, Xue Yang found it difficult to continue eating. He swallowed the morsel in his mouth, smiled, and said, "Mrs. Chun, spare us the theatrics. If you have business here, be forthright. Otherwise, I suggest you find somewhere else to enjoy your evening. Xue Yang, if you do not expedite her departure, Song Yu will surely be driven to her wits' end by this insufferable woman." It is evident that this is one of Madame Chen's ulterior motives. Observing Madame Chen's incessant and inappropriate advances, Song Yu's delicate features flushed with indignation, which, to Xue Yang, appeared rather endearing. Little did he know that Madame Chen remained unfazed. She continued to speak in her distinct, shrill tone. "Oh dear, how can you address your elder sister in such a manner? I have come here solely for your sake." "For my sake?" Song Yu echoed incredulously. "Indeed, I witnessed you toiling in dire straits from dawn till dusk, without even a morsel of meat during meals. Even the takeout outside, costing 10 yuan, offers a substantial portion of meat. What sort of treatment is this? I simply could not bear to watch, hence my intervention." As Madame Chen spoke, she slyly winked at Xue Yang. Each utterance of elder sister sent shivers down Xue Yang's spine. Yet it was abundantly clear that her intentions were to poach him. Such overt attempts at recruitment are rarely seen. Typically, such matters are conducted discreetly. This blatant approach incited Song Yu's ire, prompting her to rise from her seat. "Madame Chun, what is your meaning?" Xue Yang is an employee of our establishment. Is this behavior ethically justifiable? Xue Yang rarely witnessed Song Yu's anger. Her temperament was usually exceedingly placid. This indicated that Madame Chun had indeed struck a nerve. With the boss lady's stance established, Xue Yang, ever the diligent assistant, seized Madame Chen's arm and began to pull her towards the exit, nearly causing her to stumble. Yet, Madame Chun remained unperturbed, standing her ground with a smile. Song boss, what is Xue Yang's salary? 3,000 or 4,000? In this humble abode, can you truly accommodate a talent like him? You ought to reflect. It is time to let him explore greater horizons. Clinging to him so tightly is nothing short of selfish. Her voice escalated, nearly reaching a shout, while Xue Yang furrowed his brow and continued to guide her towards the door. As for Xue Yang's current salary, he was entirely in the dark. When the shop faced financial constraints, he had previously instructed Song Yu to deposit his earnings into a separate bank account for his eventual retrieval. Since then, he had consistently provided her with funds. Even as business flourished, largely due to Xue Yang's reputation, Song Yu found herself unable to answer Madame Chen's probing question. This lapse afforded Madame Chun an opportunity to gloat. Observing Song Yu's lowered gaze, she erupted into laughter. Ah, so you do feel a twinge of shame, do you? The establishment across the street is more than 4 times the size of yours. If our young brother were to work there, his true potential would be realized. Madame Chen spoke with increasing confidence, and Xue Yang, intrigued, released her hand and inquired, "Pray tell, how much could that store across the way offer me?" Although the establishment was ostensibly owned by Wang Lei, it was evident that Madame Chun held a significant stake, making her the appropriate person to question. With pride, Madame Chun raised her chin and extended a single finger. Observing her audacious demeanor, Xue Yang chuckled softly, pondering whether she might be offering him 1,000,000. A full 10,000, Madame Chun finally declared. Noticing the astonishment etched on Xue Yang's face, she assumed her proposition had piqued his interest, prompting her to continue. You know, for someone your age, securing a job that pays 10,000 a month is no small feat yet. Here, it is before you, provided you accompany me. With that, Madame Chun brazenly touched her thigh against Xue Yang's jeans, her expression exuding a rather provocative allure. Xue Yang chuckled awkwardly. One had to possess quite a unique taste to engage with such a woman. Nevertheless, he responded with a hint of surprise. Indeed, that is a considerable sum. I never imagined such a salary. How about you return home for now, and I'll provide you with my answer another day. However, Madame Chun, being quite astute, recognized his intent to dismiss her. Upon reflection, she surmised that perhaps her offer was insufficient. 12,000, how does that sound? That's an increase of 2,000. Yet, Xue Yang persisted in ushering her out. 15,000. I'm truly making a sacrifice here. Oh, please, don't pull me any further. 20,000. I can't go any higher, my dear brother. Please, stop pulling. Madame Chun wailed like a distressed animal, but Xue Yang's grip only tightened and quickened. Just then, an individual entered. Without needing to see the newcomer's face, the white suit and shoes revealed to Xue Yang that it was the influential figure from the banquet. Hu today sported a white gift hat. Upon entering, the dignitary bowed to Xue Yang and smiled. Young sir, I hope my late visit does not cause you any displeasure. Displeasure? Xue Yang chuckled. In comparison to the woman he was currently escorting, anyone else appeared far more charming, and he felt no animosity at all. Please, take a seat inside. I shall see this guest off first. Madame Chun continued to wail. You know I'm a guest. I want to leave. Let me go at once. The dignitary, disregarding the rather unsightly woman, continued. I wonder if you have considered joining us for employment? Xue Yang chuckled softly. The proprietor had indeed proposed an exorbitant offer. However, having already declined once, he remained undeterred. Upon hearing that others had come to poach talent, Mrs. Chun lost her composure, urgently raising her shrill voice. Surely there must be some order in these matters. I arrived first, so you ought to step aside. The magnate, once more disregarding her outburst, replied with deference, I apologize for not introducing myself earlier due to the haste of our last encounter. My surname is Bai Yuxing, and I am the founder of Yuxing Tobacco Company. At this revelation, Mrs. Chun stood frozen in place. Yuxing Tobacco held the largest reputation in the provincial capital, commanding a significant portion of the market. Establishments like the one on the street merely earned the remnants of Yuxing's profits, while true affluence was signified by the adornment of jewelry crafted from Yuxing's products. Also taken aback was Song Yu, who, still reeling from Mrs. Chen's harsh words, gradually regained her composure. Xue Yang merely smiled, having already deduced the man's identity. Mr. Bai continued with a smile. I wonder if you found the annual salary of 1.5 billion too meager. Although I am a board member, Any increase would necessitate a discussion with the company. I only now have the opportunity to visit after convening the board. Should you find this offer lacking, I am prepared to raise your salary immediately. Such a fervent desire for talent from the employer left Xue Yang bemused. He had yet to agree to work for him, yet the salary was already being elevated. Before Xue Yang could respond to Mr. Bai, he noticed that Mrs. Chun had slinked away, her departure alleviating a burden for him. An annual interest exceeding 100 million. With a monthly salary of 20,000, yet was the one earning 20,000 who attempted to show off. I agree to join your company. Was not a declaration from Xue Yang, but rather a glance exchanged with Song Yu, who simply offered a faint smile in return. Mr. Bai, discerning that Song Yu was Xue Yang's current employer, recognized that obtaining consent from the present boss was of immense value. He jovially addressed Song Yu. Should the young gentleman truly choose to accompany me, I assure you, I will not neglect such a fine employer. If you have no objections, we could collaborate on converting your establishment into a Yuxing franchise, covering all expenses while profits are split 50-50. A Yuxing franchise with such lucrative terms sounded undeniably enticing. Many affluent individuals had sought to establish one, but had ultimately faced rejection. Sonya maintained her smile. Thank you, sir. But this shop was bequeathed to me by my father, and I shall not alter it in any way. The two individuals appeared to engage in a lively exchange, while the bewildered Xue Yang gradually regained his senses. He yearned to reason with Song Yu, yet ultimately smiled and said to Boss Bai, Please take your leave, Boss Bai. I can already sense your sincerity. What sincerity is there to discuss? When Liu Bei sought out Zhuge Liang, he made 3 visits to the thatched cottage. Young sir, your future influence on the carving industry is bound to mirror Zhuge Liang's impact on the 3 kingdoms. Thus, I feel compelled to respond accordingly. Upon hearing this, Xue Yang shook his head helplessly. I am not Zhuge Liang. However, you indeed embody Liu Bei. That said, should you have any specific carving requests, do not hesitate to approach me. You may determine the payment for my craftsmanship, but I shall not leave this establishment. Once again rebuffed, Boss Bai did not seem disheartened. However, after observing Song Yu and then Xue Yang's reactions, he appeared to grasp something profound. Boss Bai, once a carefree man, still donned a pure white attire at his advanced age, which spoke volumes of his sentiments. Thus, he quickly comprehended the dynamics at play with these young individuals. He sighed, seemingly lamenting his inability to recruit the young sculptor, or perhaps realizing he had inadvertently stirred some discord. Xue Yang maintained a smile, though it bore a hint of bitterness. Boss Bai, it would be best if you returned. Our collaboration can only extend to the terms I previously mentioned. I am quite content and must express my gratitude for your promise today. I shall take my leave now. As soon as he finished speaking, Boss Bai departed with alacrity, his vitality evident in his brisk pace. Xue Yang promptly locked the shop door and resumed his meal, consuming his food heartily. The dishes had grown somewhat cold. Prompting Song Yu to offer, Let me heat it up for you. Her expression was somewhat dazed as she reached for a plate, but Xue Yang swiftly grasped her hand. Song Yu attempted to break free, but despite her efforts, she could not escape his hold. They remained intertwined, and after a long silence, Xue Yang finally spoke. To be honest, I felt quite troubled when you agreed to that job on my behalf. No sooner had Xue Yang uttered these words than tears streamed down Song Yu's face, silent and unaccompanied by sobs. This was her unique way of asserting her dignity. Xue Yang embraced her tenderly, and they held each other until late into the night. As her tears dried, she would wipe them away only to cry again, continuing the cycle. Eventually, the young beauty exhausted her tears and fell into a deep slumber upon Xue Yang's shoulder. Enduring the burdens of the shop, she not only bore the weight of all its pressures but also faced exclusion from her peers. For a woman, such trials should be unthinkable. The proprietress, who had always projected an image of a strong woman, finally revealed a glimpse of vulnerability before Xue Yang. After that incident, an unspoken understanding seemed to blossom between them, as neither dared to broach the topic again. One day, the white proprietor delivered a piece of exquisite jade rough, prompting them to reminisce about that fateful day. Perhaps feeling a twinge of guilt for having instigated discord between them, the white proprietor cautiously peered through the glass door to observe the lively scene inside. Upon seeing Xue Yang and Song Yu engaged in playful antics, he felt emboldened to enter. Upon his arrival, Xue Yang greeted him with a warm smile, extending his hand for a handshake. However, in that very moment, seizing the opportunity, a small purple sphere erupted from Xue Yang's pocket, darting towards an item held in the white proprietor's other hand. The little creature's eager response indicated that the box contained something of value. Yet, Xue Yang had already noted that the proprietor was carrying a sturdy iron case, far beyond the capabilities of the small creature to gnaw through, ensuring its contents remain secure. Thus, the purple sphere could only anxiously circle the box, unable to find an escape. "My dear sir, what is this purple creature?" the white proprietor inquired. "Oh, that's a pet mouse of mine. It can be rather mischievous and tends to react strongly to unfamiliar objects," Xue Yang replied, swiftly capturing the little mouse and tucking it into his pocket. To keep the mouse under control, he needed to free a hand, but at that moment, he remembered that he still wore an expensive ring he had hastily tried on to welcome the white proprietor. Feeling the absence of its constriction on his finger, Xue Yang realized it was too late. The ring had already been consumed by the little creature. With a hint of exasperation, Xue Yang smiled and asked, "What treasures do you have in that box? Are they materials meant for carving?" The white proprietor promptly placed the box on the table, shaking his head as he spoke. "This piece was originally sculpted by an elderly gentleman in our factory. Unfortunately, he suffered a paralysis midway through his work, and now he cannot even speak. The doctors say he is in critical condition, so I brought it for you to assess whether it can still be completed." "Has it been partially carved?" Xue Yang inquired. "To be precise, about 1/3 of it," the proprietor responded. Nodding, Xue Yang remarked, "Continuing the late gentleman's vision will undoubtedly present challenges, but I believe it can be accomplished." Ever since delving into the new chapter of jade carving, Xue Yang has devoted his spare time to fervently practicing in his small, dimly lit room. As a result, his newfound skills have already begun to mature, while his foundational techniques have reached a level of remarkable proficiency. Suddenly, a thought struck him, prompting him to inquire, did the old master have any specific instructions regarding this piece of jade? I mean, before his sudden incapacitation, did he discuss this unfulfilled work with anyone? The art of jade carving is steeped in superstition, particularly concerning the interchange of artists. If a single piece reflects the thoughts of two creators, neither perspective can be adequately conveyed, inevitably diminishing the jade's ethereal essence. Given the unfortunate necessity of changing hands, and with Xue Yang now burdened with this proverbial hot potato, he felt compelled to gather as much information as possible. However, after considerable contemplation, Boss Bai provided a rather ambiguous response. It seems the old master only mentioned that this piece should not be exposed to bright light, and he never spoke of it to anyone else. It is indeed peculiar, as he typically boasted about his unfinished works. Could this jade possess a mysterious power to alter one's fate? Despite Boss Bai's musings, he merely chuckled and rationalized. It's probably just a coincidence. Perhaps merely a symptom of the old master-esque condition that we all overlooked. Yet Xue Yang remained unconvinced. Ever since he had first entered the mystical realm through the jade orb, it seemed that nothing was beyond the realm of possibility. Furthermore, jade has long been imbued with a sense of spirituality by Eastern cultures, rendering the ancestors' words far from frivolous. With a mind brimming with various imaginings about the jade, Xue Yang picked up the iron box and made his way to his small room. As he slowly opened the iron box, a tiny mouse darted out from his pocket. However, Xue Yang and the mouse had already reached an understanding. If the little creature wished to enter, it must refrain from disturbing Xue Yang's ongoing carvings, while all leftover scraps would belong solely to the mouse. Any breach of this agreement would result in the mouse losing the privilege of entering the room forever. To establish this arrangement, Xue Yang had invested quite a bit of precious jade to train it. Thus, the mouse merely lay beside the iron box, showing no intention of rushing in. Xue Yang finally retrieved the wooden box from within the iron one. To his surprise, upon opening the wooden box, he discovered yet another jade box inside. The packaging was indeed excessive, and Xue Yang couldn't help but scoff internally as he slowly opened the jade box. However, the moment he did, he immediately closed it again, followed by the wooden box, and finally the iron box. The little mouse appeared quite dejected, but Xue Yang was too preoccupied to concern himself with its feelings. He swiftly placed the mouse back in his pocket and hurried towards the door, only to find that Boss Bai had already departed. Upon noticing the beads of sweat glistening on his forehead, Song Yu promptly retrieved a handkerchief to gently wipe his brow. Inhaling the fragrance emanating from the cloth, Xue Yang felt a considerable calmness envelop him. Yet, he could not resist uttering a bemused remark. Who would carve such a thing? Once he had meticulously dried the perspiration from Xue Yang's forehead, Song Yu inquired, "What is the half-finished carving inside? You appear rather anxious." Recalling the scene within the box, Xue Yang began to articulate slowly. "I merely caught a glimpse. Inside is a skull, crafted from exquisite white jade. The skull has been partially sculpted, with one eye already revealed." Upon hearing this, Song Yu's mouth fell agape in astonishment. Since ancient times, the Chinese have likened gentlemen to jade and to embody auspicious wishes. Jade has typically been fashioned into benevolent forms, such as Buddha statues, longevity peaches, and auspicious symbols. A skull, however, is indeed a rarity in such craftsmanship. Both Song Yu and Xue Yang, being well-versed in the intricacies of jade, understood that fine jade possesses a communicative essence. One nourishes the jade, and in turn, the jade nurtures the individual. Thus, the shape of the jade can indeed influence its character. Song Yu, perplexed, ventured, "Do you think the artisan who carved this was overwhelmed by the absurdity of sculpting such a piece, leading to his affliction?" Xue Yang shook his head and continued, "It does not seem to me that the artisan created this jade. I have an unsettling feeling that the skull was inherently present within the jade. The artisan merely revealed it by removing the outer layer." Though Xue Yang's words grew increasingly ominous, Song Yu chose to entertain the possibility, shaking Xue Yang's arm insistently. "Let us return this to Boss Bai. There is no need for us to take such risks." However, Xue Yang ultimately declined her suggestion. This posed a challenge for him. But should he succeed, the reward would transcend mere monetary compensation from Boss Bai. It would grant him a deeper understanding of this peculiar jade. A skull could not possibly emerge from jade on its own. If someone had indeed employed a unique method to achieve this, he felt compelled to uncover the truth. "Madam Boss, how much can we currently procure from the shop?" Xue Yang inquired directly. Song Yu was thoroughly acquainted with the shop's finances, and despite the recent surge in business, she remained cognizant of the figures. 1,120,000, she stated without hesitation. Goodness, is there truly such an amount? Xue Yang was taken aback. The last time the madam had been extorted, she could scarcely produce 300,000, yet now there was over 1,000,000. Truly astonishing. Song Yu, playfully sticking out her tongue, replied, "This is all thanks to your efforts." "Very well, then. Please provide me with 500,000, and I shall procure some items from the market." At this juncture, Xue Yang was no longer concerned with the term borrow, for he knew he would not disadvantage Song Yu, and she understood this as well. Thus, Song Yu directly bestowed upon him a sum of 1,000,000. With a bank card boasting such substantial savings, Xue Yang felt a surge of excitement. With this wealth in his hometown, he could wed numerous suitors. Upon arriving at the jade market, Xue Yang hurriedly traversed the shops. Due to his growing reputation in the city and frequent visits to procure goods, he had become somewhat of a celebrity in this locale, with many shopkeepers eyeing him from afar, eager to engage. In the past, two merchants had even come to blows over which shop Xue Yang should enter first. Yet he had chosen to disregard their altercation and instead ventured into another store. Noticing another wave of merchants approaching him, Xue Yang signaled for them to refrain from interrupting him. This shopping expedition was remarkably efficient. Xue Yang headed straight to a store specializing in crystals, hesitated not a moment, and boldly requested the largest piece available. Ultimately, he acquired a substantial crystal for 700,000, instructing the shop assistants to expedite its delivery to his establishment. From a moment, he exited the shop to his return. A mere half-hour elapsed. Once alone in the dim room, with a grand crystal before him, Xue Yang's gaze sharpened once more. Each carving felt akin to a battle. He understood that every thought and movement would significantly impact his creation. He promptly switched to a larger chisel, dedicating over an hour to sculpt the sizable crystal into a crystal coffin. Although this coffin was considerably smaller than those typically used in reality, it was more than ample to accommodate the white jade skull. As the saying goes, one item suppresses another, and the crystal coffin Xue Yang crafted was intended to contain the inexplicable malevolence of the skull. Crystals are traditionally believed to possess protective properties, and by shaping it into a coffin, he aimed to maximize its efficacy. Meanwhile, a small, hungry mouse, feeling a bit peckish, nibbled on some crystal fragments. Though such sustenance was hardly satisfying, after a few bites, it began to roam about. Observing the mouse's pitiful state, Xue Yang retrieved several jade flowers of various shapes from his drawer, remnants from his practice sessions that he had deemed worthy to keep. Though the quality of these jades was merely decent, they were undoubtedly more palatable than the crystal. As soon as Xue Yang placed them on the table, the little mouse leapt up and devoured them with gusto. With the crystal coffin prepared, Xue Yang carefully extracted the jade skull from its box and positioned it at the center of the coffin, thus commencing the intricate process of sculpting this remarkable piece. When his tools made contact with the skull, an undeniable sense of inevitability washed over him, as though everything had been predetermined and Xue Yang was merely sculpting according to another's vision. Perhaps it was merely a figment of his own psyche. Contemplating this, Xue Yang retrieved the finest carving knife and circled to the back of the jade skull. He was acutely aware that this unplanned incision could potentially ruin the entire work. Yet he felt compelled to proceed, etching vigorously into the most inconspicuous corner. Even if he were to carve here, no one would likely notice, for the mark would barely blend with the overall craftsmanship. Those who might discover it would likely deem it a flaw, never suspecting it was merely a deliberate experiment by the sculptor. Xue Yang placed the knife on the table and waited in silence. Time stretched on, and he remained in the same position, uncertain of what he awaited. Yet, an instinct whispered to him that after such an endeavor, he should expect some form of warning or repercussion. The sensation of carving this skull felt profoundly strange. Even encasing in crystal could not dispel the unease that lingered in his heart. However, after more than an hour had passed without incident, he finally exhaled in relief. He resolved to continue his work, but then a cacophony erupted from outside the dim room, a noise unmistakably emanating from the shop. Hastening towards the commotion, Xue Yang discovered 3 ruffians cornering Song Yu at the counter, while 5 or 6 others rifled through the Jade artifacts behind them. A robbery? Xue Yang stepped outside, silently reciting the dragon fist mantra in his mind. At that moment, one of the thugs, sporting bleached hair, reached towards Song Yu and leered. Your delicate features are quite the temptation. I hadn't intended to indulge in such a venture, but you, my dear, are simply too enticing. How about you come with me and become my cherished consort? You will be well taken care of. The other ruffians joined in, their laughter mingling with the ongoing theft. Xue Yang emerged from the inner room only to be blocked by 2 of the thugs. The expression on the bleached-haired thug's face grew more animated as he taunted. Oh, look, a man. Hiding a man in your golden abode. Are you? That's splendid. I particularly enjoy teasing a woman in front of her man before he could finish. Xue Yang unleashed a flurry of blows, swiftly incapacitating the 2 obstructing thugs and charging towards the bleached-haired ruffian with astonishing speed. A precise uppercut shattered the thug's jaw, sending him hurtling backward like a launched arrow. The atmosphere fell into stunned silence, as no one dared to make a move. Xue Yang cradled Song Yu in his arms and noticed the resolute gaze of the proprietress, who held a pair of scissors, seemingly intent on taking action against the yellow-haired youth when he was off guard. However, the outcome for the yellow-haired individual was nearly the same. Upon hitting the ground, he promptly lost consciousness. Xue Yang chuckled softly as he took the scissors from Song Yu's grasp. At that very moment, her tense body relaxed, leaning against him. In a mere 10 seconds, Xue Yang had incapacitated 3 individuals, prompting the remaining 6 in the room to hastily discard their belongings and flee. Yet one among them, with jade stones stuffed in his pocket, sought to escape amidst the chaos. Unbeknownst to him, just as he was about to exit, a swift kick sent him crashing against the wall. The thug remained conscious, albeit bloodied, and appearing quite disheveled. Crumpling to the ground, tears streamed down his face as he bled from his head, sobbing as he emptied his pocket of its contents, which shattered upon impact. Xue Yang delivered a kick to his abdomen, causing the thug to wail in agony. Enough of the tears. I shall refrain from striking you for now. But do you comprehend the worth of the items you've shattered? And do you understand how long you could languish in prison for your home invasion? Upon hearing Xue Yang's words, the thug's sobs intensified, rivaling even the cries of a newborn. I am offering you a chance. No beating, no financial restitution, and no incarceration. The wailing ceased abruptly as the bloodied thug stared wide-eyed at Xue Yang. Simply disclose who orchestrated this robbery. The thug lowered his head, admitting, it was our boss who led us here, claiming the business here was lucrative, with only 1 employee and the proprietress and no security. But who could have known you were so formidable? Xue Yang turned to Song Yu and instructed, call the police and tally our losses today. Let him pay. He had just placed Song Yu back in her chair to intercept the fleeing youth. However, as she reached for her phone, the thug cried out in desperation. I'll tell you everything. Upon seeing Song Yu set down her phone, fear filled the thug's eyes as he confessed. It was a boss named Wang who contacted our leader. He said your operation was easy pickings and that we would be compensated after the job. The brothers from the Wolf Gang are starving and looking for a big score. Have you ever seen this boss? No, I've only heard about him from our leader. But it seems he mentioned that this boss also deals in jade. A surname Wang. Involved in the jade business, Xue Yang felt a sense of clarity beginning to form in his mind. He gazed directly into the store across the street and soon noticed a half-visible head peering back at him from behind the counter. However, as soon as it saw Xue Yang turn his head, it swiftly vanished beneath the counter. Without a doubt, he knew whose half-head it was. Rising to his feet, Xue Yang intended to stroll into the shop opposite, but suddenly, darkness enveloped him, and he collapsed heavily backwards. The young hoodlum, witnessing this predicament, hastily seized the shattered jade artifact he had just pulled from his pocket and bolted for the door. Song Yu let out a piercing scream and rushed over. Upon feeling Xue Yang's faint breaths, she hurriedly dialed the emergency number, though her trembling fingers caused her to fumble several times before she successfully connected. Her mind felt utterly blank, tears streamed down her face uncontrollably, and she desperately pressed on Xue Yang's chest. Yet none of it could alter the grim reality of his fainting. At that moment, the half-head from across the street re-emerged, and it seemed poised to flee upon witnessing the scene, only to be restrained by a hand adorned with flamboyant nail polish. Wang Lei grew anxious. We merely intended for them to vandalize the store. How could these youngsters be so reckless as to resort to murder? I must go save him. Have you lost your mind? What does a dead person matter to you? If he survives, it's us who will starve. The voice that held Wang Lei back belonged to Madame Chun. As the night swiftly passed, when Xue Yang awakened from his unconscious state, he heard Song Yu still speaking. Do you know? Ever since my father passed away, I've had no relatives to rely on. To gather my father's belongings, I must keep this shop afloat. It was only upon meeting you that I found support. You have become my only family. Please wake up, don't abandon me. The girl's tears fell onto Xue Yang's hand. Just as he was about to open his eyes, another figure rushed into the room, prompting him to tightly shut his eyes once more. Song Yu, don't be so sorrowful. Xue Yang is incredibly resilient. He will surely be fine. This voice, surprisingly, belonged to Huang Yingying. Her unexpected presence caused Xue Yang to remain lying there, curious to discover what would unfold. Due to Huang Yingying's insistence on taking charge, an exhausted Song Yu was coaxed into resting. When the room was left with only Huang Yingying and the unconscious Xue Yang, she leaned in closely to his face. After a brief silence, Huang Yingying began to speak to herself, leading Xue Yang to suspect that this might be a peculiar trait of women, revealing their true thoughts only when they believe no one is listening. Actually, Xue Yang, I know that the boss's wife has quite the affection for you. Otherwise, she wouldn't be crying so sorrowfully. Although you are merely my pretend boyfriend, I have come to realize that I genuinely like you. I find myself thinking of you every day, yet you are always with your boss's wife, leaving me at a loss as to how to approach you. I can't help but envy her. At that moment, an image of Huang Yingying pouting playfully in front of him flashed through Xue Yang's mind. Just as he was lost in thought, he felt her soft lips gently press against his. This was unexpected. The girl had taken advantage of his fainting spell to steal a kiss. When he regained consciousness, he would have to teach her a lesson. Xue Yang savored the warmth of her cherry-like mouth while desperately stifling a laugh. The hospital was far noisier than one might imagine. As Huang Yingying whispered beside Xue Yang, a cacophony erupted from outside the ward. Boss Wang, it would be best if you took your leave. The room is already overcrowded. Please allow Xue Yang some peace. Song Yu's tone was frosty, yet it did little to deter Wang Lei from barging into the room. My brother is hospitalized. How could I not come to see him? Please, don't stand on ceremony, Song boss. Wang Lei entered, casting a glance at the still unconscious Xue Yang, and exclaimed in a strangely whiny voice, My dear brother, why must you be so unfortunate? Xue Yang inwardly seethed, cursing silently, I am not your father. I'm still alive. Had he not pretended to faint earlier, he would have kicked Wang Lei out by now, for this was nothing more than a weasel wishing a chicken well. Ill intentions were evident. Boss Wang, I warn you once more. Xue Yang requires tranquility. Song Yu's voice lowered intentionally, yet the underlying tension remained palpable. Recognizing his guilt, Wang Lei fell silent, trembling as he produced a jade pendant from his hand. This pendant has been consecrated at the temple. It will surely ensure my brother's safety. I'll just leave it here. Farewell. With those words, Wang Lei tiptoed out of the ward, fearful of creating any more noise that might invite Song Yu's wrath. Huang Yingying could only lament her own inadequacy. The beautiful, gentle, and caring boss's wife was undoubtedly the reason Xue Yang had not been lured away from that small shop, even for a couple of billion. As the ward fell into silence once more, a sudden cough from Xue Yang sent both women into a frenzy of joy. Each grasped one of his hands, their eyes gleaming with anticipation. At that moment, their focus was solely on Xue Yang, oblivious to any impropriety. Xue Yang wanted to laugh, but found it impossible. So he resignedly remarked, With you two like this, I can't even drink a glass of water. Instantly, both women released his hands in unison. Song Yu, with a hint of confusion, inquire for the next few days, you must refrain from exerting yourself so vigorously in your sculpting. The doctor has advised that your fainting was not a result of a brawl, but rather due to excessive fatigue. Henceforth, you must impose limits on your sculpting endeavors. Excessive fatigue? Xue Yang found it hard to accept this notion. After all, He was not one to be relentlessly pressured by his employer, nor was he neglectful of his physical fitness. Furthermore, since practicing the Dragon Fist, his physique had become remarkably robust. Yet, if fatigue was not the culprit, what could be the cause? As he engaged in the internal workings of the Dragon Fist technique, he meticulously examined his body, but found no symptoms to explain his condition. This situation seemed rather peculiar, and as he pondered this oddity, he recalled the half-finished skull he had been carving. Xue Yang remembered that the boss had mentioned an elderly gentleman who fell into a comatose state after carving merely a third of his piece, leaving him with little hope of recovery. Although his own circumstances were not as dire, he too had inexplicably fainted when he had progressed to the halfway mark of the skull. Regardless of how he contemplated the matter, it was inextricably linked to that very skull. While he was deep in thought, a voice suddenly rang out in the corridor. "Ah, there's a mouse. How can there be a mouse in the hospital? And a purple one at that. Quickly, kill it, block its escape. A mouse, a purple one." Xue Yang sprang from his bed, disregarding all caution, and dashed towards the corridor. At that moment, a dozen individuals were frantically wielding brooms, striking the ground, while a small purple ball of fur scurried amidst the chaos. "Stop! Stop!" Xue Yang shouted as he rushed forward, but the corridor had descended into utter turmoil, and he could see the little mouse was on the brink of being harmed. Feeling a surge of dragon energy within him, he accelerated into the fray. After colliding with a few people, he successfully shielded the tiny mouse beneath him, though some who were slow to react still managed to strike him with their brooms. Among those attempting to catch the mouse was a doctor who, upon recognizing that this individual who was risking himself to save a mouse was his patient, curiously asked, "Weren't you unconscious? How'd I just see you sprinting so swiftly?" Xue Yang ignored him, cradling the little mouse in his hands and tenderly smoothing its fur, while the frightened creature trembled in fear. At that moment, another broom struck him on the head. Others had ceased their attacks, yet this individual persisted. It was akin to kicking someone during a brawl. There's a limit to what one can endure. Xue Yang glared and turned his head. "Enough already, my friend. Your reaction speed is simply too." He abruptly halted mid-sentence, for he had realized that the person who had delivered the final blow was none other than Huang Yingying. Huang Yingying possesses a pair of enchanting, bright eyes that are ordinarily quite captivating. However, when she glares, she can be remarkably intimidating. In a contest of stares, Xue Yang, believing his eyes to be smaller than hers, meekly chuckled in surrender. Yet, Huang Yingying had no intentions of letting him off easily. "I assert that you are merely putting on an act. I have never heard of anyone who has just regained consciousness being able to run so swiftly. Isn't it all for the sake of saving it?" Xue Yang cradled the little white mouse in his hands, and upon seeing the adorable creature, Huang Yingying's expression softened. Initially filled with a murderous intent towards Xue Yang, her gaze transformed into one of affection for the little mouse. With her broom pointed accusingly at the surrounding crowd, she exclaimed, "Do you possess any humanity? How can anyone harm such a charming little mouse?" The two of them, in their fervent protection of the rodent, were regarded as eccentric by the onlookers, who chose to ignore their antics. When did it become a matter of everyone defending a mouse that was typically reviled? At that moment, Huang Yingying snatched the little mouse away, declaring, "To atone for your misdeeds, this little creature is now mine." "Are you jesting? Return him to me at once." Xue Yang protested, attempting to reclaim the mouse, but Huang Yingying merely tucked it into her bosom. "Huang Yingying, I am quite serious. Hurry and return my little mouse to me. Furthermore, what wrong have I committed?" Xue Yang's irritation grew. After all, the little mouse had been by his side for so long and had contributed significantly to both him and the shop. Such a vital creature could not simply be given away. However, Huang Yingying, with her large eyes wide open, retorted, "Do you dare claim your innocence? Just moments ago, you cannot assert that you were in a fully conscious state. You deceive me." At her words, Xue Yang recalled that while feigning unconsciousness, Huang Yingying had secretly kissed him. "I say you initiated it, did you not? What difference does it make whether I fainted or not? So let us not dwell on the minutiae. Just return my mouse." Despite Xue Yang's pleas, Huang Yingying showed no inclination to relinquish the mouse. Just as he prepared to forcibly take it back, an embarrassing turn of events unfolded. Huang Yingying seemed to have anticipated his intentions, and to his astonishment, she placed the little mouse directly into her bosom. Although her attire was not particularly revealing, the V-shaped neckline nonetheless hinted at her curves, allowing the little white mouse to slide in slowly. Xue Yang was left dumbfounded, nearly gushing with blood from his nose. Meanwhile, Huang Yingying, brimming with pride, taunted, "If you have the courage, come and take it." Xue Yang extended his hand, but ultimately halted his movement, for not far away, Song was observing their playful banter. Unlike Huang Yingying, Song Yuming was fully aware that Xue Yang had merely pretended to faint, yet he displayed no trace of anger. Instead, Song Yu simply smiled, a smile that stirred a hint of melancholy in Xue Yang's heart. He momentarily set aside thoughts of the little milk mouse and approached Song Yu, absent-mindedly rubbing the back of his head. I didn't mean to feign unconsciousness. I was merely curious about what you all would do while I was out cold. If you're upset, feel free to hit me a couple of times. With that, Xue Yang puffed out his chest, bracing himself for a reprimand from the proprietress, but to his surprise, she showed no intention of punishing him. On the contrary, Song Yu embraced him gently, and upon confirming that Xue Yang was indeed fine, her smile only grew brighter. Unlike Huang Yingying, who was a mere acquaintance, Song Yu spent every day by Xue Yang's side, fully aware of the arduous nature of his work and the perilous events of the previous night. As they stood in each other's embrace, the sound of clapping echoed from the end of the corridor. Indeed, a talented man deserves a beautiful companion. Today I've come to offer my apologies. I hope the young brother will not take offense. Xue Yang lifted his gaze to see the figure approaching in a white suit and immediately recognized the visitor. What brings you here? I have yet to complete that piece of white jade. It seems I will need more time. However, Bai shook her head. There is no need to wait any longer. Surely, the young brother has noticed the jade's peculiarities. First, my old master became a vegetable, and now this newly acquainted young gentleman is left in such a state. It appears that this jade is indeed somewhat sinister. I would rather part with it. Are you discarding it? Xue Yang inquired. Not precisely discarding. As it cost a considerable sum, I intend to seal it away permanently. Bai continued, since it has been entrusted to me, I will ensure it does not become a worthless relic. At this point, Xue Yang chuckled softly. Bai, however, found his confidence somewhat bewildering. Though not superstitious, the series of events suggested an undeniable malevolence surrounding the jade, and, as the first purchaser, he could sense its ominous nature. After a brief moment of hesitation, Bai's expression settled into calmness, and he replied in a flat tone, to be honest, when I first acquired this white jade, I did not instruct the old master on what to carve. I merely asked him to sculpt it according to the material. Yet, without a word, he directly produced a model of skull. If I were to carve it, my first thought would also be to shape it into a skull. Bai found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Nonetheless, Xue Yang continued. On one hand, the jade's shape closely resembles that of a cranial structure. On the other hand, when I confront this stone, I can indeed sense a subtle, almost imperceptible aura of malevolence emanating from within the white jade. In the chamber of Xue Yang, a small gathering comprising only Xue Yang, Boss Bai, Song Yu, and Huang Yingying had convened. Xue Yang continued. Regardless of the hospital's steadfastness or my own assessments of my health, it has been unequivocally established that my body is in impeccable condition. This indicates that the white jade poses no threat to anyone. Boss Bai shook his head, replying, Young sir, you must understand that this does not signify anything definitive. For the white jade has indeed rendered the old gentleman paralyzed and caused your fainting spell. We can all sense the peculiar malevolence emanating from it. The so-called malevolence is merely a figment of our imagination, not instigated by the jade itself, but rather by the radioactive elements interspersed within it. These elements conjure extraordinary sensations in our minds, which explains why encasing the jade in various materials mitigates its adverse effects on us. As for the skull embedded within the jade, it is significantly influenced by the sculptor's own imaginings. Its overall form serves as a profound suggestion. Thus, under the influence of the radioactive substance, the old gentleman and I subconsciously conceived the notion of carving a skull. As for the old gentleman's paralysis, I believe it would be more prudent to inquire with his attending physician rather than the jade itself. Boss Bai pondered for a moment before stating. The attending physician has indicated that the old gentleman possesses a congenital neurological defect, and this episode of overexertion has precipitated his paralysis. At the time, I found this explanation quite plausible, but upon learning of your incident, I began to consider the significant correlation with the white jade. Furthermore, your fainting spell? It was merely a consequence of confronting a gang of ruffians attempting to rob the establishment. Xue Yang had already deduced the cause of his fainting. In his efforts to counteract the radiation's interference while sculpting, he had forcibly employed the dragon fist technique to steady his mind. When he witnessed the ruffians bullying the proprietress, a surge of urgency compelled him to unleash the full extent of his dragon fist prowess. Although he succeeded in his gallant endeavor, his body could not endure such strain, and the darkness that enveloped him was his body's protest against the overexertion. He sighed, acknowledging his own frailty. Raising his gaze once more to Boss Bai, he discerned that the latter had finally grasped the gravity of the situation and posed the most critical question. What do you intend to do with this radioactive object? I have verified that this level of radioactivity is insufficient to cause harm to the human brain. Do not regard radioactivity as an insurmountable issue. Even the bananas we consume contain notable amounts of radioactive materials, as do various household appliances. Encountering such Jade, I must say, you have struck a remarkable fortune, Boss Bai. However, you should not risk further danger by continuing to carve that piece. Boss Bai furrowed his brow in contemplation. As the two girls overheard the conversation between the two men, they seemed to grasp some of the inherent dangers, yet were hesitant to speak up. However, Xue Yang waved his hand dismissively, declaring, "There is no danger. This will be my magnum opus, surpassing even the imperial green glass phoenix." Hearing this, Huang Yingying and Song Yu remained silent, though their eyes betrayed a lingering concern. "I can provide everything you need," Boss Bai stated. Yet Xue Yang merely smiled, replying, "There is no need for anything more. Just take us back to the shop." As he began to tidy up his belongings, he noticed a jade pendant lying on his bed, its quality evidently exceptional. This jade pendant? Xue Yang picked it up, intending to inquire about its origin when Song Yu answered his unvoiced question. "It was left by Wang Lei. I wonder if he feels guilty, claiming that it has been blessed. Whether blessed or not, I am merely curious. It seems Wang Lei, the miser, has begun to part with his possessions," Xue Yang remarked, gripping the jade in his hand. When he placed it into his pocket, he inadvertently snapped the pendant in two. While the breaking of a jade pendant was of little consequence to the group, it was akin to a delectable treat being split for the small mouse clutched in Huang Yingying's embrace. This scent, imperceptible to humans, posed a grave danger to the tiny creature. The little mouse promptly emerged from the confines of Huang Yingying's bosom, causing her sea cup to sway precariously. Upon witnessing the mouse's emergence, Boss Bai instinctively averted his gaze, his expression suggesting he was pondering the liberality of today's youth. The little mouse, with its nose lifted, sniffed the air, and upon confirming the presence of the jade in Xue Yang's pocket, it used Huang Yingying's soft bosom as a launching pad, leaping directly towards Xue Yang's pocket. Without hesitation, Xue Yang snatched the little creature, depositing it into his pocket. Both Xue Yang and the mouse were elated. Xue Yang had reclaimed his small companion, while the mouse had secured its sustenance. However, standing a few paces away, Huang Yingying was incensed. "That mouse is mine," she cried, pursuing Xue Yang, though her speed could not match his. By the time Xue Yang effortlessly exited the hospital, Huang Yingying was already breathless and fatigued. The hospital sprawled over 1,000 acres, and traversing from the inpatient department to the front entrance required a run of at least 3 miles. Observing her pitiful plight, Xue Yang sighed. "If you truly wish for a pet, I can certainly procure another for you. However, this one is absolutely non-negotiable." When Xue Yang returned to his small dark room, he donned a somewhat intricate helmet, deliberately brought to him by his master, Bai. With this contraption, he would no longer be affected by the radiation. Reflecting on his own cleverness, Xue Yang chuckled to himself. Indeed, events unfolded precisely as he had anticipated. As he placed the helmet upon his head and gazed at the white jade skull before him, the trepidation he had felt upon their first encounter dissipated entirely. In the subsequent carving process, Xue Yang resolved not to sculpt a complete skull. Although half of the upper section was already finished, the lower half remained in a nascent state. After a brief evaluation, he devised a plan in his mind. 4 hours later, under Xue Yang's deft hands, a pure lotus flower emerged beneath the skull. Through the thick helmet, he could almost sense the fragrance of the lotus blossom. Moreover, he had etched delicate floral patterns upon the already sculpted skull. Upon completion of the entire piece, the sanctity of the lotus enveloped the dark sentiments of the black skull. When he removed the helmet, Xue Yang felt as though he stood amidst a desolate ancient battlefield, surrounded by countless skulls, where the lotus had transformed the scene into a vibrant paradise, with various flowers sprouting forth from the skulls, reshaping the world before his eyes. Confronted with this vision, Xue Yang understood that it was merely an illusion. However, this sensation had arisen from the subconscious influence of the skull and lotus upon his mind. As Xue Yang unveiled his creation to the onlookers, their minds conjured various scenes, yet their expressions were all marked by astonishment. Most taken aback was, of course, Master Bai, who had previously experienced the malevolent aura of the skull. Upon witnessing the skull still present in the artwork, yet purified by the lotus base, he was rendered speechless with amazement. "Truly remarkable. Although my company prides itself on its mastery of jade and boasts numerous skilled artisans, presently, only you, young sir, are capable of crafting such a piece. Upon hearing Master Bai's reflections, Xue Yang smiled and gently corrected a small error in his statement. Master Bai, your words are somewhat flawed. While I did carve this piece, I'm not affiliated with your company. In essence, I belong to no corporation. I'm solely tied to this shop. Master Bai seemed to grasp the unspoken implication of Xue Yang's words. He was, in truth, bound to the shop's proprietress. However, the camaraderie between men is not easily pierced. Ultimately, after some negotiations, Master Bai directly paid 500,000 in craftsmanship fees. In truth, he was willing to add more to express his sincerity, yet Xue Yang firmly declined the offer. Ultimately, securing what one rightfully deserves is the most conscientious course of action. Should one accept more than warranted, it would render Xue Yang indebted to Boss Bai. Although Xue Yang is impoverished, he has never relished the idea of being beholden to anyone. Even when others extend their assistance, he ensures to express his gratitude promptly. Not long after, when Xue Yang perused the newspaper and discovered that the auction price of the jade he had carved reached an astonishing 2 billion, he could not contain his joy. Yet, a lingering concern weighed on his heart. The crystal he had purchased at a hefty price had been transformed into a crystal coffin and has since remained in his dimly lit chamber. Even if someone were willing to buy such an item, he found himself too embarrassed to sell it, considering that Song Yu's shop specializes in celebratory jade, not in the business of funerary goods. Ironically, the grand crystal had become a playground for the little milk mouse. Watching the tiny creature frolic so joyfully within, Xue Yang couldn't help but smile. His amusement was not derived from the mouse's antics, but from contemplating the true purpose of such a substantial object. Surely, Wang Lei and Mrs. Chun would appreciate this extravagant piece, given that its original price was already several hundred thousand, and with it being a product of his own craftsmanship. Selling it could yield at least over $1 million. However, he pondered how the two proprietors would respond to such a lavish gift. Would they accept it, or would they decline? In Wang Lei's shop, customers had been scarce of late, so when a young couple finally entered, he eagerly approached them. Handsome young man and beautiful young lady, you truly have discerning taste. Look at our collection. Each piece is as exquisite as the moon in the sky and the pearls of the sea. The man will find vitality here, while the woman will enhance her beauty. Please feel free to browse, and if anything catches your eye, let me know. We're offering a generous 15% discount, perhaps due to the prolonged absence of patrons. Wang Lei's enthusiasm seemed almost overwhelming, making the couple feel somewhat awkward. The young woman stepped back, as if encountering a rogue, and remarked, "We're looking for a pair of jade rings, but the store across the way has sold out of even the most decent rings. So we specifically came here to explore." While this sentiment irked Wang Lei, his warm smile effectively masked his displeasure. "Take a look. Our offerings are certainly not inferior to those of the other shop," he urged. The young couple began to wander about the store, guided by one of the attendants. Meanwhile, Wang Lei, seething with frustration, reclined in his chair. Beside him sat a middle-aged woman, Mrs. Chun, wearing a similarly vexed expression. That day was so intense. Xue Fan was knocked down, and I thought he might be gravely injured or worse. How is it that he has returned so swiftly? She questioned, perplexed. Though the two shops stood face to face, the broad street between them rendered it somewhat arduous to discern the happenings within the opposite establishment. Mrs. Chun attributed Xue Yang's collapse directly to the ruffians. Wang Lei, seated nearby, expressed his bewilderment. "I truly do not understand. I even made a special trip to the hospital today, and that lad was still unconscious in a daze. Who could have anticipated his swift return to duty? How can you even speak? You were the one who rushed to his aid that very night. Now you comprehend the repercussions of saving that boy, do you not? If given another chance, I would undoubtedly refrain from such folly. Alas, my jade pendant, which had been blessed, is now regrettably lost." Wang Lei sighed. Upon hearing this, Mrs. Chen narrowed her eyes and inquired, "What jade pendant?" I initially intended to inquire about the situation, but I could not arrive empty-handed. Moreover, those two possess a keen eye for distinguishing genuine jade. Should they discover my offering to be counterfeit, I shudder to think of the consequences. Thus, I opted for a genuine piece of white jade, Wang Lei explained. Before he could finish, Mrs. Chen's hand had already clamped onto his leg, and she scolded him loudly. "You impertinent fool! Do you not grasp the meaning of a meat bun thrown to a dog? Once given, it is gone forever?" Wang Lei, pinched painfully, cried out in distress. Just then, Xue Yang entered, cradling an object the size of a pillow. His voice cut through the tension. "I have not heard a meat bun thrown to a dog, but I do believe in repaying kindness. Thus, I have brought a significant gift today." As Wang Lei and Mrs. Chun stood momentarily stunned, Xue Yang leaned against the counter and, while placing the object down, liberated a little milk mouse from his pocket. This shop, far more spacious than Songyu's, served as a veritable paradise for the little creatures. Wang lay, utterly perplexed, darkly remarked, "What do you mean by that? Speak clearly. Do you not recall that you once gifted me a blessed piece of white jade? That very jade has brought me good fortune. Even the doctor declared my recovery a miracle. Therefore, I have come to return the favor, having inadvertently acquired a rather unnecessary large item. I thought to ask if you might want it, completely free of charge," Xue Yang replied. Mrs. Chun scoffed. "Do not attempt to play tricks before me. Your gift is surely a counterfeit, aimed at tarnishing our shop's reputation." At that moment, a young couple emerged from within, having been perusing rings. They seemed to have found nothing to their liking. The young woman complained as they walked. "The styles and quality here pale in comparison to that of the shop across the street. Yet everything there is already reserved. We might as well wait for the next shipment." The boy merely nodded. This simple gesture plunged the shop into silence. At this moment, Mrs. Chun, who had been standing there with an air of noble aloofness, finally erupted, her voice piercing the stillness as she bellowed at the young couple. "If you lack the funds, then simply admit it. What excuses do you seek? If you do not wish to purchase, then leave." Her thunderous outburst caused the couple to vanish from sight in an instant. Meanwhile, Xue Yang continued to smile, saying, "Allow me to present the gift I have for you." With that, he dramatically pulled aside the crimson cloth covering the crystal coffin, a gesture laden with ominous implications that everyone present understood, even if unspoken. Wang Lei, at this point, was utterly enraged and charged forward, ready to strike. However, recalling how this young man had once single-handedly intimidated a dozen ruffians, he hesitated, dropping his fists but puffing out his considerable belly and bumping into Xue Yang a few times. Xue Yang merely chuckled, showing no intention of retaliating. His expression suggested a genuine desire to offer a gift. Wang Lei's fury showed no sign of abating. Instead, it swelled with Xue Yang's retreat. Just as Wang Lei prepared to shove Xue Yang out of the store, Xue Yang tapped the crystal coffin. Instantly, a melodious sound resonated in everyone's ears, delightful and pure. The quality of the crystal evident in the clarity of the tone. The ability of this coffin to produce such a sound indicated its considerable value. Just as Wang Lei was about to collide with Xue Yang, Mrs. Chun seized him by the arm. "Don't pull me. He is bullying us. If uncle can endure, aunt cannot." Her words painted Wang Lei as an innocent victim. In this heated moment, Mrs. Chun whispered a few words into his ear, and the fire of indignation within him was extinguished in an instant. With the shop devoid of customers, the staff had leaned over the counter, engrossed in the unfolding drama, oblivious to a plump little ball of fluff bouncing around the area where they stored jade. Although Mrs. Chun had spoken softly to Wang Lei, Xue Yang, having honed his physique through rigorous training, overheard her. Essentially, Mrs. Chun realized the crystal coffin was indeed a valuable item and urgently advised Wang Lei to avoid any confrontation, encouraging him to find a way to keep the coffin. Upon hearing this, Wang Lei's anger transformed into a facade of friendliness, adopting a somewhat obsequious demeanor. After all, a man like him could hardly afford to cross paths with wealth. "Ah, I had no idea you were such an astute young man. Very well. To bring you more good fortune, I shall gift you a jade pendant that has been spiritually blessed." Upon finishing his words, Wang Lei swiftly retrieved a jade stone identical to the last one from behind the counter and placed it into Xue Yang's hand. Faced with this capricious individual, whose demeanor shifted more rapidly than the turning of pages, Xue Yang merely smiled and refrained from further conversation. Directly taking the crimson cloth he intended to use for a coffin and exiting the shop. Upon entering his own establishment, Xue Yang reached into the red fabric and extracted a small purple pom-pom. At that moment, the little milk mouse had indeed morphed into a sphere, its belly rounder than a tennis ball. Xue Yang gave the little creature a gentle shake and discovered it had gained an astonishing threefold weight since his arrival. Unable to suppress a bead of cold sweat, one could only wonder at the veracity of such a creature, seemingly oblivious to the risk of overindulgence. Gently caressing the small, luminous jade pendant in his hand, he unceremoniously inserted it into the mouse's mouth, which obligingly swallowed the trinket whole. According to the principle that the little mouse would not consume anything less than fine jade, its gluttony was indeed remarkable, especially considering Wang Lei's acquisition of a crystal coffin worth 700,000. The cost incurred was undoubtedly far more complex than merely 3 times that sum. During dinner that evening, the neighboring shop belatedly realized they were missing numerous valuable items, their alarmed response evident in the incessant wail of sirens. Clearly, they had summoned the authorities. Amidst this cacophony, Xue Yang and Song Yu remained seated in their vehicle, quietly enjoying their meal. Although Song Yu's culinary offerings often lacked meat, Xue Yang relished every bite. At that moment, a statuesque female officer entered. In the presence of this commanding policewoman, Xue Yang felt no pangs of guilt. Despite having allowed the little white mouse to consume a fair share of treasures, it paled in comparison to Wang Lei's dealings with the underworld. Moreover, the little mouse's actions were flawlessly executed, ensuring no errors would arise. The officer addressed him. "Good evening. Our investigation indicates that your shop has previously been harassed by the local gang, the Wild Wolf Gang. Is that correct?" "Officer, your efficiency leaves much to be desired. How long has it been since this occurred? And only now do you come to inquire?" Xue Yang's mouth was stuffed with food, yet he couldn't resist voicing his displeasure. Song Yu gently nudged his arm, casting him a look that urged him to behave. Xue Yang understood her intent. Any reasonable person would not dare to toy with law enforcement, nor would they seek them out without cause. Though Xue Yang's demeanor was less than cordial, the officer maintained her composure, smiling as she replied, "This is indeed our oversight. However, had you reported the incident immediately, our personnel could have arrived promptly. As it stands, I am here merely to inform you that, according to our undercover reports, the Wild Wolf Gang is currently mobilizing forces with the intent to launch a devastating strike against a particular shop. Therefore, in addition to the protection provided by the police, you must also exercise caution." Upon hearing the words of the female police officer, Xue Yang suddenly choked on his food. He hastily gulped down water and, after a considerable pause, exclaimed, "Officer, are you mistaken? You are aware of their assembly and their intentions, yet you choose to turn a blind eye, merely informing us instead of apprehending them yourselves." As Xue Yang spoke, even Song Yu furrowed her brow, finding his arguments compelling. For Song Yu, her own safety was secondary. However, when a female officer mentioned a devastating blow, she could not help but envision the tragic scene of her father's shop being vandalized. Faced with their inquiries, the female officer instinctively took a step back and continued, "I apologize, but they have not taken any action at present. Thus we lack sufficient evidence. Without evidence, the police cannot make arrests. I have conveyed everything I needed to say. Should the opportunity arise, we shall meet again." True to her word, the officer turned and departed from the shop. Left in her absence, Song Yu sat there, lost in thought. Meanwhile, after clearing the table of all edible items, Xue Yang leisurely stretched, seemingly dismissive of the so-called wolf gang with their meager skills. However, Song Yu's safety remained paramount. Xue Yang declared, "Boss, do not be lost in thought. Let us tidy up our belongings tonight. We shall depart tomorrow morning." "Depart? Where are we going?" she inquired. "If the wolf gang sends enough people, I cannot guarantee your safety. Thus, our best course of action is to temporarily close the shop, find a place to rest, and return once the storm has passed." Xue Yang spoke with conviction, evidently pleased with his plan. Yet, it was merely his perspective. Seated beside him, Song Yu resolutely replied, "I will not go anywhere. I will not allow them to destroy my father's shop." The business at the small shop remained as bustling as ever. Despite concerns of potential disturbances, Xue Yang felt compelled to visit the Jade market for supplies. After wandering through the market for a considerable time, he could only shake his head in disappointment. During his first visit, he had been captivated by the myriad of items, but as the shop flourished, the demand for higher quality increased, and his own carving skills steadily improved. Consequently, his standards for jade quality also rose. In this nearly homogenized jade market, it had become increasingly difficult to find what he sought. It seemed there would be no need to return to this place again. With a sigh, Xue Yang reflected on the matter. In truth, there was a high-end jade market in Donghai City, which, although referred to as a market, was entirely owned by a single corporation, the Deep Sea Group. When discussing the company that nearly monopolizes the high-end jade market, the residents of Donghai City can only express one sentiment: it is exorbitant. The reason for its steep prices is that there exists but a single prestigious establishment in this domain. Even companies like Xue Yang, which primarily focus on carving, must procure raw materials from the deep sea jewelry market. Xue Yang was contemplating a visit to this market himself when he suddenly noticed an elderly man clutching a piece of green jade, meandering among the various shops. As the old man brushed past him, he slowly entered a store, lifting the jade and inquiring, "Boss, how much can you offer for this piece of green jade?" The proprietor of the material shop disdainfully examined the jade and replied, "This is merely ordinary green jade, and it contains an unsightly dark blemish. It won't fetch a good price. I can give you 500. The elderly man weakly protested, 500 is far too low. You should offer me at least 1,000. His tone, lacking the fervor of negotiation, sounded more like a plea. The shopkeeper, with visible impatience, retorted, "I said 500, and not a cent more. If it's sellable, leave it here. If not, don't bring your worthless goods here to disrupt my business. Because of you, my esteemed customer is about to leave." The esteemed customer, Xue Yang, approached with a smile. Just as the old man contemplated settling for 500, Xue Yang took the jade from him and, without hesitation, handed over 1,000 yuan. With the money in hand, the old man promptly departed. The shopkeeper, somewhat resigned, remarked, "My esteemed patron, I have always believed your judgment surpasses ours by leaps and bounds, but today it seems you have misjudged. This piece would at most sell for 700 or 800. My offer of 500 was generous, considering the old man as polite in selling. Yet you offered him 1,000, which is certainly a loss." As Xue Yang scrutinized the jade, he chuckled and replied, "Do not concern yourself, regardless of its worth. I have already purchased it. If I incur a loss, then let it be a benevolent act." The shopkeeper kindly cautioned in the jade trade, "Those who are tender-hearted like you often face the greatest peril." Xue Yang did not feel the need to defend himself further and exited the shop. After handling the smooth, round jade for a moment, Xue Yang unexpectedly began to apply pressure with his fingernail in a specific area. To his astonishment, the green jade split into two halves, revealing remarkably smooth fracture surfaces, clearly indicative of human craftsmanship. From the moment the old man produced this piece of jade, Xue Yang had already deduced that it was not a natural stone, but rather a vessel meticulously shaped by human hands. The craftsmanship employed in refining this jade is truly remarkable. When the two hemispheres were united into a singular entity, not a single trace remained. Yet, despite the absence of marks, the fracture has entirely obstructed the flow of spiritual energy within the jade, leaving Xue Yang quite certain that these are two distinct pieces rather than one. As for the black flaw within the jade, Xue Yang seized it, placing it directly in his palm, and a fragrant aroma instantly wafted through the air. From this small black orb, he sensed an immense energy, his body having become highly attuned to the natural flow of spiritual essence due to his mastery of the dragon fist technique. Savoring the scent of the elixir, Xue Yang cautiously licked it with his tongue to ascertain its non-toxic nature before swallowing it whole. The fact that jade was used as a vessel, meticulously crafted to perfection, hinted at the extraordinary value of this small black pill. Upon consuming the pill, Xue Yang exerted a slight force, effortlessly shattering the jade container into fragments. His body began to heat up, and he felt an overwhelming surge of energy coursing through him. However, as the energy rapidly intensified, a sense of dread suddenly enveloped his mind. If this continued unabated, his body would undoubtedly be unable to withstand such tremendous pressure. The notion of his body exploding would not merely be an exaggeration. With a reservoir of untested strength, Xue Yang dashed forward, his speed increasing to the point where he nearly matched the pace of cars on the road, a colossal force emanating from his core. Although the excessive running strained his muscles painfully, it undeniably alleviated his discomfort. Inadvertently, Xue Yang realized he had saved a fare. His speed was now extraordinary. The distance from the jade market to the shop was at least 20 miles, yet he arrived at the storefront in just over 10 minutes. Upon seeing several policemen and dozens of unruly youths loitering outside the shop, Xue Yang felt no anger, merely relief that he had arrived in time. Inside the shop, Song Yu beamed at his return with a radiant smile. However, Xue Yang quietly observed the standoff between the police and the delinquents. He refrained from intervening directly. For the longer the standoff persisted, the more advantageous it would be for the police, given sufficient time for reinforcements to arrive. The 60 delinquents would hardly be able to make a significant impact. Yet, the energy within him surged once more, leaving Xue Yang with little choice. Just as he contemplated waiting a little longer, a bearded man lunged forward and kicked a policeman, signaling the onset of conflict. The Wild Wolves gang, numbering over 60, surged forward like a swarm. Four police officers instantly dropped to the ground. Although their skills were commendable, they found themselves at a disadvantage against such a multitude. After dealing with the officers, a burly man pointed to Song Yu in the store and boisterously declared, "Since this establishment has brought shame upon our Wild Wolf gang, it has no reason to continue existing. However, what about the young lady inside? Consider her a reward for my brothers. Whoever can smash the store the fastest will win her." Upon hearing this, the crowd behind the Wild Wolf gang erupted in howls, reminiscent of ravenous wolf cubs. Just as the first individual was about to charge into the shop, he was forcefully kicked back. He flew several meters before the gang members could see that the assailant was a remarkably young lad. A thug, sporting a visible red footprint on his face. Rushed out and shouted, "Boss, it's him. He's the one who fought our brothers last time. Be cautious. This kid has formidable skills." The burly man spat on the ground and scoffed. "Skills? You dare utter that word before me? Boy, despite our numbers, I shall grant you an opportunity. If you can knock me down, my gang will follow your lead." At that moment, the thug with the footprint attempted to speak, but the giant bellowed. "What are you afraid of? I can take on 20 of you scoundrels single-handedly." He only managed to defeat a mere handful. How could I possibly lose to him? As the thug prepared to retort, he was silenced by a resounding slap from the burly man that sent him sprawling to the ground. "Stop your babbling. Do not diminish your own spirit while inflating mine. Get lost and watch how it's done." With that, the burly man shed his outer garment, revealing only a tank top. Before engaging, he demonstrated a few solid and flamboyant moves, clearly showcasing his prowess. The burly man performed several front flips and landed directly in front of Xue Yang, gesturing with his hands and saying, "Come on, young man. Let me see what you're made of. If you possess any real skill, you can join me, and I won't treat you poorly." However, the young lady inside, as I have promised to my brothers, is off limits. After a lengthy display of bravado, Xue Yang felt the energy within him reach a near-explosive level. With a determined shout, he launched a kick at the burly man, who assumed a peculiar stance, his hands positioned at an unusual angle. If there was someone proficient in martial arts nearby, they would undoubtedly recognize the insidious nature of the brute's move. As soon as Xue Yang delivered his kick, the brute could effortlessly seize his ankle, thus entirely seizing the initiative, rendering Xue Yang at his mercy. However, reality often diverges from expectations. The moment the brute made contact with Xue Yang's leg, a cacophony of bone-cracking echoed through the air. The minions of the gang erupted in thunderous applause, thinking to themselves that their leader's prowess had evidently increased, as he had merely touched the leg and yet shattered the boy's bones. Yet, when the burly brute began to bellow loudly, the group of minions soon grasped the truth. It was the brute himself whose bones had been crushed. His kick had merely activated a fraction of Xue Yang's latent energy, which yearned for more opportunities for release. Noticing that behind the brute stood over 60 followers, a smile finally crept onto Xue Yang's lips. The brute was an undeniable authority within the gang, capable of uniting such a multitude of ruffians into a formidable force, a testament to his extraordinary nature. Moreover, he always preferred to take the lead, proclaiming that those who engage in battle must array themselves in the front line. Although the minions failed to comprehend his words, they were utterly captivated by his charisma. In their eyes, the brute represented the banner of the wolf gang, an idol for all its underlings. Yet now, before this young man, the once mighty brute had been vanquished with a single move. The remaining 60, stunned into silence, found themselves at a loss, unsure whether to advance or retreat. In the midst of their turmoil, the brute, with all his bones shattered, turned and bellowed, "What the hell are you standing there for? Get in there." After a brief silence, before anyone could take the initiative, one individual at the back began to slowly step back. However, his actions did not go unnoticed by those around him. The would-be deserter quickly became the center of attention. Faced with the scrutinizing gazes of his comrades, he bolted. The burly brute, witnessing a brother's betrayal, lost his composure and shouted, "If I ever catch you again, I'll ensure you meet a fate worse than death." Yet, as soon as he finished his threat, the remaining 60 scattered in panic, each fleeing faster than the last, vanishing from sight within mere seconds. At this moment, the burly man was utterly bewildered. He glanced up at Xue Yang, pondering how he might fight back in a manner that preserved his dignity. Suddenly, Xue Yang surged forward, sprinting swiftly in a particular direction. Following this, the thugs attempting to flee down the street began to wail in distress. Just as the cries subsided, Xue Yang returned, pursuing another group in a different direction, and soon, the sounds of agony echoed from there as well. This back and forth ensued for 4 or 5 rounds, with Xue Yang traversing each intersection, ensuring that none of the fleeing rascals escaped unscathed. At this juncture, Xue Yang could sense a significant depletion of energy within him. Although he still felt discomfort, it remained within the limits of his endurance. Meanwhile, the burly man's arms hung limply at his sides, akin to mere ornaments. Gritting his teeth, he exclaimed, "Well done, young brother. You've truly excelled. This band of ungrateful wretches deserved a sound thrashing long ago. Thanks to you for teaching them a lesson today. I promise to repay your kindness in the future. I must take my leave now." Despite his incapacitated arms, the burly man could still move his legs, allowing him to rise and dash away with surprising speed. Just as he was about to cross the street and taste freedom, a grin spread across his face. musing how exhausting it was for today's youth to be so easily deceived. However, just as he set foot on the other side, a swift kick struck his back, sending him sprawling forward in a most undignified manner. His beard was drenched in blood, rendering his speech somewhat incoherent as he lamented, "I say, young brother, why do you continue to strike me? I merely misheard the provocations of those thugs. I had no intention of causing any harm." Yet, Xue Yang disregarded his pleas, fueled by the recollection of the burly man's earlier remarks towards the proprietress. Consumed by anger, he relentlessly stomped on the man's head until the arrival of the police halted his actions, thereby sparing the burly man's life. Upon spotting the beautiful officer he had seen previously among the police ranks, Xue Yang smirked and remarked, "Ah, beautiful lady, do you see now? If not for my prowess in combat, our establishment would undoubtedly have been vandalized. And that is not the gravest concern, should our proprietress suffer even the slightest indignity. I assure you, I shall not settle this matter with the police so easily." The officer, however, showed no sign of remorse, her gaze icy and silent. At that moment, the chief of police approached with a grin, apologizing profusely. I'm sorry. Our newly graduated recruits are still unfamiliar with the duties of a police officer. Had we known that assistance was required from you, we would have mobilized the full resources of our precinct to aid you. Otherwise, we would be remiss in our obligations to the esteemed Huang. I sincerely apologize." However, upon hearing the chief's tone, Xue Yang chose to disregard him entirely. Turning on his heel and returning to the shop, no one was allowed entry, ensuring the proprietress remained unscathed. Noticing her warm smile, which seemed intended to comfort him, Xue Yang merely smiled in return, waving his hand dismissively and uttering, "It's nothing." From an outside perspective, everything appeared to be fine, yet he alone could sense the energy accumulating within his body once more. The relentless flow of energy left Xue Yang pondering when it might cease. He proceeded directly to his secluded chamber, a place of utmost privacy where even the proprietress would not intrude, as everyone deserves their personal space. Once he secured the door, he settled cross-legged on the floor, gradually initiating the practice of his technique, Lin Quan. However, at that moment, he realized that the operation of his technique was no longer as fluid as it once had been. Xue Yang understood that his body had accumulated an overwhelming amount of energy, teetering on the brink of excess, and the abilities inherent in his current technique were inadequate to facilitate the smooth circulation of all this energy. The more he endeavored to harmonize his body, the more obstacles he encountered within his practice. The energy continued to amass, intensifying and multiplying, while the elixir within him relentlessly released its potency, creating an overwhelming pressure that made Xue Yang feel as though he might explode. At the critical moment, it felt as if the techniques in his mind shattered, leaving him devoid of any coherent thought. Had he been afforded a moment to contemplate, he might have questioned whether he had ever truly engaged with a technique known as the Dragon Fist. Yet in that instant, the fragments of his practice began to reassemble within his mind, coalescing into a new chapter. Hovering on the brink of physical destruction, Xue Yang had no time for further contemplation. He could only treat this desperate situation as a last resort. He commenced the operation of the newly formed technique, and at that moment, he felt the flow of his blood accelerate. Remarkably, the energy that had been stagnant within his body was being absorbed by his blood. After half an hour, Xue Yang suddenly sensed that the energy within him was nearly depleted, yet his blood now coursed with a more refined and substantial power. At this moment, Xue Yang finally found the time to examine the new martial arts technique that resided within his mind. He discovered the 4 gilded characters, Dragon Blood Realm, quietly nestled in the depths of his consciousness. The name of this technique, Dragon Spring, remained unchanged. It had merely transitioned into a completely new realm. Though he could not fully comprehend the nature of this transformation, Xue Yang surmised, through the presence of these 4 characters, that he had indeed ascended to a higher level. Previously, while practicing the technique, he had felt a surge of dragon energy coursing through his body. However, it now seemed that this energy had vanished entirely, replaced instead by the very blood that flowed within him. The so-called Dragon Blood Realm appeared to signify a complete integration of energy within his bloodstream, continuously circulating with the ebb and flow of his blood. Xue Yang then retrieved a jade bracelet and, with a gentle squeeze, shattered it effortlessly. After taking a moment to appreciate the changes within his body, he realized that the energy in the Dragon Blood Realm flowed perpetually with his blood, and the pathway for his technique was now his very veins. Thus, if he wished to exert himself once more, there was no need to preemptively summon the dragon energy. thereby avoiding any embarrassing moments of collapse due to overexertion. As Xue Yang stood up, he felt no fatigue. Rather, his body felt remarkably invigorated. He stepped out of his small dark room, where the proprietress stood anxiously at the door, her eyes filled with concern. She fully understood that the small room was Xue Yang's private domain, and she would typically refrain from entering without his permission. The moment Xue Yang emerged, Song Yu rushed forward a few steps and collapsed against him, her soft form pressing closely against him, evoking a sense of delight within Xue Yang. He gently patted her back, reassuring her, "You saw it yourself. I was the one pursuing them, and they did not lay a finger on me. There is no need to worry." However, Song Yu lowered her head, feeling a twinge of guilt as she replied, "If I hadn't been so insistent, you wouldn't have found yourself in such a perilous situation. While you were fighting, I pondered many things. Perhaps, in comparison to this shop, you are the more important one." Seeing the remorse on Song Yu's face, Xue Yang tenderly caressed her cheek and chuckled. "Why do you speak such nonsense? If you weren't so determined, would you still be my proprietress? You wouldn't be as beautiful as you are now." This remark caused a blush to rise on the proprietress's cheeks, and she lowered her gaze, saying, "Wait here. I will prepare a delicious meal for you." Due to the disturbances caused by the gangsters, the number of patrons today was rather limited. After enjoying a delightful lunch, Xue Yang casually greeted the proprietress and hailed a taxi, heading towards the deep-sea mall. This time, he carried with him over 3 million. As he had previously discussed with the proprietress the exorbitant prices at the mall, it was clear that entering the place without several million would be quite audacious. However, both of them understood that even with such a sum, it paled in comparison to the wealthy tycoons who frequented the establishment. Despite this, Xue Yang remained confident, for he possessed a formidable asset, his little pet rodent, which he felt would aid him in his endeavors. He affectionately patted the pocket where the small creature nibbled on fragmented jade, smiling as he set off. Upon arriving at the deep-sea mall, Xue Yang found it not as opulent as he had envisioned. The decor was distinctly Chinese in style. However, the service was impeccable. As soon as he entered, a stunningly attractive woman approached him, her makeup striking. She leaned slightly forward and politely said, "Good day, sir. If you don't mind, I would like to be your personal shopper today." As she spoke, she subtly showcased her alluring figure, prompting Xue Yang to smile in response. He had no objections to her offer. Having a beautiful guide was indeed a stroke of fortune. He merely grinned foolishly and nodded. Yet, while the saleswoman's face bore a cheerful expression, Xue Yang detected a hint of disdain in her eyes as she turned away. It seemed she had grown somewhat jaded from catering to affluent clients, and upon seeing him, who appeared less promising, her interest waned. Aware that his funds were limited, Xue Yang chose not to present himself with any airs. The saleswoman led him to the mid-range section of the mall, where even the most modest items exceeded 5 million. Xue Yang, feeling the pressure, sheepishly remarked that his budget was rather tight and inquired if she could take him to a slightly more affordable area. He was fully cognizant of the saleswoman's tactic in bringing him to the mid-range section, a test to ascertain his wealth. Despite his casual attire, some affluent individuals preferred a more laid-back appearance. The saleswoman's lingering reluctance became apparent, yet when Xue Yang expressed his desire to visit the low-end section, her smile vanished entirely, replaced by a look of overt disdain. However, out of professional courtesy, the sales assistant merely smiled and said, "Sir, may I inquire if you are looking for raw materials? That area only contains semi-finished products or merely some J blanks, which hold little value for selection." Xue Yang continued to nod earnestly, enough to convey his stance. Were it not for the need to maintain his image in such a grand establishment, he would have retorted that the assistant was excessively verbose. Could he not discern that this gentleman was lacking in funds? At this moment, the sales assistant had completely given up. He pointed Xue Yang in a direction and stated, "Sir, if you continue along this path, you will reach the raw material section. I have other matters to attend to, so I shall leave you to your shopping. Enjoy your experience." Chun Fan, feeling somewhat awkward, managed to smile, realizing that the items he had chosen were of lesser quality, and thus he had forfeited the assistance of the guide. This assistant was rather blunt, yet Xue Yang was determined to procure some raw materials, so he chose not to dwell on it. He ambled along the corridor toward his destination. Meanwhile, the little mouse in his pocket was somewhat agitated, for although the items here were expensive, Xue Yang couldn't deny that many treasures lay before him. Nevertheless, he refrained from releasing the little white mouse, for while the offerings were indeed splendid, the security measures here were undeniably superior to those at Wang Lei's shop. Each item possessed a unique security detection device. If an item were to leave the shelf without passing through the hands of a staff member, an alarm would sound immediately. Thus, the little mouse's skill of pilfering would be rendered ineffectual here, compelling Xue Yang to tread his path with honesty. Upon reaching the end of the corridor, he observed that the ambience and air circulation here were incomparable to those in the mid-range section, let alone the high-end area he had yet to explore. Nonetheless, the raw materials available here were indeed a cut above those found in the external jade markets, offering a significantly superior selection. At that moment, a rather youthful and pure-looking girl approached to attend to Xue Yang. From her attire, she appeared to be a warm-hearted girl, reminiscent of Jade itself. However, he could not discern how she differed from the previous sales assistant. Xue Yang became immersed in the myriad of jade materials, each piece distinctly priced. This aspect was commendably executed. Although the prices were noticeably elevated, there was no danger of outrageous markups. Soon, amidst the dazzling array of jade, Xue Yang swiftly selected a piece that featured a harmonious interplay of white and gold. Yet upon glancing at the price tag marked at 4 million, he felt a pang of trepidation and cautiously inquired, "Might you be able to offer me a discount on this item?" Upon hearing his inquiry, the innocent salesgirl couldn't help but smile awkwardly. "I apologize, but our boss has given explicit instructions that all items here are clearly priced, and haggling is not permitted." Xue Yang, feeling a bit embarrassed, gently touched the jade stone, then placed it back in its original position. He then said, "Could you simply inform me which items are priced around 3 million or below that?" Surprisingly, the pure-hearted Song Yu did not regard Xue Yang with the disdainful gaze that the previous salesperson had cast upon him. Instead, she gradually led him to a dimly lit corner where only a small piece of jade was priced below 3 million. Xue Yang couldn't help but remark, "They say this place is expensive, but experiencing it firsthand reveals just how exorbitant it truly is." The salesgirl merely smiled at his observation, but sincerely explained, "This is beyond our control. These prices are set by the boss. We are merely here to serve. Although the items may be a bit pricey, we can assure you that each piece is a rare treasure." Xue Yang chuckled softly, opting not to continue teasing the young lady, and focused entirely on selecting the jade. Soon, he spotted a piece with a rather uneven surface, seemingly corroded by some force, rendering it quite unattractive. However, upon lifting it, he discovered that the weight was unexpectedly substantial. "Excuse me, could you tell me where this piece of jade was mined?" he inquired, still holding the mottled stone. The salesgirl's eyes widened in surprise upon seeing him pick up such an unappealing piece of jade. Based on her prior experience, customers typically disregarded such stones entirely. Yet, this particular patron had chosen it as his first treasure. With a professional demeanor, she replied, "This stone was salvaged from the depths of the East China Sea. Compared to the other stones retrieved alongside it, this jade is priced quite reasonably." After a brief hesitation, perhaps due to her conscience, she added, "However, the price is a bit steep, and its quality may not be as favorable as you might expect, as it has been here for quite some time without interest." Grateful for a candid warning, Xue Yang nodded appreciatively. "Thank you. Your advice is an important reference for me." Nevertheless, he resolutely raised the stone, declaring, "But I have my own plans. Please wrap this piece for me." "I will take it." The girl, in a state of utter disbelief, wrapped the unsightly stone for him. She truly could not fathom how someone would spend 3 million on such an unattractive piece of rock. Surely, it was ill-suited for any form of carving. However, upon acquiring the stone, Xue Yang promptly hailed a cab back to his shop. Once inside, he exchanged a brief greeting with the proprietress before hastily retreating into his small, dimly lit room, closing the door behind him. Having strolled through an upscale jade market without indulging in a single morsel, the little mouse felt utterly dejected. Upon spotting the stone in Xue Yang's possession, it rushed over, eager to take a bite. Yet, Xue Yang restrained it, saying, "Don't get carried away with eating now. There will be opportunities for that later. Quickly, take me into the space." The little mouse appeared somewhat reluctant, but ultimately joined Xue Yang in the bead space. There, Xue Yang placed the weathered stone in a designated spot. Having gone an entire day without a delectable treat, the little mouse's spirits were at an all-time low. Lying quietly in its corner while Xue Yang waited with wide eyes, hoping for another delightful surprise from the space. Although the model jade had indeed been consumed by the space, a disconcerting silence followed, leaving Xue Yang feeling somewhat awkward. After all, he had spent 3 million on this item. 3 million. Surely, it wouldn't vanish without yielding anything in return. That would be utterly disappointing. Perhaps he was too impatient. He decided to take a few deep breaths, still clinging to the hope that the jade space would bestow upon him a marvel. In his boredom, he picked up the little mouse and gently stroked its soft fur. This was a task that Song Yu cherished, and Xue Yang yearned for a massage himself, let alone providing one to a mouse. Just as he was about to doze off while attending to the little creature, he unexpectedly tossed it into the air. This abrupt change startled the little mouse almost to the point of panic. Fortunately, it managed to land safely despite being hurled aloft. At that moment, Xue Yang had seized a brand new tome of techniques, but upon seeing the words diving technique emblazoned on the cover, his heart sank. Even if it weren't a manual on turning stone to gold, it should at least be comparable. How could it be inferior to carving techniques? What on earth was diving technique? Was it meant to teach swimming? But he was already proficient in that. Filled with anticipation, he had instead received this disappointing outcome, leading Xue Yang to feel a sense of despair. Nevertheless, he reminded himself that, in any case, it was still a secret manual. Thus, Xue Yang silently recited the incantation, and the tome of martial arts in his hand began to slowly fade away. The technique of transformation into a fish was now imprinted in his mind. When the art of diving completely vanished from his grasp and resided within his consciousness, Xue Yang's eyes widened in astonishment. The ancient text appeared to be an ordinary manual on swimming. Yet when all its contents manifested in his mind, he realized that swimming was indeed a profound endeavor. Especially when he attempted to activate the technique, he felt a remarkable transformation within his body. His lungs began to compress inward, while simultaneously, a substantial influx of air was drawn in through his nostrils, ultimately being confined within his lungs. His skin felt significantly more resilient, and his bones subtly reformed. Notably, the ribs in his chest underwent an extraordinary change. Once the transformation ceased, Xue Yang employed his dragon blood realm to inspect his body, only to discover that he no longer resembled a typical human. If he were to liken himself to a creature, it would be more accurate to say he was akin to a fish. Henceforth, this handsome fellow would be a merman. Oh no, he should be termed a handsome merman. Xue Yang hurried to gaze at his reflection, only to find that his external appearance had scarcely changed. Marvelous. Truly marvelous. In this instance, he felt he had struck a great fortune. From now on, he could live on land or dive into the water at will. Yet, to ensure his newfound aquatic existence, Xue Yang dashed out from the small, dark room into the bathroom, filled a bathtub to the brim, and without hesitation, submerged his head beneath the surface. Half an hour passed. An hour went by. 2 hours elapsed. Song Yu knocked on the door, inquiring, "Xue Yang, what are you doing in there? Are you all right?" Upon hearing the anxious voice of his beloved boss, Xue Yang suddenly remembered that in his haste, he had failed to inform Song Yu properly. A grown man locking himself in the bathroom for 2 hours was indeed an unusual occurrence. Although he felt he could remain submerged indefinitely to alleviate his boss's concerns, Xue Yang emerged from the water. He glanced in the mirror. Logically, after soaking for such an extended period, his skin should have appeared pallid. However, the martial art's principles were remarkably thorough, accounting for this aspect as well. Of course, various situations could arise underwater, and the pressure experienced there far exceeded that on land. Thus, reinforcing the skin was likely a precaution for such conditions. Yet, when Xue Yang attempted to respond to his boss, he realized he was utterly unable to produce any sound. The reasons behind this predicament are rather simple. It is entirely within reason that Xue Yang, having undergone such significant changes in his physical structure, would find it challenging to speak like an ordinary person. Taking several deep breaths, he ceased the operation of his internal techniques, allowing his body to gradually return to normal. However, this process consumed a full 10 minutes. Outside, the landlady, having received no response, called out for Xue Yang with a voice tinged with tears. Once he confirmed that his body had returned to normal, Xue Yang opened the door, revealing Song Yu, her eyes red-rimmed, worry etched across her face. Seeing this lovely young woman, Xue Yang embraced her, assuring her that there was nothing for a big man like him to be concerned about. The landlady, choosing silence, stubbornly twisted away from his embrace and returned to her counter to continue her calculations with jade stones. From that day forward, whenever Xue Yang found himself with free time, he sequestered himself in the bathroom to practice his transformation into a merman. Yet he dared not spend as much time as before, for he could not bear to see this enchanting beauty in tears again, knowing the heartache it would bring him. After approximately a week's practice, on a sunlit morning, Xue Yang requested a day off from Song Yu and took a taxi alone to the EC Resort Beach. His purpose for visiting was singular, to further hone his swimming skills, which could be considered a practical exercise. However, upon purchasing his ticket and entering, an announcement echoed throughout the resort. "Dear travelers, we kindly ask that you vacate the resort by noon today due to an urgent situation. Failure to comply will result in removal by security." The announcement repeated incessantly as Xue Yang passed through the entrance, where two ticketing staff engaged in idle conversation. What a load of nonsense regarding an urgent situation. It must be that female CEO of the Deep Sea Jewelry Group wanting to swim again. Whenever she wishes to swim, it's always a private affair. You think so? If I owned a deep sea group, I'd reserve the place for myself every day. Xue Yang, unperturbed, made his way to the sandy beach with his float. The words deep sea jewelry, female CEO, and private affair echoed in his mind. Glancing at the time, he noted it was already 10 in the morning. He intended to remain in the water for at least 3 hours. Would that render him the one violating the rules? What consequences could arise from defying the whims of the wealthy? Gazing at the vast expanse of the sea, Xue Yang could hardly fathom the pretentiousness of those who could afford to reserve it. Nonetheless, he leaped from a higher point, executing a graceful dive into the water. Perhaps some onlookers caught a glimpse of a young man plunging in, but none noticed that he did not resurface. At this moment, Xue Yang had activated the technique of diving, traversing the ocean floor. While the depths were somewhat shadowy, overall, this was a shallow sea where visibility remained adequate. Due to the buoyancy of seawater, Xue Yang donned shoes equipped with steel plates on the soles. Walking beneath the waves, the modifications to his skin and bones rendered him impervious to the immense pressure of the depths. Nevertheless, he still felt a certain discomfort. Despite possessing such extraordinary diving abilities, he ultimately did not belong to this realm. Having witnessed the underwater world countless times on television, experiencing it firsthand was undeniably awe-inspiring. Not far ahead, he discerned the faint outlines of what appeared to be small vessels. He twisted his body and swam toward them, moving at a pace akin to that of an average person running on land, though he could not glide as swiftly as a true fish. Upon reaching the side of the small boat, he discovered that its hull was riddled with rust, and the cabin had become a sanctuary for various fish. It was evidently an ordinary pleasure craft, having plummeted after encountering some misfortune above. Xue Yang stood silently beside the vessel for a considerable time, lost in thought. A salesperson in a deep-sea jewelry store had once informed him that the unattractive jade stone he purchased was retrieved from the ocean floor. Such jade was rare, as it was difficult to produce in seawater. It likely originated from shipwreck caused by peril encountered centuries, perhaps even millennia, ago. Throughout the 5,000 years of Chinese civilization, countless shipwrecks lay within the depths of the sea, many of which carried treasures yearning for exploration. Thus, the silent small pleasure craft before Xue Yang was merely one among thousands of unfortunate counterparts, though devoid of anything valuable. This little wreck provided Xue Yang with a significant revelation. The ocean's depths undoubtedly concealed an abundance of precious resources. Now that he had mastered the art of diving, it seemed Providence had bestowed upon him the opportunity to recover the treasures lying silently beneath the waves. With a smile spreading across his face, several large bubbles escaped from his lips, for his lungs were still filled with compressed air, allowing him to roam the ocean floor for quite some time. Unbeknownst to him, he had already been exploring for over 3 hours, during which he encountered various luxury watches, necklaces, and even diamond rings scattered across the seabed. It is likely those who swam past here lamented as these treasures sank to the ocean floor, surrendering to despair. Yet, if Xue Yang so desired, he could easily spend several days gathering all the precious items surrounding him, subsequently establishing a fine jewelry store. However, his mind was preoccupied with grander ambitions, rendering such trivialities beneath his notice. Somewhere deep in the ocean, the sunken vessels of the Han or Tang dynasties awaited his discovery. Xue Yang swam upward towards the surface, but abruptly halted just before reaching the water's edge. The surface, which should have been teeming with the legs of swimmers, now revealed only a solitary pair. With the grace of a fish, Xue Yang could deftly navigate the water and hover effortlessly in a suitable position, allowing him a clear view of a stunning woman clad in a revealing bikini, vigorously swimming above. He positioned himself perfectly to gaze upward, as if peering through glass to admire the beauty on the other side. However, due to the ceaseless undulations of the water surface, the swimmer remained oblivious to the presence of another below. Should she become aware of his existence, Xue Yang mused, she would undoubtedly be frightened half to death, for his current state bore an uncanny resemblance to that of a water ghost. As he quietly reveled in this live spectacle, the woman's legs suddenly ceased their movement, her arms flailing desperately. It was evident that she had suffered a cramp. Xue Yang quickly ascended, fully aware that his presence might soon be revealed. Yet the urgency of the situation compelled him to prioritize her rescue. Upon embracing the beautiful woman, he realized she had already succumbed to unconsciousness from drowning. Retaining his underwater prowess, Xue Yang moved with remarkable speed, and when he finally brought her to the shore, he was struck by the desolate scene. The entire resort appeared deserted. Even the lifeguards were nowhere to be found. In that moment, he recalled the words of the two security guards he had encountered earlier. Private booking? Female CEO? Deep Sea Group? Such folly was indeed self-destructive. Did they truly believe that reserving the entire venue would shield them from prying eyes, even banishing the lifeguards? Now in her time of need, who would come to her aid? As Xue Yang attempted to lift her eyelids, he could only lament the dire circumstances. All signs indicated that this CEO required urgent medical assistance. When it came to such emergencies, he was familiar with but one method: artificial respiration. On the expansive stretch of sand that should have been bustling with vacationers, only a lone man and woman remained. The president of the Deep Sea Group now lay there, unconscious. With but a slight flick of his finger, Xue Yang could have effortlessly untied the strings of her bikini. However, Xue Yang had no intention of provoking unnecessary trouble. Instead, he pressed his hands firmly against the ample bosom of this striking woman. Despite his best efforts to maintain a pure mindset, when his hands encountered the soft curves, his thoughts began to wander. Such a figure, such a sensation, was truly difficult to resist. Yet, Xue Yang continued to apply pressure, and upon observing her chest rise and fall, even his thick skin flushed slightly. The girl expelled a couple of mouthfuls of seawater, but showed no signs of awakening. Taking a deep breath, Xue Yang commenced mouth-to-mouth resuscitation. After 2 minutes of this final effort, the unconscious female executive suddenly opened her eyes and began to cough violently. Had Xue Yang not reacted swiftly, her saliva would have poured directly into his mouth. Once she regained consciousness, Xue Yang finally exhaled in relief, initially hoping that she might express gratitude for his life-saving actions. However, to his astonishment, the woman not only displayed no signs of appreciation, but instead glared at him with fury, exclaiming, "You beast! What have you done to me? I will kill you." Unbeknownst to him, she had grasped a stone and without a second thought, hurled it toward Xue Yang. However, such a rudimentary weapon posed no threat to him. Yet, her shouts served as a rallying cry, unexpectedly summoning at least 100 individuals. Xue Yang surveyed the approaching crowd, which included bodyguards in black attire, resort security, and a motley assortment of others. Realizing that they were all vying for the credit of the rescue, he understood that entanglement with this throng would spell considerable trouble. Even more awkwardly, Xue Yang's diving state had yet to be lifted. While this condition allowed him to swim with remarkable prowess in a confrontation, he would truly be rendered a clumsy shrimp. For Xue Yang, it seemed there was but one choice left. He leaped into the ocean behind him. Having just taken a deep breath, he could remain submerged for quite some time. Over 20 proficient swimmers promptly followed suit, but after a thorough search, they could only shake their heads in defeat. At that moment, the resort owner stepped forward and expressed, "We sincerely apologize for the events of today. However, I have personally ensured that everyone in this area has been accounted for, and there should be no one left behind." Draped in a bikini, the elegant woman donned a light jacket, her chin slightly elevated as she squinted and remarked, "Boss Jean need not speak here. If it weren't for that individual, I might have nearly drowned." This declaration left the narrator momentarily stunned. Should the president of the Deep Sea Group perish at this juncture, the cultural sector of Donghai City would undoubtedly face a cataclysmic upheaval. The diminutive figure known as Boss Jean, perplexed, queried, "Since that young man saved you, why do you still intend to have him apprehended?" The woman merely smiled softly in response. "If I do not catch him, how can I express my gratitude?" Meanwhile, at a different shore, Xue Yang emerged from a crevice in the rocks. Observing the ample size of the stone, he reclined atop it, basking in the sun. To an outsider, Xue Yang appeared to be merely a young athlete, fatigued from swimming and taking a break. Yet, unbeknownst to him, profound transformations were occurring within his body. Reverting from a state of submersion typically required at least 10 minutes, but due to the prolonged diving and his immense fatigue, Xue Yang inadvertently drifted into slumber. As the sun gradually descended in the west, the tide began to rise, encroaching steadily. Unbeknownst to him, the advancing waters had already soaked half of Xue Yang's body. Not far away, a youthful voice broke the tranquility. "Grandpa, Grandpa, come quickly. There's someone drowning." A girl, around 12 or 13, hurried towards him, her anxiety palpable. Upon seeing Xue Yang clad only in swim trunks, she was captivated by his striking features, a typical age for a girl on the cusp of adolescence. An elderly man, his hair as white as rice, ambled over, glancing at the young man sprawled in the water. He chuckled softly, "It's all right. He doesn't seem like someone who has drowned. He probably just fell asleep from exhaustion. Their conversation roused Xue Yang from his pleasant dreams. As he became aware of a rising tide enveloping him, he sprang up, hastening a few steps toward the beach. While submerged during his diving, he felt no concern. However, now in a normal state, the prospect of silently succumbing to the ocean was too tragic to contemplate. Surveying the grandfather and granddaughter who had awakened him, Xue Yang approached them and grasped the elder's hand, saying, "Thank goodness you arrived in time. Otherwise, I might have fallen into the water without realizing it." The elder replied, "There is no need for gratitude. My granddaughter and I merely passed by. However, returning home in just your swim trunks would indeed be a breach of public decorum. Gulme, let me fetch you some appropriate attire." Upon hearing the elder's words, Xue Yang hurriedly nodded. His own clothes had long been changed at the resort, and due to the abruptness of his departure, he had been unable to retrieve them. Returning now would undoubtedly lead him to a dead end. Thus, borrowing a piece of clothing was indeed the most prudent choice. Xue Yang reached out to gently pat the little girl's head and smiled as he inquired, "How old are you now? What grade are you in?" What was intended as a casual greeting took an unexpected turn as the girl blushed and turned her head away, ignoring him. It was then that Xue Yang realized how inappropriate it seemed for a young man in swim trunks to be addressing a shy girl in such a manner, leading him to awkwardly laugh and refrain from further conversation. "Good sir, are you a fisherman here? I see the calluses on your hands. They must be from casting nets," Xue Yang said, moving a bit closer to the elder with a smile. The elder merely chuckled and nodded, replying, "Ah, young man, your eyes are quite sharp. However, our profession involves much more than just casting nets. We must navigate boats, haul in nets, and adapt to the changing seasons with various intricate tasks." What began as a casual chat sparked Xue Yang's interest when he heard about the boats. His eyes suddenly gleamed with excitement as he asked, "Do you have your own boat, sir?" The elder chuckled. "How can you speak so? Do you look down upon this old man? If at my age I did not possess a fishing vessel, what would it mean to be a fisherman? My life would have been in vain." Xue Yang nodded in agreement, realizing he needed a boat capable of venturing into the deep sea. At this moment, the little girl, her cheeks still flushed, chimed in, "Grandpa is amazing. He has saved many people at this seaside every year. Everyone calls him a living bodhisattva." Hearing this, Xue Yang looked at the elder with newfound respect. However, the elder waved his hand dismissively, saying, "Living bodhisattva? It's merely a habit of address. It's all in jest. Saving lives is just a matter of raising a hand. When you see someone adrift in the sea, how could you not lend a hand?" As Xue Yang engaged in lively conversation with the elder, he realized that this was his opportunity to catch a ride on the elder's boat. The elder led Xue Yang to a modest villa that, while simple in appearance, boasted exquisite and tasteful decor within. This clearly reflected the remarkable taste of the house's owner. As the elderly man offered Xue Yang some clothes to wear, Xue Yang plucked a golden, antique ring from a tree branch and placed it into the man's hand. The elder examined the ring closely, realizing it was no ordinary piece. He shook his head with a smile and said, "Such a precious item could purchase thousands of my garments. You Lao, do not save lives for mere money. You may keep it." This ring had been discovered by Xue Yang while he wandered the ocean floor. Though its material was commonplace, its craftsmanship was undeniably charming. No matter how Xue Yang insisted, the elder remained unwilling to accept the ring. Ultimately, when the girl accompanied Xue Yang to the door, he directly gifted the ring to her. She repeatedly declined, saying, "Grandfather has said we cannot accept gifts from others." Xue Yang chuckled. "This is not a gift for your grandfather. It is merely a token from me to you, a mutual exchange between friends. Just don't tell your grandfather." Feeling a tinge of guilt for not leaving the elder with something, Xue Yang wished to express his gratitude. At that moment, he thought little of it, wanting only to leave a token of appreciation. However, the young girl, in the bloom of her first love, began to fantasize about various romantic scenarios. After all, rings held significant meaning in those melodramatic films. By the time the girl regained her composure, Xue Yang had already vanished into the distance. When Xue Yang returned to the shop, night had fallen. As usual, a sumptuous dinner awaited him whenever he returned late. He sat down and began to feast heartily. "Since you've been working here, this is your first day off. Where did you go for fun today?" The proprietress appeared indifferent, yet her tone betrayed her feelings. With his mouth full, Xue Yang mumbled, "I went on a date." The moment those words left his lips, the sound of the abacus in the proprietress's hands abruptly ceased. After a long pause, she softly replied, "In that case, feel free to take more days off. As long as I am here, the shop will be fine. After all, we can't let your romance suffer." Hearing this, Xue Yang could almost sense the jealousy wafting through the room. The proprietress spoke with a hint of melancholy, and Xue Yang, from behind, wrapped his arms around her waist, inhaling the sweet fragrance of her hair. I was just joking. Why take it so seriously? The proprietress playfully pushed him away but could not suppress a smile as she replied, Whether you joke or not, what does it concern me? Go wherever you wish. I shall not bother to keep track of you anymore. Xue Yang feigned a pitiful expression, saying, If you don't look after me, who will? I might end up homeless, begging for survival. Enough of that. Just eat your meal, she retorted. Xue Yang chuckled softly and continued to indulge in a lavish meal at the dining table. The following morning, as dawn broke, he contemplated returning to the Jade market for another exploration. However, scarcely had he stepped outside when a car suddenly sped towards him. It was a Ferrari, exuding an air of opulence. The vehicle surged forward at an alarming speed, yet Xue Yang's reflexes proved swifter. He deftly retreated, causing the Ferrari to miss him entirely. The car came to a halt not far away, and the door swung open to reveal a striking woman in high heels and a sleek black business ensemble, her visage obscured by an imposing pair of sunglasses. After a moment of scrutiny, Xue Yang recognized her as the very individual he had rescued the previous day, though clad in a bikini then. Her current attire rendered her nearly unrecognizable, despite having met only twice, and with the first encounter being one of salvation on Xue Yang's part. She now appeared intent on his demise. Excuse me, madam. I believe we are not acquainted. What is the meaning of your reckless driving? Should you cause harm, you shall bear the consequences, Xue Yang proclaimed, his voice raised. The alluring figure merely scoffed in response. If a man were to take advantage of a woman, should he not also be held accountable? She retorted. Upon realizing that she recognized him, Xue Yang could only manage a resigned smile. The circumstances yesterday were entirely unavoidable. You were alone and in dire need of assistance. If I hadn't intervened, who would have come to your aid? It soon became evident that reasoning with a woman could be a fruitless endeavor. The captivating beauty dismissed his words with indifference. I do not care. Since you have tarnished my dignity, you shall pay the price. Her audacity in using the term tarnished was remarkable. Xue Yang distinctly recalled how he had suppressed any inappropriate thought while saving her, making her accusation seem utterly unfounded. He frowned slightly. What price do you expect me to pay? Surely, you do not mean marriage? Internally, he lamented, even if you were a fierce tigress, I have no force to provide for you. The captivating lady continued with a haughty snicker. You seem to have grand illusions. I have thoroughly investigated your background. You once carved a magnificent imperial green glass phoenix for the Huang family, a piece that garnered quite a stir in the entire EC city. Furthermore, I've heard that the skull sculpture at Boss Bai's establishment also originated from your skilled hands. These accomplishments indicate that you possess considerable talent. Now, I require your assistance in carving something, and it must be of a quality that rivals that of the imperial green glass. Upon encountering the request of this enchanting beauty, Xue Yang felt a wave of exasperation wash over him. He was acutely aware of the substantial value of his sculptures, and it was evident that her intentions were akin to coercion, demanding that he craft a masterpiece for her without compensation. Yet, in light of the necessity to avoid a fatal accident on the road one day, Xue Yang reluctantly acquiesced, nodding and stating, Whatever you say shall be. For my life rests in your hands, does it not? Thus, there is no room for negotiation between us. Simply provide me with the materials and your stringent specifications, and I believe I can create something remarkable for you. As for the masterpiece, that shall be left to fate. Upon receiving his affirmative response, a glimmer of satisfaction illuminated the beauty's face, although she feigned an icy demeanor, declaring, You have spoken. I have yet to decide what I wish for you to sculpt. But since you have already consented, let us uphold the honor of our words. Once I have contemplated what I desire, I shall return to seek you out. With that, the stunning woman swiftly entered her vehicle, preparing to depart. Xue Yang, feeling somewhat defeated, called out, May I inquire your esteemed name? The beauty leaned out of the window, maintaining her aloof tone, and replied, Wu Yali. Surely you have heard of me, unless you are woefully ignorant. With a swift press of the accelerator, her Ferrari roared to life, vanishing from Xue Yang's sight. As he watched the display of her ostentation, Xue Yang could only bow to her prowess, recognizing that he lacked the means to emulate her flamboyance. Following his encounter with the venomous beauty, his initial intention to leisurely wander dissipated entirely. He hailed a cab heading toward the seaside, casually purchased some gifts along the way, and then proceeded to the residence of Elder Yu. Upon the doors opening by a young girl, Xue Yang hastily brought his purchases inside, only for the girl to express her discontent, stating, I have not permitted you to enter. Faced with her declaration, Xue Yang awkwardly retreated, feigning a fresh arrival as he knocked on the door and called out, "Is anyone home? May I enter, dear young lady?" Finally, the girl smiled and replied, "Very well, please come in." Experiencing an unfortunate start, having been momentarily barred from entry, Xue Yang felt a tinge of embarrassment. Nevertheless, in pursuit of his purpose for the visit, he steeled himself and stepped inside. Observing Elder Yu perusing a newspaper within the room, Xue Yang greeted him with a smile, saying, "Elder Yu, I am immensely grateful for the assistance you provided last time. Without you, I would have returned nearly bare." The elderly man cast a glance at him before averting his gaze. "Regarding the previous matter, you bestowed upon my granddaughter a ring of such exquisite value. Thus, our affairs are now balanced. Your visit today surely isn't merely to express gratitude, is it? If there is indeed something you wish to convey, I suggest you speak plainly. I am uncertain whether your vessel has any imminent voyages planned, but if it does, I might be fortunate enough to catch a ride." The youth stepped into the room, placing his belongings on the floor. The elder continued perusing his newspaper, then nonchalantly remarked, "You intend to accompany my ship, not to fish for large catches, I presume?" Xue Yang chuckled softly. "Of course, I have no intention of fishing. Rather, I am eager to explore the waters, specifically in search of larger fish. Should you wish to visit the sunken shipwrecks, you ought to seek out others." "Why?" Xue Yang asked, a hint of dissatisfaction evident in his tone. He had recently acquired diving skills and learned of the enigmatic shipwrecks, making this journey's primary objective his desire for Elder Yu to take him there. Although he could easily hire or even purchase a fishing vessel, he remained uneasy about entrusting others with the journey, as this was a clandestine venture that must not disturb anyone. Xue Yang regarded Elder Yu as a remarkably dependable individual, sincerely hoping he would facilitate this journey to the shipwrecks. To his surprise, Elder Yu's refusal was resolute. Lighting a cigarette and taking a drag, Elder Yu spoke slowly. "First, the reason these locations are termed shipwreck sites is due to the multitude of vessels that have met their demise there throughout history. It is perilous beyond measure. Secondly, most who venture there do so in search of treasure. As an old man, I have no desire to involve myself in such pursuits. But Elder, should you agree to take me, your reward would be substantial. I understand that this may sound disrespectful, yet I implore your understanding. My yearning to visit that place is profound." Despite Xue Yang's earnest entreaties, Elder Yu remained unmoved. Once Elder Yu finished his cigarette, he turned to Xue Yang with a grave expression. "Young man, my refusal is ultimately for your own good. My son was once a fine man. Yet one day, he too felt compelled to embark on such an adventure. After just one visit, he returned empty-handed, and his mind became as if entranced. To this day, he lies there in a daze, effectively rendered a shell of his former self. There are numerous cases like my son S. Even if you were go, you would merely tread the same path. Why subject yourself to such fate?" Upon hearing the elder's words, Xue Yang was taken aback. Merely visiting that place once, without finding anything, had led to such a tragic fate? The notion seemed rather sinister. However, the sincerity reflected in the old man's gaze revealed the truth of the matter. "Mr. Yu, I feel deeply unfortunate about your son's condition, but may I visit him? Even if all of this is indeed true, I am compelled to uncover the reality." Xue Yang expressed. After a prolonged moment of hesitation, Mr. Yu gestured for Xue Yang to follow him, proceeding towards the inner room. Xue Yang promptly trailed behind him, and upon entering the chamber, he finally beheld a middle-aged man, approximately in his 40s, lying motionless on a platform. The man appeared to be in a vegetative state, and upon closer inspection, Xue Yang noted that apart from some unusual dark circles around his eyes, he bore no significant difference from an ordinary individual. Xue Yang placed his fingers on the man's neck, utilizing his dragon blood realm to discern the state of the man's health. Though he was not a physician, he could sense certain abnormalities within the human body. "He has been poisoned," Xue Yang asserted confidently. The old man was taken aback by Xue Yang's diagnosis, surprised that this young man, who did not appear to be a doctor, could discern his son's condition so readily. Xue Yang continued. "The toxin is likely one that paralyzes the nerves, possibly derived from a sea snake or something similar." In response, the elder shook his head in disagreement, stating, "If it were indeed the venom of a sea snake, the hospital would surely be aware of it. You frequently venture into the sea, so you must understand that even today, new species are occasionally discovered in the ocean, species that were previously unknown," Xue Yang countered, emphasizing that it was entirely plausible for a new species to remain undetected. The elder remained skeptical, acknowledging the logic but still hesitant. "I can cure his poisoning, provided you take me to the shipwreck." Xue Yang turned to Mr. Yu, a confident smile gracing his lips. The secrets of the underwater world were not merely limited to the act of diving. The literature on diving encompassed extensive information regarding marine life and various creatures. The ability to traverse the ocean floor was merely the fundamental aspect of diving. The most perilous encounters lay with the creatures inhabiting those depths. Xue Yang pondered the entities capable of inducing paralysis, memories of the diving literature rushing through his mind. He began to ascertain that the creature responsible for attacking Mr. Yu was likely a serpentine, bipedal entity, one that had yet to be discovered by humanity, although it had existed in ancient Chinese folklore. In recalling the imagery of such a creature, Xue Yang noted its striking resemblance to the mythical Jiaolong. Furthermore, according to the accounts within the diving texts, an attack from such a creature could prove fatal, and even a less severe encounter could result in permanent disability. In this light, it appears that Mr. Yu's is rather fortunate, having only suffered paralysis without any imminent threat to his life. Xue Yang's confidence stems entirely from the detailed records found in the spring waters, which mention that the Jiaolong has a penchant for devouring jade. Upon witnessing such a proclivity, Xue Yang mused that he was somewhat akin to a young mouse, albeit the latter is indiscriminate in its appetite, seizing any gemstone without hesitation. According to those who have ventured here, regardless of whether they perished or survived, the symptoms exhibited were remarkably consistent. Xue Yang deduced that the only creature dwelling within the ancient shipwreck was the Jiaolong. He understood that targeted measures must be employed against this dragon, and fortunately, the art of diving provided comprehensive guidance on how to confront it. When entering that region, should one encounter the Jiaolong, casting aside a substantial quantity of jade could avert disaster. Furthermore, anyone bitten by the Jiaolong could regain their normal state by consuming a small fragment of its scales. Although Xue Yang was unsure if he could triumph over such a ferocious creature, he resolved to take the risk to uncover the mysteries of the shipwreck. Upon hearing that his son might be saved, the elderly Qi grasped Xue Yang's hand with palpable excitement, stating, "Are you serious? You don't strike me as one to deceive, and if this is true, I would not hesitate to venture into the sunken waters 100 times." Xue Yang smiled, recognizing the profound nature of paternal love. The old man was so stirred by the possibility of his son's salvation. He nodded affirmatively, saying, "Just leave me there, and I shall handle the rest." They agreed to embark the following evening, for the maritime area was not too distant from the shore and the seabed not excessively deep. However, due to frequent accidents, it had been designated a protected zone. Without stealthy access under the cover of night, reaching the fabled shipwreck would be impossible. Xue Yang prepared a substantial quantity of jade, varying in quality, yet collectively worth no less than 1 million. Upon arriving at the coordinates of the shipwreck, he immediately filled a net with the jade and leapt into the depths. Mr. Yu gaped in astonishment at Xue Yang's audacity. He had witnessed reckless acts before, but none quite like this. This was the deep sea, frequented by predatory fish, and even seasoned fishermen would not dare plunge into these waters, especially without any protective gear. However, Yu recalled Xue Yang's earlier instructions to wait for him for 3 hours, regardless of what transpired. Meanwhile, Xue Yang found himself submerged in the ocean, where everything appeared to be rather unremarkable. Xue Yang surveyed his surroundings, using his perceptive abilities to assess the condition of the surrounding seawater. He found no anomalies. Due to the considerable weight of the jade he carried, he was descending rapidly, reaching the ocean floor in merely half an hour. Despite the fact that both his skin and bones had undergone special enhancements, the profound depths of the sea were somewhat uncomfortable for him. Upon reaching the seabed, Xue Yang was pleasantly surprised to discover a thriving scene far beyond his expectations. A plethora of vessels lay silently beneath the waves, ranging from the most ordinary wooden ships of ancient times to contemporary iron giants. While some of these vessels were tilted and decaying, others remained steadfast. Resembling models despite their rusted exteriors, their structural integrity remained impressively intact. It was as if he had stumbled upon a living museum of sunken ships. Xue Yang had little interest in the iron vessels, as they were too contemporary to intrigue him. He surmised they would not harbor any remarkable finds. However, he quickly swam toward the more antiquated wooden ships, navigating through them with the casual ease of a stroll through a market. Yet, the sheer number of ships and the vast area they occupied were overwhelming. Even if he were to explore this region for a month, he doubted he could examine every vessel. His purpose in coming here was to seek ancient relics, but after wandering for quite some time, he detected no trace of jade, which left him feeling quite disheartened. Among the wooden ships, he discovered a variety of coins, ancient currency that could fetch a handsome price on shore. Yet, he had no intention of collecting them. Although he appreciated wealth, he was not one to be blinded by it. Bringing such items to the surface would undoubtedly invite skepticism from many. He decided to keep only a few ancient coins as mementos, turning his focus back to searching for Jade, the true object of his fascination. Fortune favored his persistence, for after a considerable period of exploration, he spotted a peculiar stone covered in green moss atop a ship's plank, accompanied by a skeleton that clutched the stone tightly. Ordinarily, one would expect a corpse to drift upon the surface after death, making such a submerged scenario rare. Yet, Xue Yang understood the reason behind this. The owner of the Jade must have cherished it deeply, holding on tightly during the ship's calamity, leading to their descent into the depths, eternally entwined with the precious stone. Though aware of the profound bond between the owner and the Jade, Xue Yang nonetheless proceeded to pry the skeleton's hands apart. He cradled a stone, roughly the size of a common wash basin, directly in his arms. Xue Yang did not need to pry apart the green, spear-like surface of the Jade. He could instinctively ascertain that it was undoubtedly a precious object. His intuition played a significant role, but another factor stemmed from his reasoning. This vessel exuded luxury, and the remnants of fabric clinging to the Jade's owner suggested she was of noble lineage, a dignitary from antiquity, who would cling to such a piece of jade even in death. Thus, it was certain that this item was truly valuable. Xue Yang was not greedy. His goal was merely to find 2 exquisite stones before withdrawing. However, as he traversed the seabed with the stone in his embrace, he suddenly felt a violent shift in the underwater currents, rendering him unable to maintain his footing. The force of the water shattered numerous wooden vessels, prompting Xue Yang to swim frantically until he reached an iron boat, where he grasped the handrail inside, finally allowing himself to exhale in relief. Yet at that moment, the iron boat was struck with tremendous force, plunging violently into the depths. The vessel, towering over 10 meters, was suddenly submerged halfway. Such an astonishing impact would be beyond the capability of even a mature whale. As Xue Yang marveled at this terrifying display of power, he turned to look back, but discerned nothing. Just then, he noticed a massive eye, at least half a meter in diameter, watching him intently. This eye darted about with an uncanny vitality, and upon realizing it was not alone, it abruptly vanished from view. What followed was a more ferocious onslaught, as the iron boat seemed on the brink of being rammed into the depths. Within the rocky seabed, a thought struck Xue Yang. If he did not escape soon, he might never have another chance. Grasping a bag of purple-green jade beside him, he hurled it forcefully towards the exit. The resistance of the water was immense. Despite exerting all his strength, the jade only flew a mere 2 meters beyond the cabin. Yet, that distance proved sufficient. Suddenly, a massive maw lunged forward, engulfing the area where the jade had been cast, revealing an unfathomably long body that enveloped the iron boat. Not long after the jade was consumed, this colossal form vanished into thin air. Cautiously, Xue Yang extended his head to peer around, only to find no trace of the monstrous creature. He hastily climbed to the uppermost part of the iron boat, where, during the beast's ferocious assault, several scales had shed onto the surface. Although there were not many, one intact scale was sufficient for him. Xue Yang quickly wrapped the fragments within his clothing, while he held the peculiar stone, covered in green mold, tightly against his chest. At that moment, using his free hand, he retrieved a folded pouch from his pocket. Gently rubbing the pouch, it suddenly inflated, resembling a large balloon. This was a balloon of Xue Yang's own creation, specifically devised for buoyancy on water. Inside, it contained 2 chemical substances, separated by a thin layer of plastic. As soon as this plastic was punctured, the 2 substances would mix, generating a considerable volume of gas, thus forming the balloon. This inflatable device carried Xue Yang and the stone to the surface of the river, precisely taking 3 hours. However, for Xue Yang, those 3 hours felt akin to 3 months spent on land, an excruciatingly long duration. Throughout this ordeal, he faced the constant peril of death, but fortunately, the diving techniques he had memorized proved reliable. Had the dragon-like creature remained unsatisfied after acquiring the jade, his demise would have been inevitable. Upon arriving at Elder Yu's home, Xue Yang lay in a room prepared for him by Elder Yu. As he carefully peeled away the green mold from the stone he had brought, he was astonished by its rudimentary form. The stone appeared smooth and rounded, lacking the exquisite craftsmanship he had envisioned. This realization left the youth quite perplexed. How could someone so fiercely attached to this piece of jade be enamored with something so devoid of detail and charm? Was it merely a case of obsession? The material of the jade seemed rather ordinary, showing only subtle distinctions from common white jade, none of which were particularly pronounced. Xue Yang, Unwilling to accept that he had risked his life for a mere ordinary stone, scrutinized it repeatedly, yet found no satisfying conclusion. In despair, he set the stone aside and turned his attention to the scales he had obtained from a beast. This item was evidently far more valuable than the white jade. Yet it could not serve as a keepsake, for Xue Yang had previously reached an agreement with Elder Yu to deliver it as a remedy for Elder Yu's son. He promptly requested some iron tools from Elder Yu. Fortunate that the workshop at Elder Yu's home was well equipped, providing everything Xue Yang needed. Due to the excessive hardness of the dragon scales, it proved impossible to reduce them to powder using the stone mortars available in the market. Even after polishing those mortars to perfection, not a single corner of the scales could be ground down. Thus, Xue Yang had to resort to a more forceful method, placing the scales between two steel plates and grinding them back and forth. After laboring for a considerable part of the day, he finally succeeded in transforming a substantial piece of scale into powder. Throughout this endeavor, a sweet-natured little girl remained by his side, assisting him. Despite her petite strength, her presence expedited Xue Yang's work as she cheerfully tidied the scattered powder. Gazing at the small bowl of white powder he had ground, Xue Yang took a small knife and delicately carved a tiny piece from the large white jade. Once he had ground the jade into powder as well, he mixed it with the scale powder. Throughout history, numerous esteemed traditional Chinese medicine practitioners have recounted tales of using jade as a medicinal catalyst. Though Xue Yang possessed no understanding of traditional Chinese medicine, he believed that adding a bit of jade powder would aid the uncle's digestion. After all, it was inconceivable to force something that could barely be crushed between steel plates into the mouth of a person in a vegetative state. With the help of the three individuals, Xue Yang combined the powder with some water and poured it directly into the uncle's mouth. After having busied himself with this task, Xue Yang let out a long sigh of relief, finally able to take a moment to rest. As the uncle consumed the bowl of pearl powder and jade soup, a subtle reaction occurred. A faint smile appeared on his face, which the little girl was the first to notice, instantly bounding with joy. Daddy smiled. Daddy smiled. Amidst her cheerful exclamations, Xue Yang realized that the previously expressionless uncle had indeed shown signs of a smile. Witnessing this change, Old Yu was moved to tears. You ungrateful son, at least you have given this old man a glimmer of hope. If you do not recover, who will care for your daughter when I am gone? The excitement of the two men was entirely anticipated by Xue Yang. While they basked in their joy, he quietly began to gather his belongings. The only item he intended to take was the large white stone, which, despite its mediocre quality, was something he had risked his life to obtain. As Xue Yang wrapped the white jade, he was surprised to find that the stone appeared completely intact. He distinctly remembered carving a small piece from the lower left corner to prepare the pearl and jade soup. Yet there was no trace of that mark to be found now. Xue Yang picked up a small knife, his eyes wide with intensity, as he etched a line onto the surface of the white jade stone. Though he did not apply much force, the mark left upon the jade was undeniably distinct. At that moment, a miraculous occurrence unfolded. The incision gradually blurred, and within 10 minutes, it had vanished without a trace. Taking a deep breath, Xue Yang calmed his racing heart. His excitement surged, for he had come to a stunning realization. This piece of jade possessed a remarkable ability for self-restoration, as if it were imbued with life. What a treasure it was! He placed both hands upon the white jade, yearning to sense a hint of its vitality. Yet ultimately, he found nothing. Staring at the vague outline before him, an intriguing thought crossed his mind. The reason the jade had not been sculpted into other forms was not due to a lack of effort, but rather because any attempts at carving yielded no significant result. This jade was impervious to sculpting. Where then did its original shape originate? Was it a reflection of his own growth? With this thought lingering, Xue Yang wrapped the jade back up, his mind swirling with countless possibilities and speculations, none of which seemed convincing enough to assuage his curiosity. Even with masterful knowledge of carving techniques, there were no records on how to approach such a regenerative stone. Slowly, he made his way out of the room, when a little girl rushed out, giggling, and clasped his leg. Looking up at him with wide, blinking eyes, she exclaimed, "Big brother, my father just moved his finger. You are truly amazing." However, lost in contemplation about the jade, Xue Yang scarcely registered her words until he was roused from his reverie by the elderly Yu calling out to him. With a smile, Xue Yang replied, "I must return now, Elder Yu. The shop is left in the hands of the mistress, and she may struggle to manage alone. Thank you for your assistance today." Elder Yu waved his hand dismissively, saying, "If gratitude is to be expressed, it should be towards you. Compared to your adventurous spirit, my contributions are merely trifles. When the time permits, we must properly show our appreciation. We are merely helping one another. There is no need for such formalities." I too have gained significantly today, but I hope you can keep today's events a secret. As you know, should others find out, it could lead to considerable trouble. Elder Yu nodded firmly, his face still adorned with a warm smile. Of course, even if we are but strangers, I, old Yu, adhere to the principle of a gentleman's word. Hard to retract. Moreover, you are a benefactor to our family. Xue Yang lowered his head and playfully pinched the little girl's cheek, then smiled and inquired, and what about you? Little one, can you keep this secret for your elder brother? The girl, with her wide, innocent eyes, cheerfully replied, Xue will absolutely not tell anyone. Will you come to our house again, big brother? Xue Yang pinched her cheek once more and said, so your name is Xue. What a lovely name. Of course. I will return. I'll bring you some delicious treats. Upon hearing his response, the little girl joyfully leaped into the air. However, despite having made a promise to her, when Xue Yang eventually departed from the Yu family home, he noticed the shimmer of tears in her eyes, reflecting her reluctance to part. Upon his return to the shop, Xue Yang discovered that aside from the proprietress, there was an unfamiliar figure present. The person appeared somewhat gaunt, clad in ordinary work attire, and if one were unaware, they might assume he was there to repair plumbing or electrical work. Yet, he was seated at a table, indicating he was indeed a customer, albeit clearly waiting for something, nearly dozing off in the process. As Xue Yang entered, Song Yu approached the man and said, Hello, our sculptor has returned. You may take out your items for him to examine. Upon hearing this, the stranger sitting at the table jolted upright, quickly scanning the room until his gaze landed on the newly arrived Xue Yang. Upon seeing Xue Yang, the man merely smiled foolishly and retrieved a piece of jadeite from his box, placing it on the countertop. The proprietress, with a wry smile, leaned towards Xue Yang and whispered, He has been waiting since this morning for you. He refuses to accept anything else and has merely been waiting here, seemingly prepared to sit all night until he sees you. Thankfully, you are back. Xue Yang nodded, glancing at the man's attire, pondering that someone who could wait for him for such an extended period might belong to one of two categories. The first being someone genuinely seeking his sculpting services, and the second being an individual attempting to deceive him into lowering his craftsmanship fees. He had encountered quite a few of the latter. However, upon confidently examining the jadeite on the counter, Xue Yang was taken aback, as it was evidently a remarkable piece. Such an exquisite item emerging from the hands of an ordinary worker appeared quite extraordinary. With utmost politeness, Xue Yang inquired, May I ask how to address you? The man replied, Zhang Yuan, but you may call me Old Zhang. Xue Yang cast a glance at the jade stone and remarked with a smile, The quality of this piece is indeed commendable. It can be classified as ice type. Do you intend to have it carved, or are you considering selling it to us directly? Whichever option you choose. We assure you a fair price and a guarantee of our integrity. However, Zhang Yuanming replied with a bitter smile, It is precisely because I have heard of your esteemed reputation and carving expertise that I have come here. I do not wish to sell this jade. I desire to have it carved. Yet, I lack sufficient funds for the craftsmanship. Upon hearing this, Xue Yang furrowed his brow and stated, If you do not have the funds for the craftsmanship, then it would be best for you to take it back. After all, we are not in the business of charity. We engage in commerce, which necessitates mutual benefit. Xue Yang outright rejected the man, clearly apprehensive about the possibility of him resorting to persistent pleas for a reduction in price. At that moment, Song Yu tugged gently at his sleeve, signaling him to temper his directness, but Xue Yang merely patted her hand, indicating that he understood the situation well. Zhang Yuanming hesitated and said, If I were to sell this jade, would it cover the processing fee? Xue Yang, somewhat puzzled, replied, We offer only two services. First, you sell this jade to us. Second, I carve it for you and return it afterward. If you intend to sell the jade directly, how can you expect me to carve it for you? I seem to have misunderstood your intentions. Feeling a sense of shame, Zhang Yuanming lowered his gaze and confessed, This jade is a treasured heirloom for my family, and I do not have sufficient funds to have it carved. Before he could finish, Xue Yang rubbed his temples and said, If it is a family heirloom, then regardless of its value, it should be cherished. Why the urgency to have it carved, especially when you lack the funds to do so? Xue Yang's tone had grown increasingly impatient. He was weary of the man's stammering. Given the perilous maritime activities of the day, Xue Yang's body was thoroughly exhausted. He yearned for a hot bath and a restful night's sleep. But this man's presence had thwarted his perfect plan, leading to a less than pleasant tone in his speech. Finally, Zhang Yuanming bowed his head and spoke weakly, What I mean is when you finish carving this jade, may I use it first? Afterward, it will be yours, and the value of this jade can offset the processing fee. Upon hearing this, both the proprietress and Xue Yang were taken aback, It was quite astonishing to see such audacity from a man who had been so hesitant in his speech. Though this piece of jade may be commonplace to Xue Yang, it is, after all, a type of ice jade which belongs to the category of precious gemstones. A substantial piece such as this would command a price of at least 1 million. Some master carvers tend to charge sculpting fees that surpass the value of the stone itself. However, it is evident that Xue Yang does not belong to that ilk. Although his own carving fees are somewhat elevated, the cost for sculpting such an ice jade merely amounts to 100,000. Thus, Xue Yang is taken aback, uncertain if this gentleman has perhaps indulged in too much drink. Yet, upon closer observation, he discerns no signs of inebriation. The man's hesitant words pique Xue Yang's interest. He takes a seat and gestures for him to continue, smiling as he remarks, "Surely you realize that your jade is worth far more than my carving fee. So why the urgency to have it sculpted?" Zhang Yuanming replies in a subdued tone, "My family is merely an ordinary working-class household, and compounded by my partner's chronic illness, we have lived in relative poverty. Now that my partner has been diagnosed with a terminal condition, she is not long for this world. If we possess anything of value, it is that piece of heirloom jade. When we first married, my beloved expressed a deep desire for a rose carved from jade. I wish to fulfill that modest wish before she departs. I understand that this material is ill-suited for such a sculpture, and I have always been opposed to it. But I can no longer afford to deliberate. I long to carve it into a rose to surprise her." Upon hearing this, Xue Yang is momentarily taken aback, observing that the man's expression does not suggest deceit. He then smiles and responds, "To transform such a magnificent piece into a rose would indeed be a considerable waste, given the disparity in form and the extensive alterations required, which would inevitably squander much of the jade. However, if you are resolute in your desire to create a rose, I shall carve it for you free of charge, without requiring this jade to offset my fees, for the value of the leftover scraps would suffice. And perhaps I might even offer you a portion of money." Before the man can respond, the proprietress interjects, "There is no need for such formality between you. This jade need not be carved into a rose. I happen to have one here that you may take instead. Its material is scarcely inferior to yours." As she speaks, the proprietress opens a small box from a cabinet and produces a finely crafted white jade rose. When Zhang Yuanming beheld the rose, he was momentarily taken aback. Although he was not an expert, he could discern that the craftsmanship of the rose was nothing short of miraculous. Even the masterpieces displayed in museums might pale in comparison to the vibrancy of this bloom. As for the rose, Xue Yang had a faint recollection of it. It was merely a casual endeavor he had undertaken while idly passing time, and he distinctly remembered gifting it to the proprietress. She, who vigilantly tended to numerous exquisite jade pieces, had unexpectedly cherished this modest rose so well. "I had presumed you would have discarded such a trivial item, something of little value. Why do you still keep it? You could have simply placed it on the counter for sale." However, the proprietress merely smiled, remaining silent as she placed the rose in the man's hands. Upon witnessing the beautiful rose once more, the man was again rendered speechless. Bowing repeatedly in gratitude for this gift, Zhang Yuanming hurriedly retrieved 20,000 yuan from his pocket, the 200 bills having been folded numerous times. This was likely all of his worldly possessions. Finally, the man, dressed in work attire, bashfully inquired whether this sum would suffice, offering to gather more if needed. Xue Yang meticulously counted the money, and upon reaching the total of 20,000, he returned the excess bills back to Zhang Yuanming, stating that the rose was priced at 20,000, and the remaining money was superfluous. In the end, Zhang Yuanming hurriedly dashed towards the door, clutching the rose in one hand and his ancestral jade in the other. Initially, Sonya had no intention of accepting the money, but upon seeing Xue Yang take it, she questioned, "You didn't charge a penny for that old man's ruby, so why do you insist on collecting payment for this rose, which serves to alleviate someone's urgent need? We do not lack for this 20,000 yuan." Xue Yang chuckled softly and replied, "The ruby was returned to its rightful owner, and it is not a matter of money. However, charging for this rose is entirely justified. The final gift to his wife should not be acquired through the charity of others, but rather through one's own means, allowing him to maintain his integrity." The proprietress nodded thoughtfully, and at that moment, Xue Yang smilingly inquired, "I am curious to know why, having preserved her rose so well and hesitated to sell it, you now feel willing to part with it for someone else?" The proprietress quietly responded, "We may not comprehend the nuances of your male dignity, but you men, too, fail to grasp our feminine sentiments. The greatest distinction between jade and fireworks lies in one being ephemeral beauty, while the other may endure for a long while. Yet, when a moment arises where the value of jade can transform into eternity in an instant, I would undoubtedly choose to fulfill that stone, and by extension, the individual associated with it. At this moment, Xue Yang chuckled and shook his head, saying, "I don't understand. Perhaps you have watched too many Korean dramas." However, the proprietress, with an air of playful arrogance, replied, "If you truly understood, that would be impressive. You wouldn't merely be a humble assistant, but rather the owner." Upon hearing her words, Xue Yang's expression turned mischievous as he remarked, "If I were the owner, would you still be the proprietress?" Hearing Xue Yang teasing her once more, Song Yu promptly pursued him with a feather duster in hand. Though she chased him for quite some time without success, her face reflected a stubborn refusal to concede. Nevertheless, she ultimately set a lavish dinner on the table, presenting an array of exquisite dishes. After indulging heartily, Xue Yang did not immediately retire to bathe or sleep. Instead, he stealthily slipped back into his little black room, a sanctuary that housed nearly all his treasures. Upon noticing a few more precious stones missing from his collection, he glanced at the diminutive nest of his little milk mouse, and indeed, the creature's belly had swollen to a round ball, clearly having indulged in a feast. Today, due to his diving escapades, Xue Yang had refrained from carrying the little mouse with him. Otherwise, he wouldn't have had to exert such effort to unearth even a single gem. After all, he had mastered the art of diving, while the little mouse did not possess such capabilities. Initially, he had believed the mouse was fast asleep in its nest, which emboldened him to unveil the white jade he had brought. However, in his moment of carelessness, he was startled to discover the little mouse gnawing at one corner of the jade. "Goodness, you have become quite cunning, deceiving your own master," Xue Yang exclaimed as he swiftly scooped the mouse into his palm and lightly tapped its head with his finger. Fortunately, the jade possessed regenerative properties. The piece that had been nibbled upon was not too large, and it should soon replenish itself. In the past, when faced with freshly introduced stones, Xue Yang would have already begun chiseling away, as his mind was filled with the profound techniques of sculpture, allowing him to work without excessive deliberation. Yet, the stone before him presented a dilemma. Should he carve it or not? It seemed fitting to use this stone as a practice tool, and, with a flash of inspiration, Xue Yang commenced crafting a piece depicting a phoenix hatching from an egg. In a cramped space, surrounded by walls and devoid of windows, there was only a rarely opened small wooden door. This was Xue Yang's little black room, though his working environment lacked the artistic ambience that surrounded renowned sculptors. This exceedingly simple little black room had birthed numerous timeless masterpieces. Xue Yang believed that the most crucial element in his sculpting was his mind. With a wealth of creativity within, he was never concerned about his ability to create exceptional works. After 5 arduous hours of labor, the chick phoenix carved from white jade had finally taken shape. While the details were exquisite, it fell woefully short in spirit. In that diminutive chick phoenix, Xue Yang sensed no trace of vitality, rendering the creation a complete failure. However, despite this setback, Xue Yang felt no disappointment. If a masterpiece could be so easily replicated, that would truly signify failure to him. He sauntered into the shop, casually settling into a mahogany chair in the corner, pouring himself a cup of tea as he sank into contemplation. Upon noticing his discontented expression, Song Yu approached and gently squeezed his shoulder, saying, "What troubles you, my esteemed sculptor? Is there still something that eludes your understanding?" In response to the proprietress's compliment, Xue Yang smiled and replied, "Your words suggest I am more remarkable than I truly am. There are always greater talents beyond our horizons. In the realm of traditional Chinese craftsmanship, countless venerable predecessors surpass me. I am but a fledgling in comparison. Who would have thought our great genius would display such humility? It seems people are ever evolving," teased Song Yu as she playfully nudged him, nonchalantly perching on the edge of the mahogany chair. Her lithe frame made it effortless to maintain balance, ensuring no one would worry about the chair's integrity. Yet, Xue Yang chuckled lightly, instinctively wrapping his arm around the soft curve of the proprietress's waist. Given her naturally slight strength, she was drawn into his embrace before she could protest. The warmth of his sturdy chest momentarily captivated her, leaving her momentarily dazed. However, she soon began to flail in a futile attempt to escape his grasp. In response to her feeble struggles, Xue Yang tightened his hold. Realizing her escape was futile, Song Yu surrendered, allowing herself to sink deeper into his embrace. Just as Xue Yang contemplated indulging in mischief, The sudden arrival of an elderly gentleman at the door interrupted them. What impeccable timing, Xue Yang muttered in annoyance, reluctantly releasing the proprietress, aware that their business must continue. And the sight of them entwined would undoubtedly be awkward in the presence of an elder. The freed Song-yu quickly adjusted her attire and cast a sharp glance at Xue Yang as she approached the counter. Nevertheless, Xue Yang chucklet, seemingly oblivious to his previous actions, and resumed savoring his cup of water with leisurely enjoyment. As the elderly gentleman entered, he did not specify what he intended to purchase in response to Song-yu's inquiry. Instead, he surveyed the displayed works on the counter, nodding in satisfaction. Could this old man merely be posturing? Xue Yang continued, sipping his tea, appearing to gaze at the scenery beyond the glass wall. Yet his peripheral vision remained fixed on the elderly figure. After circling the shop twice, the old gentleman finally spoke, addressing Xue Yang rather than Song-yu. My name is Luo Tianqing, and I'm also engaged in the craft of jade carving. My visit today is not for shopping, but rather to engage in a dialogue with you, young man. You may call me Old Luo. The elder spoke with an upright posture, which, while lending a certain resonance to his voice, also imbued his visit with an air reminiscent of a challenger entering a dojo. Ah, it is indeed Old Luo. I have long admired your esteemed reputation in Donghai City. However, I am curious as to the purpose of your visit today, Xue Yang replied, rising to greet the elder, as he had just mentioned the hidden talents within the traditional carving profession, never knowing when he might encounter a master. Yet, he had never heard of Luo Tianqing. Perhaps he was truly lacking in knowledge. This was understandable for Xue Yang, who had received invitations from peers to various competitions and exhibitions, yet had been too occupied with his own endeavors to indulge in their idle chatter. Now, with a fellow artisan seeking him out, he felt compelled to extend the courtesy due. Since you are already familiar with my reputation, I am curious as to which of my works you hold in higher regard. While I possess a plethora of masterpieces, my renown extends beyond this modest Donghai city. I remain eager to hear the opinions of others, for they may prove beneficial to me. The elder continued, speaking at length as if fearing he might overlook certain details. Xue Yang managed an awkward smile. Indeed, he was becoming somewhat winded from the conversation. Nonetheless, since he had initiated the dialogue, he felt compelled to maintain his facade. Your carving of the Jade Buddha is truly distinctive, far superior to the versions available elsewhere, Xue Yang remarked, his demeanor steady as he navigated the delicate balance of flattery and honesty. After all, anyone engaged in jade carving, especially seasoned artisans, had likely carved numerous Jade Buddhas. Thus, his statement was a prudent one. Ah, you possess a keen eye. I too believe my Jade Buddha carving exhibits exceptional quality. Those outside insist on bestowing upon me the title of Luo Buddha. Yet I am not one for ostentation and have not accepted such a title, the elder replied, his pride evident in his tone. The elderly man spoke with animated gestures, yet Xue Yang merely smiled awkwardly, sensing that the old fellow seemed to be relentless in his chatter. As Song-yu approached the old man, intending to inquire about his purpose for being there, the elder began to speak volubly once more. Young man, he exclaimed, others claim you are a prodigy in this field, but having just observed your displays, I must say that at most only one or two of them are commendable. The rest are nothing but failures. You still have much to learn. The old man cast another glance at the jade carvings surrounding him. Song-yu, smiling gently, replied, Dear elder, you may have misunderstood. None of these pieces were crafted solely by Xue Yang. He merely made a few minor adjustments to each carving, so you have not grasped the full context. However, the old man refused to acknowledge his error. My dear girl, he retorted, I comprehend your words perfectly. To ensure your shop's business, one must surely flatter your colleague. Were it not for the Huang family or that fellow by Yuxing singing praises, how could your little sculptor have reached such heights? Your rhetoric may deceive outsiders, but my discerning eyes see through it all. At this juncture, Luo Tianqing cast a disdainful glance in Xue Yang's direction. Xue Yang approached him with a smile, saying, You are entirely correct. It is no wonder your keen vision has unraveled the secrets of our small establishment. If you have no other matters to attend to, I kindly ask you to take your leave. Since you are so disrespectful and shameless, why should I bother with you? Go where you will. Having uttered these words, Xue Yang turned to return to his chair and sip his tea, but the old man called out to him, Hold on. Are you truly intending to dismiss me? An old man? Other young artists would bow their heads in reverence and heed my teachings. Yet you, young sir, show such disrespect. Disrespect, Luo Lao? That term is fit for emperors. It seems inappropriate when directed at you. I harbor no disrespect. It is merely that our shop is about to close. Xue Yang was about to continue, but the elderly gentleman slammed his palm against the glass counter with such force that one might think he aimed to shatter it, though his frail body hardly possessed the strength to do so. Luo Tianqing then bellowed, "Today, I shall temper your arrogance. Dare you engage in a written contest with me? Allow me to show you what it truly means that there are people beyond people and heavens beyond heavens." At this moment, even Song Yu stepped forth to urge the old gentleman to return home, her intervention stemming from her kind-hearted nature. If we are to consider that the creations of Xue Yang have a witness, that individual must undoubtedly be Song Yu. Thus, Song Yu is acutely aware of the current prowess that Xue Yang has attained. From the living Emperor Green Glass Phoenix to the duality of the skull and lotus base, and even to the seemingly inconspicuous yet fragrant white Jade Rose, all attest to Xue Yang being a once-in-a-century, or even a once-in-a-millennium, prodigy. Even Song Yu's father, at his peak, pales in comparison to the present-day Xue Yang. While Song Yu believes that there may exist individuals who surpass Xue Yang, she is convinced that the elderly gentleman before her is not among them. Consequently, her remarks stem from genuine concern for the elder's well-being. However, to her surprise, old Luo not only failed to appreciate her sentiment, but perceived it as a slight against him. "You two arrogant youngsters. Are you unaware of the words of a great man who once proclaimed that facts speak louder than rhetoric?" Xue Yang turned his head, bewildered, and inquired, "Which great man? What does it matter which great man? The essence remains. Strength is the paramount criterion for evaluating a sculptor. You, young man, excel only in verbal prowess. Yet I see you possess little genuine skill and dare not compare yourself to me." Old Luo was incensed. Xue Yang found himself at a loss for words, while Song Yu wiped the cold sweat from her brow. After a prolonged silence between the two, Xue Yang finally smiled and said, "Very well, old sir. I shall heed your suggestion. Let us engage in a simple contest." After whispering a few words, Song Yu retrieved two nearly identical pieces of jade from backstage. Xue Yang pushed the two mediocre quality stones towards old Luo and remarked, "Old Luo, please choose one. I trust you have your carving knife with you?" With a proud demeanor, old Luo replied, "A true master finds inspiration in the minutiae of life, and to prevent that inspiration from slipping away, I, of course, keep such an essential tool on my person." With that, he produced a conventional carving knife from his pocket, merely a single piece, not a full set. Xue Yang also took out a relatively common carving knife, not the one left by Song Yu's father. For using such a significant tool on this task would indeed be a waste. "Old Luo, what do you intend to carve? Is that even a question?" "I shall carve a jade Buddha." The atmosphere grew tense. The shop remained illuminated, and Song Yu had already placed a timer between the two. Both men had begun their carving, but in an effort not to provoke the elder, Xue Yang shielded his jade with his body. Observing this, old Luo remarked dismissively, "Still too young. Do you truly believe that carving something is a secretive affair?" With those words, old Luo glanced at the timer. The carving of the Jade Buddha was proposed by Master Luo himself. According to his previous statements, he had once been referred to as Luo Yufu, showcasing his profound expertise in jade carving. With a confident smile, Master Luo revealed that he had carved nearly 100 Jade Buddhas throughout his life. The image of the Jade Buddha firmly etched in his mind. The adage reading 10,000 books enables one to write with divine inspiration aptly applies to him. Master Luo began to carve. He swiftly made the first 3 cuts, then 5. At this moment, Xue Yang turned around, betraying no hint of tension on his face. As Master Luo reached his 10th cut, he could no longer contain his frustration, slapping his hand on the counter, exclaiming, "What is the matter with you, young man? You should focus on your own Jade Buddha, while I concentrate on mine. Why are you just watching me? Can it be that you lack the skill to carve jade and merely wish to imitate my work?" Master Luo's impatience was palpable as he noted Xue Yang's unbroken gaze upon his progress after he had carved 5 cuts. However, at that moment, Xue Yang placed a perfectly carved Jade Buddha before Master Luo. While this piece may not be considered a masterpiece, both its expression and the skillful use of jade could certainly be deemed commendable. The powder on the Jade Buddha indicated that it had just been carved. Xue Yang's victory had been anticipated by Song Yu, yet the speed at which he carved was astonishing even to him. Undoubtedly, the most surprised individual was Master Luo, who gaped in disbelief, his eyes wide and mouth agape in an O shape, large enough to fit an egg. The contrast between Xue Yang's completed Methria Buddha and Master Luo's still largely untouched jade was striking. Enough is enough. Today's youth seem utterly unaware of how to respect their elders. This is no longer a game. Master Luo slammed his carving knife onto the counter and turned to leave. Though he walked with his head held high, his steps were somewhat unsteady. Observing the old man's retreating figure, Song Yu expressed concern. Is Master Luo all right? Xue Yang merely chuckled. Absolutely fine. It's South time to close up. He then picked up the jade block that the old man had been working on, and, despite the mere dozen cuts made by Master Luo, discerned that he intended to carve not a complete statue, but merely a Buddha head. For statue, the head is the most challenging part to carve, as it encapsulates the essence of the figure, and it is precisely in the head that this spirit is most profoundly expressed. Well, this old man has some talent, Xue Yang mused. Xue Yang smiled gently at the jade blank before him, and with earnest intent, he seized old Luo's carving knife. Drawing inspiration from the 10 foundational strokes of old Luo, he effortlessly sculpted a lifelike Buddha head. Noticing the carving tool had become somewhat worn and nearly unusable, Xue Yang shook his head. This was hardly the work of a master sculptor, but rather a fallen craftsman. Yet upon glimpsing the residence etched upon the tool, a smile crept across his face. As he stood there grinning foolishly, Song Yu waved her hands before his eyes and teased. Xue Yang, have you been possessed? Still, Xue Yang remained oblivious to her words. Lost in his mirth, when the proprietress leaned in closer to scrutinize him, he suddenly moved, planting a kiss on Song Yu's cheek before darting into his bedroom. Stunned, Song Yu stood frozen for a moment, finally regaining her senses and chasing after him. But by then, Xue Yang had already locked the door behind him. To express her discontent, she knocked firmly on the door, yet a peculiar smile adorned her face, as if she had just savored honey. The following morning, as Xue Yang cautiously stepped out, relieved to find the proprietress not pursuing him, he made his way to the dining table to indulge heartily. Meanwhile, as she ate, Song Yu pretended to be busy, claiming she needed to sort out some accounts. It was unclear whether she was genuinely occupied or merely shyly avoiding Xue Yang. Nevertheless, he paid little mind, finishing his meal and striding out confidently. Xue Yang promptly dialed Bai Yuxing's number. On the other end, Bai Yuxing's eager voice greeted him. Young master, you finally decided to call. Have you come to your senses and are considering working for me? Although I can't raise your last salary, I can certainly offer you enhanced benefits. What do you think? Hearing Bai's one-sided proposal, Xue Yang chuckled and replied, Oh, Bai, spare me your expectations. You know I could never work for you. Bai Yuxing's disappointment was palpable on the line. However, Xue Yang continued, My inability to work for you doesn't mean others can't. If you have the time, come to the Jade Market. I have some matters to discuss. All right, I'll be there right away. Although Xue Yang had not clarified the nature of his business, Bai Yuxing's immediate agreement was a testament to Xue Yang's standing in his eyes. As two burly men gathered at the entrance of the Jade Market, Boss Bai began to lament his unfortunate circumstances. Do you have any idea how difficult my life has become? Although the last Skull Lotus base brought our company considerable profit, since then we have been struggling to stay afloat. You know our elder is now incapacitated, and the remaining staff are utterly unreliable. Their carvings fetch meager prices. Xue Yang, however, remained silent, gesturing for Boss Bai to follow him. In his hand, he clutched a worn jade carving knife. Upon leading Boss Bai to a nondescript corner of the Jade Market, Xue Yang stepped into a dilapidated materials shop. Inside, the elderly gentleman who had previously challenged him was engrossed in carving a piece of substandard jade. It was indeed old Luo, confirming that the address inscribed on the carving knife was accurate. However, old Luo was oblivious to the entrance of the two men. At that moment, an elderly woman emerged from the back room, grumbling, You old fool, still dreaming of becoming a sculptor after all these years. How much material have you wasted on this ridiculous dream? If you combined all the materials squandered over the decades, it could buy our son a house. And now, even if we sold our shop, we wouldn't be able to afford a toilet. Good heavens, you even used a new carving knife. Are you out of your mind? The woman, somewhat plump and unsteady on her feet, noticed the two distinguished guests at the door. She hastened towards old Luo, twisting his ear and exclaiming, Do you not recognize our esteemed guests? Stop your wretched carving. You'll never become a sculptor. Reluctantly, old Luo turned his head, but upon seeing Xue Yang, he hurried towards the back room. Yet his wife firmly held his ear, dragging him back. Where do you think you're going? Go and attend to our guests. Under the pressure of his wife, old Luo approached Xue Yang, his face flushed. Yet, Xue Yang said nothing, placing the somewhat worn carving knife into old Luo's hands. As he beheld the knife he had used for over a decade return to him, old Luo's eyes sparkled with delight. He quickly wiped it with his sleeve and tucked it into his bosom. At that moment, old Luo's wife began to scold again. You ungrateful wretch. I told you, if you inscribed the address on the knife, a kind soul might return it, saving us money. Old Luo, seemingly unable to tolerate his wife's incessant murmurs, shouted, "You know nothing. Be quiet for just a moment." It seemed unexpected that the elderly Mr. Luo would display such a fierce temper. His companion shuddered, and after muttering a few unintelligible words, continued her unsteady gait back to the inner room. Mr. Luo managed an awkward smile and remarked, "I truly apologize for the embarrassment caused to both of you, especially to young brother Xue Yang. I fear I have made quite the fool of myself." Observing the stark contrast between the Mr. Luo of the present and the one he had encountered the day before, Xue Yang, perplexed, inquired, "Surely, you are not an arrogant person, yet why must you have acted in such a manner yesterday?" "Ah, speaking of this matter brings great shame to my old face. I was merely afraid you might disdain this old man. I thought that if I did not conduct myself thus, you would certainly not engage in a sparring session with me. Hence, in pursuit of that opportunity, I had no choice but to act shamelessly." As he spoke, the old man lowered his gaze. The disparity between himself and the young man before him had been painfully evident during yesterday's competition. It was the first time Mr. Luo felt acutely aware of his lack of sculpting talent. However, Xue Yang chuckled and replied, "Given sufficient time yesterday, the Buddha head you would have sculpted would undoubtedly fetch a price far exceeding that of my Mithriya." At that moment, the proprietor, Mr. Bai, who had been observing several jade carvings displayed in the shop, widened his eyes in disbelief. Is it truly worth more than what Xue Yang has carved? How can that be? He even questioned if he had misheard. Yet, Mr. Luo's astonishment was even greater. He hesitantly asked, "How did you know I intended to carve a Buddha head?" "I haven't even." Before he could finish, Xue Yang produced a Buddha head from his pocket. "Is this what you envisioned?" Mr. Luo's surprise deepened as the Buddha head perfectly matched his imagination. In a dim corner of the jade market, there stood a dilapidated jade shop where 3 men lingered. The eldest among them was intently examining a Buddha head, scrutinizing it from every angle. Prior to yesterday's carving, Mr. Luo had indeed sketched the outline of such a Buddha head based on the jade stone's form, but he had only made about 10 cuts, failing to reveal even the rough contours. In contrast, Xue Yang had already discerned the essence of his carving. Unbeknownst to Mr. Luo, the astonishing feats that could emerge from the young man's hands were numerous. Xue Yang took the Buddha head from Mr. Luo and handed it to Mr. Bai. The proprietor compared the Buddha head with some figurines displayed on the counter and found them strikingly similar. Observing this phenomenon, Mr. Bai exclaimed, "Such exquisite craftsmanship wasted on such ordinary jade is truly a lamentable loss." Xue Yang smiled and said, "Boss Bai, the purpose of bringing you here is to recommend this individual to you. As the saying goes, a glimpse reveals much, and a single leaf foretells autumn. You should now be aware of his talents." Boss Bai chuckled in response. "Since it's a recommendation from a young brother, I shall certainly accept it. Although our company does not often craft Buddha statues, I assure you, there will undoubtedly be a place for this elder." From Boss Bai's words, it seemed he was accepting Luo Lao simply out of goodwill, which made Xue Yang feel somewhat awkward. He then turned directly to Luo Lao and said, "The items displayed on the cabinet cannot possibly be your finest work. If you have any hidden masterpieces, now is the time to present them. Whether you achieve fame or not will be determined shortly." Luo Lao was momentarily bewildered, completely unaware of what was unfolding. With a resigned smile, Xue Yang explained, "This is by Yusheng, the president of Yusheng Company. If you can present a piece that moves him, achieving renown will be inevitable." With Xue Yang's hint, Luo Lao finally grasped the gravity of the situation. He was facing a tremendous opportunity. In truth, Xue Yang understood that the reason Boss Bai had not recognized the potential in Luo Lao's work was that he was not a sculptor himself. Although Boss Bai had certainly encountered more jade carvings than he had consumed steam buns, there remains a considerable gap between mere observation and the skill of sculpting. Boss Bai could appreciate the value of jade carvings, yet Xue Yang could discern the worth of the sculptor from the traces left in the artwork. The frail elder before him, though not a professional sculptor, exhibited a level of skill through his adept techniques and precise strokes that far surpassed the commonplace items on display. Upon realizing the significance of the moment, Luo Lao promptly led the group into the inner room. At this juncture, the elderly matron had grown notably quieter, likely due to her husband's earlier reprimand. Even when asked to leave, she refrained from uttering a single word. Luo Lao directed the guests to his window, lifting the long faded bedsheet. One side of the bed revealed a slab of low-quality white jade. As the sheet was pulled back, Xue Yang's eyes brightened instantly, while Boss Bai's eyes widened in astonishment. That slab of white jade might have been the most valuable item in the room. However, given its inferior quality, selling such a piece would depend on the willingness of others to purchase it. Yet, upon that slab was intricately carved a complete rendition of the Qingming Shanghai Tuesday. Boss Bai hurried to kneel beside the bed, gently caressing the exquisitely detailed Qingming Shanghai Tu, his mouth filled with exclamations of admiration. What a remarkable piece of art this is. Each figure is vividly lifelike, and even the flowing water seems to possess a sense of motion. Such exquisite craftsmanship is nothing short of perfection. In response to Boss Bai's admiration, Xue Yang merely smiled, estimating that this masterpiece resembled the level of the famed riverside scene at Qingming. This caliber of work was already more than sufficient to captivate Boss Bai. Feeling slightly embarrassed, old Luo chuckled and remarked, "What is there to be praised? This is merely a piece I carved 10 years ago, taking me a whole year to complete. I did it casually. It's not that remarkable." Xue Yang nodded, recognizing that old Luo's carving speed was indeed slow. Otherwise, he would not have suffered such a defeat yesterday. However, as the saying goes, slow work yields fine products. If one can create something of quality, what does a little delay matter? Boss Bai, somewhat excited, said, "Old sir, I wonder if I provided you with a fine piece of jade. Would you have the confidence to carve something like this again?" Upon hearing this, old Luo grinned foolishly and nodded, saying, "Of course, that would not be a problem. I believe I am not yet old, and my skills have matured significantly since then. As long as I am given sufficient time, such tasks will be effortless." It seems old Luo's specialty lies in the art of carving relief sculptures. With this thought in mind, Xue Yang smiled and said, "So, Boss Bai, it appears I have not misled you this time." No, replied Boss Bai, "this gentleman is a true talent, and it is indeed a shame for him to be in such a place. How about this? If you agree, old sir, you could come work in my company. If you can personally create similar works there, you shall become the chief carver of Yushangyan." The title of chief carver of Yushangyan. At that moment, old Luo's eyes glistened with tears. The feeling of finally emerging after years of hardship is something Xue Yang could hardly comprehend. After nodding repeatedly, the old man found himself at a loss for words. Just as Xue Yang and Boss Bai were about to leave, a group of people suddenly surged in, making the already cramped shop feel even more congested. As Xue Yang stepped out the door and observed the commotion, he frowned and squeezed back inside to see what was transpiring. To his dismay, the group showed no regard for decorum and immediately began to wreak havoc. A thug with dyed red hair and a flamboyant hairstyle yelled, "Old fossil, you've been squatting in this place without contributing. This is no longer yours. Get out now." Furious, old Luo shouted back, "Red-haired punk, do not presume to bully me just because you outnumber me. This is a country governed by law. Those who flout it shall not go unpunished. I purchased this shop 40 years ago, and the ownership is clearly documented. How dare you claim it is not mine?" The individual known as the red-haired monster remained unperturbed until later, when Xue Yang discovered that this fellow was indeed nicknamed the red-haired monster, rather than Lao Luo's intention to insult. In response to Lao Luo's ire, the red-haired monster burst into laughter. "Oh, old man, it seems your eyes have deceived you. Is this what you refer to as black and white written words?" At this juncture, the red-haired monster produced a yellowed sheet of paper. Peering through a gap, Xue Yang discerned that it appeared to be an aged property deed. Upon encountering the familiar document, Lao Luo's expression shifted dramatically, prompting him to lunge for it. Yet, in terms of speed, he was no match for the red-haired monster, ultimately resulting in his failure. "You beasts! How dare you steal my property deed? The law shall not spare you. I shall report this to the authorities." With that, the elderly man attempted to push through the crowd, but the red-haired monster nonchalantly revealed a second paper. "Hold on, old man. Take a look at what this paper is." Before them lay the transfer documents for the property deed, complete with the handprint and signature of Lao Luo's late wife. In that instant, Lao Luo grasped the gravity of the situation. "Wife, come out this instant," he shouted, and his spouse, who had just retreated into the inner room, emerged with an awkward gait, her pace seemingly even slower. Xue Yang gradually maneuvered closer, positioning himself beside Lao Luo. The boss Bai also wished to enter, but due to his age, the ruffians mistook him for a mere customer and barred his entrance. Once the elderly lady stepped out from the dwelling, she hesitantly spoke. "Son, if you don't buy a house soon, your girlfriend will leave you. You're short on cash. We must consider him." However, Lao Luo continued to shout in fury. "Consider him? You think you're the only one concerned? I placed your name on the deed to protect you. But look at what you have done." At Lao Luo's outburst, the elderly lady leaned against the wall, wiping away tears. The red-haired monster, growing impatient, retorted, "Listen here, old fool. I didn't come to witness your theatrics. Get out of my way. Today marks your final stand here. Tomorrow, our boss will come to inspect the premises. Finally breaking his silence, Xue Yang interjected. Every household has its elders. A little decorum would do you well, lest you become the subject of ridicule for your lack of upbringing. To Xue Yang's remarks, the red-haired monster chuckled derisively. You presume to reason with me? The old man himself stated that those who do not abide by the law shall be dealt with accordingly. What is the law? These 2 papers in my possession constitute the law. You know nothing. This shop, according to the law, is indeed yours, but your people have just caused considerable damage. You must apologize and compensate for the losses, Xue Yang stated casually. His demands were refreshingly straightforward. Apologies and compensation. The red-haired monster let out a couple of hearty laughs, only to suddenly launch a punch. I'll compensate you with a little something? Though it seemed to be a surprise attack, one would expect a higher chance of success. Yet his fist struck directly against Xue Yang's palm, akin to colliding with a solid rock. Before the red-haired monster could even express his pain, Xue Yang seized his fist and delivered a swift kick to his groin. With an innocent expression, Xue Yang chuckled. You were the one who mentioned compensation, so why should I hold back? As the color drained from the red-haired monster's face in agony, Xue Yang effortlessly snatched the 2 pieces of paper from his grasp and instantly tore them into shreds, scattering them into the air. At the moment the red-haired monster crumpled to the ground, 2 small thugs standing at the doorway fell heavily to the floor. Xue Yang looked up in confusion, only to discover Boss Bai had rolled up his sleeves, ready to engage the other thugs. Witnessing this, a radiant smile spread across Xue Yang's face. Boss Bai, what a spirited individual. Seeing the unfolding situation, the red-haired monster, unable to articulate clearly, grunted, We are many. How can you possibly turn the tide? Many? They were merely a rabble. Xue Yang sprang into action, his knee colliding with a thug's chest, and with a swift turn, he swept another 2 to the ground. Boss Bai, not to be outdone, danced gracefully, evading incoming attacks while seizing opportunities to strike fiercely. Those who fell victim to his blows were left incapacitated. In a mere 20 minutes, the 20 or so thugs trapped in the middle were all dispatched. As the last thug fell, Xue Yang and Boss Bai exchanged knowing smiles. However, behind them, the battered red-haired monster slowly rose, pointing at them with a bruised visage. Though his initial bravado had faded, he feigned composure, declaring, You ruffians, you thugs. Xue Yang paid him no mind, instead walking up to old Luo with a smile, saying, Old Luo, you need not fear these individuals. Should they dare to cause trouble again, whether with Boss Bai or myself, we will ensure they regret it. Old Luo had witnessed the entire scene unfold, and, though his eyes brimmed with gratitude, he replied with a smile, Since my old companion has sold this establishment to others, there is little more to say. It rightfully belongs to them now. I shall take my modest belongings to a hotel. As for the white jade slab by the bed, feel free to take it if you wish. Upon hearing this, the red-haired monster struggled to rise, pointing an accusatory finger at old Luo. You old fool. You said it yourself. Don't you dare backtrack. Upon receiving a piercing glare from Xue Yang, the red-haired creature hastily stumbled out of the quaint shop. Xue Yang urged, Lao Luo, this is your cherished establishment that you have diligently nurtured for decades. You must deliberate carefully. If you relinquish it this time, you may never have the opportunity to reclaim it. If you have made up your mind, then so be it. At that moment, Boss Bai chuckled heartily, remarking, The concerns you two have are trivial. As the saying goes, out with the old, in with the new. Elder, do not seek a humble inn, if you are spotted. People will say that we, Yu Shang Yin, have treated our esteemed elder poorly. Under our company, we have a charming villa specially prepared for renowned artisans like yourself. Ample enough for you and your spouse. Even when your son weds, its space far surpasses that of the surrounding apartments. Boss Bai's words compelled Lao Luo to bow deeply, while the old matron, overcome with emotion, knelt down, mumbling incoherent words of gratitude to Boss Bai and his wife. After bidding farewell to the shop, Xue Yang accompanied Boss Bai as they wandered through the jade market. Suddenly, Xue Yang recalled the ghostly lotus he had carved previously and inquired with a smile. I heard my sculpture fetched quite a high price last time. I wonder who purchased it, as such a generous sum indicates a significant financial backing. Upon hearing this, Boss Bai chuckled softly. It wasn't sold far. It was acquired by someone from Donghai City. Someone from Donghai City? Could it be old Huang from the Huang family? Xue Yang speculated, immediately associating the substantial funds required for such an extravagant purchase with the Huang family. However, Boss Bai shook his head. Could it be the female CEO of Deep Sea Group? Xue Yang asked incredulously, to which Boss Bai nodded affirmatively, confirming his suspicion. Xue Yang inhaled sharply, realizing that he was now inexplicably entwined with that woman. Nevertheless, the memory of providing her with artificial respiration on the beach remained a delightful recollection. Noticing Xue Yang's reaction, Boss Bai inquired with curiosity, "What is the matter, young sir? Is there anything amiss with selling that jade to CEO Yang?" Xue Yang quickly shook his head, replying, "Of course not. I have received my due for my craftsmanship, and I shall not concern myself further. I am merely pondering other matters." As he spoke, he casually picked up a piece of jade from a nearby stall to examine it. It was a lovely piece of jade, albeit a tad small, suitable only for crafting rings and the like. Boss Bai commented on it, while the stall owner appeared somewhat embarrassed. Indeed, when it comes to speaking of the two proprietors, I find myself somewhat embarrassed. While it may suffice to deceive others with such jade, I would truly hesitate to mislead you both with such wares. In truth, this piece is a counterfeit jade. The shopkeeper spoke with a sycophantic smile. Mr. Bai chuckled, saying, "If this is indeed a fake jade, then it is remarkably lifelike. I cannot believe I failed to discern the truth." The shopkeeper bent slightly and replied, "Yet, no matter how realistic it may appear, it remains false jade. This entire platter is filled with imitations." Xue Yang did not even cast a glance at the other items in the box, for in his discerning eyes, the fakes were rather too ludicrous. However, he was certain that this particular piece was genuine jade, although it was indeed rather small. Its essence was that of exquisite Hetian jade. Ultimately, holding the stone in his hand, Xue Yang smiled and inquired, "How much for this jade? Even if it is a fake? What value could a counterfeit jade possibly possess? If you fancy it, take it and enjoy. But do ensure to patronize our establishment in the future," the shopkeeper replied, his smile still radiant. Xue Yang then extracted 200 yuan from his wallet and placed it in the box, nodding in acknowledgement to the shopkeeper as he turned to depart. Mr. Bai, walking to his left, remarked with a smile, "You've struck a bargain, purchasing a piece of sheep fat jade for 200 yuan. Today, you have certainly profited. Who would have thought that this modest jade market harbors such treasures?" Xue Yang shook his head, responding, "Mr. Bai, your words are somewhat misguided. To find good items in this place, one must rely on sheer luck. Once something of value is discovered, it is swiftly snatched away. After all, the Deep Sea Group claims to possess the majority of fine jade in Donghai City, and that is no mere boast. You certainly have dealings with them. A fact you are likely more aware of than I." Mr. Bai nodded. "The Deep Sea Group sends hundreds of scouts daily to scour the streets, coercively collecting premium jade, akin to the conscription of able-bodied men in the past. Only from Yuxingyan and Huang Lao can we still obtain some superior stones. Thus, it has become increasingly challenging to unearth good finds. I seldom visit this area anymore. However, young sir, aside from the Deep Sea Group, you have overlooked a highly significant force." Mr. Bai chuckled, deliberately withholding information. After pondering for a moment, Xue Yang shook his head and replied, "Though I have encountered many prominent figures, they do not belong to my circle, except for you, of course. What other esteemed jade merchants exist in Donghai City? You might as well enlighten me." "The Donghai Auction Convention," Mr. Bai remarked. "The Auction Convention? How did I not think of that?" Xue Yang exclaimed, tapping his forehead. "The auction house is an ancient establishment, serving merely as a platform that profits through service fees. However, such intermediary platforms often reveal unimaginable treasures. Yet," Xue Yang sighed with a wry smile, stating, "although the auction is open to all, this also means that powerful factions like the Deep Sea Group can participate. You know, Boss Bai, I am utterly penniless and lack the capital to contend with such forces. Young sir, it seems you do not consider me a friend. What if I were to provide all the necessary funds?" Boss Bai said this with a gentle smile. It was Xue Yang who now appeared unsettled. He promptly hailed a taxi and exclaimed, "Let us go, let us go. The sooner we arrive, the better our chances of acquiring a few rare treasures." "But, young sir, I haven't brought any money," Boss Bai replied. "Who still uses cash nowadays? It's all about bank cards. Otherwise, the funds for the auction would need to be transported by truck." "Well, I was referring to bank cards, but I didn't bring my assistant this time. So I have nothing." "Oh, you, Boss Bai, are so dashing. Just flashing your face will suffice. Why bother with cash?" As he spoke, Xue Yang nudged Boss Bai into the vehicle. With a resigned smile, Boss Bai instructed the driver to the Tianyi auction house. Upon hearing these words, the taxi driver's eyes widened in surprise. He realized he was transporting a wealthy patron. After all, he had once driven a young aristocrat to the Tianyi auction house, who had left a hefty tip, stating no need for change. Consequently, upon learning their destination, the driver refrained from any tricks, accelerating towards the location with utmost speed. He even made an effort to drive smoothly, offering gentle reminders as they approached corners. Noticing the driver's diligence, Xue Yang was somewhat taken aback. He had never encountered such professionalism during his numerous taxi rides. Upon arriving at the auction house, Boss Bai handed the driver 100 yuan and exited the vehicle. However, Xue Yang remained seated, showing no intention of alighting. After a considerable pause, Xue Yang exchanged glances with the driver through the rearview mirror, prompting the driver to finally speak up. Young sir, we've arrived at the auction house. You should get out now. Then why don't you give me the change? Xue Yang squinted his eyes, a hint of melancholy in his tone. Change? What change? That was a tip from the esteemed guest. The driver stammered, feeling somewhat guilty since Boss Bai had not explicitly stated no need for change when he exited. Eventually, after a prolonged wait, Boss Bai leaned against the window and inquired, Master, do you happen to lack change? If so, we can return to fetch some. The driver, taken aback for a considerable time, finally retorted disdainfully, Humph, who comes to an auction house without money? He promptly shoved 80 yuan into Xue Yang's hand and urged him to exit the vehicle, speeding away along the highway. Xue Yang tucked the 80 yuan into his pocket and spat at the shadow of the taxi, muttering, What kind of driver is this? Trying to cheat me out of 80 yuan. At the entrance of the Tiandi auction house, 2 golden stone lions stood majestically on either side of the grand doorway. Xue Yang secured the 80 yuan in his pocket and, after patting his backside to ensure it wouldn't fall out, followed Boss Bai through the opulent entrance. However, having arrived by taxi, their entrance was perceived as somewhat inferior, and the youthful doorman promptly blocked their way. Halt! What business do you have here? Are you here to auction something? He barked, and upon seeing their bewildered expressions, prepared to usher them out. We're not here to auction precious items. We merely wish to bid on some things, Xue Yang replied with irritation. You can't possibly think I have millions on me while arriving by taxi, and yet I wouldn't even spare a few coins for a tip. Do you take me for a fool? Just as the young security guard finished his retort, a burly man, towering at least 6.5 feet and weighing no less than 300 pounds, approached. Without a word, he delivered a resounding slap to the young guard's neck. The sound was so abrupt that even Xue Yang couldn't help but shiver. Noticing the attire of this formidable figure, Xue Yang realized he must be the superior of the 2 young guards. You are the foolish one. Don't let others think ill of you. The gentleman behind is the chairman of Xue Truly a case of ignorance preventing recognition. Step aside. At the chubby man's stern reprimand, the 2 young guards immediately returned to their previous positions, their heads bowed low in shame. The irate, rotund man then suddenly broke into a beaming smile and, bypassing Xue Yang, approached Boss Bai with an ingratiating demeanor. Boss Bai, it has indeed been a while since your last visit. Your timing is impeccable today, as we are auctioning several exquisite jade pieces that are sure to delight you. After these words, the rotund man took a couple of steps back, chuckling. This young gentleman exudes charisma and vigor. He must be a promising talent. May I ask how you prefer to be addressed? Feeling compelled to respond to such courteousness, Xue Yang awkwardly smiled and replied, I am Xue Yang. May I inquire the name of this esteemed gentleman? Others call me De Xiong, but my birth name is Wang Xiong. You may simply call me De Xiong. The bear. Oh no, it is Big Bear. You need not be so courteous with me. I am but a friend of Boss Bai, with whom I share a close bond. Truly, I'm not a person of great significance. Upon hearing this, Big Bear was taken aback. How could one be closely associated with Boss Bai yet not be a notable figure? With a resigned nod, he replied, Please step inside. I shall prepare a splendid private room for you both, where you may await the commencement of the auction in peace. Under Big Bear's guidance, Xue Yang and Boss Bai were indeed escorted to an opulent chamber, where every visible surface was clad in genuine leather, including the walls and floors. Upon entering, it felt as though one had stepped into a grand bed, enveloped in a sense of bliss. Remarkably, within a short span of their stay, Big Bear re-entered the room, accompanied by 2 alluring young women. Their figures were striking, and their gazes bore an enticing allure, as if their eyes were hooks meant to ensnare the hearts of men. However, Boss Bai waved his hand dismissively, stating, We require no companionship. We merely wish to enjoy a moment of solitude. Big Bear nodded fervently, promptly ushering the young women out. Yet, not long after, he hurried back, anxiously inquiring, I have yet to ask, do you intend to participate in the auction hall, or opt for a video auction from this room? Video auction, Xue Yang interjected, seizing the opportunity to respond first. Nevertheless, Big Bear glanced back to Boss Bai for confirmation, and only upon receiving a nod did he depart with a beaming smile. As soon as the door closed, the large screen in the room flickered to life, revealing the panorama of the auction. Xue Yang remarked, It seems that even auctions have evolved with the times. I truly am rather uninformed. However, with only one television present, how can the auction proceed? No sooner had Xue Yang voiced his thoughts than he noticed the multitude on the screen turning to gaze at him. Goodness, are they watching me? Surely, they cannot hear my words. As soon as he uttered this, laughter erupted from the individuals displayed on the television. At that moment, Boss Bai elucidated. This room employs an advanced sound capture system. Even the softest whisper of yours will resonate, as if spoken live at the event, with soundproofing ensuring privacy. Upon hearing this, Xue Yang's mouth fell agape in astonishment. Just as he contemplated voicing his thoughts, the realization that he shared no privacy with these individuals washed over him, compelling him to swallow his words. Boss Bai, clearly attuned to his thoughts, produced a streamlined remote control from his vicinity and pressed several buttons directed at the television. Subsequently, Boss Bai exclaimed, "Now we can freely express ourselves without any concerns." Xue Yang nodded and tentatively uttered, "Whoever looks at me is a fool." Indeed, no one turned to gaze at him. It seemed they might feign ignorance of their own existence. Xue Yang then attempted again, saying, "Whoever does not look at me is a fool." Observing his antics, Boss Bai, somewhat helpless, remarked, "All you need to do to mute yourself is simply press a button on the remote. It is utterly reliable." Xue Yang chuckled. But after gazing at the large screen for a considerable time, without citing the president of the Deep Sea Group, he inquired with a hint of perplexity, "Is that formidable woman from the Deep Sea Group also in the same private room as us?" Boss Bai nodded, naturally assigning the title of that formidable woman in his mind, and then smiled, saying, "President Yang generally prefers not to show her face in crowded places. So, she must be in the private room. Is her aversion to crowded spaces due to her appearance?" Xue Yang mused, while sipping a beverage from the refrigerator and sinking into a luxurious leather sofa, which enveloped him comfortably. Observing this young man, Boss Bai shook his head and said, "You must have seen her. She avoids public gatherings simply because her presence tends to incite chaos. She is exceptionally beautiful, and her admirers are certainly no fewer than those of top-tier female celebrities. I assume people outside might refer to her as the Iron Lady, the domineering CEO, or perhaps say that women can indeed hold up half the sky." Xue Yang jested. Boss Bai solemnly nodded in agreement. "You speak the truth. Though it is rather easy to deduce, whenever a remarkable woman appears, the media is quick to report and revel in it." Then, as if struck by a thought, Boss Bai added, "I spotted old Huang's driver outside. It seems today's auction has even stirred old Huang. When he comes to this place, his daughter from the Huang family will undoubtedly be by his side, as that young lady enjoys lively gatherings. Is Huang Ying here as well?" A radiant smile spread across Xue Yang's face. If he could engage that little girl amidst the dreary auction, it would certainly alleviate the monotony. While the two were conversing, in the adjacent room, a stunning beauty was sneezing incessantly. This enchanting woman wore a pair of black high-heeled shoes and was impeccably clad in professional attire. Although the outfit was rather ordinary on Yang Yali, no one could believe it was merely commonplace. Even when she donned just a pure white square cloth, there would always be exclamations of, "Look, look, President Yang has changed her outfit again. It must be the latest collection from Paris." Beside the aloof beauty Yang Yali stood a plump young woman, evidently her assistant judging by her attire. "Hee, President, I wonder who is longing for you again," she teased. Yang Yali cast her a frosty glance and replied, "Stop your prattling. You know I have no interest in those foolish men outside." "Yang Jie, I believe you simply haven't encountered the right one. After all, individuals of your caliber are exceedingly rare, so it's quite normal not to find anyone suitable. However, I am confident that you will eventually meet someone who captures your heart," the assistant continued. "You talk too much. If you keep this up, prepare the data log, as the auction is about to commence." The girl, referred to as Xiao Zhu, nodded eagerly. At that moment, a sudden knock echoed from outside. Both women frowned simultaneously. In such a high-end suite, if it were staff or waiters, they would have inquired through the intercom first. A knock at the door was an unexpected and primitive approach. Xiao Zhu spoke up, "Whoever you are looking for, please refrain from knocking. The person you seek is not here." A voice from outside called out, "Open the door. I haven't even seen who's inside. How can I know if the person I'm looking for is here?" Furious, Xiao Zhu stood up, ready to use the intercom to call security and send this rude individual away. However, to her surprise, Yang Yali smiled faintly. "So it's him." Xiao Zhu, taken aback, asked, "Yang Jie, do you know the person outside?" "More than no. He nearly became my victim," Yang Yali retorted, alluding to the incident where she had almost run over Xue Yang, though she chose to remain silent about how he had saved her life. Recognizing that it was an acquaintance, Xiao Zhu rushed to open the door. At that moment, Xue Yang, who had been about to pound on the door, suddenly burst inside. As he established his footing in the suite, He was taken aback, for he immediately recognized the formidable, aloof woman before him, Yang Yali, the president of Deep Sea Group, the very person who had nearly run him over. Xue Yang's bravado faltered, his face betraying a blend of embarrassment and inner turmoil. Initially, he had merely sought to have some fun with a girl named Huang Yingying, but to his dismay, he had encountered the one person he least desired to see. Gradually, he began to retreat, inching towards the door. In an effort to diffuse the awkwardness, Xue Yang forced a smile and said, I just came to say hello. Enjoy your meal and drinks. I won't intrude any longer. Let us catch up another time. Just as Xue Yang perceived victory within his grasp. On the verge of exiting the room, Yang Yali allowed a subtle smile to grace her lips. Wait, we have an outstanding matter to settle, she remarked. The atmosphere in the luxurious private room grew peculiar. Despite Xue Yang's thick skin and audacity, he obediently halted upon her command to stand still. Beside Yang Yali, Xiao Zhu sensed an oddity, for Yang had never bestowed a smile upon any man of her age, yet here she was, smiling at Xue, albeit with a hint of malice. Yang Yali rose sharply from the sofa, her stiletto heels striking the door decisively. The wooden door, which Xue Yang had regarded as his escape route, closed ominously. Despair enveloped him as he straightened his posture, striving to project an image of unwavering courage. Hey buddy, you remember you promised to carve something for me? The materials for that piece are ready, right at today's auction, she declared. Being referred to as buddy by this woman left Xue Yang both amused and exasperated. Sister, the auction hasn't even begun yet. How can you be so sure it's yours? He retorted. Are you implying that I cannot acquire what I desire? You underestimate me, Xue Yang, she replied, leaning forward slightly. He instinctively took a step back, but the wooden door loomed behind him, flanked by Yang Yali's exquisite, porcelain-like leg, effectively sealing his escape. It was a classic wall slam maneuver, albeit executed with her leg rather than a hand. Had it been Huang Yingying, Xue Yang would have easily reversed the situation, perhaps even tackled her to the ground. Yet, before Yang Yali, he found himself genuinely intimidated. This fierce woman would not hesitate to run someone over without a second thought, despite having once saved her life. Xue Yang knew it prudent to maintain a safe distance from such a formidable character, abandoning any hope for gratitude. As Xue Yang endured her teasing, Xiao Zhu cast a sympathetic glance towards him. Sister, the auction has commenced. Suddenly, a countdown appeared on the large screen in the private room, indicating the official start of the auction. Nevertheless, Yang Yali showed no inclination to release Xue Yang from her grasp. Finally, in resignation, he remarked, Look, sister, if you intend to make a move, at least be straightforward about it. This prolonged game is quite tiresome. Upon hearing this, Yang Yali smiled slightly and replied, Since you put it that way, I shall not be coy. You previously promised to carve me one item. Therefore, to compensate for your rudeness today, you shall carve me 2 pieces. Deal. Xue Yang promptly nodded, hurriedly shifting Yang Yali's thigh aside before sprinting back to the private room where Boss Bai awaited. Noticing his flustered demeanor, Boss Bai chuckled and inquired, What has you in such a rush? Have you encountered Tiger? However, Xue Yang replied with utmost seriousness, Indeed. It is that fierce tigress. Ha! Boss Bai doubled over in laughter. Xue Yang cast him a sidelong glance, exclaiming with a hint of exasperation, At your age, can't you maintain a semblance of decorum? Boss Bai stifled his laughter and eventually managed to ask in a more composed tone, How did you manage to provoke that tigress? No. How did you manage to anger President Yang? Me provoke her? Don't be absurd. It's she who has been pursuing me. I can hardly escape her. The memory of that day, when he heroically intervened to save someone, ultimately leading to this troublesome entanglement, made Xue Yang's head throb. At that moment, Boss Bai did not press further, instead waving his hand dismissively, Young sir, do not dwell too much on this matter. Come, take a look at this piece of jade. Xue Yang glanced towards the screen, finally noticing the display of snow jade. It was Hatian jade, specifically mutton fat jade, quite impressive. Yet, it was difficult to gauge its true quality from mere appearance. No worries, we can bid boldly. If the final product does not meet our expectations, we have the right to refuse payment, Boss Bai remarked with a grin. However, Xue Yang was taken aback, exclaiming, That's not scientific. Wouldn't that undermine the fundamental interests of the auction house? Of course, such a rule would be tantamount to self-sabotage for an auction house. It was precisely this audacity that had propelled Tiandi Auction House to rapid prominence. So, young brother, let us treat this as top-quality Hitian mutton fat jade and place our bid, Boss Bai encouraged. After considering the size and shape of the jade, Xue Yang called out, at least 20 million, with a maximum of 50 million. Just then, the auctioneer on the screen announced, Miss Yang has bid 50 million. Is there anyone willing to bid higher? Wow, Xue Yang gasped, realizing that many, including the auctioneer, were now looking at him. Simultaneously, Boss Bai waved the remote, indicating that the sound had been activated. Feeling embarrassed, Xue Yang sheepishly scratched his head, but then a thought struck him. If everyone could hear what he said, then Yang Yali could hear him as well. Did her bid reflect his suggestion to Boss Bai? Yet, how could one start with the highest bid right off the bat? That seemed rather presumptuous. What made Xue Yang's frustration peak was the subsequent announcement from the auctioneer. Mr. Huang has bid 60 million. Is there any bid higher than 60 million? Mr. Huang, at such an advanced age, was equally audacious. The final piece of Jade unexpectedly fell into the hands of Huang Lao, much to Xue Yang's astonishment. It appeared that this exquisite Hetian sheep fat jade, of remarkable quality, was not the treasure Yang Yali had yearned for. However, what perplexed Xue Yang was the realization that, among the realm of jade, sheep fat jade is exceedingly rare and valuable. If such a gem was not her desire, were there even more extraordinary treasures yet to be unveiled? Xue Yang inhaled sharply. The situation was truly beyond his belief. He fell silent, curiosity piqued about the astonishing artifacts that might be presented at the largest auction house in Donghai City. The second item was a finished piece of jadeite. As the saying goes, the finest of soft jade is sheep fat, while the finest of hard jade is jadeite. This piece, both in terms of material and craftsmanship, could be deemed exquisite, yet it did not captivate Xue Yang's interest. Following this, several other items were showcased, all of commendable quality, leaving Xue Yang with a profound impression of the auction house. To alleviate his boredom, he took out a small white mouse from his pocket. Upon seeing the items displayed on the large screen, the little creature began to drool. Xue Yang chuckled at the mouse's insatiable desire and promptly returned it to his pocket. Yet, he couldn't resist the urge to tease it without offering something in return. So he presented the mouse with a small Hetian jade he had acquired for 200 yuan, satisfying its craving. When a carving titled Dragon Roaming the Seas appeared on the screen, Xue Yang's spirits soared. The technique employed in this carving felt strikingly familiar. Although it was crafted from icy jade, the artistry surpassed the value of the material itself. Upon hearing the auctioneer mention that this was a relic of the renowned carver, Mr. Song, Xue Yang was further convinced that it was indeed a treasure left behind by Song Yu's father. Dragon roaming the seas, phoenix dancing in the heavens. Xue Yang envisioned the vivid imagery that would emerge from placing this icy jade statue alongside Song Yu's phoenix dancing in the heavens. Recognizing the significance of this piece to Song Yu, Xue Yang resolved that no matter the cost, he must acquire it. However, while the previous items were of exceptional quality, only this icy jade level remained, leading to a lack of enthusiasm among the bidders in the auction hall. Boss Bai expressed his admiration, stating that he had always favored Mr. Song's carving technique, which imbued each piece with a sense of seamless completion. The few remaining works were particularly lifelike. Noticing the fervor in Xue Yang's eyes, Bai Yuxing boldly placed a bid of 10 million. A piece of ice jade, though modest in size, commanded an astonishing price of 10 million at auction, leaving even the auctioneer somewhat incredulous. Ultimately, it was only Mr. Huang who, after a brief competition, secured the treasure for 12 million. Perhaps Mr. Huang, a man of discernment, recognized the value of the piece. Despite his fondness for it, he understood that Mr. Bai's initial high bid and his persistent raises indicated a deeper affection for the jade. Thus, Mr. Huang chose to gracefully concede, refraining from further contest. In truth, the scale of the Yuxing group pales in comparison to the Huang family enterprise, and Mr. Huang's concession was clearly an act of goodwill. However, the onlookers remained unaware that Mr. Bai's acquisition of the ice jade was largely influenced by a young assistant at his side. As the auction approached its final item, Xue Yang observed the audience's sudden silence. Those who had been languidly slouched now sat upright in anticipation. Throughout the event, Yang Yali had actively participated in the bidding, yet she had not secured a single item. According to her own words, the last piece was precisely what she sought. Xue Yang quietly inquired of Mr. Bai about the significance of this final item, noting the palpable tension in the air. Mr. Bai smiled and explained, "It is said that this piece does not belong to Earth. It was discovered in a meteorite crater, unlike typical meteors that consist of metallic ores. This one, however, is a jade." Wow, just hearing you describe it so grandly, it's no wonder so many desire it. But Mr. Bai, why do you seem unconcerned? Xue Yang asked. Mr. Bai replied with a chuckle, "Ah, do not mock me, young sir. Though I possess some wealth, I harbor no illusions about this item. There are many far wealthier than I, and even more who covet it. In the company of these individuals, I hardly consider myself affluent. Upon hearing Mr. Bai's words, Xue Yang felt a twinge of embarrassment. If Mr. Bai did not see himself as wealthy, then he feared he might be less than insignificant. In the realm of exorbitant auctions, as Xue Yang reclined on a comfortable sofa, indulging in complimentary snacks, the price of the extraterrestrial meteorite had surged to 80 million. Although Xue Yang had little interest in the item, its rarity dictated that one would need several hundred million to acquire it. Thus, the initial bids are made by mere novices. It was only when the bidding reached 100 million that Yang Yali made her first offer, 200 million. At this price, Xue Yang had long since become accustomed to it. If the initial bid had fallen below this figure, it wouldn't have been Yang Yali. However, Huang Lao subsequently placed his first bid at an astonishing 5 billion, 3 billion. It was still the bid from the Deep Sea Group. I exclaimed in disbelief. Have they all gone mad? Xue Yang had lost his appetite. The figures flashing on the screen had rendered him quite unsettled. Boss Bai chuckled and remarked, to acquire something one desires, one must sometimes embrace a touch of madness. Thus, your assertion holds merit. Yet, Xue Yang shook his head and replied, Boss Bai, that's not quite my point. What I mean is that the item they are auctioning is an extraterrestrial artifact. Certainly, I concede it may be a treasure of immense value, possibly surpassing the worth of the entire Deep Sea Group, but that remains merely a possibility. Are you suggesting they are gambling? Boss Bai appeared rather composed at this moment, having encountered similar auctions numerous times. Furthermore, he had no intention of participating in this one. Even buying a lottery ticket seemed a far superior strategy. For an object falling from the heavens could either be a divine relic or, more likely, the excrement of some colossal bird. They must surely understand this logic, right? Boss Bai chuckled and shook his head, clearly disagreeing with this analogy. Young sir, you may be overlooking a crucial detail. This item is not just any object or metallic, or it has been confirmed to be a piece of jade, a jadeite that has descended from the sky. Xue Yang sighed, as if he too were partaking in the bidding. That is precisely my point. Jade can vary between exquisite and worthless, and their fervent bidding may very well yield nothing more than a lump of bird droppings. As the two exchanged their thoughts, the bidding soared to 5 billion, and amidst the surge between 8 billion and 5 billion, an unfamiliar group bid 4 billion. Boss Bai, I find a name even more intriguing than the bid itself. It appears to be the Lufing Group. I have never heard of such a name before. How is it that they have suddenly placed a bid of 4 billion? Upon hearing this name, Boss Bai abruptly sat up from his recliner, leaning closer, only to realize that Xue Yang was indeed telling the truth. While the Huang family and the Deep Sea Group were embroiled in their struggle, an unexpected force had interjected. It was akin to a scenario originally dominated by the Chu-Han contention, suddenly evolving into a tripartite stalemate reminiscent of the Three Kingdoms. From a large screen, it became evident that interest in the Lufing Group was not confined to just them. The venue was now abuzz with discussions. Just who is this Lufing Group? Such matters are beyond even the comprehension of Boss Bai, and Xue Yang, in his characteristic indifference, continued to leisurely enjoy his meal. However, at that very moment, a series of urgent knocks echoed from outside the private room. Puzzled, Xue Yang inquired, don't the waitstaff possess communication devices? Why resort to knocking? Boss Bai nodded, not questioning how Xue Yang was aware of such gadgets, but merely furrowed his brow and replied, that is not the waitstaff. Without further ado, Xue Yang dashed to the door, for Boss Bai, after all, was his elder. Yet, upon opening the door, instinct almost compelled him to shut it again. Outside stood a chubby girl who shouted, what do you think you're doing? I come bearing a message from Sister Yang. You'll regret it if you delay something significant. Realizing that this girl, named Xiao Zhu, was not seeking him, Xue Yang feigned indifference, opened the door wider, and smiled. Ah, I didn't see clearly. It's the delightful beauty accompanied by an even more delightful beauty. Please come in. Flattered by Xue Yang as compliments. Xiao Zhu cast a guilty glance at the door she had just exited before stepping into Boss Bai's room. Swiftly, she closed the door behind her and immediately bowed to Boss Bai, saying, Boss Bai, I come with a request from our sister Yang. That is excessively polite. I regard Yang Yali as a business associate and even consider her as a niece. So, please speak candidly, Boss Bai replied, straightening his posture and gesturing for Xiao Zhu to take a seat. However, she remained standing, stating, Sister Yang wishes to request her assistance. Boss Bai instantly grasped the implication of her words and turned to glance at the large screen displaying the fluctuating prices. Does Yang Yali want me to help her secure this treasure? He asked. Xiao Zhu nodded vigorously in affirmation. Meanwhile, Xue Yang, still lingering at the door, chuckled softly. Realizing that Yang Yali had devised quite the plan, she must be short on funds and had come to Boss Buy for a loan. Casually, he glanced at the large screen, taken aback as the figures now displayed were no longer a three-way contest, but a fierce competition between the Deep Sea Group and the Lufeng Group. Taking a deep breath, Xue Yang reflected. The Huang family had never been involved in the Jade business. Their willingness to offer such a substantial sum at this juncture was likely due to Elder Huang as personal interests. If Elder Huang were truly committed, this price would not reflect his limits, yet it was evident that he was not an impulsive individual. The price had surged to 7 billion, a figure quoted by the Lufeng Group, while the Deep Sea Group had stalled at 6.8 billion. At this moment, Xue Yang posed a pivotal question. Now that your Deep Sea Group has quoted a price of 6.8 billion, how much more can you possibly raise? Or is this figure the total sum you can currently muster? Xiao Zhu, feeling a sense of urgency, was acutely aware that if the Deep Sea Group did not raise their bid, the auctioneer would soon bring the hammer down decisively. However, to alleviate the concerns of Boss Buy and Xue Yang, Xiao Zhu wisely revealed the truth. We can only present 5 billion at this juncture, as we have already expended a significant amount on purchasing the Ghost Head Lotus for Boss Buy. Xue Yang was somewhat aware of this situation, yet he was taken aback by Yang Yali's overspending at the auction, realizing that such recklessness could have legal repercussions. Nonetheless, Boss Buy, demonstrating his resolve, cheerfully declared, "In that case, I shall contribute 3 billion to support the Deep Sea Group." Upon receiving this news, Xiao Zhu hurriedly rushed outside, as the auctioneer had already commenced the first hammer strike. As the auctioneer prepared to bring down the second hammer and was on the verge of concluding with the third, the shrewd auctioneer momentarily paused, glancing up with a fleeting expression. Even though Xue Yang was not present, he could easily surmise that the auctioneer's gaze was directed towards the camera featuring Yang Yali. This brief interlude was within the auctioneer's rights, a common tactic employed by auctioneers when two competing groups become entrenched in a bidding war, thereby heightening the auction atmosphere. Such a subtle glance could reignite the bidding, prompting a fresh surge in prices. At this point, rationality had become increasingly elusive. Ultimately, the auctioneer triumphed, with the Deep Sea Group raising their bid to 7.2 billion, eliciting a barely perceptible smile from the auctioneer, who must have felt his provocation had succeeded. Observing the auctioneer's expression from the television screen, Xue Yang could only manage a resigned smile. As long as Yang Yali had funds at her disposal, further increases in the bid were inevitable, not solely due to the auctioneer's slight maneuver. When the Lufeng Group escalated their bid to an astonishing 7.4 billion, the Deep Sea Group swiftly concluded the auction with a final offer of 7.5 billion. After the auction's conclusion, Boss Buy handed Xue Yang a shimmering golden bank card, remarking with a smile, "I must trouble you, young sir, to make another trip. According to the auction's regulations, I have just called my assistant. This card contains 3 billion. Since joint bidding on an item is prohibited, you must represent us." As he received the 300 million yuan bank card, Xue Yang's heart raced intensely. If the money had fallen from the heavens, even someone skilled in the dragon fist like him would surely be crushed under its weight. By the time he lifted his gaze from the staggering sum, Boss Buy had already departed the private room, and Xue Yang became acutely aware of a more pressing issue. He still needed to pay a visit to Yang Yali's room. "Boss Buy, you never considered my feelings," he sighed in resignation before turning toward room 2. However, this encounter differed greatly from the last. Just as he raised his hand to knock, the door swung open. Xiao Zhu, in an exceptionally amiable manner, invited him in. Yet, it was evident that Xiao Zhu's gaze was fixated on the golden bank card in his hand. Yang Yali, on the other hand, maintained her haughty demeanor, approaching him directly and instructing Xiao Zhu to stand guard outside. Once her assistant was gone, Yang Yali fixed her large, piercing eyes upon him and coldly warned, "If you dare to reveal this to anyone, I will not let you off easily." Hearing her threat, Xue Yang managed a wry smile. "I came here to help you. Can't you at least show a little courtesy?" "Bah, what kind of courtesy could I possibly extend to a rogue like you? You be flying too high." As she spoke, her eyes held an ambiguous blend of disdain and provocation. "All right, I admit I'm a rogue. I'm merely a rogue wandering the streets. Yet you force me to carve things for you," he retorted. However, whenever he faced her, Xue Yang always felt a sense of vulnerability. The bravado he attempted to muster held no weight against her presence. This allowed Yang Yali to snatch the bank card from his grasp, a triumphant expression illuminating her face as she waved it playfully in the air. "Fine, I'm a rogue," he conceded, irritation evident in his nod. "Then let me show you just how much a rogue I can be." With that, he swiftly stepped forward, cupping her face before pressing his lips firmly against her fiery red ones. Then, without a moment's hesitation, he dashed away, leaving Yang Yali stomping her feet in disbelief. In the auction house, the corridors buzzed with activity following the conclusion of the auction. As Xue Yang sprinted through the throng of people, he inevitably collided with others. Just as he neared the exit, he accidentally bumped into a girl. This encounter was most unwelcome, yet evading Yang Yali felt akin to escaping a ferocious tigress. Moreover, he had just engaged in a rather road display with her moments before. However, as Xue Yang held the girl he had accidentally knocked over in his arms, he realized, to his astonishment, that was none other than Huang Yingying. Initially, her expression had been one of displeasure after the collision, but upon recognizing Xue Yang, her face broke into a radiant smile. Just as the two were reunited through this misunderstanding, an incongruous voice interrupted their moment. It was a man's voice, and Xue Yang felt no fear. A young man in an eye-catching pink suit glared fiercely and shouted, "You rude little brat. What on earth do you think you're doing? Release Miss Huang at once, or I shall summon security to throw you out." At that moment, several security guards were indeed stationed by the entrance, but as they approached to investigate the commotion, a hefty figure ambled over, kicking the guards aside with ease. The large man cursed, "Aren't you all supposed to be clearing the way for the gentleman? What are you loitering about for?" Xue Yang recognized the hefty man as De Xiong. He merely smiled at him, completely disregarding the noisy youth in pink. "You dare to ignore me? Do you know who I am? I am Liu Baxing, the heir of the Liu Feng Group." The self-proclaimed Liu Baxing drew significant attention, for the Liu Feng Group had indeed made a remarkable impression at this auction, though they had failed to secure the final treasure. Their rivalry with the Deep Sea Group had been nothing short of spectacular, nearly causing the formidable Yang Yali to abandon her pursuit of a coveted item. Witnessing such a young representative of the Liu Feng Group elicited further admiration from passers-by. In stark contrast, Xue Yang appeared in casual attire. Although his shoes were genuine leather, they were still relaxed loafers, resembling a naive university student fresh from campus. The disparity between them was glaring. Moreover, it was crucial to note that despite the gathering crowd, Xue Yang still held onto the Huang family's young mistress without releasing her, even though Huang Yingying had previously walked alongside Liu Baxing. The momentum now seemed overwhelmingly in favor of Liu Baxing, yet Xue Yang remained unfazed. He gently assisted Huang Yingying to her feet, expressing concern for her shoulder which had been bumped, and even gave it a light squeeze. This gesture was undeniably intimate, and more importantly, Huang Yingying showed no signs of resistance. The onlookers murmured in astonishment, while Liu Baxing's face flushed with anger. He shouted once more, "I warn you again. Keep your distance from Miss Huang, or I shall not be so courteous." Xue Yang appeared to be oblivious. He began to lead Huang Yingying toward the parking lot. Those unaware might have underestimated the young man at first glance, for it is rare to encounter graduates who own cars. However, upon witnessing Xue Yang and Huang Yingying enter her vehicle, with Huang herself at the wheel, the older gentleman could not contain their disdain. As the car departed, Liu Baxing's countenance turned a deep shade of iron. Shortly thereafter, Huang Lao emerged slowly from the auction, and a certain busybody rushed to his side, exclaiming, "Huang Lao, your granddaughter has just been taken away by social youth. Shouldn't you investigate?" If one were to observe the position of this meddler moments ago, it would become evident that he had been trailing Liu Baxing closely. What sort of social youth? Huang Lao furrowed his brows, for he knew his granddaughter best. Although Huang Yingying appeared somewhat immature, she was quite astute, aware of what was appropriate and what was not. Another voice boomed, "Over here, Huang Lao. I managed to capture a photo of that young man." The individual hurriedly presented Xue Yang's photo to Huang Lao, who paused momentarily upon seeing the image of Xue Yang with his arms around Huang Yingying. Then, unexpectedly, he burst into laughter, his joy evident. "I believe there's been a misunderstanding regarding my granddaughter's suitor." Huang Lao waved his hand dismissively. The attendees stood in stunned silence. Liu Baxing, recovering from shock, questioned, "Elder, have you lost your senses? That youth's disheveled appearance could never befit your esteemed family." Such words elicited a sharp glare from Huang Lao. "Lost my senses? It has been ages since I last encountered that lunatic Liu. Now his son dares to declare me senile? Perhaps you should ask your father if he would have the audacity to speak so in my presence." Liu Baxing, bending slightly, was drenched in sweat. "Grandfather Huang, I apologize. My excessive agitation led to this faux pas. My father often speaks of your kindness." "Umph. At least he possesses a modicum of conscience," Huang Lao retorted coldly. "The grandson-in-law I personally selected is well within my understanding. There is no need for your Liu family to concern yourselves with me." With that, He turned on his heel and entered his vehicle. The crowd dispersed, leaving only Lu Baxing and his entourage standing at the entrance. Around the corner, Xue, while smoking a cigarette, tossed the remaining half-pack to his subordinates. Noticing Lu Baxing's departure, the hefty Xue signaled for his men to follow. The few small security guards trailed behind, looking somewhat sheepish. As they walked, Xue remarked, "Do you understand why I kicked you earlier?" The guards, appearing somewhat aggrieved, clearly felt wronged. With a deep drag on his cigarette, the bear-like figure discarded the butt onto the ground, subsequently crushing it underfoot as he remarked, "In the presence of those affluent magnates, we are but insignificant shrimp, while they are ferocious carnivores, preying upon one another. That young man in the pink suit is someone who can rival the Deep Sea group at the auction. Do you dare provoke him?" Upon hearing his words, the expressions of the two junior security guards shifted dramatically, and they began to appreciate the kick their superior had delivered to them earlier. One of the guards, having encountered Xue Yang upon their arrival, interjected, "Boss, the other one must be Mr. Baez' acquaintance, as you previously mentioned." At this juncture, the bear-like man halted once more, his tone turning earnest as he responded, "An acquaintance? It is far more complex than that. As you witnessed earlier, both Mr. Huang and the Huang family's young lady were protecting him. Goodness, the treatment he receives is hardly inferior to that of the young man in pink." The junior security guards were utterly taken aback, having never anticipated that what seemed to be a mundane altercation at the entrance bore such intricate layers. They had nearly attempted to mediate a conflict between two sharks. Just as the guard were reflecting on this revelation, the bear-like figure suddenly dashed over. They looked up to see him hastening towards a plump young woman. Could this chubby girl also be an influential figure? Their astonishment peaked when President Yang of the Deep Sea Group emerged from behind her, revealing that their superior had been heading towards her all along. The bear-like man approached with a bow, stating, "President Yang, would you like me to fetch your car? It would be our duty to escort you back to the company." However, Yang Yali's displeasure was evident as she coldly declined his offer. As she passed by, the bear-like man exhaled a sigh of relief, only to tense up again when she suddenly turned back, ready to serve at a moment's notice. At that moment, a slight smile graced Yang Yali's face, transforming her earlier displeasure into a cheerful demeanor, reminiscent of a skilled performer in traditional face-changing art. "Brother," she instructed in a commanding tone, "you must have noticed the young man in casual attire earlier." The bear-like figure, unwilling to deceive, quickly replied, "Everyone else was clad in suits. He was the only one in casual wear, making a lasting impression." "Then you surely recall his appearance?" "Yes, President Yang, I remember distinctly," he affirmed, his substantial frame bowing repeatedly before the slender Yang Yali. "Very well, whenever he attends this auction and bids on anything, you are to report every detail to me. You can trust that the rewards I provide will undoubtedly satisfy you." Certainly, Xue harbored unwavering faith that the rewards bestowed upon him by the president of the Deep Sea Group would undoubtedly meet his expectations. However, he was acutely aware that the words spoken by this woman were declarations that brooked no refusal. "I shall remember, President Yang. I will ensure to report to you at the very first opportunity," he assured her. Satisfied, Yang Yali nodded before departing from the Tiandi auction house. Xue found himself at the forefront of the auction hall, where his companions had long since scattered in fright, leaving him to ponder alone. He wished to remain uninvolved in the intrigues of these powerful magnates, yet he yearned for that casually dressed young man to return. For if he were to acquire any valuable information, he might very well utilize that wealth to secure a larger residence for his wife and children. As Xue Yang lounged in the luxury vehicle of Huang Yingying, crossing his legs as they approached her opulent villa, he chuckled lightly and promptly leapt from the car. "Thank you, brave heroine, for your assistance this time. I shall take my leave now," he proclaimed, mimicking an ancient gesture of respect. Just as he intended to make a swift exit, he was taken aback when Huang Yingying deftly wielded the remote control, causing the villa's grand entrance to close of its own accord. Realizing that the electrified fence surrounding the estate would thwart any attempts at escape, Xue Yang turned back with a sly grin, saying, "Oh, lovely Yingying, why the theatrics? It is clear to me that you harbor disdain for that Lu Baxing. Let's collaborate to vex him." Yet, Huang Yingying was unmoved by his charm. "While it is indeed fitting to irritate him, if you think to simply depart, you are sorely mistaken." At her words, Xue Yang crossed his arms in a mock display of fear and retorted, "What are your intentions with me?" In the southern heart of Donghai City lay a cluster of luxurious villas, among which Huang Yingying's residence stood as the most grandiose. After all, the Huang family was the foremost clan in Donghai, and their abode reflected their esteemed status. Yet here was Xue Yang, trapped within this magnificent estate, wearing an expression of feigned pity. With a playful smirk, Huang Yingying remarked, "You insufferable scoundrel, do you dare inquire about my motives? Do not forget, you are now my boyfriend. As such, should you not spend more time with me?" Xue Yang nearly choked on his words, exclaiming with irritation, "Pray tell, does reason hold no sway with you, young lady? I merely posed as your boyfriend to assist you with your grandfather's affairs. How is it that you now seek to bind me to you? You are, after all, a lady of refinement. Surely, you could uphold some decorum." While Xue Yang earnestly laid out his reasoning, Huang Yingying, carelessly toying with her lustrous black hair, nonchalantly replied, "So, you intend to kiss me and then shirk your responsibilities? Even if you manage to escape from my grasp, can you truly evade my grandfather's clutches? Indeed, engaging in rational discourse with women proves exceedingly challenging." Thus, Xue Yang opted for silence, plopping himself down upon the floor, for the proprietress awaited his return home for dinner. At that moment, Huang Yingying alighted from the car, bearing a delicate wooden box, which she brandished playfully around him, her expression shrouded in mystery as she inquired, "Would you care to know what treasures lie within this box?" Xue Yang chuckled softly. He was aware that old Huang had secured only a piece of Hetian mutton fat jade at this auction, and such exquisite jade exudes a distinctive aura that he could discern without the need for inspection. At this juncture, he found himself largely untempted, yet his pocket's little milk mouse grew restless. Swiftly, he reached into his pocket, firmly securing the small creature. After all, Huang Yingying had always eyed his little mouse with keen interest, and releasing it in her abode would be akin to leading a lamb to the slaughter. Thus, despite the box containing jade that would entice the little mouse like a feast of delicacies, Xue Yang exerted enough force to keep it still. Observing Huang Yingying continue to dangle the wooden box before him, he sighed in exasperation. Enough of this frivolity. If that precious item worth tens of millions were to slip from your grasp and shatter upon the ground, no amount of wealth could justify such recklessness. Upon hearing his remark, Huang Yingying stuck out her tongue playfully. "So you had already surmised its contents. Since you've deduced what it is, what do you intend to carve from it, and how do you plan to utilize it?" Her question momentarily left Xue Yang speechless, not due to his uncertainty about how to sculpt the jade, but rather because he was perplexed by her inquiry. "What do you mean by what I should do? ISNT at your family's acquisition? Why must you ask me?" With a hint of shyness, Huang Yingying replied, "You may not know, but my grandfather remarked that this is a fine piece. I suggested that it would be better to gift it to you, and he subsequently purchased it for that purpose. Therefore, I wish to know your intentions." Xue Yang found himself at a loss for words. After all, in the Huang household, purchasing a piece of Hetian mutton fat jade seemed as trivial as buying cabbage. However, he eventually shook his head and said, "I am merely a craftsman, a sculptor. What you wish to create from it is your affair. Ultimately, it is my duty to transform this jade into the form you desire. Yet, I have no notion of what shape it should take. If all else fails, perhaps I shall carve it into a heart-piercing arrow." Huang Yingying pondered for a long while before arriving at this conclusion, seemingly lacking imagination for the art of sculpture. The last time she requested a flying bird, it had been entirely based on the image of a phoenix soaring across the heavens. Thus, Xue Yang ceased to trouble her further, merely rubbing his temples as he remarked, "A heart pierced by an arrow is rather commonplace. If you truly wish to adopt this theme, I shall carve the meeting of the cowherd and the weaver girl for you. It would surely imbue the piece with greater depth." Upon hearing this, Huang Yingying clapped her hands joyfully, exclaiming, "Excellent! Let us proceed with the carving of the cowherd and the weaver girl. Now, surely you can unlock the door and allow me to leave?" Xue Yang gestured towards the grand door behind him. Yet, Huang Yingying appeared somewhat discontent as she replied, "Why not carve it here? That way, you can keep me company a little longer. My belongings are all in the shop, Mississippi. How can I carve without my tools?" Xue Yang responded, "I can have someone fetch your tools." Huang Yingying replied cleverly, but upon noticing the stern look in Xue Yang's eyes, she lowered her head and meekly added, "Very well, you may leave. If you do not come to find me, I shall seek you out at your shop." Sighing, Xue Yang carried 2 boxes out of the villa, finally managing to momentarily escape from the clutches of this persistent little sprite. One box contained treasures from the dragon's journey across the seas, while the other held a piece of Hetian mutton fat jade. Sensing the little mouse in his pocket becoming restless, Xue Yang reached inside the box, feeling around the jade until his fingers encountered a protrusion that would be of no use for carving. Without hesitation, he utilized his Dragon Blood Realm powers to break off the excess jade. He then placed the piece, roughly the size of 3 or 4 peanuts, into his pocket. The rustling sounds from within indicated that the little mouse was eagerly anticipating a meal. Upon arriving back at the shop, it was evident that the proprietress had been toiling alone throughout the day. Beads of perspiration occasionally trickled down her forehead, while Song Yu was too preoccupied to wipe them away, continuing to calculate on her jade abacus. As Xue Yang entered the shop, he retrieved a handkerchief that Song Yu had gifted him previously and gently wiped her brow. "Business has been satisfactory today. Not overly busy," she said with a smile. Xue Yang inquired with a grin, "Have you made any progress in searching for your master's relics lately? Why do you suddenly bring this up?" Song Yu seemed momentarily lost in thought, and after a considerable pause, she offered a wry smile. "Establishing this shop has always been my father's wish, so I have been fully occupied with this endeavor, and Haven Tea had the time to seek out the relics." Hearing her words, Xue Yang casually remarked, "I had thought that the greatest desire of all parents was for their daughters to find a good home." Song Yu cast him a glance, and upon meeting his affectionate gaze, her cheeks flushed as she retorted, "That is but one aspect." Not wishing to prolong her embarrassment, Xue Yang promptly retrieved a wooden box from nearby. As the wooden box creaked open, the azure dragon gradually revealed itself before Song Yu. Its dragon head bowed slightly, and it was this subtle movement that vividly embodied the dragon's poised energy. Song Yu covered her mouth with both hands, her smile blossoming on her face like ripples in a river, effortlessly appearing but far more exquisite than mere ripples. After standing in a daze for a moment, she hurried upstairs to her room, retrieving her cherished sculpture, Phoenix dancing in the sky. When the two exquisite carved figures came together, an undeniable aura of the dragon roaming the seas and the phoenix soaring in the skies emerged. With her hands clasped together, Song Yu gazed at her father's proud creation, filled with overwhelming joy. Meanwhile, Xue Yang stood nearby, savoring the significance of these two masterpieces united. When he crafted a replica of Phoenix dancing in the sky from imperial green glass, he sensed he had surpassed the peak of Song Yu's father. Upon witnessing the dragon roaming the seas, that notion was reinforced. However, it was only when these two sculptures converged that he discovered their true essence. The embrace of heaven and earth, along with the aura shared among mythical creatures, manifested at that moment, and Xue Yang found himself entranced. When Song Yu gently wrapped her arms around his neck, Xue Yang realized that the proprietress had slowly embraced him. This time, she did not cry, but instead smiled radiantly, saying, "Thank you for everything you've done for me. Oh, please, if you're going to say that, let us make it more meaningful." Xue Yang replied with an air of pride. Song Yu recognized that her young companion was scheming again, and, just as she intended to pull away, Xue Yang seized her waist. In her startled state, he audaciously kissed her. However, this time, Xue Yang did not easily prevail. The proprietress bit his lip fiercely, showing no inclination to relent. "Ouch! Ouch! Ouch!" Xue Yang grunted, and only after a prolonged moment did he finally gain his freedom. "How about that? I've been waiting to use this move on you. It seems even the mightiest of men have their vulnerabilities. Let us see if you dare to ambush your proprietress again," she teased, her usual gentle demeanor giving way to a hint of playful arrogance. After receiving a thorough lesson, Xue Yang wore a look of despondency as he clutched the remaining box, retreating to his little dark room. Once in his studio, Xue Yang did not rush to carve anything, but instead licked the spot where Song Yu had bitten him. It still stung a bit. It appeared the proprietress had truly lost all restraint, determined to leave her mark on him. As he reminisced about Song Yu's deliberately aloof demeanor, Xue Yang couldn't help but break into a smile, indulging in a fit of laughter at his workstation for a full 10 minutes. He observed that his boss seemed to grow increasingly beautiful and charming with each passing day. Upon awakening from this daydream, Xue Yang opened the box before him, meticulously examining the exquisite Hetian jade. The theme of the cowherd and the weaver girl was entirely unfamiliar to him. Within the confines of the small dark room, Xue Yang grappled with how to render the promised sculpture of the cowherd and the weaver girl with utmost fidelity. He wielded his carving knife, gesturing around the jade, but hesitated to make the first cut. The initial conceptualization of the jade's allocation was of utmost importance, as it infused the entire piece with a certain spirit. This spirit, known among sculptors as the Qi, was crucial, no matter how meticulously detailed a work might be. A failure to establish the initial layout of energy would doom the piece, much like the sculptures of the four heavenly kings, which might lack perfect detail yet convey an arresting presence. The challenge of figurative sculpture lay in this very aspect. Xue Yang understood that the essence of his work today was a nuanced emotion, the joy of lovers reunited after a long separation. After half an hour of gestural contemplation, his hands began to move with alacrity jade shavings cascading like snowflakes, marking the moment for the petite mouse's entrance. Any scrap that fell on the table, regardless of size or utility, was fair game for the little creature, adhering to the gentleman's agreement between Xue Yang and the mouse, who was free to partake without hindrance. Once the essence of the piece was fully formed, Xue Yang exhaled in relief. The next step involved detailing. While grand themes might not require excessive intricacy, the portrayal of tender emotions necessitated a meticulous approach. He carved the smile at the corner of the cowherd's mouth and the tear glistening at the edge of the weaver girl's eye. By the time the sculpture was completed, the clock had long struck midnight. Xue Yang stretched, feeling fatigued yet fulfilled, for the sight of his finished masterpiece made it all worthwhile. As he stepped out of the small dark room, he brought forth his new creation, destined for Huang Yingying. Allowing Song Yu to have a glance would surely provide him with a candid appraisal. Although the work was complete, minor adjustments could still be made. Upon seeing the piece, Song Yu was initially taken aback, only to be swiftly enveloped in a wave of curiosity. Song Yu chose to disregard it entirely, opting instead to tidy up the table and present the meticulously prepared dishes. Due to Xue Yang's habitual overworking, their dinners were far from regular. Observing Song Yu's indifference towards his new creation, he inquired with a hint of confusion, "Madam, want you offer a few words of critique, whether good or bad? After all, you are a woman and a professional. Do share your thoughts." Pressured by his insistence, Song Yu paused her busy tasks and replied in a soft voice, "Could you not be a little more earnest while carving?" This remark left Xue Yang bewildered as he settled at the dining table and began to relish the delicious meal. He retorted, "I beg to differ. How could I not be serious? This took me quite a while to craft." To which Song Yu responded, "If you were indeed serious, then how could you have carved the weaving maiden's face in this manner?" Yet, she did not turn to look at him. With a piece of cauliflower in his mouth, Xue Yang chewed heartily while glancing at his sculpture. He reaffirmed that the facial carving of the weaving maiden was remarkably exquisite, especially the tearful detail in her eyes, which vividly conveyed the bittersweet joy of a long-awaited reunion. However, as he initially focused on the intricacies, a broader glance revealed that the weaving maiden's visage bore an unmistakable resemblance to Song Yu's own face. "Oh dear," Xue Yang exclaimed, smacking his forehead. While carving, his thoughts had been consumed by the image of the madam, inadvertently etching her perfect features into the jade. No wonder he felt this face was the most exquisite he had ever sculpted. Upon realizing the flaw in his jade piece, he chuckled awkwardly. "Perhaps it was after you bit me that I became so enraptured by the thought of you." While Xue Yang continued to talk animatedly between mouthfuls, Song Yu, seated across from him, blushed deeply without raising her head. This piece, after all, was not his to keep. If it had been his own creation, he would have relished the opportunity to carve Song Yu's likeness and grace upon it. However, since it was destined to be returned to Huang Yingying, and considering that Huang Yingying was already acquainted with Song Yu, it could lead to unforeseen complications if she discovered that Xue Yang had carved Song Yu's visage upon her jade. After finishing his meal, Xue Yang reluctantly returned the piece to his small workshop, making slight adjustments to the weaving maiden's face. Though she remained a beauty in Xue Yang's heart, she was no longer as perfect as before. 2 days later, when he presented the piece to Huang Yingying, her eyes sparkled with delight at his masterful craftsmanship, nearly causing her to leap with joy. "I believe its value, both tangible and sentimental, has soared immensely. I will surely treasure it well." Huang Yingying placed the jade piece of the cowherd and weaver girl before her, unable to take her eyes off it. However, Xue Yang merely managed a faint smile, feeling a tinge of bias against the sheep-fat jade. Observing Huang Yingying's delight, he broached a rather unpleasant topic. "Pray tell, what is that Liu Baxing currently engaged in? I have heard that due to your Huang family's influence, they have never intervened in the business of Donghai City." Huang Yingying remained engrossed in the jade, responding somewhat absent-mindedly. "There is some truth to that. It stems from the time when Liu Baxing's father was destitute. My grandfather took him in. After a month of menial labor at our home, my grandfather recognized his father's talent and provided him with a sum to start a business. Eventually, his enterprise flourished. My grandfather remarked that if given more time, Liu Baxing might surpass even our Huang family in strength." "Surpass the Huang family?" Xue Yang expressed astonishment, for the Huang family status in Donghai City had remained unshaken for 3 decades. Is it conceivable for a company to be more formidable than the Huang family? Such a powerful company, yet I have never heard of it, he continued, still basking in the joy of her splendid gift. Huang Yingying merely chuckled. "Of course you haven't heard. Why no, it was only recently shared by my grandfather. The Liu family holds a sense of gratitude towards us and has no intention of encroaching upon our business in Donghai. not only in Donghai, but even in the nearby regions, they have never ventured. But they eventually came, Xue Yang remarked, reclining comfortably in the genuine leather chair of the Huang family. Pressing on with his inquiries. Seemingly overwhelmed by the barrage of questions, Huang Yingying pondered for a moment before saying, "It appears they aren't here for business. Liu Baxing visited my home yesterday, claiming he came for sightseeing and to pay a courtesy visit to my grandfather. Regardless, I find it hard to believe his words. And my grandfather is even less inclined to trust him. Does the old gentleman not know their true purpose in coming here? Judging by the auction, they brought considerable funds, which must be merely a fraction of their resources. They wouldn't travel all this way just for a visit to your grandfather, nor solely for an auction." Huang Yingying seemed unfazed. Whatever their intentions may be, whether for tourism or the auction, it bears no relevance to us. If they have that much spare time, they might as well carve me a few small trinkets. At this juncture, Huang Yingying finally shifted her gaze from the cowherd and weaver girl. Her fondness for the Jade work likely stemmed from her grandfather. Noticing the pitiful look she cast in his direction, Xue Yang playfully pinched her cheek, teasing, "You, my dear, have wealth written in your left eye and fascination in your right. You have become quite the little money enthusiast." Xue Yang resolutely declined Huang Yingying's request to carve a few more items, feigning ignorance to her pitiful demeanor. Upon returning to the shop and settling into the redwood chair, he took a sip of Longjing tea and felt that this was the life he was meant to lead. When there was work to be done, he exerted himself diligently in the little dark room, and during moments of idleness, he relished the comfort of his cozy corner, only rising to assist the shopkeeper when she was particularly busy, observing her graceful figure and listening to the rhythmic sound of her abacus. Xue Yang felt as though the entire world had brightened. However, such blissful moments are often fleeting. Xue Yang's phone rang. It was a call from Elder Yu. Yet, when he answered, a young girl's voice greeted him. "Big brother, my father can now get out of bed and walk. Grandpa said we should thank you properly, and he asked me to tell you that whenever you wish to go to sea, he can take you any time." The girl's voice was exceptionally melodious. At those words, Xue Yang sprang from the redwood chair. Seizing the day, he thought, why not go to sea right now? He reminisced fondly about his previous maritime adventure and had longed to set sail once more. However, considering Elder Yu's recent busy schedule, he had temporarily shelved the idea, believing he would not be invited again. Yet now, Elder Yu had dispelled Xue Yang concerns, marking it as perhaps the most delightful news of the day. He hastily retreated to his little dark room, crafting 2 special floating balloons. For someone like Xue Yang, adept at intricately carving jade, creating simple balloons was a trivial task. He promptly gathered all the jade from the shop, but even when combining the good and the flawed, there were only a handful of pieces. This was somewhat disheartening. If the jade he brought did not satisfy the dragon, his life would be at stake, let alone bringing anything back from there. Reflecting on how he had nearly exhausted the jade market during his last visit, he surmised that restocking would not happen swiftly. Thus, he naturally pulled up Boss Bai's contact number. Just as he was about to dial, he hesitated, feeling a pang of guilt. He had already caused Boss Bai quite enough trouble lately. If Boss Bai were to become upset and ignore him, it would be a significant loss. For even the best of relationships must have their limits when it comes to requests. In an unprecedented move, Xue Yang scrolled down his contacts and dialed Yang Yali's number. "I have an investment opportunity for you. All I need is some jade, regardless of its quality, and I assure you that my return will satisfy you." He blurted out as soon as the call connected, fearing that she might hang up. A voice tinged with disdain emerged from the other end of the conversation, belonging to Yang Yali. "Ha ha ha. I believe you will always remain hidden away, yet here you are, calling me yourself." Without granting her the opportunity to continue, Xue Yang interjected sternly, "I urgently require it. If you could send someone over right now, I will come to your company afterward, and you may do as you wish with me." Xue Yang boasted, for obtaining the Qingyu was of utmost importance. "Xue Yang, oh Xue Yang, I never imagined Yang Yali would be so bullied by a man. You kissed me last time, and now you treat me like a child? Handing over the Qingyu to you is akin to throwing dumplings to a dog." Upon hearing this, Xue Yang could only manage an awkward chuckle on the other end of the line. "The shop isn't here, is it? If I can evade the monk, I can surely evade the temple as well, right? If I were to act unreasonably, you could simply send a few people to take me away." "The shop," she said, as if it were solely hers. "If you want the Qingyu, that's fine, but I expect you to carve me an additional piece, along with the other 2 items you haven't even touched yet. That makes 3 in total. Do you have any objections to my request?" At this point, Xue Yang was thoroughly exasperated. "You speak as if I owe you money. You have yet to provide me with the materials, which is why I haven't begun the work. Why does it now sound as though I'm the one in the wrong?" The sultry voice on the other end chuckled coldly. You are not a debtor. You are a rogue. Very well, I am a rogue, Xue Yang huffed. But I have no time for quarrels with you now. Whether you give it to me or not, it comes down to a single word. Someone will deliver it to your shop's doorstep shortly. Do not forget our agreement. Yang Yali reiterated her warning, and just as Xue Yang intended to hang up, she beat him to it. With a resigned smile, Xue Yang sighed, a fateful bond indeed. A curse one at that. After exchanging a few words with the proprietress, he prepared to leave, only for Song Yu to query with curiosity, Xue Yang. What have you been so busy with lately? Why are you always out? Hearing the proprietress's inquiry, Xue Yang offered her an apologetic glance and replied, What I'm currently engaged in is not something I can conveniently disclose, but you must trust that I would never undertake anything morally reprehensible. Everything I do is for the benefit of the shop. Song Yu undoubtedly believed his words. The shop's current thriving state was no mere coincidence. In addition to her diligent efforts, Xue Yang's selfless contributions played an indispensable role. Stepping out of the shop, Xue Yang exhaled a sigh of relief. He could not divulge his recent endeavors to the proprietress. Otherwise, given her concern for him, she would undoubtedly go to great lengths to prevent him from taking risks at sea. After waiting for a while at the entrance of the shop, Xue Yang soon spotted a Mercedes-Benz approaching, and the driver was none other than the young woman who had been beside Yang Yali that day. Xiao Zhu opened the car door and said, This is something that Sister Yang asked me to bring to you. What on earth is in there? It's so heavy. Xue Yang observed Xiao Zhu struggling to drag something out of the car, and upon seeing the hefty half-bag of items, his eyes widened in astonishment. This was far more than he had brought last time. Without hesitation, he poured out half of the contents and placed them directly into the shop's storage room before dashing back and climbing into Xiao Zhu's car without a word. This sudden move startled Xiao Zhu, who exclaimed, What do you think you're doing? I was planning to head back to the company. Yet Xue Yang responded with a radiant smile. Pretty lady, could you do me a favor and take me to the Benai district? I have some urgent matters to attend to. Hearing him treat her as if she were a taxi driver, Xiao Zhu frowned and retorted. Do you have any idea how much I earn a day at the company? You could take a taxi for a fraction of that. However, Xue Yang seemed oblivious to her complaints as he pulled out a pouch to inspect its contents. Any mishap with this item could jeopardize his chances. Meanwhile, Xiao Zhu, exasperated, muttered, I've never seen anyone like you, but she still started the car. In her haste, she drove recklessly, causing the vehicle to jolt violently. As she noticed Xue Yang swaying in the back seat, a sense of vindictive satisfaction crossed her face. Once they arrived, she handed him a finely carved piece of quality jade, her cheeks slightly flushed. Xue Yang brushed off the jade dust from his hands and remarked, I carved this little piece while I was bored in the car. Please don't underestimate it. After all, no matter how much you earn in a day at Deep Sea Group, it shouldn't be worth more than this little frog. Xiao Zhu cradled the translucent frog in her palms. Although she was merely an amateur compared to Yang Yali, her experiences with the latter had equipped her with enough knowledge to recognize its true value. For a young woman with a penchant for all things cute, she found it hard to part with such an adorable item. At that moment, a thought struck her, and she shyly asked, considering the bumpy ride, I saw you swaying in the back. How did you find the time to carve such a charming little piece? To her inquiry, Xue Yang simply smiled and replied, It was precisely because my hands were busy carving this that I was swaying. After all, I didn't have hands free to hold onto anything. After speaking, Xue Yang shouldered the remaining green jade and strode away. Watching Xue Yang's figure, Xiao Zhu was momentarily taken aback. After a considerable pause, she remembered her own tasks and hurriedly nestled the adorable little frog in her arms, relishing its coolness before driving towards the company. Xue Yang arrived at Old Yu's courtyard, where it seemed the little girl had been waiting for her for quite some time. As soon as Xue Yang entered, the girl sprang forth, leaping into Xue Yang's embrace. Delight radiated from Xue Yang in response to the girl's exuberance as she lifted the child and spun her around before setting her down and inquiring, Little sister, may I know your name? Big brother, I am Xiang. You may call me Xiang. What a lovely name, Xiang. Xue Yang gently patted her twin ponytails and proceeded towards the house. Inside, not only was Old Yu present, but also a middle-aged man who appeared somewhat infirm. He attempted to rise to greet Xue Yang, but ultimately faltered. Xue Yang quickly stepped forward, assisting him to sit back down, and smiled. There is no need for such formality. I'm not a stranger here. To Xue Yang's surprise, the middle-aged man spoke, albeit his words were somewhat laborious. Little benefactor, you are the one who rescued me from my unconscious state. I must express my heartfelt gratitude. The last few words were pronounced with particular emphasis, underscoring his sincerity. Old Yu interjected with a smile, My son has already recovered significantly. I believe that in a week or two, He will be entirely well. Even the doctors at the larger hospitals have deemed this a miracle. Upon hearing this, Xue Yang's expression shifted to one of concern. Old Yu, have you? Noticing Xue Yang's demeanor, Old Yu quickly waved his hand. You are overthinking it. My reputation for discretion is well earned. While it may not be as legendary as Ji Bu's promise of 1,000 gold pieces, rest assured that any secret I pledge to keep shall be taken to my grave. With that, Xue Yang smiled, recognizing the value of aligning himself with Old Yu. Sighing, Old Yu continued, if you wish to venture out to sea soon, I, this old man, shall accompany you. Once my son is fully recovered, he shall take you. He possesses greater capabilities, and more importantly, he has inherited my knack for keeping secrets. Xue Yang nodded thoughtfully, but then boldly asked, May I inquire if you have time today, Old Yu? I plan to set sail once more. As soon as he uttered those words, Elder Yu immediately rose from his chair. Chuckling, I had already prepared for your arrival, knowing you would seize the opportunity to venture out to sea. Thus, I arranged for a vessel in advance. Upon hearing Elder Yu's response, Xue Yang beamed with a radiant smile. When he next set sail upon the waves, he no longer experienced the disorientation of his inaugural journey. Instead, he found ample time to appreciate the surrounding beauty, even indulging in some fishing during the hour-long voyage. Xue Yang perceived a significant similarity between fishing and the art of sculpture, with the former being a form of performance art in itself, whereas the latter aimed to create exquisite masterpieces. If one desired fish, more efficient nets or various tools could easily be employed. Yet, anglers do not rush to achieve their goal. They revel in the joy of catching a fish, cherishing the entire process of fishing itself. However, no amount of theoretical knowledge can compensate for a lack of practical experience. Prior to this, Xue Yang had never truly fished, as he believed it to be a rather straightforward endeavor. So, when he whimsically picked up the fishing rod on the boat, he ultimately caught nothing. Meanwhile, on the opposite side of the vessel, Elder Yu had already landed 3 sizable fish. Elder Yu, your side is too loud. You've scared all the fish away. Xue Yang called out, squinting against the sunlight. Elder Yu merely laughed heartily in response, continuing to reel in his catch, completely unfazed by the envious gaze of the young man behind him. At that moment, Xue Yang suddenly spotted a shadow of a boat in the distance and felt a twinge of unease. Elder Yu, is that a Coast Guard vessel ahead? The sunken ship Relic lay in international waters, yet the depths were submerged with vessels from various nations, rendering it a treasure trove of sorts. The last time they ventured out at night, Elder Yu's remarkable expertise had allowed them to evade the Coast Guard's pursuit. Several countries' Coast Guard ships often patrol the area simultaneously. Encountering one's own nation's vessel might result in merely a reprimand, but being caught by foreign Coast Guards could lead to considerable complications. Thus, unable to discern the nature of the approaching ship, even Elder Yu had no choice but to retreat. He maneuvered the fishing boat to a rocky outcrop, and the two ascended to a higher vantage point, utilizing binoculars to scrutinize the distant craft. Mr. Yu merely whispered, It shouldn't be a Coast Guard vessel. They're equipped with radar. By the time we see them, they would have already located us. Yet that ship is not approaching our position, which indicates something amiss. Upon hearing Mr. Yu's words, Xue Yang felt a pang of surprise. This area is close to the sunken ship's ruins. If it is not a Coast Guard ship, what other vessels could possibly venture here? At this moment, Mr. Yu chuckled and replied, Isn't there still our own ship? However, Xue Yang did not find this amusing. He spoke solemnly. This suggests that there are still treasure seekers aiming for the shipwreck, aside from us. Mr. Yu expressed his strong agreement with this sentiment. Moments later, Mr. Yu, standing at a higher vantage point, exclaimed in astonishment, Although it is not a Coast Guard ship, it seems there is a Coast Guard vessel pursuing it. Oh, it has caught up. This statement piqued Xue Yang's immense curiosity. A previously deserted sea area was now bustling with activity. Leaning over, he took the high-powered binoculars from Mr. Yu and gazed in the direction of the earlier vessel. To his surprise, he spotted a Coast Guard ship trailing behind a finely crafted fishing boat, which, intriguingly, was flying the flag of the Huaxia nation. It appeared that Mr. Yu's earlier claim of catching up stemmed from a lack of clarity, as Xue Yang discerned that the unidentified vessel ahead was frantically fleeing, clearly no match for the pursuing Coast Guard ship. It was merely a matter of time before it was overtaken. At this juncture, Mr. Yu, now having descended, remarked with a grin, It seems the one being pursued is not from our side. Well done. Just then, Xue Yang noticed that the fleeing fishing boat was heading in the opposite direction from where they were situated. He quickly climbed down and excitedly urged Mr. Yu, Now is the perfect opportunity. Let us set sail toward the shipwreck. However, Mr. Yu curiously inquired, If we set sail now, wouldn't we be discovered? Or perhaps we have already been spotted, considering the Coast Guard uses radar rather than binoculars. Hiding here would be futile. He gestured towards the rocks obstructing their vessel. Do not worry, Mr. Yu. They are headed in another direction, Xue Yang shouted, ensuring that Mr. Yu could hear him over the crashing waves. When Xue Yang reached him, Mr. Yu still expressed concern, saying, even if it is our country's Coast Guard, getting caught would still lead to repercussions. Yet, upon receiving a determined glance from Xue Yang, Mr. Yu promptly started the boat, steering it directly toward the sunken ship's ruins. Before Xue Yang leapt from Old Yu's vessel, he communicated directly with him. This is the heart of the sunken ship archaeological site. Even a maritime police dare not venture here. I once beheld a recently sunk police boat below, albeit from a neighboring nation. Thus, you are safe for the time being. Should any other country's maritime police approach, you need not concern yourself with my safety. Xue Yang intended to reassure Old Yu, but upon witnessing the knowing smile on his face, he realized his overthinking. Old Yu simply replied, were you saying, if any real danger were to arise, I would never abandon you. Even if it meant risking my life, I would ensure they wait for your return. Moved by Old Yu's words, Xue Yang was ready. He dove into the depths below. As the saying goes, practice makes perfect. If his previous descent was a tentative exploration, this time Xue Yang approached it with a sense of mastery. Calmly, he grasped the jade in his hand and swiftly descended. However, an alarming situation soon arose. The serpent had arrived much earlier than expected. As he felt the tumult of the currents below, Xue Yang struggled to maintain his stability, being tossed about like a reed in the water's powerful embrace. At last, the familiar visage of the creature emerged before him. Previously, he had only glimpsed it through the confines of a metal boat, but now, faced with this colossal being, he felt a twinge of anxiety. Fortunately, this time, the creature displayed no hostility. Astonishingly, it seemed somewhat docile. Xue Yang appeared to understand its intent and tossed the jade into the water. The serpent reacted swiftly, darting forward to consume the offering. It seemed this magnificent creature possessed a notable intelligence, recognizing that Xue Yang's visits consistently brought delectable jade. Thus, it neither obstructed his presence nor posed a threat to him. After all, Xue Yang was merely a single individual, even in the water, incapable of carrying off much. Yet, despite the serpent's lack of malice, its sudden turn created powerful currents, spinning Xue Yang around several times before he finally regained his equilibrium. By the time he steadied himself, the serpent had vanished from his sight. In that moment, Xue Yang perceived the creature as a gatekeeper of sorts. As long as he provided jade, he would be granted passage. Should he arrive without jade, or with a meager offering, his fate would undoubtedly be far less favorable. This time, Yu Qiaolong did not emerge entirely empty-handed. As Xue Yang descended to the ocean floor, he stumbled upon a cluster of scales that resembled those of a dragon. It remained unclear whether these scales had been intentionally left behind or were merely a byproduct of chance. Yet Xue Yang promptly tucked them into his cloth bag. After all, he had previously discerned that these scales bore a striking resemblance to jade, possessing both its translucence and formidable defensive qualities, albeit with the caveat that excessive force would cause them to warp. In essence, this scale-like material was in reality quite pliable. Were it to be presented at an auction, it would undoubtedly incite a frenzy among the elite. However, Xue Yang was far too astute to entertain such folly. He continued his exploration of the ocean depths. Although this descent led him to a different location than before, the scenery was astonishingly reminiscent of his previous experience. Countless vessels from various eras lay scattered about, but what struck him as peculiar was the presence of a brand new ship. He chose to disregard it entirely, firmly believing that the closer a shipwreck was to contemporary times, the less likely it was to yield the treasures he sought. With this thought in mind, Xue Yang ventured into a wooden ship. Unfortunately, this vessel was exceedingly fragile, and as soon as he squeezed inside, it crumbled with a resounding crash. Fortunately, being submerged in water meant that the remnants of the ship had long since lost any substantial weight due to the corrosive effects of the sea, and Xue Yang emerged with only minor injuries. However, he found himself clutching a square object. The colossal wooden ship had, in its collapse, obscured nearly all light. Although this was not the deep sea, the illumination beneath the surface was already quite dim, compelling Xue Yang to navigate his way out almost blindly. Just as he was emerging, a solid object struck him, contributing to his minor injuries. Upon finally surfacing, he was astonished to discover that he was cradling a bronze tripod. When one speaks of bronze tripods, Xue Yang's thoughts inevitably drift to the Xia, Shang, and Zhou dynasties. If this tripod indeed originated from that era, It would now be considered a priceless artifact. To compensate for the injury he sustained, he wrapped the object tightly in his embrace. Feeling the weight of exhaustion as he crawled from the wreckage and the impact of the large object, Xue Yang was acutely aware that his stamina had been significantly depleted. In such a deep-sea environment, where the threat of unknown creatures loomed, fatigue posed a grave danger that could swiftly claim his life. Consequently, he hastily manipulated the pouch in his hand, causing it to open instantly, and he began his ascent towards the surface. Due to the currents, by the time he reached the water's surface, he found himself quite far from Old Yu's boat. However, this peril lurking beneath the ocean depths pales in comparison. Despite his advanced age, Old Yu's keen eyesight remained intact as he spotted Xue Yang resurfacing and promptly steered the boat towards him. Lying on the deck of the fishing vessel, Xue Yang let out a few chuckles. Although his pocket was conspicuously bulging with a sizable object, Old Yu refrained from uttering a single word, not even casting a curious glance. Xue Yang couldn't help but smile knowingly at Old Yu's exaggerated demeanor, which, while somewhat theatrical, spared him considerable trouble. In truth, Old Yu was merely sidestepping unnecessary complications. Xue Yang had initially believed this dive to be yet another successful venture. Though he had narrowly escaped entrapment, it had ultimately been a close call without dire consequences. However, as they departed from the sunken relic, Xue Yang's expression turned pale. For lurking just behind the large reef where they had taken refuge was a Chinese Coast Guard vessel making its approach. Stunned, Xue Yang gaped as the patrol boat anchored beside their fishing craft. Old Yu instinctively switched off the engine, aware that engaging in foolish antics in front of law enforcement was ill-advised. Several maritime officers disembarked from the Coast Guard ship, swiftly boarding Old Yu's vessel. Without hesitation, four officers conducted a thorough search, while two others hoisted a burlap sack from a cabin. When the sack was unsealed, an ancient cauldron emerged before the gathered crowd. One of the Coast Guard officers chuckled, remarking, "Well done, my friend. You've just contributed a cultural artifact to the nation." Taken aback, Xue Yang questioned, "For the nation? What are you implying, young man? Do you intend to keep it for yourself? That would be a crime." The officer merely smiled at him. Yet, Xue Yang burst into laughter, exclaiming, "Absolutely, for the nation. I do intend to donate it." His countenance betrayed no reluctance. In fact, he was overjoyed. He had previously feared he would be apprehended and sent to prison, but judging by the Coast Guard officer's words, as long as he surrendered the retrieved item to the state, he was in the clear. Xue Yang breathed a sigh of relief. In a secluded port of the East Sea, unnoticed by anyone, Xue Yang jumped off Old Yu's boat. After securing his prized fishing vessel, Old Yu sighed, expressing his regrets. "I truly apologize. This time I couldn't assist you. The effort you put into retrieving that item has been in vain, as it was confiscated by the police." In response to Old Yu's apology, Xue Yang let out a hearty laugh. "Oh, Old Yu, there's no need for apologies. You risked your life to help me. How could you say sorry? Besides, that square cauldron was never particularly significant to me. Even though it was seized, I still have this," he concluded, shaking the burlap sack in his hand. The burlap sack was intended by Xue Yang to contain the four-square cauldron. Elder Yu appeared somewhat puzzled, questioning the utility of the sack now that the cauldron had been confiscated. Although he remained oblivious to the young man's true intentions, Elder Yu refrained from inquiring further. Out of courtesy, Xue Yang accompanied Elder Yu back home, presenting a colorful shell he had discovered at the seabed to Yu Xiangxiang. Although shells were likely abundant for a child living by the sea, Xue Yang's gesture was casual. He did not seek uniqueness in his gift. When the little girl joyfully cradled the colorful shell, Xue Yang could discern her genuine delight. However, upon returning to the shop, Xue Yang was surprised to find that Song Yu had remarkably gone out. Initially concerned that something was amiss, he sighed with relief upon discovering a note left behind. The note was succinct. The kitchen had prepared a meal for Xue Yang, and Song Yu had gone to the Shengtang Hotel to meet a friend, possibly returning late. It was somewhat astonishing to see the busy beauty finally taking time to meet friends, yet it marked a positive change. After taking a shower and donning a pair of casual shorts, Xue Yang sat alone at the dining table, feeling the solitude acutely. After so many bustling nights accompanied by Song Yu, he had grown accustomed to her habit of stealing glances at him even during her brief meals. Thus, Xue Yang chose to wear a quality leisure outfit and sneakers, and casually hailed a cab towards the Shengtang Hotel. "Excuse me, might you direct me to a girl in sky blue attire, with long flowing hair and large, expressive eyes?" he inquired at the reception desk. However, the description was rather broad, and even the most astute staff member could not pinpoint whom he was referencing. Noticing their bewildered expression, Xue Yang smiled and elaborated. She possesses a gentle charm, the most beautiful among those dining here. Upon hearing this, the staff finally nodded in understanding. Indeed, there's a stunningly simple yet elegant beauty at table 12. Pleased that the attendant grasped his meaning, Xue Yang gave a subtle nod of appreciation and proceeded into the dining area. Observing Song Yu engaged in conversation with a man and a woman at table 12, he hesitated to approach directly, for he had not been invited. Instead, he took a seat a short distance behind her, positioned perfectly to overhear their conversation. My boyfriend has just returned from studying abroad in the United States, where he majored in economics. He even owns a house there and has mentioned inviting someone to live with him in America. By the way, Song Yu, do you currently have a boyfriend? A high-pitched voice sent shivers down Xue Yang's spine. He quickly took a sip of milk tea to calm his nerves. This was not merely a reunion among friends, but rather an ostentation of wealth, a notion Xue Yang firmly believed. Their conversation soon fell into a brief silence, as Xue Yang could sense that Song Yu found it difficult to answer the question about her relationship status. After a moment, Song Yu awkwardly remarked, I would call him a boyfriend. He is more like a family friend. Oh, so that means you don't have a boyfriend, Xue Yang replied. Song Yu, you're not getting any younger. It's time to find a partner. After all, managing a shop alone can be quite stressful, which isn't good for your health. That's not quite true. Actually, I do have, Song Yu attempted to continue, but her friend interrupted again. I know the Jade market isn't as prosperous as it used to be, but that shouldn't deter you from finding a boyfriend. Having her thoughts persistently interrupted, Song Yu chose to remain silent. Xue Yang glanced at her from behind, noticing that his beautiful companion was now simply sipping her juice. However, her friend cheerfully added, You can't keep drinking juice forever. At your age, it seems rather childish. You should be enjoying a bit of red wine. Here, let me pour you some. Upon hearing this, Xue Yang immediately rose from his seat. Approaching table 12, he caught Song Yu's startled expression, and before she could say anything, he seized the half-filled glass of wine and downed it in one gulp. Who do you think you are? How rude. The woman's voice was clearly irked. Song Yu quickly stood to clarify. This is Xue Yang. These two are Tang Do and her boyfriend. He is not just Tang Do's boyfriend. He is Sun Mingjia, just back from the States, and soon to return. The woman named Tang Do interjected. Song Yu chuckled. All right, this is Sun Mingjia, back from America. Sun Mingjia merely smiled slightly, continuing to peruse a small book in his hands. He had been engrossed in it from the start, not participating in the women's conversation until his name was mentioned, at which point the formally dressed young man politely lifted his gaze. After exchanging pleasantries, Sun Mingjia resumed his previous posture. Seeing her boyfriend exude such charm, Tang Do gazed at him with admiration and remarked, My boyfriend is always so serious about his work. After all, he studies economics. By the way, Song Yu, is this gentleman your boyfriend? What does he do? Upon hearing his words, Song Yu could only manage an awkward smile. He is not my boyfriend. He is my employee. The success of this shop is entirely due to Xue Yang's efforts. Tang Do cast a glance at Xue Yang's casual attire, then looked over at her boyfriend, who was clad in a designer suit, and the implication of her actions was all too clear. As for the comparison of garments, Xue Yang chuckled inwardly. Must he adorn himself with an abundance of jade and gemstones for others to recognize his worth? Clearly, he was indifferent to such trivial displays of vanity. Feeling a lack of appetite while dining alone, he hardly touched his food. Instead, he gently nudged Song Yu aside and, without a word, used his fork to devour her steak, finishing it off in a matter of bites. Sun Mingjia frowned, uncertain whether it was due to Xue Yang's manner of eating or something he had encountered in the book that displeased him. Meanwhile, Tang Do's disdain was palpable, as if she were desperate for the two before her to understand her aversion towards Xue Yang. Song Yu, how can you tolerate having this person around you every day? Yet, as she spoke, Song Yu was busy wiping the grease from Xue Yang's mouth with a napkin, her face radiant with a smile. Song Yu, Tang Do suddenly stood up in a fit of anger. How can you allow yourself to fall so low? With your qualities, you could easily find a man of much better standing. Instead, you chose a bumpkin. What can he offer you? Don't be deceived by his sweet words. He is merely after your shop. At Tang Do's unexpected outburst, Song Yu felt utterly embarrassed. Dodo, please don't say that. However, Tang Do looked at her with an expression of disappointment, as if she were frustrated that Song Yu could not see the truth. At this moment, Xue Yang finally stood up, smiling as he said, I merely came to check if our esteemed shopkeeper had been drinking. Please don't misunderstand. Since I have intruded upon this lady's enjoyment, I shall take my leave. After all, this woman was one of Song Yu's few friends, and Xue Yang did not wish to create a scene unless absolutely necessary. At this juncture, Sun Mingjie finally set down his book, seemingly oblivious to Tang Dodo's fury, and smiled as he said, "You all continue your conversation. I will settle the bill. I have an appointment with Boss Bai from Yeshinjian Group today, so I must excuse myself." Sun Mingjie exemplified Western etiquette to perfection, and still, Tang Dodo seized upon this opportunity to assert, "You see, this is a real man, treating us to a meal in such a high-end restaurant. Could you even afford the cost of such a dinner?" This illustrates the disparity. Observing Tang Dodo's righteous demeanor, Xue Yang could not help but laugh, while Song Yu discreetly kicked him under the table, signaling him to refrain from laughing. Her companion across the table was already on the verge of exploding with anger. He quickly waved his hand and said, "I fear that this brother Sun Mingjie is here to invite Boss Bai to dinner, and has conveniently brought Miss Tang along." Sun Mingjie, upon hearing his name mentioned again, merely tucked his little book neatly into his bag, seemingly oblivious to the conversation. However, Tang Dodo seized upon the statement, continuing, "That's because my boyfriend is ambitious. What about you? Besides being a kept man, what other pursuits do you have?" "Dodo, your words are rather excessive. The situation is not as you perceive it." At this moment, even the good-natured Song Yu grew irritated and admonished her friend earnestly. As the two women appeared ready to quarrel, Xue Yang quickly wrapped his arm around Song Yu and couldn't help but chuckle. "It's a misunderstanding. Mainly our boss's wife is too soft-hearted. Unlike Miss Tang, who is quite formidable." Xue Yang refrained from using any inappropriate language, just as Sun Mingjie was about to leave the table. At that moment, the restaurant manager suddenly approached with a small cart, which held a single bottle of red wine. The manager politely bowed and smiled, saying, "This is a bottle of 92 vintage. A gift from Boss Bai for you to savor." Upon hearing this, Xue Yang quickly stood up, glancing sideways with a smile, and asked, "Could it be that Boss Bai has truly arrived?" Tang Dodo looked at Xue Yang derisively. "What does it matter to you, you mere kept man? You are just a small employee in this establishment. My boyfriend Sun Mingjie is the one who is to dine with Boss Bai. This precious wine is evidently intended for him." Sun Mingjie, who was about to leave, returned to take the bottle of wine, exclaiming, "What a splendid wine." Just then, the waiter took the bottle from Sun Mingjie's hands and respectfully stated, "I believe there has been a misunderstanding. This bottle is intended for this gentleman." The manager personally placed the bottle into Xue Yang's hands, asking, "May I have the pleasure of your name, Xue Yang?" "Indeed," Xue Yang nodded. The manager smiled, saying, "Then it is as I thought. Mr. Bai has instructed me to inform you that the meeting has been cancelled. He wishes to enjoy a few drinks with you, and kindly asks that you do not decline." Just then, Sun Mingjie's phone rang. Upon answering, Sun Mingjie's expression darkened considerably. After casting a cold glance at Xue Yang, he stormed out of the restaurant in a fit of anger. Tang Dodo, bewildered by Sun Mingjie's abrupt departure, asked, "Darling, weren't you supposed to dine with Boss Bai? Why are you leaving now?" At that moment, Xue Yang's phone rang, and to his astonishment, it was Boss Bai calling. Xue Yang answered the phone with a smile, inquiring, "Boss Bai, I hear you are at this restaurant as well, and you've even bestowed upon me a bottle of red wine. This is rather too generous of you." He had a peculiar habit of turning the phone volume to its maximum. Thus, when silence enveloped the dining table, his phone's voice resonated distinctly. On the other end was Boss Bai's voice. "Young sir, what are you saying? I had a rather inconsequential dinner engagement, but I've decided to forego it. I wonder if you might do me the honor of joining me for a drink or two. I'm situated not far to your right." Xue Yang swiftly turned to his right and, to his surprise, spotted a middle-aged gentleman in a white suit beckoning him. The abrupt shift in circumstances prompted Tang Dodo to kick the table leg vehemently, but this ill-advised action resulted in her inadvertently injuring her own toe, leading her to emit a sharp cry of pain. Noticing her distress, Song Yu initially intended to assist, only to have Tang Dodo angrily reject the offer of help. Stumbling toward the door while muttering under her breath, "You hypocritical little people, this was clearly intentional. How insincere." Witnessing Tang Dodo's hasty and disheveled exit, Xue Yang cast an innocent glance at Song Yu and chuckled, "You see, this is hardly my fault. For the sake of your friendship, I have endured much today." Song Yu had observed Tang Dodo's incessant torment of Xue Yang. Thus, she could only manage a wry smile and shake her head, saying, "This is not your fault at all. Dodo was not always like this. Back when we graduated from university, she was quite a clear-headed girl, but now. Society is a vast melting pot, and those who struggle most seem to strive the hardest to prove their worth." I once encountered a profoundly insightful phrase in a book. Pausing, Xue Yang poured a bit of red wine into Song Yu's glass. "What phrase?" she inquired with a smile. "Those who are harsh on others can only reveal their own inner turmoil." Upon hearing this, Sonya regarded him with incredulous eyes. Her thoughts were vividly reflected in her gaze. Noticing her expression, Xue Yang chuckled. What's this? My rough exterior has revealed a flicker of culture. And my esteemed boss lady is taken aback? More than taken aback. I genuinely believe your mind has faltered today. After this remark, Sonya sensed that Xue Yang intended to retaliate, and as she attempted to escape, he firmly grasped her arm. As a consequence, Xue Yang brought her along to dine with Boss Bai. The three had encountered one another previously at the establishment, so their acquaintance facilitated a seamless transition into their shared meal, eliminating the need for formal introductions. Boss Bai personally presented an exquisite menu before the two and declared, "Feel free to order. Today's meal is on me." Xue Yang flipped through the menu, only to realize it consisted solely of steaks and red wine, leaving no room for any other options. He promptly tossed the menu to Sonya, casually remarking, "I'll follow whatever our lady boss chooses." This statement was merely an attempt to mask his inexperience with steak, especially of such a fine caliber, yet was interpreted by Boss Bai in an entirely different light. A knowing smile graced Boss Bai's face, and he nodded appreciatively, which caused Sonya to blush slightly, evidently believing that Xue Yang and he were now close enough to share a steak order. Xue Yang, however, chose to ignore him. Having witnessed Boss Bai's youthful spirit at the age of 44, he often found it challenging to handle some of Boss Bai's open-minded notions. When Sonya mentioned ordering both steaks medium rare, Xue Yang interjected, "No way. Why medium rare? Eating it that way might upset the stomach. I want it well done." His remark elicited a giggle from the attendant standing nearby, though she quickly regained her composure, realizing her laughter was unprofessional. Despite understanding that the attendant was laughing at his expense, Xue Yang had no intention of holding it against the young woman. At that moment, Boss Bai explained, "Young sir, you may not be well acquainted with Western cuisine. Unlike our Chinese dishes, they have fewer variations. A steak, when cooked to well done, becomes tough and loses its flavor. Medium rare is a widely accepted preference among us Chinese, and rest assured, this restaurant is one of the finest in Donghai City. Hygiene is guaranteed, and you need not worry about an upset stomach." Having received such earnest advice from Boss Bai, Xue Yang began to understand the nuances of steak dining, nodding in a half-comprehending manner. Meanwhile, Sonya smiled at him with a hint of schadenfreude. Xue Yang cast a wistful glance at the lady boss, saying, "You dare to mock me. If you hadn't abandoned me today, I would have already been home, well fed." Ultimately, after devouring 4 steaks, Xue Yang finally patted his belly in satisfaction, leaving Boss Bai astonished, while Sonya remained unfazed, knowing Xue Yang could eat much more at home. After the meal, Boss Bai generously saved Xue Yang a taxi fare, personally escorting both of them to the restaurant entrance. After rummaging through the kitchen for a morsel to satiate his hunger, Xue Yang retreated into his dimly lit chamber. At this moment, the little milk mouse was nestled comfortably in its warm abode, soundly asleep. However, Xue Yang mercilessly yanked it from its cozy nest. The little creature appeared somewhat reluctant. Yet when Xue Yang revealed the cloth bag and presented the piece of dragon scale before it, the mouse's eyes widened in eager anticipation, ready to take a bite. But Xue Yang swiftly intercepted its advance. The mouse's insatiable desire for this peculiar item indicated its value, as it was known to consume only precious stones. Xue Yang then produced a cherished pearl from his collection. Yet, when he placed the pearl before the little mouse, it resolutely declined to transport him into the wondrous space contained within. After all, Xue Yang had roused it from slumber and dangled a tempting morsel before it without granting a taste. Such reasoning was ample for a creature of its sensitivity to refuse. Nevertheless, Xue Yang had long mastered an effective method to deal with the little mouse. He retrieved a grape-sized pearl from his pocket, initially apprehensive that the mouse might not find it appealing. Yet, as the pearl was laid before it, the mouse swallowed it whole, dispelling Xue Yang's concerns. With the mouse now indebted to him for such a delightful gift, it was only fitting that it would assist Xue Yang. The little mouse boldly approached the pearl, merely brushing its tiny nose against it, and in an instant, Xue Yang found himself within the mysterious space. He promptly placed the dragon scale in the designated area for contributions. Each time he introduced such an extraordinary item, he was met with unexpected rewards. However, when he attempted to deposit conventional materials, no reaction ensued. Each time the space remained silent, Xue Yang lamented his misguided investments, wishing he had simply fed the precious items to the little mouse, who would at least respond favorably. Thus, as Xue Yang hesitantly placed the hard-won dragon scale within, his heart raced with trepidation. After an agonizing half-hour of waiting, despair began to settle in, as previous experiences had promised a reaction within mere minutes. Just as he was about to exit the space in disappointment, a blue bamboo slip suddenly fell before him. Xue Yang quickly caught it, and as he held the weighty artifact, he was astounded, pondering the ancient treasures that lay within this enigmatic realm. The art of papermaking was conceived during the Western Han Dynasty, while the bamboo slips bear a resemblance to those utilized in the Qin Dynasty. Upon observing the inscribed characters in small seal script, Xue Yang became increasingly resolute in his convictions. However, for Xue Yang, the era of the book was of secondary importance. His primary concern lay with its content. When he beheld the entirety of the bamboo slip inscribed in small seal script, he found himself rather bewildered. What a jest! It was utterly incomprehensible. Xue Yang unfurled the bamboo slip and gazed upon the text, finding it no different from deciphering an ancient tome. In his helplessness, he placed the slip before the little white mouse, hoping it might offer some insight. Yet, the little mouse paid him no heed, merely reclining quietly on the ground, its demeanor suggesting it awaited Xue Yang's prompt departure. Xue Yang searched his person thoroughly, but discovered no additional jade stones. Even the pearl he possessed had been carelessly retrieved from the ocean floor. Unprepared for such a situation upon entering, he now felt quite at a loss. As he watched the bamboo slip gradually fade from his grasp, he exclaimed, "Should you assist me this time, I shall grant you a generous portion of the jade stone I retrieve from the sea each day." In this confined space, inhabited solely by himself and the little mouse, his words were clearly directed at it. Initially languidly sprawled on the ground, the little mouse sprang to attention upon hearing his words. However, it did not rush. Instead, it swayed its fluffy purple body and emitted a few squeaks. Having spent ample time in the company of the little mouse, Xue Yang had grown somewhat accustomed to its behaviors and sounds, and he impatiently remarked, "If I am deceiving you, may my little JJ shrink by 5 centimeters." Upon hearing such a vehement vow, the little mouse joyfully scrambled up from the ground, swiftly ascending Xue Yang's pant leg to perch upon his shoulder, then traversing down his arm to settle upon the bamboo slip. As the little mouse scurried down the opening of the bamboo slip, a wondrous event unfolded. Every ancient Chinese character traversed by the little mouse slowly detached from the slip, twisting through the air before transforming into simple, comprehensible characters, which were ultimately imprinted in Xue Yang's mind. The initial 3 prominent characters' red dragon control technique, undoubtedly signifying the name of this skill. As Xue Yang sensed the gradual unfolding of the dragon control technique within his consciousness, he absorbed a wealth of knowledge. In the text of Dragon Mastery, it is stated that this technique originates from the Qin Dynasty, during the unification of the realm by Emperor Qin Shi Huang. The last remnants of dragons still existed in the world. The essence of the dragon was divided into 7 parts. However, to secure his reign, Qin Shi Huang deliberately severed the other 6 dragon essences. Originally, the singular essence could have united the entirety of Huaxia. But the chaotic state of the world at that time, coupled with the arrogance of those in power and the watchful eyes of the kings of the 6 states, led to a disarray of factions. Under the influence of various factors, the last dragon essence was ultimately lost. Henceforth, dragons ceased to exist in the world. Upon reaching this point, a heavy sigh escaped from his chest, seemingly expressing Xue Yang's lament for this historical tragedy. He continued to read on. With the complete severance of dragon essences, visionaries had long foreseen that dragons would eventually become a mere ephemeral legend for the Huaxia people. To affirm the dragon's existence, they inscribed the dragon mastery technique once utilized by Qin Shi Huang, hoping it would endure through the ages. When the pearls sensed the resurgence of dragon essence in the world, this ancient bamboo scroll would be revealed once more. From this dragon mastery, Xue Yang also discovered for the first time that the pearl was originally crafted by a wise individual from the Qin dynasty and had been passed down through generations. If the pearl possesses any spirit, it is manifested in the little mouse, which serves as the pearl's guardian, personally selecting suitable heirs. This revelation astonished Xue Yang. Who would have thought that this gluttonous and somewhat foolish creature was, in fact, a guardian beast? Perhaps the term guardian beast is somewhat misapplied in this context. Any heir chosen by the little mouse is granted the privilege of studying the text within, albeit in exchange for something of value. This condition may serve to prevent the knowledge from flooding a single mind, ensuring that the heir does not become overwhelmed. They are also obliged to contribute new texts, which need not be original compositions, but should be of contemporary significance. The carving technique and diving skill that Xue Yang had previously learned were subsequently added by later successors. Having uncovered the secrets of the Pearl's realm from this ancient bamboo scroll, Xue Yang felt a sense of wonder along with an overwhelming burden. With the foundational information understood, he was now ready to delve into the true essence of dragon mastery. Xue Yang observed intently while the little mouse diligently scurried about. Witnessing the little mouse exert itself for the first time stirred a sense of reluctance within him. However, if he wished to truly master dragon mastery, he knew he must continue to push the little mouse a bit further. As Xue Yang read the final character, the entirety of dragon mastery became etched in his mind. At that moment, the little mouse was already panting heavily, clearly indicating that translating ancient text was no simple feat. It had consumed considerable stamina and energy. When Xue Yang emerged from the beaded space, the little milk mouse was already nestled asleep in the palm of his hand. As he placed the tiny creature into its cozy abode, he thoughtfully set a few exquisite jade stones beside it. This warm little nest was meticulously crafted by Xue herself, custom-made for the little mouse, prior to its creation. She had even taken the time to measure the mouse's dimensions. Xue Yang fondly recalled how he had once insisted that Xue make him a warm little nest as well, playfully cornering her and requesting measurements for his own comfort. However, to his dismay, his beautiful boss had resolutely refused, and he had yet to succeed in his playful endeavor. He pondered whether its previous owner had treated it with such kindness or if they possessed beauty akin to that of his boss. With a chuckle and a few murmurs, he retreated to his room, sinking into a deep slumber. The next morning, before he had fully awakened, the sound of Xue knocking at his door roused him. This was unusual. In the past, his boss had never been concerned about the hour he rose, and now, at merely 7 in the morning, he had only managed 5 hours of sleep after staying up until 2 the previous night. The fact that she was personally knocking indicated something of great importance had arisen. Without hesitation, Xue Yang got up, though he struggled to open his eyes fully, realizing he would need another 2 hours to fully awaken. Upon opening the door, clad only in sleep pants and shirtless, Xue blushed slightly. After all, such a well-toned physique could be quite disarming to any woman. Yet, the more bashful she appeared, the more audacious Xue Yang became, almost ready to sweep his boss into his arms. However, she opened her mouth, hinting at a playful bite, causing him to step back. "Do you think this handsome fellow fears your nibbling? If I hadn't yet brushed my teeth, I would have taken liberties with you already." Xue chose to overlook the mischievous grin on Xue Yang's face, stating, "There is someone outside claiming to be Xiao Zhu, insisting on urgent business that requires your immediate attention. They've been waiting for you for 10 minutes, and you little lazy pig are impossible to wake." Xue Yang replied nonchalantly, "What can I say? Without a warm little nest, I suffer from insomnia, and insomnia naturally leads to a late rise." Despite his flippant words, he promptly began his morning routine. Xue, understanding the underlying meaning of his words, merely chuckled and shook her head, choosing not to comment further. The shop itself spanned 2 stories. The ground floor housed the store and warehouse, with Xue Yang's small black room occupying a portion of it. The entire upper floor was reserved for the living quarters of Xue Yang and his boss. As Xue Yang descended the stairs, the anxious Zhu, in her haste, pulled him into the car, resulting in Xue, who had just retrieved Xue Yang's breakfast, losing sight of his companion. Reluctantly, Xue Yang settled into the vehicle, his stomach growling audibly. "Zhu, my dear, your urgency in seeking me, without divulging the reason behind it, leaves me quite unsettled." Although Zhu was somewhat plump, she could certainly be regarded as attractive. Upon hearing his words, the driver, Zhu, was taken aback. "Didn't Sister Yang inform you?" This query only deepened Xue Yang's confusion. "Inform me? Of what?" Feeling a tad embarrassed, Zhu replied, "Sister Yang called this morning, urging me to bring you over promptly. I assumed you had already made arrangements, as today marks a significant gathering for the Deep Sea Group, featuring renowned sculptors, all selected to carve the celestial jade. Is it that stone valued at nearly $1 billion? Xue Yang inquired. "Indeed, though to label a billion-dollar stone as mere debris is rather exaggerated. Nonetheless, my task today is to assist you in securing the rights to carve that stone." It was at this moment that Xue Yang recalled why Yang Yali had persistently pressured him to create sculptures while withholding materials. He scoffed, "If she genuinely desires my craftsmanship, why not simply provide me with the materials? Why the elaborate charade? With so many experts present, how can I ensure I will attain this position?" Zhu, with a knowing tone, remarked, "Though Sister Yang is the president, she cannot act unilaterally. Such significant matters necessitate this process. However, it seems she has withheld crucial information from you. If you fail to acquire the carving rights, Sister Yang has warned that you will face consequences, what those may entail. I leave to your imagination." At that moment, Xue Yang recalled the incident when Yang Yali had threatened to run him over with her car, causing him to swallow hard in discomfort. To mask his unease, he casually picked up a newspaper from the seat and began to read. The articles contained several familiar headlines. Exclusive report: Chinese Coast Guard captures illegal vessels from the island nation. Xue Yang chuckled at the absurdity. They were apprehended in international waters, yet labeled as illegal entrants. Such tactics employed by the Coast Guards were amusing, as he was, after all, a witness to the entire affair. He continued perusing the newspaper. Exclusive report: eager fisherman turns in Shang Dynasty Square, ding to the state. This news left him bemused, as he had unwittingly gained the title of an enthusiastic fisherman. Further reading revealed that the Coast Guards had intentionally misstated the recovery location, likely to avoid sparking unnecessary controversy. Fortunately, these Coast Guards possess a sense of camaraderie, and the officers are aware that revealing the identity of the individuals involved could cause them distress. Thus, even though Xue Yang logged his information aboard the Coast Guard vessel that day, it remained undisclosed. As Xue Yang pondered these trivial matters, the vehicle came to a halt, parked beneath a grand edifice. Upon disembarking, he gazed upward and noticed 4 gilded characters emblazoned atop the building. Deep Sea Group. Xue Yang inhaled deeply, fervently hoping this was not a treacherous banquet. The edifice of Deep Sea Group, while not particularly opulent when compared to its neighboring structures, nevertheless signifies considerable strength, being a standalone establishment of such scale in the city center. Standing at the entrance, Xue Yang felt a sense of unease. For just days prior, he had engaged in an indiscretion with Yang Yali. Given the nature of this proud CEO, he knew she would not let the matter rest easily. Thus, as he stood on her turf, a sense of trepidation akin to that of a lamb entering a den of lions enveloped him, particularly as he envisioned the fierce matriarch awaiting him. With his heart racing, Xue Yang stealthily entered the building, and by the time Xiao Zhu parked the car and returned, Xue Yang had already vanished from sight. However, he had scarcely crossed the threshold when he was accosted by 2 security guards. "Good sirs," he began, "though my demeanor may appear unusual and my expression somewhat stiff, I assure you, I am a good person, and I have been invited here by your CEO." He offered a smile in explanation. To his surprise, the guards regarded him with utmost respect, even saluting in unison. "Mr. Xue Yang, we are indeed aware of your presence," they replied. Taken aback by their familiarity, Xue Yang inquired, "You know my name?" It struck him as odd, considering it was his first visit to the headquarters of Deep Sea Group. Although he had previously visited one of their Jade markets, he had never encountered such robust security personnel there. One guard, smiling politely, replied, "Of course, Mr. Xue Yang. Every security officer here is familiar with your name. We even held a meeting specifically to ensure that everyone recognizes you, so that when we encounter you, we can promptly escort you to the CEO's office." "Visiting? Oh, let us not, shall we? I tend to be rather shy. Please, continue with your duties. I can manage on my own," Xue Yang chuckled, turning toward the building's elevator. Yet the 2 formidable guards followed closely behind him, entering the elevator alongside him. "What a coincidence! Which floor are you heading to?" Xue Yang awkwardly remarked, noting their evident pursuit. "95th floor, Mr. Xue Yang. Our CEO is awaiting you in her office." The guards exhibited remarkable patience. Xue Yang introduced them to the 95th floor, and while they were momentarily distracted, he carelessly pressed several buttons, ensuring he could go anywhere but the 95th floor. However, from the moment the elevator doors closed, it surged upward like a wild stallion. Despite Xue Yang pressing numerous buttons, the illuminated floor indicators were entirely disregarded, and the elevator ascended directly to the 95th floor. With a hint of melancholy, Xue Yang glanced back at the security guard, who maintained a polite demeanor. "I apologize, Mr. Xue Yang, but I neglected to inform you earlier that the control of this elevator is part of our security system. Thus, regardless of which elevator you take, its sole destination is the 95th floor. You have one." Faced with such a targeted policy, Xue Yang realized that his presence here was a grave mistake. When the elevator halted at the 95th floor and the doors swung open without the slightest intention of closing, he understood that some individuals were undoubtedly orchestrating this. Once gone, a warrior does not return. Xue Yang adjusted his hairstyle with both hands and strode toward Yang Yali's office. Though he appeared calm, he felt a sense of trepidation reminiscent of being summoned to the principal's office during his school days. Awaiting him inside was an exquisite beauty, a petite, affluent lady, and the notion of a solitary man and woman in an office conjured visions of reaching the pinnacle of life. Yet, Xue Yang held no interest in such a superficial summit. Upon entering the office, he surveyed the room only to find it utterly empty. As he took a few steps forward, he heard the resounding thud of the office door closing behind him. A triumphant smile emerged on Yang Yali's face as she swiftly tossed aside her high heels. Her delicate feet, clad in sheer stockings, created an alluring image against the wooden floor, a sight often interpreted as temptation. Xue Yang momentarily appreciated the view, but it was clear that Yang Yali's intent was not to seduce. Suddenly, she dashed forward and launched a flying kick in his direction. Observing her impressive agility, Xue Yang was convinced that she had trained in martial arts and possessed a commendable level of skill. Fine, let us allow you to vent your frustrations. Xue Yang made no attempt to evade, even shifting his position slightly to facilitate her aim. Yang Yali, showing no mercy, exerted all her strength, sending Xue Yang sprawling onto the sofa behind him. As Xue Yang collapsed, Yang Yali's assault showed no signs of abating. She leaped into the air, driving her knee forcefully into Xue Yang's abdomen. Faced with this stunning beauty descending upon him, Xue Yang felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness. When Yang Yali landed on him, he let out a heart-wrenching wail, albeit one born of mere courtesy. For someone who had long mastered the dragon fist, such a blow was hardly consequential. Yet, Yang Yali, visibly dissatisfied despite having struck him, remarked, "Isn't this a bit too fake? If you're going to pretend, at least do it convincingly." Upon hearing her words, Xue Yang's cries became even more exaggerated, infused with a sense of tragic grandeur. How utterly extravagant. You should just perish. Yang Yali's gaze sharpened as she threw a punch directly at Xue Yang's face. In an instant, the expression of sorrow vanished from Xue Yang's visage, replaced by irritation. "Are you playing with me? Haven't you heard of the etiquette of not hitting faces?" As he spoke, he had already ensnared her incoming fist with his hand. With a swift motion, he pulled, causing Yang Yali, who had been kneeling on him, to lose her balance and tumble into his embrace. Taking advantage of the moment, he playfully smacked her backside. The sensation was quite tempting for Xue Yang, yet upon witnessing the fierce look on Yang Yali's face, he could only chuckle awkwardly and release her hand. Yang Yali, agile as ever, quickly retreated to a distance of 2 meters from Xue Yang. Observing him reclined comfortably on the couch, her expression fluctuated. After all, they say one should never touch a tiger's tail. Yet Xue Yang had just committed such a foolish act. Noticing Yang Yali's lingering dissatisfaction, Xue Yang sighed. "All right, my esteemed CEO, you didn't summon me here just to brawl, did you? If you have something to discuss, please do so quickly. I still need to attend your so-called Jade carving competition." In an effort to divert the conversation away from further entanglement with Yang Yali, he attempted to change the subject. However, Yang Yali disregarded his attempt and furrowed her brow, stating, "Teach me martial arts." "Oh, why?" Xue Yang queried, perplexed. "Everyone who has taught me martial arts has ultimately been defeated by me. You are different. I must beat you to a pulp, but I cannot win against you. Teach me your skills so that I can triumph over you." Yang Yali articulated her demands with unwavering determination. Meanwhile, Xue Yang scratched the back of his head, feeling quite troubled. "You put me in a difficult position. You want me to teach you martial arts simply so you can beat me? I'm not foolish. Even if you don't teach me, there will come a day when I make you beg for mercy. Let us hope that day arrives." Xue Yang chuckled helplessly. At that moment, Yang Yali adjusted her attire, seemingly returning to her authoritative demeanor. It was quite rare for this stunning beauty to finally lower her guard. Subsequently, she retrieved a document from her desk and tossed it into Xue Yang's hands, stating, "I believe you are the unparalleled choice for sculpting the celestial jade. However, given your current influence, you lack the authority to make this decision on behalf of the company. Thus, you must distinguish yourself among numerous esteemed sculptors to earn the right to carve the celestial jade." Noticing that she had finally addressed the matter at hand, Xue Yang nodded and remarked, "What you've mentioned has already been conveyed to me by Xiao Zhu." "Excellent. The document I provided contains detailed information about those esteemed sculptors, including their specific styles and notable works. As the saying goes, knowing both your opponent and yourself ensures victory in 100 battles." Xue Yang then interjected, "May I ask if this competition is fair and just?" Yang Yali paused, clearly unaccustomed to such interruptions. As a powerful woman in the corporate sphere, she was rarely challenged. Those who dared would often find themselves regretting it. However, this time she tolerated the interruption, simply responding, "Of course, it is absolutely fair." "Then that settles it," Xue Yang said, casually tossing the document aside. "If this evaluation is indeed fair, there is no need for unnecessary preparations. If I win, it reflects my capability. If I lose, it merely indicates that you misjudged, as there are undoubtedly more qualified individuals for this task. It is not in your company's best interest to insist that I carve that jade." After speaking at length, Xue Yang was met with Yang Yali's counter. "Do you trust a woman's intuition? I do not. Regardless of your belief, my ascent to this position has been propelled not only by my extraordinary abilities, but also by my reliance on intuition. However, my intuition is not whimsical. It is grounded in conclusions drawn from verified facts. Hearing her words, Xue Yang smiled. Yet those conclusions lack theoretical support, akin to your unwavering belief that I can adeptly sculpt that piece. Ultimately, it remains merely your intuition. I assure you I will exert my utmost effort in this competition. At this juncture, Xue Yang finally rose from the plush sofa in the president's office. Just then, Xiao Zhu arrived, visibly relieved upon finding Xue Yang in the office. You startled me. I thought you had lost your way. I didn't realize you had already met with the president. However, when Xiao Zhu saw Xue Yang standing up from the brown sofa, she was taken aback and covered her mouth in surprise. The exquisitely soft sofa had long been an object of desire for Xiao Zhu, who had yearned to sit upon it many times, yet had never been granted permission. In truth, that sofa belonged solely to Yang Yali. However, now, astonishingly, a man was seated upon the sofa that was rightfully the president's. Xue Yang rose from the lavish sofa, unable to suppress an authentic exclamation. The president is indeed extraordinary. The sofas in the office are far more comfortable than those outside. Upon seeing Xiao Zhu enter, Xue Yang greeted her, yet Xiao Zhu appeared startled, her mouth agape, rendered speechless. Yang Yali, seated at her desk, uttered not a word until some time after Xiao Zhu had escorted Xue Yang out of the office. Suddenly, she slammed her pen down onto the desk, exclaiming in disbelief. Impossible! How could I have such an intuition? How could I possibly be entangled with such a rogue? Surely, this must be mere fanciful thinking. Yang Yali anxiously raked her fingers through her hair. Outsiders had never witnessed the president of Deep Sea Group in such disarray. When Xue Yang had been sparring with her, a sudden intuition struck her, leading her to believe that she was engaged in something inappropriate with him. This marked the first time her usually trusted instincts had led her into such turmoil. Unable to reconcile her thoughts, Yang Yali reclined into her exclusive sofa, seeking solace. Each time she lay upon that undeniably comfortable piece, she found clarity. Yet this time, even her sofa bore the lingering scent of that man. Meanwhile, Xue Yang, now at the event, curiously inquired of Xiao Zhu. Earlier, when you entered, it seemed you wanted to say something, but ultimately held your tongue. What were you going to say? We are now quite far from your president, so feel free to speak openly. Nothing much, Xiao Zhu replied succinctly, her gaze drifting elsewhere. Xue Yang remained unconvinced, pressing further. If you consider me a friend, and what you wish to share is not a company secret, why not tell me? I can bring you a little frog or something next time. At the mention of the small frog, Xiao Zhu felt a blush of embarrassment. After a moment's hesitation, she whispered, well, it's nothing too significant. It's common knowledge among the senior management. In our president's office, there exists a luxurious sofa crafted from agarwood, imported from France. This sofa is the president's exclusive domain, and even the vice president is forbidden to touch it. Could it be the very one I just reclined on? Xue Yang gasped, though the question was somewhat foolish, for it was the only sofa in that office. Xiao Zhu nodded, while Xue Yang chuckled softly to himself, pondering that although he willingly endured a beating, reclining on her sofa was a sweet bargain. Moreover, the most pivotal moment was that playful slap on the backside. Xue Yang found himself grinning foolishly, rubbing his palms together. Observing Xue Yang's reaction, Xiao Zhu mistakenly assumed he was rendered speechless by the trouble he had caused. She continued to explain, you need not fear. I too am curious as to why our CEO did not erupt in anger after you occupied that sofa. This suggests you are temporarily safe. However, I must caution you that the conference is about to commence. If you fail to secure the rights to carve the celestial jade, no matter the circumstances, Sister Yang will not spare you. Her voice carried a hint of pity as she spoke. At that moment, the elders eligible to participate in the competition were summoned to the stage, and though Xue Yang received no invitation, he dutifully ascended on his own accord. When a photographer requested a group photo to commence, Xue Yang stepped into the center but maintained a respectful distance from the elderly gentleman. Just then, an elderly man, bald with his beard braided into small plaits, shoved Xue Yang aside. This scene elicited murmurs from the audience, but upon recognizing the assailant as the renowned artist Liu Yuanzhong, they exchanged knowing smiles, for Liu was infamous for his irascible temperament. Without hesitation, Liu Yuanzhong spat at Xue Yang and bellowed, did you not hear that we old artists are taking a photo? Are you a staff member or an intruder? If you wish to crash a celebrity photo, this is not how it's done. You exhibit no decorum at all. Witnessing this awkward exchange, Xiao Zhu contemplated intervening, but Xue Yang waved her off. Faced with the elder's vitriol, Xue Yang understood he was mistakenly perceived as an interloper. A staff member attempted to clarify that Xue Yang was indeed a contender in the carving competition, yet the old man continued to point at Xue Yang, forbidding him from approaching. You young folks are utterly useless, merely seeking to create a scandal. How dare you falsely claim to be a master carver at such a tender age? Look at the esteemed individuals gracing the stage. In response to this affront, Xue Yang replied with a smile, Elder, you mentioned decorum. Does maliciously pushing someone not constitute a breach of it? Is refusing to acknowledge one's errors and resorting to sophistry considered a mark of civility? At this moment, Xue Yang remained calm and unperturbed, harboring no trace of anger. His words were not directed solely at the elder, but rather intended for the audience below, for each individual possesses their own sense of justice. The elder, now thoroughly incensed, was on the verge of removing his shoe to strike Xue Yang, had not several staff members intervened. Even when restrained, he furiously hurled his jade ornament, intending to strike Xue Yang's face. However, that small yet weighty object was effortlessly caught by Xue Yang. After toying with the jade Pichio, Xue Yang smiled and remarked, You claim to be a master carver? The elder, visibly enraged, retorted, What you speak is mere nonsense. The fact that I stand upon this platform attests to my mastery. Are you, an impudent youth, daring to question my credentials? Xue Yang, with polite demeanor, performed a fist salute and replied, I dare not presume. Yet I must confess that upon observing this Pichio, I sensed it to be an extraordinary piece. Its form is both three-dimensional and robust, exuding grandeur, with banana leaf patterns adorning its back, symbolizing the favorite of heaven. Upon hearing this, Lu Yuanzhong's pride swelled. You little rascal possess some discernment. Recognizing that what I hold is no ordinary item. Observing his delighted expression, Xue Yang continued with a smile. This piece is more than it appears. The Pichio consumes wealth from all directions, only taking in and never releasing, making it a fine talisman for attracting fortune. Such treasures are indeed rare. Lu Yuanzhong's countenance flushed with satisfaction. He straightened his back and stroked his braided beard, declaring, It seems you are indeed a promising youth. I may have misjudged you earlier. Provided that the younger generation is respectful, we elders are more than willing to impart our knowledge. However, you shall not partake in today's photograph, for you lack the requisite qualifications. At that moment, Xiao Zhu stood below, dazed. Although the matter seemed resolved, she felt an unsettling dissonance, as if this behavior was uncharacteristic of Xue Yang. Meanwhile, other spectators marveled at Lu Lao's profound skill, offering sparse commentary on the adaptable young man. Just as the photographer called for the group photo to commence, Xue Yang abruptly raised his hand and shattered the jade Pichio into countless fragments. The audience gasped in shock. Seeing his treasured possession, which he had cherished for years, destroyed, left Lu Yuanzhong's face flushed with rage. He bellowed, You insolent wretch, dare you shatter my property? Where are the security personnel? Call them. Bind this lunatic and alert the authorities. I shall ensure he spends 10, even 20 years in prison. Upon hearing this uproar, security guards rushed forward. Yet as they approached the stage, an imperious voice commanded them to retreat. Stand Azida. Regarding this matter, I trust that this young talent in the realm of carving possesses his own explanation. Let us first hear his account before deciding if this situation warrants further escalation. At this moment, a strikingly aloof beauty clad in professional attire and high heels graced the stage, a singular presence in the entirety of Donghai City, namely the young female president of Deep Sea Group. Confronted with the president's words, the security personnel could only comply, while the irate Lu Yuanzhong was compelled to restrain his indignation. He had previously proclaimed that the current generation lacked any merit, yet in the presence of this young individual, he dared not utter a single disparaging remark. Standing to the side, Xue Yang wore a smile as he observed the unfolding farce. Mr. Xue Yang, perhaps you might elucidate your reasons for discarding that item, Yang Yali inquired directly, though she did not direct her gaze toward him. In fact, throughout the day, Yang Yali had not once looked at Xue Yang. With a smile, he responded, The incident has already been witnessed by those in the audience, and I believe your assistant, Xiao Zhu, can corroborate this. This individual, who is not particularly astute yet claims to be a venerable artist, brazenly hurled this object at me. Had I not caught it, it would surely have met a shattering fate. At this juncture, Xiao Zhu nodded in agreement, affirming the accuracy of Xue Yang's account. However, Yang Yali continued, While your words hold some truth, you have nonetheless caught the jade in your hands. It was indeed Lu Lao's fault initially, but after you caught it, deliberately smashing it in such a manner is unacceptable. Xiao Zhu, standing in the audience, initially believed that Xue Yang would adeptly navigate the situation, but to his surprise, Xue Yang boldly stated, "It is indeed my fault, and I am willing to bear the losses incurred by this elderly gentleman." Upon hearing this, murmurs of disbelief echoed from the crowd, for Xue Yang's attire appeared rather modest, while Lu Lao's possession was surely of considerable value, leading few to believe in the feasibility of compensation. As anticipated by the onlookers, Lu Lao bellowed, "This is Hetian Jade, and the value of this Paisho carving is at least 10 million. Just look at your pitiful appearance. Can you afford such a sum? Spare us your grandiloquence." 10 million. The old man truly was avaricious, Xue Yang mused, yet he maintained a faint smile. In the corner stood an elderly man, while the confrontation between the elder and the youth on stage reached a fever pitch. Even with the presence of the esteemed Yang Yali attempting to mediate, the elderly gentleman, whose countenance bore hostility towards Xue Yang, showed no signs of abating. Xue Yang, still smiling, replied, "Dear sir, I have expressed my willingness to compensate for your losses, but not in the manner you suggest." With that, he retrieved his wallet from his pocket and produced 1,000 yuan in cash before promptly returning it to the wallet. The disparity between 10 million and 1,000 yuan could indeed be likened to a chasm between heaven and earth. At this moment, Lu Yuanzhong was visibly agitated, puffing his cheeks and glaring. "Who do you think you're fooling here? Let me tell you, whether seated or standing, everyone here is quite discerning. Do not attempt to cheat." Observing the elder's fervor, Yang Yali felt compelled to interject once more. "Old Lu, as you rightly pointed out, we are all discerning individuals here, so there is no need for such agitation. You shall receive a fair response." With this reminder from Yang Yali, Lu Yuanzhong finally subdued his fervor momentarily, though even in his brief tranquility, he did not abandon his glaring demeanor. At this juncture, Xue Yang picked up a shard from the ground and presented it to Yang Yali. After all, she was the most authoritative speaker in this gathering, and her fairness was well recognized by the people of Donghai City. Thus, showing it to her held the same weight as revealing it to all present. Yang Yali then articulated with clarity, "Upon my examination, this Jade Paisho is not genuine Hetian mutton fat jade. It is merely a counterfeit." This declaration sent a wave of astonishment through the crowd, and Lu Yuanzhong exclaimed vehemently, "Impossible! Impossible!" He hastily retrieved a piece of stone and plopped down onto the ground. Xue Yang raised the jade in his hand and stated, "I trust you are all somewhat familiar with the methods of counterfeiting Hetian mutton fat jade. Some raw materials are subjected to a rolling process in machines for a month or so, and with unique techniques applied, those fakes can indeed resemble Hetian jade quite closely." He continued, pointing to the central area of the Paisho with a smile. "However, no matter how sophisticated the forgery techniques may be, they cannot transform the false into the true. Once we observe disarray within and even signs of yellowing, we could decisively categorize this as a counterfeit without further deliberation." As the onlookers examined the interior of the jade, they were convinced of its counterfeit nature. Xue Yang placed 1,000 yuan before Lu Yuanzhong, maintaining a smile for the overly confident elder artist, as if portraying himself as a benevolent elder, while Lu Yuanzhong appeared the naive youth unaware of his own limitations. The scheduled photography session proceeded as planned, with Xue Yang present, but notably absent was the elder artist, seated on the ground. Thus, Xue Yang's talent in jade appraisal was unveiled before the curious onlookers. A piece of fake jade that even the seasoned sculptor failed to recognize demonstrated that the art of jade counterfeiting had reached an unparalleled level of sophistication. Yet, Xue Yang not only discerned this as a counterfeit at a glance, but also exhibited the confidence to shatter the fake jade, a skill that truly commanded admiration. However, there remained an undisclosed secret about Xue Yang. Xue Yang indeed discerned that this was a counterfeit. However, in the grand tapestry of life, certainty is a rare commodity, and he harbored doubts about his own judgment. Yet, when the object landed in his hands, the little mouse, which had been concealed in his pocket, remained utterly still, solidifying Xue Yang's conviction that the Jade Paisho was certainly not crafted from Hetian jade. As Xue Yang descended from the stage, a throng of individuals eagerly surrounded him, all seeking to forge connections. He understood that these individuals were keen on expanding their networks. For the still youthful Xue Yang, such connections were invaluable, prompting him to suppress any semblance of arrogance typical of a seasoned sculptor. He greeted each approach with courtesy, complimenting the beauty of the ladies and the valor of the gentlemen, for a few kind words are never unwelcome. After a brief interlude, the true competition commenced. To everyone's astonishment, this event was personally overseen by Yang Yali, the president of Deep Sea Group, a testament to the company's commitment to the occasion. Not to mention the substantial commissions that would undoubtedly follow. The first round of the competition tested the sculptor's ability to discern the authenticity of Jade, requiring them to rapidly identify the genuine from a false. This was executed through a quick response format. Correct answers earned points, while incorrect ones resulted in deductions. For Xue Yang, this task was remarkably straightforward. Among the nearly indistinguishable Jade pieces, he relied solely on the little mouse's reactions, swiftly traversing the array of stones to arrive at his conclusions. The round consisted of 10 questions, and in a show of humility, Xue Yang deliberately answered 2 incorrectly, yet he still emerged as the unequivocal victor of the first round. The second round shifted the focus to practical skill. Due to time constraints, each sculptor was allotted just 1 hour to transform an egg-shaped piece of jade into any form of their choosing. When the time elapsed, 3 judges, including Yang Yali, would evaluate the creations. In terms of speed, none could rival Xue Yang. He completed his work in merely half an hour. He began by crafting an elliptical frame, meticulously sculpting a snake within, as if it were coiled within the confines of a small egg, vividly alive and exquisitely detailed. When the hour concluded, only Xue Yang's piece was completed, and its quality was exceptionally high, securing him first place once again. At this juncture, the outcome of the competition was devoid of suspense. The gathered crowd was utterly astonished. This young man, the youngest and least conspicuous, who had even faced humiliation at the outset, possessed such remarkable prowess. The term genius was indeed apt to describe such a prodigious talent. After securing victory in the second round, Xue Yang smiled, realizing that this competition was proving to be simpler than he had anticipated. As the second round concluded, he suddenly recalled the innocent voice of a young girl. "Grandpa, the second round has ended, and someone has already won. You may relinquish your efforts." Turning his gaze toward the corner, Xue Yang beheld the elderly artisan, meticulously carving away at his craft in the very spot where the contest had unfolded. However, the pace of the old man's work was painfully slow, leading the staff to overlook his creation entirely, dismissing it from consideration. Initially, Xue Yang had been moved by the old man's earnest dedication. The venerable sculptor, with his snow-white hair, continued his work with a smile, saying, "Silly girl, winning or losing is the concern of others. But perfecting one's own craft is a personal endeavor. If you truly wish to learn the art of carving from your grandfather, you must diligently complete each piece." The old man's voice was drowned out by the surrounding clamor, while the girl nodded earnestly, her focus unwavering on her grandfather's work. As Xue Yang approached the old man to greet him, he was astounded to discover that the artisan's work had already taken shape. Within a jade egg, the form of a chick was emerging, and the overall composition evoked a sense of warmth. At that moment, Xiaozhu approached and, noticing Xue Yang's prolonged stillness, curiously inquired, "What are you doing?" "Our sister Yang is up ahead. Even if you are mesmerized, you ought to look forward instead of lingering back here." Xue Yang, however, smiled and asked, "Who is that old gentleman in the corner?" Following his gaze, Xiaozhu recognized the elder and replied, "His name is Su Anha. He is over 80 years old and has significantly influenced the development of Jade in the EC. However, his works have become too singular and have gradually fallen out of favor with contemporary audiences, rendering him somewhat obsolete. This time, we invited him to honor his legacy, but he is far too aged to triumph in this competition, and the company will not entrust the task of carving celestial jade to him." Xiaozhu excelled at gathering information, making her the perfect source for Xue Yang's inquiries. He then boldly approached and took a seat beside the elder. The little girl cast a curious glance at him. Upon recognizing him as the one who had secured first place, she promptly disregarded him, offering no acknowledgement. This left Xue Yang feeling somewhat awkward, as the old man was completely engrossed in his carving, while the girl regarded him with an inexplicable animosity. At last, Xue Yang remained seated, unwilling to depart, prompting the young girl to speak up, unable to contain herself any longer. "Humph, this time the champion should rightfully be my grandfather. None of your carvings can compare to his craftsmanship." Upon hearing her words, Xue Yang nodded in agreement, stating, "You are absolutely correct. The pieces I have carved pale in comparison to your grandfather's masterpiece." At that moment, the elderly sculptor, Mr. Su, finally interjected, "Young man, your talent is truly exceptional, a rarity in a century, yet your humility is equally commendable." Xue Yang smiled, but as he noticed Mr. Su speaking, he continued his work, astonished by the elder's ability to converse while sculpting. He inquired, "Old sir, do you not fear that speaking might hinder the precision of your carving?" Mr. Xue chuckled heartily, replying, "What precision are you referring to? Are you suggesting I am attempting to multitask? But at my age, I am hardly capable of such feats. This technique has been etched in my mind after countless repetitions. I could carve it with my eyes closed. Alas, my age has slowed my pace." Even as he spoke, Mr. Xue diligently continued his carving. Xue Yang, now serious, posed a question. "Sir, have you ever carved a piece featuring a phoenix within an egg?" Although Song Yu's father's dragon and phoenix designs were astoundingly masterful, embodying a grandeur that no other work could rival, Xue Yang believed that when it came to detail and expressiveness, the finest piece he had ever encountered was indeed the phoenix within an egg housed in Mr. Huang's collection. He had presumed such artistry was a lost art, not having pursued the origins of such exquisite craftsmanship. However, observing Mr. Xue's technique today, Xue Yang discerned a remarkable similarity to that phoenix within an egg. In response to Xue Yang's inquiry, Mr. Xue candidly acknowledged, "Are you referring to the piece I gifted to old Huang? While that work boasts superior materials and finesse, it bears no relation to the craftsmanship I apply here." "You jest, sir. To be honest, I have attempted to master that expressiveness over a dozen times, yet I have failed to achieve it," Xue Yang replied. "Young man, do not mistake my words for mere ramblings. You seem rather eager for immediate results. You have only practiced a handful of times. Even if you exhibit signs of greatness, talent alone cannot replace the sweat and dedication required. Nevertheless, you are indeed a prodigy. Otherwise, how could a youth in his 20s stand among us? A group of seasoned elders, especially when we have all been outperformed by you." Mr. Xue's words were undeniably wise, yet Xue Yang remained in awe. Despite the elder's lengthy admonitions, the precision of his carving was simply extraordinary. At that moment, Xue Yang suddenly bowed deeply and remarked, "It seems that to carve an egg with the same essence as the old master I must practice diligently." The old master finally set down his carving knife, chuckling as he shook his head. "You are mistaken. While it is indeed essential for you to practice, it should not be to replicate my egg carving. The art of sculpture is fundamentally about transferring the concepts from one's mind onto jade or stone. Having devoted my life to the craft, I have evolved my egg carving to a new realm. Yet you need not follow in my footsteps. You ought to cultivate your own style." The little girl, resting her chin on the table, earnestly interjected, "Grandpa, please don't deceive me. I know what a chick looks like. What you've carved inside this egg is undoubtedly a chick, not a phoenix." The old man merely chuckled heartily, presenting the relatively simple carving of a chick before Xue Yang. "Since we share such a connection, I shall gift this to you." "Surely not. What is this worth?" "I must pay you the full amount," Xue Yang protested, preparing to reach for his wallet, only to pause as he realized he had but a few thousand yuan, all of which was kept with the proprietress. Spending such a sum on a master's work without drawing laughter would be a folly. However, the old man shook his head with a smile, imparting one final piece of wisdom. While it is commendable to be able to carve anything, each sculptor should have their own destined creation. With that, the old man led the little girl out the door. During their departure, Su Lao exchanged greetings with a few others of similar age, while the rest paid them no mind. Xue Yang stood there, bemused, cradling the lively little chick nestled in the narrow confines of the egg. It seemed to exude an almost palpable urge, as if it would soon open its eyes and strive to break free from its shell. As Xue Yang was absorbed in his observation, someone brushed against him from the side. Initially assuming it to be an accidental contact, he soon realized that a figure, barely the height of a 10-year-old child, was wandering nearby, evidently trying to capture his attention. This short individual, whose face was obscured by a scruffy beard, was difficult to overlook. Noticing Xue Yang's gaze upon him, he returned the look with a gesture, signaling for him to follow. Xue Yang summoned a server to carefully wrap and safeguard his possession before he followed the diminutive figure, empty-handed, into a corridor. As the little man led the way, he frequently scanned the surroundings, ensuring that they were unobserved before entering a room. Standing at the threshold, Xue Yang hesitated momentarily. After all, he had never encountered this person before. What if he were to enter the room and be met with an unwarranted assault? That would indeed be a grave misfortune. Xue Yang held no interest whatsoever in the dwarf. Had a sultry beauty been summoned instead, he might have succumbed to temptation, fully aware of the snares awaiting him. Yet, to have a dwarf extend such an invitation was simply preposterous. Just as he turned to leave, the door swung open once more, revealing not a dwarf, but an elderly gentleman with silver hair. "If memory serves me right, you are Xue Yang, correct? You ought to recognize me. I'm the one who competed against you earlier. My name is Li Hui, though most refer to me as Greystone." "Indeed, Greystone. Your name is well known to me, Xue Yang replied warmly, waving a hand in greeting. Seizing the moment, he glanced into the room, only to discover that it housed but a single dwarf with no one else in sight. Xue Yang had heard whispers of Greystone before. While the man possessed commendable carving skills, he was notorious for his fakes. Upon being invited into the chamber by Greystone, Xue Yang felt a sense of relief upon realizing there were only two individuals present. After all, having practiced the Dragon Fist, he was more than capable of handling a dozen foes. The dwarf, dressed in the garb of a servant, promptly urged Xue Yang to take a seat. As Xue Yang settled onto the nearby sofa, the dwarf chose to perch himself upon Zheng Wei, a clear assertion of his status. Greystone, meanwhile, retrieved an object from a box. As the item, swathed in soft silk, unfolded before Xue Yang, a wave of indignation surged within him. Xue Yang's expression darkened. For Greystone revealed a ghostly lotus, which starkly contrasted with the one he had carved. This imitation lacked any semblance of spiritual weight, indicating the absence of radioactive material. It was painfully evident that this was a counterfeit. Yet this counterfeit was remarkably convincing. Xue Yang shot a furious glare at Greystone. Any sculptor, regardless of temperament, would erupt upon witnessing their work plagiarized and forged, particularly when the imitation was so strikingly similar. Of course, nothing in existence is ever entirely identical. A discerning eye could spot the discrepancies. However, these subtle differences would elude the average collector entirely. Greystone chuckled nervously. I hope you won't take offense, dear brother. It has been quite some time since a piece worth over 100 million has surfaced. When this opportunity arose, I could not resist the urge to borrow a bit of inspiration. Borrow? A bit? Xue Yang glared at him. All right, I can see that this is indeed plagiarism. Greystone admitted sheepishly. You are engaging in blatant forgery. Xue Yang finally shouted, startling the Greystone, who promptly plopped down onto the ground. The gnome seated in the prominent position chuckled and remarked, Old Grey, stop with the frivolities and convey the matter at hand. Our time is limited. Dressed in the attire of a server, the gnome, who had been attending to others, now exuded the demeanor of a boss, urging them onward. Greystone hastily interjected. This gentleman is our team leader for this operation, the giant. Wait, what is his name? Xue Yang pointed at the gnome, sitting not far away, bursting into laughter. Please, be serious, young brother Xue Yang. The giant has a rather volatile temperament. Should he become enraged, you may find it difficult to exit this room, warned Greystone. Xue Yang, lying back on the sofa, erupted into laughter. Upon hearing Greystone's warning, he pondered whether these two were jesters. Despite being merely a little over a meter tall, the gnome insisted on the name giant. Was he not mocking himself? However, at that moment, Xue Yang suddenly sensed a looming threat as a cannonball-like figure charged towards him. He swiftly rolled away from his original position, while the aggressively advancing gnome sent his short legs flying, striking the sofa with such force that it created a hole. Goodness, he truly is formidable, Xue Yang exclaimed as he climbed back onto the sofa, unable to suppress his admiration. Greystone chuckled. How else could a giant assume the role of team leader for this operation? Curious about the mention of the operation team, Xue Yang inquired. If you claim to be an operation team, then the question arises, for whom do you work? At this moment, the gnome, referred to as the giant, finally spoke. Simply do what you're meant to do. Refrain from asking unnecessary questions. The consequence of excessive inquiries is to meet the same fate as this sofa. A flicker of darkness crossed Xue Yang's eyes at the giant's threat, yet he ultimately masked his emotions with a smile. Giant or fool, if Xue Yang so desired, he could easily dispatch this pretender with a single blow. Even if the gnome possessed commendable skills, how could they compare to his dragon fist? Nonetheless, Xue Yang found himself intrigued by this suddenly emerging organization. He needed to ascertain their true intentions. Noticing the two engaged in a heated exchange, Greystone quickly interjected with a smile. This young man is a vital part of our new plan. If he were to lie here now, it would undoubtedly raise suspicions. The giant finally nodded and said, Let him witness our strength. This will simplify matters considerably. Xue Yang merely feigned fear politely, all the while inwardly amused by the gnome's theatricality. Greystone hurried to Xue Yang's side and whispered, Our purpose for coming here is merely to participate in this competition. However, as you can see, you have secured first place in both events, while my rank, though not officially announced, is undoubtedly second. Upon hearing this, Xue Yang nodded, having unconsciously noted the same. Your presence has significantly disrupted our plans. According to our strategy, I should be the one in first place now. I cannot believe your motives are as simple as they seem. You surely did not come merely for the celestial Jade's sculpting rights. Xue Yang chocolate, for it was evident that neither of them could be considered virtuous. In a modest reception room within the Deep Sea Group's building, Greystone finally addressed Xue Yang's pressing question. We are indeed here for the celestial jade, but our intention is not to carve it. Rather, we aim to take it directly. Listening to Greystone's confident tone, Xue Yang smiled. I believe you might be underestimating the complexity of stealing from the Deep Sea Group. It's not as straightforward as you think. What complexity exists? Greystone retorted. The giant is already an insider at the Deep Sea Group, and if I were to obtain the sculpting rights, wouldn't the entire affair appear less daunting? At this moment, Greystone's confidence seemed to swell, while Xue Yang continued to inquire. I am curious. While your presence may seem justifiable given the open and fair nature of this competition, the celestial jade's appearance is inherently fleeting. How did this giant manage to penetrate the Deep Sea Group's inner circle in such a short time? Once again, Greystone responded. Our initial objective was never solely this 800 million jade stone. We had other targets in mind. Now that a better option has presented itself, we must pursue the maximization of our interests. Otherwise, how can we seize opportunities for advancement? Old Grey, you're quite verbose. The dwarf interjected sharply. At this point, Greystone realized he had revealed too much, inadvertently disclosing a wealth of information to Xue Yang. Unfazed, Xue Yang remarked. What does it matter if you are talkative? I can hardly comprehend the nonsense you are spouting. What I truly wish to understand is why you have lured me here. I find it utterly incomprehensible. Hey, you truly excel at feigning ignorance, Greystone replied. I have already articulated so much. Do you still not grasp the situation? The individual possessing the sculpting rights to the celestial jade is likely you, and thus, you stand as an obstacle to our progress. Upon hearing this, Xue Yang clenched his fists, the flow of dragon blood within him suddenly accelerating. However, the two before him showed no inclination to engage in conflict. They exchanged knowing smiles upon witnessing Xue Yang's evident tension. At this moment, the dwarf spoke candidly. Initially, we intended to eliminate you, but our superiors forbade it, stating that you are a promising talent worthy of cultivation, potentially becoming an exceptional cadre. God? Indeed, if one ascends to a cadre position within our organization, one commands numerous subordinates and enjoys a lifetime free from want. Should you successfully complete this mission, you may find yourself elevated to the ranks of cadre. As for me, I still require a bit more refinement, yet someone of your caliber could very well be promoted directly to cadre upon joining us, particularly since our boss has an affinity for wealth. At this juncture, pride was evident on the dwarf's face. After hearing their discourse, Xue Yang had garnered a preliminary understanding of these individuals. They ultimately answered to their boss, who had several cadres under their command, and those cadres, in turn, had numerous underlings. It was clear that this was a strictly hierarchical group, characterized by a high degree of secrecy. Xue Yang had never heard of such an organization existing in Donghai City. Had it not been for this serendipitous encounter today, he might never have learned of it in his lifetime. Observing the two individuals reveling in their organization's prestige, Xue Yang could only manage a wry smile and remarked, So, your intention in bringing me here is to recruit me? Recruit is indeed an apt term. You are quite the cultured individual, the dwarf chuckled, then approached Xue Yang, patting him on the shoulder. In truth, employing terms like coercion or subjugation would also be fitting, for should you refuse, your fate would be rather grim. Xue Yang cast him a sidelong glance, his expression betraying little overt fear. The dwarf continued leisurely. If you believe we are targeting only you, you are sorely mistaken. Your shop and your lady boss are awaiting your return. What have you done to her? The glimmer in Xue Yang's eyes hinted at a chilling intensity. Although this gaze unsettled the dwarf, his excessive confidence led him to disregard Xue Yang's fury. Young man, anger is futile. I regard your rage with utter disdain. Currently, we have no intention of causing her harm, but should you refuse to cooperate, you cannot blame us for the consequences. The dwarf stood close to Xue Yang, close enough that Xue Yang could easily crush his skull if he so desired. Yet, mindful of his inability to ensure the lady boss's safety from such a distance, he restrained himself. The dwarf continued, Now, go forth and participate in your competition with vigor, secure the championship, and bring me the precious stone from beyond the heavens. Are you foolish? Xue Yang replied with growing impatience. Such a valuable item can only be carved here. The Deep Sea Group would never permit something so precious to leave this place. However, at this moment, the Greystone chuckled and remarked, Do not forget that there is a first-rate sculptor present here. You, at best, can only be considered a forger. His words were clearly met with displeasure, yet he continued, Regardless of your opinions, You cannot deny that the sculpting environment is of paramount importance to the artist. If you claim that inspiration eludes you here, they will undoubtedly send you elsewhere to carve. At this juncture, the diminutive giant, Ming, interjected, "You had better behave yourself. I shall be watching you closely." Xue Yang exited the room, followed closely by the two others. This sensation was quite irksome, yet he felt compelled to allow them to accompany him. As Xue Yang traversed the hall, the final competition was on the verge of commencing, with only himself and Greystone remaining on stage. Upon encountering Yang Yali, a noticeable change flickered across her countenance, but it was quickly masked after their eyes met. Eventually, Yang Yali regarded him with a questioning gaze, as if to inquire about his whereabouts. Yet Xue Yang chose to disregard her look entirely. Consequently, Yang Yali resumed her speech on stage. As you are all undoubtedly aware, to discern a sculptor's true prowess, one must assess their painting skills, carving techniques, and inner strength. In the preceding rounds, the two most outstanding participants were the young Xue Yang and the imitation-focused Li Lao. The first two aspects served as a selection process, while the final criterion would pit the two against each other. After Yang Yali concluded her remarks, she descended from stage. The rules for the final round were evidently disheartening for the other sculptors, who had hoped to regain some dignity in this concluding contest. However, it now appeared that they had little chance. After all, the two individuals standing on stage rendered these venerable artists quite embarrassed. One was Xue Yang, merely in his early 20s, while the ages of these seasoned artists were thrice or fourfold his own, making defeat unpalatable. The other was even more awkward. Greystone, active in the black market, had no legitimate recognition. Yang Yali's description of Li Lao as imitation-focused had already drawn disdain from these old-timers, as he was clearly a mere purveyor of fakes. Yet, despite the lamentations of the other sculptors, rules were rules, and everyone understood that Yang Yali's regulations were immutable. As Greystone stood on stage, he flashed a smile towards the diminutive figure below. Xue Yang was well aware that these two conspirators believed victory was assured, for the ultimate outcome would grant them the coveted celestial jade. But was the reality so straightforward? Xue Yang maintained a facade of discontent, determined to appear convincingly displeased. As the two individuals took the stage moments ago, they were oblivious to the fact that a small mouse had scurried from Xue Yang's attire to Yang Yali's shoulder during their encounter. It must have startled Yang Yali. Yet her quick reflexes as the CEO truly impressed Xue Yang, as she adeptly concealed her surprise. After delivering her speech, she promptly retreated to her private lounge, a space designed to provide senior executives with a tranquil environment, now serving to muffle the incessant squeaking of the little mouse. Since Yang Yali had extracted the mouse from her pocket, it had been persistently chattering, seemingly trying to convey a message. However, Yang Yali found herself utterly perplexed by the intentions of this adorable creature. Had it been Xue Yang, perhaps he would have deciphered the mouse's meaning, given their established rapport. Upon entering, Yang Yali initially perceived that Xue Yang had entrusted his message to the mouse, but now it appeared that the situation was far more complex. The astute little mouse seemed to realize its efforts were in vain and promptly nibbled on a nearby book. After a moment's hesitation, Yang Yali opened the book, discovering it to be a business text. The mouse scurried atop the pages, eventually fixating on the words economic protection, and with a firm grip, it indicated the term protection. Yang Yali read aloud, protection. The mouse then dashed to the phrase entrepreneur, emphatically gripping the word boss. Boss. Protect the boss? Are you suggesting I need protection? Yang Yali mused, casting a quizzical glance at the mouse. By this point, the creature's behavior transcended that of an ordinary rodent. While Yang Yali assumed Xue Yang's message was about safeguarding herself, the mouse anxiously wiggled its body, expressing dissatisfaction. Oh, you must be conveying this from Xue Yang as perspective. I'm not Xue Yang's boss. That would be the girl from the small store, she deduced, her intellect shining through. The little mouse, now exuberantly hopping on the table, clearly endorsed Yang Yali's conclusion. The guessing game between the woman and the mouse concluded, and Yang Yali reverted to her efficient demeanor, stepping out to the security department, where she promptly dispatched 50 personnel to safeguard the small shop where Xue Yang worked. Having accomplished this, she swiftly returned to the competition venue to avoid raising any suspicions. At this moment, Xue Yang and the Greystone's creation had reached completion. As Xue Yang glanced at Yang Yali, she subtly nodded, observing her gestures and expressions. Xue Yang finally exhaled in relief, though unbeknownst to him, Yang Yali had also become cautiously vigilant. The recent departure of Xue Yang and his subsequent plea for assistance were undoubtedly intertwined. Yet, the competition must proceed, and Yang Yali continued to fulfill her role as a competent host. The frenzy of the little milk mouse unfolded. According to the regulations of the final round, the last two contestants were required to carve a mouse, with the ultimate judge being a cat, one that had a penchant for catching mice. Although the Jade carved mouse might not achieve the authenticity of a real rodent, any shortcomings in material could be compensated for by the artistry of the sculpture. However, convincing a cat that a stone was, in fact, a mouse posed a formidable challenge. This novel approach of employing a cat as the judge captivated the audience, sparking their interest. The first subject of this experiment was the mouse sculpted from gray stone, which, in every aspect, perfectly mirrored the form of an actual mouse. If adorned with a splash of color, it could easily be mistaken for a living creature. While the cat appeared to discern that it was not a genuine mouse, it approached hesitantly, taking a tentative bite before sauntering away to find a comfortable spot to recline, resembling a leisurely elder. Subsequently, the cat was returned to its original position, and preparations were made to present Xue Yang's mouse. Xue Yang's creation was directly inspired by the little milk mouse, both in size and demeanor, closely resembling its living counterpart. Upon placing the stone likeness of the little milk mouse before the cat, it startled, leaping up and dashing away as if confronted by a terrifying apparition, evading several attempts to pursue. At that moment, it wasn't just the others who were taken aback. Even Xue Yang's mouth fell agape. How could a mere statue of a mouse frighten a battle-hardened cat? What was happening? When Yang Yali announced the verdict, declaring victory for the gray stone, she appeared visibly displeased. Her strategy had utterly failed. Although the outcome was comical, no one raised any objections. While Xue Yang's sculpture had indeed instilled fear in the cat, the competition's rule was to determine whose creation captured the feline's interest more effectively. Undoubtedly, the gray stone had triumphed. At that moment, the sculptor, Gray Stone, was visibly moved to tears. Observing his demeanor, Xue Yang speculated that it was not merely the prospect of their plan's successful execution that stirred him, but rather the long-awaited opportunity for this artist, who had subsisted by crafting forgeries, to finally redeem himself. Although the competition organized by the Deep Sea Group did not boast a multitude of witnesses and could hardly be deemed a public platform, the profound influence of the Deep Sea Group within the industry ensured that the victor here would possess formidable skill. Indeed, even Xue Yang recognized Gray Stone's considerable talent, as his near-perfect imitation of Xue Yang's own sculptures had already attested to this fact. However, it was evident that he was deeply enmeshed in the organization he spoke of. As Xue Yang descended from the stage, the first person to approach him was the gnome. "You are of no further use to us," he stated. "However, should you wish to join our ranks, the organization remains open to you. Be warned, though, if you choose to divulge today's events to others, you must be cautious regarding your establishment." Xue Yang merely smiled and replied in a similarly hushed tone, "I'm already aware of these matters, and I appreciate your caution." After uttering these words, the gnome resumed his normal volume, stating, "Sir, your work has truly broadened my horizons. I believe it will grace tomorrow's newspaper. A peculiar stone and a timid cat." Disregarding him further, Xue Yang proceeded towards the exit, where Yang Yali awaited him. "What on earth transpired? And what is the story behind your sculpture?" she inquired, her face a mask of confusion. Rather than hastily answering her questions, Xue Yang directly asked, "According to our plan, when shall we deliver this piece into Greystone's hands?" "Deliver it to him?" Yang Yali chuckled softly before continuing, "I would never entrust such a significant item to a person like him. You alone possess the skill to carve such a piece. He would merely ruin it. Moreover, I have no doubt that today's events are linked to that gray stone." Surprised by Yang Yali's assertion, Xue Yang regarded her with a curious expression. "Is it not said that you are the one who most respects the rules?" "I certainly adhere to the rules," she replied, "but not to those commonplace regulations. The so-called rules established by the board of directors are antiquated. I abide by my own principles, since I believe only you can sculpt this piece. I shall prevent anyone else from taking it on. As for Gray Stone, fear not. I shall employ others to expose his transgressions, ensuring he spend a few years in prison. He cannot possibly bring celestial Jade into confinement to carve." Leaning against the railing, Yang Yali wore a confident smile. Observing her assertive demeanor, Xue Yang remarked, "It is fortunate that we stand united at present. Should we find ourselves on opposing sides one day, I hope you will exercise mercy, O valiant heroine." At this moment, Yang Yali wore an impassive expression and simply uttered 4 words, "No mercy shall be shown. In a bid to earn even a modicum of your favor, I shall divulge to you that there is no need for you to expose their past transgressions. They have already conspired to steal the celestial Jade, including your diminutive manager, who is one of the accomplices. As for whether there are others involved, I remain unaware. Indeed, Yang Yali smiled faintly, as if she had long been wary of these two individuals. Now, it is time for my mouse to be returned to me. This small creature holds great significance for me. Xue Yang extended a hand before Yang Yali. However, after rummaging through her pocket, she discovered that there was no trace of the tiny mouse. Realizing what had transpired, Xue Yang promptly followed the corridor. Recalling the presence of a cat that roamed these grounds, encountering that feline could spell disaster. Before long, Xue Yang heard the unmistakable sound of the large cat and hastily ran towards it, with Yang Yali closely trailing behind. After a while, both of them widened their eyes in astonishment. There, in a corner of the wall, stood the little mouse, while in that very corner lurked the cat, its size vastly greater than that of the mouse. The large cat trembled in fear. Xue Yang chuckled ruefully and addressed the approaching Yang Yali, saying, "Now you understand why your cat fears my sculpture. It is evident that it has been thoroughly beaten before." Yang Yali, having just arrived, bore witness to this spectacle and wore a bemused expression. Xue Yang promptly scooped up the boastful little mouse from the ground and cradled it in his palm. Whereupon the mouse began to chirp incessantly. Observing its ruckus, Xue Yang nodded and smiled, saying, "Yes, indeed, you are the mightiest." Xue Yang's reaction startled Yang Yali. She furrowed her brow and inquired, "Can you truly understand the words of the mouse?" Seeing her astonished expression, Xue Yang let out a hearty laugh before responding. "The little mouse claims that this cat has mercilessly slaughtered countless of its kin, and today it seeks to enact justice by eliminating the cat." As the day began to wane and they prepared to return to the shop, Xue Yang's demeanor turned serious. "Are you certain you can handle these two individuals? Perhaps they have allies. Are their allies more numerous than mine?" Yang Yali shrugged her shoulders. Xue Yang nodded with a smile. Although she may not wield much authority within the Deep Sea Group, she is undoubtedly the highest-ranking official there. Confronting two petty thieves lacking in genuine skill should pose little challenge. As for how she intends to deal with the victor regarding the issue of the gray stone, Xue Yang believed she would certainly have her own methods. Meanwhile, Xue Yang had his own responsibilities to fulfill. Protecting Song Yu remained his paramount duty. Upon returning to the shop, Xue Yang observed that a considerable crowd had gathered in the vicinity. Although it appeared that these individuals were merely taking a leisurely stroll, it seemed rather coincidental that over 50 people would be ambling about without straying more than 100 meters from the establishment. Opposite the shop, Wang Lei and his associate leaned over the counter, engrossed in the spectacle. Following a recent series of significant markdowns, their business had shown signs of revival. Yet it still paled in comparison to the thriving activity across the street. The associate, accustomed to spending his days idly beside his employer, merely gazed at the rival shop. Wang Lei had proclaimed countless times his intention to decipher the marketing strategies employed by the establishment across from him. Yet despite his prolonged observation, he had gleaned no insights. "Boss, something must be amiss over there. Otherwise, why would they attract such a crowd? They must have entangled themselves with someone of considerable influence." A resounding slap echoed, prompting the associate to cover the back of his head. Reluctantly, he protested, "Boss, I was merely speaking the truth." Another slap followed, and Wang Lei, his gaze fixated on the newly arrived Xue Yang, gritted his teeth. "Are you foolish? If they had indeed offended someone important, these people would be facing inward, watching over those inside, but they're all facing outward, clearly there to protect them." Wang Lei was utterly perplexed as to why the shop always seemed to have benefactors while he himself lacked such fortune. The associate, still nursing his grievances, replied in a tone of indignation, "Doesn't T that imply they've offended someone? Why else would they need protection? This is supposed to be a harmonious society." Hearing this, Wang Lei clicked his tongue and mused, Indeed. The need for such protection suggests they have surely crossed paths with another significant figure. Hurry, let us create a ruckus and turn this shop upside down. Am I not right, boss?" The associate chimed in with a grin. Another slap landed on the associate's head. "Oh, come on, boss. What with all the slapping? I've already discerned the situation without your prompting. Outside Song Yu shop." Xue Yang distributed a piece of jade to each of the security personnel stationed outside, cheerfully remarking, "Thank you for your hard work, gentlemen. You may head back now. There is nothing to worry about." The security team from Deep Sea Group expressed their gratitude and, after confirming with the president, departed from the shop. Standing by the door, Song Yu, with a tinge of concern, inquired, "Xue Yang, what transpired? When I asked them why they were here, they claimed it was merely to protect me." Xue Yang glanced around before chuckling and reassured her, "Fear not, Madam Boss. With me around, there is nothing to fret about." Xue Yang's existence can essentially be divided into two realms, that which resides within the confines of his small black room, and that which exists beyond its threshold. Typically, these two domains occupy an equal share of his time. However, when Xue Yang becomes engrossed in his research, he often loses all sense of time. Fortunately, Song is there to oversee him, ensuring that he does not descend into a state of neglecting his own well-being. After all, he has heard tales of sculptors so dedicated to their craft that they have utterly exhausted their spirit, meeting an untimely demise as a result. Being still in his youth, Xue Yang is not inclined to embrace an early departure from life. Hence, he places considerable importance on maintaining a regular routine, not only for his own health, but also to alleviate any concerns of his employer. At present, Xue Yang finds himself seated once again in his small black room. But this time he refrains from hastily unveiling his precious jade stones. Instead, he sits in contemplation, his brow furrowed in thought, seemingly grappling with intricate questions of existence. In truth, he is reflecting upon his own life. The words of Elder Xue earlier today have left him in a state of melancholy. Although he has been engaged in the art of carving for quite some time, and while he may not compare to the venerable masters with their gray beards, 2 decades is still a significant span. Yet, as Elder Xue pointed out, every sculptor possesses a unique forte, something akin to their destined object. This phenomenon transcends the realm of sculpture. Renowned painters of bamboo and shrimp also hold dear their own signature subjects. Elder Xue regards the phoenix emerging from an egg as his destined object, dedicating his life to creating works that resonate with this theme, thereby attaining profound mastery. Despite Xue Yang's earnest attempts, he finds himself unable to reach the same heights of artistry. Thus, he feels it is time for him to discover his own destined object. Just then, a vision of the words dragon taming technique flashes in his mind, as if attempting to convey an important message. Dragon taming. Dragons. These thoughts echo in Xue Yang's mind. In this modern age, the existence of dragons has long been dismissed, relegated to the realm of myth. After millennia, little evidence remains from that era. The knowledge we possess about it is largely derived from the efforts of a celebrated historian of the Western Han dynasty, who gathered folklore to piece together a semblance of understanding. Dragons have vanished from the world, much like the dinosaurs, though the latter at least left behind fossils. Xue Yang cannot fathom what the dragons experienced in their demise, leaving no tangible remnants. Were it not for his encounter with a creature of true dragon lineage beneath the sea, he might have already succumbed to the belief in the non-existence of dragons. Dragon fist, dragon blood realm, dragon control technique, and only I have witnessed the Jiao dragon. A faint smile graced Xue Yang's lips. If he were to seek a fated object, he need not ponder for long. The dragon, a creature of noble and mystical essence, would undoubtedly become his destined item. Filled with inner joy, Xue Yang retrieved a piece of exquisite glass jade from his cabinet. Although it could not compare to Huang Yingying's resplendent imperial green glass jade, it remained an exceptionally valuable gem, worthy of its realm. In truth, any jade that Xue Yang brought into the small black room was of at least superior quality. The least valuable piece being a large crystal he had once gifted to Wang Lei in retaliation. With vivid imaginings swirling in his mind, Xue Yang grasped his carving knife, allowing its tip to dance across the jade surface. This particular carving, born of inspiration and executed with a casual hand, did not take long, perhaps only 3 hours. After this brief span, a 2-footed Jiao dragon emerged upon the table in the small black room. Each sculptor interprets the dragon in their unique manner. Thus, despite knowing he was carving merely a Jiao, Xue Yang could confidently declare a dragon, and none would doubt him. The movements of the jade-carved Jiao dragon mirrored those etched into Xue Yang's memory, specifically its fierce attempt to snatch the green jade. The dragon's expression from that moment was indelibly etched in Xue Yang's mind, leading him to replicate that very form without hesitation. Outside the small black room, Song Yu had seemingly grown accustomed to Xue Yang's lengthy sessions, often lasting 5 or 6 hours. At that moment, she contemplated knocking to inform him that dinner was ready. But after a moment's hesitation, she merely stood quietly at the door, making no further moves. Just then, the door to the small black room swung open suddenly, startling Song Yu. She gazed in disbelief at Xue Yang as he emerged. Xue Yang, with a carefree smile, exclaimed, "What is the matter, my beautiful boss? Why are you just sitting here? Dinner is ready." His spirits were so buoyant that his boldness surged as he passed by her. He boldly wrapped an arm around her slender waist. Caught off guard, Song Yu found herself enveloped by his strong embrace, leaving her with little room for resistance as he drew her toward the dining table. However, Xue Yang remained oblivious to her expression, as she firmly smacked his hand and commanded, "Go wash your hands." "All right," Xue Yang cheerfully replied, bounding toward the washroom with the exuberance of a child. Standing beside the table, the girl organizing the dishes could not suppress her laughter, yet fearing the gaze of the person behind her, she quickly assumed a serious demeanor. When mealtime arrived, Xue Yang, under the impression that he had committed a faux pas, offered a few appeasing chuckles and inquired, "Divine Proprietress, have I offended you today? Or perhaps my actions have displeased you? Or did the group of individuals who arrived from outside frighten you? Huh, who's your divine being?" Such flattery. The repeated invocation of divine by Xue Yang prompted a playful mockery. It was only when Song Yu inserted a piece of greens into his mouth that Xue Yang began to eat heartily. Despite the flourishing business and the increasing profits of the proprietress, she steadfastly adhered to her habit of abstaining from meat at dinner. This peculiar habit was indeed curious. Yet who among us is without idiosyncrasies? Xue Yang never questioned it. As the two enjoyed their meal in a cozy corner of the establishment, a familiar voice suddenly echoed from the entrance. Well, I hadn't realized. You two seem to be living quite comfortably. It appears this young hero is so ensconced in such a tender haven that ambition has taken a back seat. Who would wish to relinquish such a paradise?" The voice was strikingly recognizable. Song Yu scanned the area, but found no one, furrowing his brows in suspicion, thinking it might be a prank. It was only when Xue Yang pointed downward that he noticed a miniature gentleman standing beside the counter, clad in a suit and tie. This man was so diminutive that he barely reached the height of the counter, rendering him partially obscured. Upon discerning the situation, Song Yu turned and stifled a smile, yet appeared reluctant to let the unexpected guest feel slighted, quickly suppressing his amusement. Xue Yang, however, found Song Yu's smile amusing, yet he felt 100-fold unwelcome towards this unsolicited visitor. As the unappealing dwarf advanced further inside, Xue Yang set down his chopsticks and approached, lifting the guest with one hand and unceremoniously escorting him outside. This action was undoubtedly laced with disdain, and though Song Yu wished to interject, he ultimately refrained. Having witnessed Xue Yang's displeasure, such a countenance was certainly not directed at an ordinary patron. This behavior incited the wrath of the dwarf, who, upon being thrust outside, retaliated by attempting to kick Xue Yang's calf mid-air, but his feet lacked the strength to be effective. Little did he know, Xue Yang merely extended his arm sideways, for the dwarf's legs were shorter than Xue Yang's arm, resulting in a futile kick. Moreover, this gesture rendered the dwarf's aggressive attempt rather ludicrous. The giant, clearly unwilling to relent, drew a dagger from his pocket. Just as he aimed to stab Xue Yang's wrist, Xue Yang hurled him into the street. With the already rotund giant rolled several times before finally stabilizing himself. His suit was now completely disheveled, and the giant appeared rather disheveled. Evading the passing vehicles, he bellowed, "Is this how you treat your guests?" "A guest? I recall you threatened me earlier today. How have you suddenly become my guest?" Xue Yang smirked coldly, rolling up his sleeves, embodying a demeanor that suggested he had no intention of being courteous. "Did you think our threats toward you could be so easily dismissed? You have already acquired the celestial jade, rendering me unnecessary. Thus, you should swiftly depart to wherever you came from and refrain from lingering here." His tone harbored no semblance of friendliness. In response, the giant not only refused to sheath his dagger, but also shifted his grip to hold it with intent. After the events of the day, Xue Yang recalled that despite the giant's inherent physical shortcomings, his martial prowess was formidable, even impressive. The punch that had punctured the sofa clearly had not utilized his full strength, nor even half of it. However, the giant, recalling his previous failed attack and the unresolved matter of being thrown, began to suspect that this youth before him was also a martial arts expert, especially since Xue Yang had persistently shown him deference without sustaining any harm. A smile crept across the giant's face as he remarked, "So you possess martial skills as well. Ha, we are kindred spirits." As he uttered these words, the dwarf's smile was more a grimace, prompting a desire to strike him. Hearing this, Xue Yang internally scoffed. The little man refrained from attacking out of doubt regarding his own abilities, attempting to bait Xue Yang into revealing too much. Xue Yang laughed lightly. "Do I need martial skills to deal with a little man like you? I think you overestimate yourself. But if you wish to envision me as a martial arts master, feel free. I don't mind being your idol." Upon hearing Xue Yang deny his martial prowess, the giant leaped forward, a sinister grin spreading across his face as he proclaimed, "Ha, then do not blame me for being impolite. After all, our boss wishes to meet you." His speed was remarkable, and the dagger in his hand sliced through the air with alarming swiftness as the furious little man charged at Xue Yang. It dawned on him that this fellow intended to abduct him, not the beautiful owner behind him, but himself, a grown man. With someone wielding a knife, seeking trouble right before him, Xue Yang could hardly contain his fury. Xue Yang promptly picked up a large brick from the ground, which had been used to weigh down a billboard, and without a moment's hesitation, hurled it towards the oncoming dwarf. As the brick soared through the air, a confident smile graced Xue Yang's face. Though academically challenged, he believed he retained a grasp of several principles from his physics lessons. Speed is always relative. As the man charged towards him, his brick was also hurtling towards the dwarf at an accelerated pace. Under this dual velocity, the dwarf had no time to evade. In the next moment, he lay on the ground, bloodied and moaning, with Xue Yang surmising that his nasal cavity had been crushed, rendering him unable to breathe properly, forcing him to gasp and wail through his throat. After these events unfolded, Xue Yang nonchalantly dusted off his hands and entered the shop, promptly lowering the security gate before turning towards the dining table. At that moment, Song Yu stood beside the table, her expression tinged with concern as she inquired, "Are you all right? Come now, look at who just got beaten, this little fellow. How could he possibly pose any threat?" Xue Yang replied in a playful tone. Though this did little to amuse Song Yu, the dwarf remained sprawled on the ground, unmoving, prompting the kind-hearted proprietress to timidly suggest, should we perhaps call for an ambulance? Yet Xue Yang continued to enjoy his meal, asserting, "This guy is quite robust, just overly dramatic. For someone trained in martial arts, what is there to fear from pain? You needn't worry." Despite his reassurances, Song Yu remained visibly uneasy. However, shortly thereafter, as she witnessed the diminutive man finally rise and flee in disarray, she exhaled a sigh of relief. Observing the proprietress's expression, Xue Yang chuckled. Although he feigned a relaxed demeanor, his mind was entangled with complexity. During the day, he had already come to understand that the audacity of such individuals stemmed from their backing, not from one or two individuals, but from a structured, hierarchical underworld force. As the saying goes, a rogue is not to be feared, but a rogue with education is formidable. When a criminal organization begins to operate with corporate efficiency, its threat and rate of expansion become exceedingly alarming. Presently, Xue Yang found himself in direct opposition to this nefarious force. The following morning, Xue Yang dialed Yang Yali's number. On the other end, a somewhat haughty female voice greeted him. "I say, have you recently conquered your fear of the CEO? Calling me so early in the day?" With a smile, Xue Yang replied, "What is there to fear about making a call? If I'm afraid of you when you're not by my side, that would be rather pathetic. Are you curious about that piece of celestial jade?" "Certainly. My focus is no longer on that piece of jade. Yesterday, that individual caused a disturbance here again, and I wish to consult you regarding the nature of their faction." Xue Yang inquired with a hint of perplexity. "The 100 Ghost Society," Yang Yali replied succinctly. This answer startled Xue Yang. "I must have misheard. The 100 Ghost Society? Are they planning to produce some mythological television series?" It was evident that Xue Yang was jesting, yet Yang Yali's tone grew increasingly earnest. "In a sense, yes. Given the government's stringent crackdown, the emergence of the 100 Ghost Society can indeed be considered a modern myth. If they were merely a simple faction, I could easily apprehend those two individuals and compel them to confess." Yang Yali's words on the other end of the line left Xue Yang profoundly shocked. It became apparent that this faction was far more formidable than he had initially assumed. "What do you intend to do?" "That person was proposing to recruit me as one of their own, and now I have thoroughly disrupted their plans." "Wait, what did you say? They wish to recruit you?" Yang Yali interjected urgently. Xue Yang nodded, affirming, "Indeed, that is the case. However, I did not acquiesce. If I were to join them, I would likely never emerge unscathed." Yet to his surprise, Yang Yali responded with unwavering conviction, "You must agree." "What?" Startled, Xue Yang sat upright in bed. "I mean, you must accept their offer. Although the 100 Ghost Society wields significant influence, the numbers are relatively few. Each member appears to be an elite, especially their leaders, who are the creme de la creme. Such an organization is impenetrable even to the police's informants, let alone any attempt to discern their activities. Since they have extended an invitation to you, you must accept." At this juncture, Yang Yali's voice was palpably charged with emotion. This revelation puzzled Xue Yang further. In his recollection, Yang Yali was a remarkably composed woman, one who could easily overshadow even those in positions of power. Although the underworld had targeted the Deep Sea Group, it seemed inconceivable that a woman of her stature would become flustered. "What grievances exist between you and the 100 Ghost Society?" he asked, standing before his window, gazing into the infinite expanse outside. "Grievances? Huh, it transcends mere grievances. Do you know why I ascended to the presidency of the Deep Sea Group at such a young age? But do you truly understand the reason behind my rise? At this moment, Yang Yali's voice turned chillingly cold. While her haughty demeanor was characteristic, this frigidness was unlike any she had exhibited before. Xue Yang pondered for a moment before responding. It appears that your father's tragic demise was the result of a car accident, allowing you, with the backing of two esteemed elders, to ascend to the pinnacle of Deep Sea Group. During that time, the media rarely mentioned your father, focusing primarily on your sweeping reforms within the company. At this juncture, Xue Yang felt a sense of gratitude for his habit of reading newspapers, which enabled him to engage in discussions on significant matters without feeling utterly lost. Yang Yali, on the other hand, let out a cold laugh. Those media outlets are utterly oblivious. My father's death was no accident, but rather a conspiracy orchestrated by the 100 Ghost Society. They are merely a criminal organization. If they harbored ambitions towards Deep Sea Group, it would be akin to a snake attempting to swallow an elephant. Xue Yang furrowed his brow, sensing that the reality was far more intricate than it appeared. Yang Yali continued her narration. Back then, Deep Sea Group was on the verge of a name change. The elite members of the 100 Ghost Society had already begun to infiltrate the organization, plotting to seize control and eliminate my father and his subordinates. However, just as my father uncovered this scheme, the 100 Ghost Society struck him down. My reforms, were merely an attempt to excise these malignant tumors. Xue Yang fell into a contemplative silence, beginning to understand that beneath Yang Yali's facade as a powerful woman lay a heart bleeding with sorrow. At that moment, Yang Yali added, however, it is evident that the cleansing was insufficient. With that, she abruptly ended the call, making no request for Xue Yang to act as an undercover agent or to cooperate with Deep Sea Group and the police in dismantling the 100 Ghost Society. Naturally, Xue Yang refrained from making any promises. After all, this was the 100 Ghost Society, regardless of his exceptional abilities. Confronting a dark force that nearly obliterated Deep Sea Group could not be resolved through bravado alone. Thus, Xue Yang concluded that his priority was to ensure Song Yu's safety, leaving the rest unaddressed. Having resolved this matter, he finally began his morning routine and took a seat at the breakfast table. However, in stark contrast to his previously carefree demeanor, Xue Yang now appeared unusually solemn. This change did not go unnoticed by Song Yu. Are you worried about yesterday's events? Honestly, there is no need for concern. After all, we have weathered so many storms together. This difficulty is but a minor hurdle. If they dare to cause trouble again, we shall simply call the police, for we live in a harmonious society. It was clear that the proprietress aimed to reassure him, yet she was unaware of the true source of Xue Yang's anxiety. At that moment, Xue Yang took a large bite of his meal, and after swallowing, he remarked, in truth, for us, the police are merely a last resort. Hearing this, Song Yu chuckled and replied, how could that be? The police are the embodiment of justice. Society relies on them to uphold safety, thus protecting everyone's well-being. Faced with the proprietress's reliance on the police, Xue Yang cast a knowing smile her way. After all, the matters of the outside world were sufficiently handled by himself. While the proprietress was indeed a person burdened by her own struggles, she remained oblivious to many unforeseen circumstances. Xue Yang, with a smile, continued, it is precisely because society necessitates the protection of the police that they cannot safeguard every individual. The most misguided notion for common folk is to assume that the police will always be there should any trouble arise. They should simply call for help. More crucial than that is the cultivation of one's own abilities. For instance, strengthening one's physique to fend off wrongdoers, or acquiring knowledge to avoid peril through ignorance. At this juncture, Song Yu could only nod in agreement, not only because Xue Yang's words held a semblance of truth, but also due to the unusual seriousness he exhibited in the moment. Observing the slight turmoil on Xue Yang's face, Song Yu took hold of his broad hand. Smiling as she remarked, Xue Yang, you seem to have overlooked a significant point. While it is indeed vital for us to grow stronger, we are not solely reliant on ourselves. We have friends. This marked the first occasion on which Song Yu initiated contact by holding Xue Yang's hand, sending warmth coursing through his heart. After their time spent together, an unspoken understanding had developed between him and the proprietress. Even without articulating his concerns, Song Yu sensed the troubles that weighed upon Xue Yang. Noticing a slight relaxation in his expression, she continued, it is because of you that I could preserve my father's shop and help it flourish beyond its previous state. You protect me and care for me. Though I may not be able to do much in return, I can certainly cook. As she spoke, Song Yu playfully stuck out her tongue, a rare display of charm that rendered her the most adorable woman in the world. at least in Xue Yang's eyes, with a smile finally gracing his face. Song Yu pressed on, and let us not forget Boss Bai along with that stunning beauty, Huang Yingying, who have both provided us with substantial assistance. Beyond the police, we are fortunate to have friends. They will always help to drive away many a villain. Oh, and what about that other beautiful woman who once sought you out? I believe she is the CEO of the Deep Sea Group. She must be your friend as well, Song Yu added. Xue Yang was left speechless. I am destined to be beaten. Chewing on a delightful breakfast, Xue Yang glanced at the proprietress beside him, uncertain whether Song Yu's previous remarks were intentional or incidental. Nonetheless, they had alleviated a significant burden within him. After finishing his meal, when Song Yu headed to the kitchen to tidy up, Xue Yang promptly called Yang Yali. Having changed his mind, although Yang Yali had committed numerous transgressions against him, he too had retaliated in kind, having done many things to vex her, including a kiss upon her lips. Xue Yang was certainly unaware whether that was Yang Yali's first kiss, yet they could now be considered friends. As Song Yu had stated, friends must assist one another. His request was quite straightforward. He was willing to serve as an undercover agent, but he needed her assurance regarding the safety of his boss lady. Protecting her did not necessitate a large number of people. After all, he had allied himself with 100 ghosts, and their hostility towards her was minimal. A few capable individuals discreetly guarding her would suffice. Yang Yali's response was merely a single word, delivered with an icy demeanor. This left Xue Yang feeling utterly frustrated. He had risked his life to serve as an undercover agent for her revenge, yet all he received in return was an indifferent him. However, upon reflection, he realized this was indeed Yang Yali's true temperament. Excessive words would only seem hypocritical, and he had no choice but to endure it. After conveying his intentions, Xue Yang reclined into his rosewood chair, poured himself a cup of hot tea, infused it with some leaves, and leisurely began to read the newspaper. The news of the Deep Sea Group selecting sculptors had indeed made it into the paper, though it was not deemed significant. A more substantial piece reported that the Liu family had commenced investments in coastal projects, primarily aimed at marine ecological protection. This development perplexed Xue Yang. For considering Liu Baxing's character, it was hard to believe his father, known as Crazy Liu, would engage in such financially burdensome endeavors. The moniker Crazy Liu had not been coined by Xue Yang, but bestowed upon him by Old Huang, which underscored the man's eccentricity. Thus, Xue Yang firmly believed that the two of them would never undertake such environmentally protective initiatives. As he finished reading a copy of a newspaper, several robust men emerged from outside. From their gait and physique, Xue Yang discerned they were all trained fighters, and their sharp gazes indicated they were well-disciplined. Altogether, there were 5 of them, and he sensed that their combat capability surpassed that of the 50 he had encountered the previous day. Xue Yang threw the lid of a teacup at the leader among them, who, astonishingly, did not even flinch. Instead, as the lid approached, he caught it deftly. Satisfied with the display of their martial prowess, Xue Yang lowered his head, confident in their loyalty since they had been personally chosen by Yang Yali. He assigned these 5 men to 2 positions not far from the store. Their task was simple. If they witnessed any disturbances within the establishment, they were to intervene without hesitation, administering a beating as necessary, with Xue Yang covering all medical expenses as long as they did not kill anyone. The 5 burly men accepted their orders with enthusiasm, prompting Xue Yang to reflect on the fact that while the 100 ghosts boasted elite members, the Deep Sea Group could not possibly lack a few outstanding individuals as well. Ensuring the safety of the proprietress, Xue Yang confidently strode out, his destination, the Jade Market. However, this time, he opted for a leisurely walk rather than hailing cab. As he ambled along, he hummed a tune with a sense of pride. Yet his peripheral vision caught sight of 3 or 4 individuals gradually converging towards him. Observing their robust physiques and assertive gait, he discerned they were no ordinary adversaries. As he recognized them to be skilled martial artists, a sigh of relief escaped him. At least, everything was unfolding according to plan. Before long, the group completely obstructed his path, and in a moment of panic, Xue Yang cried out, but his voice was swiftly silenced. He was roughly hoisted into a narrow alley, where, without hesitation, they unleashed a torrent of brutal blows upon him, forcing him to shield his face with his arms. After all, aside from the more private parts of his anatomy, his face was of utmost importance, which he awkwardly protected with his other hand. This was, without a doubt, the most severe beating Xue Yang had ever endured. The 4 burly men treated him like a punching bag, their fists landing with unrelenting force. After enduring a significant amount of time in agony, Xue Yang could sense that his injuries were quite serious. At last, Someone removed the cloth that had muffled his cries, revealing the diminutive figure from the previous day, the very individual he had struck with a brick. The diminutive giant then mockingly exclaimed, "Xue Yang, who would have thought you would find yourself in this predicament? When you commanded a dozen men to assault me yesterday, you should have foreseen this fate." "A dozen men?" Xue Yang thought to himself. "Wasn't it just a single brick that I used to deal with you?" As he lifted his gaze, he noticed the little giant's head was wrapped in bandages, leaving only his two swollen eyes visible, resembling a mummified figure. Although he was aware of the truth, Xue Yang refrained from voicing it, admitting it would only lead to further beatings and perhaps jeopardize his standing within their organization. Among those tasked with beating him, a man with dyed blonde hair smirked and remarked, "Tell me, giant, can you not boast without dying? With your meager skills, do you truly expect us to believe you bested a dozen men? Your words are as unreliable as your name suggests." Upon hearing this, the others erupted in laughter. The giant, exposed and furious, could only let anger mask his embarrassment. Summoning his courage, he shouted, "What is impossible about it? Ask this fellow here if I didn't take on a dozen men single-handedly yesterday." As he spoke, the giant kicked Xue Yang twice, who could only weakly nod in affirmation while lying on the ground. The dwarf secretly exhaled in relief, continuing to shout loudly, "If you still don't believe me, come challenge me one-on-one." Upon hearing this, the four individuals fell silent, clearly intimidated. It appeared that the giant indeed possessed some prowess, at the very least. He was able to dominate these normally sized individuals in terms of physical strength. At that moment, Xue Yang gained a clearer understanding of the organization's capabilities. A leaf can reveal the autumn, knowing that a dwarf of this caliber could hold a slight position of authority at the lower echelons. One could surmise the overall competency of their ranks. Just as the dwarf contemplated delivering another blow to Xue Yang to vent his frustration from the previous day, a familiar voice echoed from the alley's entrance. "You can't continue to hit him, giant. Have you forgotten what the boss instructed us? This young man possesses exceptional talent, and should you break one of his arms, rendering him incapable of carving for the rest of his life, just imagine how the boss would deal with you." Upon hearing this familiar voice, Xue Yang turned to see that it was the Gray Stone, his competitor on the platform. However, the dwarf shouted frantically, "Gray Stone, stop pretending to be the good guy. In this mission, you not only received the boss's personal commendation, but also pocketed a hefty bonus. What about me? I have nothing. So, are you no longer planning to work for the boss? Do you think you've lived too long to even consider opposing the boss's wishes?" Gray Stone, no longer young, lacked confidence, and though his tone conveyed no real threat, merely uttering the word boss was sufficient to halt the dwarf's actions. The dwarf kicked the nearby wall in frustration, clearly abandoning any thoughts of retaliation against Xue Yang. Meanwhile, Xue Yang, who had remained motionless on the ground, finally breathed a sigh of relief, inwardly resolving that when the 100 ghosts were toppled, the dwarf would surely perish. Soon, Xue Yang's mouth was once again stuffed, and this time, even his eyes were covered. He sensed that he had been placed inside a compartment, utterly oblivious to the direction in which the vehicle was headed. At that moment, within the Deep Sea Group S headquarters, Yang Yali was meticulously reviewing a list. This roster detailed everyone from vice presidents to the company's minor employees. However, Yang Yali was well aware that it was not yet time to target the lower-tier staff. At this juncture, a security guard entered. Although he appeared to be merely a guard, he was, in fact, Yang Yali's most prized assistant. "Uncle Weiji, we are now at a critical juncture. Whether we can completely eradicate the parasites of the 100 ghosts depends entirely on this significant repositioning. For now, everything is proceeding according to our plan. We will first reassign these individuals to inconsequential departments and then devise a strategy to ensure they all depart one by one." After finishing her words, Yang Yali handed the list to the robust man before her. His name was Xue Yang, now 45 years old, one of the most trustworthy individuals left to her by her father. There was another, but due to official duties, he was currently dispatched to a distant location. Xue Yang glanced at the names marked with crosses and furrowed his brow, saying, "There are still so many. Yali, you must handle this with precision." At that moment, Yang Yali rubbed her temples and, with a wry smile, replied, "I am certain these individuals pose a problem, given the methods of the 100 ghosts. It is hardly surprising to see so many." After she finished speaking, Xue Yang nodded, yet showed no intention of leaving. "Uncle Weiji, is there something else?" Yang Yali straightened her posture and inquired. "Yes, I believe it is necessary to inform you that your friend has begun to take action. He has been beaten severely. From the looks of it, he is nearly incapacitated," Xue Yang stated with a serious demeanor. Yang Yali abruptly rose from her seat, exclaiming, "What? What do you mean? What sort of action is this? Hearing Yang Yali's outburst, Xiong Weiji maintained his grave expression, saying, Yali, you do not understand. If he wishes to convince those individuals of his allegiance to the 100 ghosts, this is the most effective method. This is bad. He has fallen into a trap. In a room with jade flooring, Xue Yang was violently thrown to the ground. The only sensation he could discern about his surroundings was the jade floor beneath him. Xue Yang had expected the decor to be as luxurious as a palace. After all, as a sculptor, he possessed a unique appreciation for jade. Even while lying there, he could ascertain that the flooring was made of medium-quality jade. Although not particularly precious, using such material for flooring seemed a bit extravagant. Given the quality of the floor, one would expect the surroundings to be opulent. However, when Xue Yang's blindfold was removed, he found the environment lacking in luxury. The minimalist decor even exuded a sense of warmth. But what surprised Xue Yang the most was the beauty of the woman who had removed his blindfold. Are you here to rescue me? Xue Yang assessed the girl before him, clad in a white long dress and loose short sleeves. Her hair styled in an elegant, classical manner. Her demeanor clearly indicated she was not an ordinary person. Moreover, her face was strikingly beautiful, her skin reminiscent of warm jade, akin to the clear, egg white of a perfectly peeled egg. Her sparkling eyes held a glimmer of laughter, rendering Xue Yang momentarily speechless. To rescue you? You could say that. In any case, they absolutely cannot harm you while you are here with me. The enchanting girl smiled, circling around Xue Yang, evidently appraising him in turn. Under the scrutiny of such a captivating young woman, even Xue Yang, with his thick skin, felt a twinge of embarrassment. May I ask how to address you? He ventured. Xing Lu, she replied nonchalantly. What does that mean? Xue Yang inquired, perplexed by her response. Seeing his bewildered expression, Xing Lu shook her head in resignation. The boss mentioned your talents are quite remarkable, but alas, they may only be applicable to carving. Frankly, you seem rather foolish. My name is Xing Lu, as in Xing Tian and Lu, meaning joy. Xue Yang chuckled awkwardly. You should have said so earlier. Ignorance is no excuse. Faced with such a stunning girl, Xue Yang found it impossible to associate her with malevolence. She was clearly on a different level from those who had attacked him outside. Just then, the girl removed her white lace gloves and waved her hand in front of Xue Yang's eyes. Do you recognize what this is? Fortunately, Xue Yang retained some semblance of composure and did not gaze too long at Xing Li's porcelain-like hand. Instead, he focused on the tattoo adorning her wrist. It was a pink tattoo, initially appearing quite charming, but as he leaned closer to inspect it, he found himself swallowing hard. The pink design depicted an elaborate skull. Such a macabre image typically would not elicit admiration, yet the pink hue, coupled with the girl's radiant skin, rendered the terrifying motif somewhat appealing. Nonetheless, no amount of embellishment could disguise the fact that it was, indeed, a skull, and a rather unusual one at that. I have heard that the highest rank in the 100 Ghosts is the Old Partner, and below the boss, there are 10 officers, each adorned with a uniquely shaped skull. Xue Yang remarked, his voice faltering as he glanced up, uncertain if his claims held any truth. However, upon seeing the smile on Xing Li's face, he realized that the rumors he had heard were indeed grounded in reality. So, you are one of those who attacked me, a member of the 100 Ghosts. You're not here to rescue me at all. Speak plainly, what do you desire? Do you intend to compel me to surrender myself to you? Let me enlighten you. Even if you possess my body, you shall never claim my heart. Xue Yang declared with righteous fervor, though internally, a tempest of confusion raged within him. How could such a lovely and charming girl be entwined with the 100 Ghosts, and furthermore, hold a position of authority? Just as he was grappling with these questions, Xing Li's next words nearly left him paralyzed with fear. You are indeed correct in your assertion. However, I must correct you on one point. While it is true that our cadre at the 100 Ghost Society previously numbered 10, we now stand at 11. Xue Yang felt a torrent of frustration surge within him, as if dozens of wild horses were galloping through his mind. Whether it be 10 or 11 was of no consequence to him. Though his heart roared in protest, he maintained a facade of amusement, replying with a sarcastic chuckle. Well, I must extend my congratulations to you. It appears yet another remarkable individual has succumbed to this. No, rather has been fortunate enough to join this illustrious organization. Say what you will, follow me, commanded Xing Lei, as she strode confidently deeper into the premises. The chamber's end revealed several doors, and she approached the furthest red one. I still have no clarity on the situation. Why must I follow you? Wait, don't go. We need to clarify matters first. Xue Yang shouted from behind. Unperturbed, Xing Lei replied with a nonchalant laugh. Do you truly believe you possess any choice at this moment? Poor man, call me pitiful, will you? Just wait until I rise again, and you will be the one begging for mercy. Xue Yang seethed inwardly. Yet he rose from the ground and hurried towards the crimson door. Inside was an unremarkable room, albeit with peculiar and somewhat macabre decorations. Xue Yang chose a spot to sit and perplexedly inquired, "What exactly do you mean? I expected something extraordinary within, yet it appears we have merely changed rooms." Xing Lele, ignoring his query, clapped her hands, a clear signal. No sooner had the sound of applause faded than an elderly man clad in blood-red garments emerged. This man exuded an aura of pestilence, resembling a ghoul from a television drama, with bulging eyes veined with crimson threads. In terms of appearance, he embodied the image Xue Yang had envisioned for a cadre member of the 100 Ghost Society. Could this elder be one of the 10 cadre members? Xue Yang inquired with a grin. Yet at that moment, Xing Lele appeared more anxious than he, disregarding his words as if talking to herself, murmuring, "The mission is finally about to be accomplished. Hey, are you even listening to me? What's going on? What mission?" Xue Yang furrowed his brow. Just as he attempted to rise, he noticed Xing Lele subtly manipulating something in her hands. As he was about to lift himself from the chair, an overwhelming force suddenly pressed him down. Xue Yang looked down in astonishment, realizing that the chair was no ordinary seat, but rather a meticulously crafted machine. Xing Lele had evidently triggered a mechanism, causing the chair to activate. At this moment, rising from his seat had become an utterly unrealistic endeavor. For Xue Yang was firmly secured to the chair by layers of steel plates. Even if he were to elevate his dragon blood realm to its utmost strength, escape from such a contraption was beyond possibility. I had always suspected that a woman of rank in the 100 Ghosts organization was no ordinary individual. Yet I never anticipated that, despite all my calculations, I would find myself ensnared by a mere chair. Xue Yang made yet another attempt to extricate himself from the seat, but the outcome only reaffirmed that all his efforts were in vain. He could envision the forthcoming events, having been so securely restrained. It was highly likely that various torturous methods would soon be employed upon him. However, as he surveyed his surroundings, he noticed no instruments of torment, save for the unsettlingly grinning old man in red. At that juncture, Xing Lele took a seat opposite him, sipping a glass of juice as she cheerfully remarked, "Just as our boss stated, you are indeed quite capable and astute. You sought to place yourself in peril for the sake of your friends, hoping to infiltrate the 100 Ghosts organization under the guise of our interest in you. We are well aware of your intentions, even had you not willingly seated yourself. I possess 100 methods to ensure you would." Xue Yang could only manage an awkward smile, perplexed by how this seemingly innocent and lovely girl had discerned his plans, for he had confided in no one. The girl continued to smile. "Cease your pondering. We have observed you closely. You possess remarkable skills, capable of managing the entire Wild Wolf gang single-handedly, yet you refrain from retaliating against the assault of 3 or 4 individuals. Moreover, your recent interactions with Yang Yali from the Deep Sea Group have been notably frequent. When these elements are combined, the truth becomes evident, does it not? Yet matters were far from simple. My actions were known only to my closest friends, who would never betray me. How, then, did you come by this knowledge? To be at the mercy of another is one thing, but to realize that this woman comprehended her machinations so thoroughly was indeed disconcerting." In response to Xue Yang's doubts, Xing Lele chuckled lightly, her voice so melodious that it rendered her sarcasm nearly imperceptible. "These matters are of little consequence. You shall soon discern the answers. The pressing issue now is that we engage in a simple ritual. 10-1, first, Mr." Xing Lele enunciated each word deliberately, leaving Xue Yang even more bewildered. "What on earth is Mr. 11? And what ritual are you referring to?" Xue Yang harbored a disquieting premonition, fervently wishing that events would not spiral into the direst of outcomes. At that moment, Xing Lele extinguished his dwindling hope. "Your grandiose act of self-sacrifice conveniently alleviates many of our burdens. After all, capturing a master like you is no simple feat. I previously mentioned that the ranks of the 100 Ghosts organization consist of 11 members, and you, my dear, are the 11th. Thus, according to protocol, I ought to address you as Mr. 11. Damn it, I refuse. This is merely your one-sided delusion. I shall not comply. Release me at once. I find your 100 Ghosts organization utterly disagreeable. Let me go." At this juncture, Xue Yang was genuinely enraged, thrashing wildly in his restraints. However, the chair was evidently reinforced, and no matter how fiercely he struggled, it would not budge an inch. "As you yourself have stated, the most significant mark of our cadre is this tattoo," Xing Lele remarked, grinning as she displayed her pink tattoo once more. She continued, The ritual is quite straightforward. We will inscribe a tattoo upon your skin. Once this tattoo is etched into your being, any denial of your identity as Mr. 11 would be an exercise in futility. At this point, the tattooed elder in the crimson attire slowly approached Xue Yang, carrying a suitcase. Xing Lei took on the role of spokesperson for the elder and cheerfully inquired, "Where would you prefer your tattoo to be placed?" "I refuse. Absolutely not. I still intend to serve in the military. I do not want a tattoo." Xue Yang bellowed. "On your face or neck?" "I said I refuse." "Your arms? Legs? Back? Chest? Abdomen?" Xing Lei queried, systematically suggesting various locations, each met with Xue Yang's vehement rejections. "Then I believe I know the perfect spot," she replied with a mischievous grin. In the confines of the sealed room, no matter how loudly Xue Yang shouted, the only sound that resonated was his own voice, a glaring futility. The elder in red had opened the suitcase, revealing an array of manual tattooing tools, sturdy and robust. Unperturbed by the implications, he bore a peculiar smile as he grasped the instruments, his gaze fixated on Xue Yang's groin. "Are you considering a skull tattoo on?" Xue Yang felt a mix of laughter and despair. Just as the elder began to unfasten Xue Yang's trousers, Xing Lei finally interjected, Master Ghost, you may have misunderstood my intent. The location we desire for the tattoo is the sole of his foot, not the place you are envisioning." At this moment, even the typically composed Xing Lei felt a flush of embarrassment. The elderly man clad in red, known as the Master of Ghost Heads, continued to wear his enigmatic smile as he nodded, seemingly attentive to Xing Lei's words. Upon hearing that he was to have his foot soles tattooed, Xue Yang surprisingly felt a sense of relaxation. After all, if the tattoo were to be on a more intimate part of his anatomy, how could he ever face his future wife when it came time to remove his trousers? At that moment, Xue Yang was taken aback when Xing Lei, blushing, bowed and said, "I truly apologize. This was my oversight." Such words hardly seemed fitting for a kidnapper to utter to their captive, leaving even Xue Yang momentarily bewildered. However, he quickly regained his composure and shouted, "If you truly feel guilty, then release me from this damn chair at once." Yet upon his outburst, Xing Lei returned to her previous calm demeanor and commanded, "Master, proceed." Although his body was restrained, Xue Yang continued to resist, his feet shifting back and forth, evading the old man's grasp. Ultimately, however, he underestimated his opponent. The old man deftly inserted several needles into his knees. Though they pierced his flesh, they rendered his feet increasingly numb, ultimately robbing them of all sensation and movement. The Master of Ghost Heads, with his ever-present smile, commenced his tattooing. Xue Yang could discern that the elderly artisan's focus on the tattoo was as intense as his own concentration when carving jade. Xue Yang attempted several times to interrupt the old man's work, but it was as if his words fell on deaf ears. Meanwhile, Xing Lei, comfortably seated across from him and sipping juice, casually reminded him, "If you disrupt the Master's train of thought, the resulting tattoo may not turn out well, and the one who bears the loss will be you." With a face that conveyed his despair, Xue Yang asked, "Why is it that, among so many handsome and talented individuals in the world, you have chosen me?" "I have resisted with all my might." Upon hearing this, Xing Lei finally set her juice aside and replied with a grin, "You are the one selected by the boss." Who exactly is the boss? This detail seemed inconsequential. The boss was simply the boss, and even among the cadre, more than half were likely unaware of their identity. If even the cadre are in the dark, then what purpose does the boss serve? Xue Yang pondered, feeling utterly helpless, yearning to gather as much information as possible in hopes of relaying it to Yang Yali. Yet, Xing Lei resumed, sipping her juice leisurely. Once the tattoo on Xue Yang's foot was completed, Xing Lei finally pressed a button in her hand, causing all the steel plates to fully retract. With a powerful kick, Xue Yang sent the Master of Ghost Heads sprawling aside, leaping up to throw a punch at Xing Lei. As the distance between Xue Yang's fist and Xing Lei diminished, he suddenly halted his attack. In that moment, Xing Lei merely squeezed her eyes shut, clutching the remnants of her juice protectively, showing no inclination to resist. "You're not resisting," she murmured, her voice quivering. "I cannot fight. Please do not strike me." Xue Yang eventually retracted his fist, despite the fact that the events of the day had been orchestrated by this very girl. However, he found it utterly impossible to lay a hand on someone so devoid of martial prowess. "You cannot fight, yet you instigate trouble? Where might I vent this pent-up fury? Should I unleash it upon that elderly man?" He bellowed, gesturing towards the old man sprawled on the ground, whose face bore an eerie smile despite having been knocked down. "What is the matter with you, old man? All you do is smile." Do not think that your grin intimidates me. At this juncture, Xing Lele finally opened her eyes and interjected, Master Xue had no choice after suffering a stroke. The muscles in his face have remained that way, and he cannot recover. This revelation left Xue Yang at a loss for words. Burdened with frustration, he exclaimed, Can I leave now? Yes, indeed. You are now one of the officials. No one dares to obstruct you, she replied, tightening her grip on her juice container, nearly squeezing its contents through the straw. An elderly man with a disfigured face and a frail girl. Xue Yang could hardly fathom how he had been ensnared by such a duo. To add insult to injury, he felt utterly powerless to retaliate despite the mistreatment he had endured. Xue Yang stormed through the crimson door, returning to the room adorned with jade flooring. He traversed the space toward the main entrance, where the 4 assailants and a dwarf were stationed outside. Upon his emergence, the dwarf immediately blocked his path. Halt! How did you escape? Have you committed any unseemly acts against an official? Before the dwarf could finish his sentence, Xue Yang delivered a swift kick, sending him crashing to the ground. He continued to rain blows upon the dwarf, relentlessly kicking until the latter's face was grotesquely deformed, finally ceasing his assault. You best not provoke me. I am in no mood for trifles. As Xue Yang unleashed a barrage of furious kicks, the dwarf lay motionless, having succumbed to unconsciousness. Witnessing the dwarf's thrashing, the other 4 henchmen exchanged glances, smirking, for the dwarf had long been at odds with them. Yet, it was at this moment that they encircled Xue Yang. As the 4 individuals were poised to launch their assault, unexpectedly, Xue Yang struck first. With no embellishments, he delivered a powerful punch directly to one man's chest, causing it to indent slightly before the unfortunate soul collapsed heavily to the ground. Knockout. Before the remaining trio could react, Xue Yang pivoted and unleashed another punch. The second and third punches followed in rapid succession. In mere moments, 3 adversaries lay defeated, devoid of any opportunity to retaliate. Aside from the first individual, who lay unconscious like a doll, the others writhed on the ground, lamenting their plight. Xue Yang spat disdainfully before continuing on his way. Not long after, an elderly man, burdened with a box, ambled out. Upon seeing the incapacitated figure sprawled on the ground, he maintained an eerie smile. With a sigh, the old man remarked, He is Mr. 11. Challenging him is akin to courting death. Among the injured, one who had sustained the least harm and was still able to speak inquired, Has he undergone the initiation ceremony for his position? The master of ghost heads merely nodded, his enigmatic smile unwavering. Although he was not one of the leaders, his presence at every initiation ceremony had cemented his significant status within the ranks of the 100 ghosts. The young man lying on the ground widened his eyes in realization, exclaiming, No wonder there is such a disparity. It seems the ceremony truly holds power. One day, I shall also ascend to leadership. In response to the young man's ambitious declaration, the master of ghost heads simply departed, his smile lingering. Given that each leader within the 100 ghosts possessed extraordinary abilities, they wielded considerable influence within the organization. Whispers had long circulated among the lower ranks, suggesting a profound correlation between the leader's martial prowess and intellect and the initiation ceremony. This superstitious belief found validation in Xue Yang's formidable presence. The master of ghost heads refrained from dispelling this notion, understanding that even if he revealed the truth, that the so-called ceremony was merely the result of a tattoo applied by this stoic old man, these young aspirants would remain unconvinced. If a mere tattoo could invoke such transformation, surely the artist would have ascended to divine status long ago. After Xue Yang hailed a cab to the shop, he stormed angrily into his small black room. The observant Song Yu had sensed his inner turmoil, but upon seeing the bruises adorning Xue Yang's body, she set aside her calculations and grabbed a medical kit to follow him into the small black room. Though Song Yu seldom entered this space, the sight of Xue Yang's injuries compelled her to act. Despite the fire of rage simmering within him, Xue Yang adhered to his principles, resolutely refusing to impose his negative emotions upon the shopkeeper. True family members should never fall victim to such anger. The proprietress remained silent, gently applying medicine to Xue Yang's wounds. Observing the worry etched on her face, Xue Yang merely smiled and grasped her hand, saying, Hey, what are these minor injuries in the grand scheme of things? They hardly amount to anything. The individuals I fought with are surely lying in a hospital bed right now. At that moment, Xue Yang spoke nothing but the truth. The 2 who were most grievously injured were indeed receiving emergency care at the hospital. However, Song Yu dismissed his words as mere boasting and expressed her concern, saying, How old are you now? Why are you still behaving like a child, getting into fights? Oof. When dealing with that bunch, I believe in action over words. If I get truly enraged, I won't care about any principles. I would even dare to strike an old man or a girl, Xue Yang remarked, unconsciously shifting his right foot, for he had acquired an unwelcome addition beneath it. The proprietress shook her head in resignation. So, you must have been bullied by that old man and the girl, right? Then you retaliated against a few bad men, sending them to the hospital. If there is anyone in the world who understands Xue Yang better than Song Yu, then the sun must surely rise from the west. Faced with the proprietress's revelation, Xue Yang decided to reveal his prized dragon carving. Upon seeing the jade-carved dragon, Song Yu's eyes widened, being in the same field. She recognized that the craftsmanship exceeded that of her father. However, Xue Yang had his own intentions in bringing it forth. Did you carve this dragon? Although Song Yu already knew the answer, her astonishment compelled her to ask. Gazing at his cherished creation, Xue Yang chuckled. Today, this master sculptor is in a foul mood. So I plan to sell it. Surely, seeing the money will lift my spirits. How much do you intend to sell it for? Song Yu inquired, her curiosity piqued. Xue Yang chuckled a few times before extending a single finger. 1 million, he stated confidently. No, that seems too little. Should it not be 10 million? Song Yu speculated. Yet, Xue Yang shook his head, declaring, 100 million. Have you lost your mind, Xue Yang? 100 million could buy several of our shops. Trust me, you can never go wrong, he replied, proceeding to carry the dragon out without the proprietress's consent, boldly writing down the price himself. 1, 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000, 100,000, million, 10 million, 100 million. Xue Yang was satisfied as he added 8 zeros after the 1, while the proprietress watched, feeling somewhat awkward. Placing the object squarely in the center of the counter, Xue Yang retreated to his little dark room. This time, the proprietress busied herself beside the yulong, applying embellishments to enhance its perceived value. However, no matter how one looked at it, despite being a masterpiece, the price of 100 million was rather exorbitant for a proprietor who prided herself on integrity. Once the door was closed, Xue Yang settled into his seat, finally affording himself the opportunity to examine the soles of his feet. Due to the rigidity of his bones and the lack of flexibility in his body, merely turning his foot over to a visible angle proved a Herculean task. As he endured the searing pain while forcibly examining his foot, he discovered that the top of his foot bore an uncanny resemblance to a skull, strikingly lifelike. He had once seen skilled artists render three-dimensional objects on a blank sheet of paper with remarkable realism. Yet, human skin is not as compliant as paper. It possesses elasticity and readily deforms, adapting to changes in body shape. Nevertheless, the skull tattoo crafted by the master tattooist was astonishingly realistic. For individuals of the caliber of the Xue Yang cadre, imitation was inevitable, and many bore skull tattoos. However, just as the works of true sculptors are beyond replication, so too is the tattooing prowess of the master, which has reached a level of artistry that cannot be imitated, unless the master himself chooses to create counterfeit cadres. But one can trust that Xue Yang has its means to prevent such occurrences. Though the tattoo was indeed exquisite, a masterpiece by a master hand, it was crucial to note that Xue Yang had been compelled to endure this ordeal under duress, rendering it a source of shame regardless of its artistic merit. Just as he sought every conceivable method to rid himself of the accursed tattoo, Song Yu suddenly knocked at the door. Xue Yang, someone is interested in your piece. Would you care to step outside? Proprietress, please inform me only once they are ready to purchase, Xue Yang replied helplessly. After all, the asking price was a staggering 100 million, a figure he had carelessly scribbled in a fit of anger, non-negotiable. While interest abounded, wealthy buyers were not as plentiful. However, it wasn't long before the proprietress knocked again, announcing, Xue Yang, she has purchased the yulong. What? Xue Yang exclaimed, leaping from his chair. Was this a mere cabbage sale, to be bought so casually? He hurried outside to glimpse the visage of this affluent buyer, only to find the proprietress alone in the shop. Xue Yang took the check from her hand, scrutinizing it several times before confirming it bore a 9-digit figure without a decimal point. I have already verified this check with the bank via telephone. It is indeed valid, she assured him. When she uttered those words, there was no trace of joy on Song Yu's face. Rather, her embarrassment was palpable. After a considerable hesitation, Xue Yang finally placed the check into the hands of the proprietress. He then pranced about the shop before settling into a corner on a mahogany chair, crossing his legs and sporting an expression of carefree delight. Ah, indeed, his mood had markedly improved. The proprietress shot him a disapproving glance and remarked, "The one purchasing this item is merely a young lady. Let us agree that if she changes her mind, We shall promptly return her money. Very well. You are the proprietress. Naturally your word prevails. However, I am curious. What sort of young girl would so extravagantly purchase an overpriced sculpture without a second thought? Xue Yang casually lifted a cup of tea, savoring it as he awaited her response. Although the materials of his dragon sculpture were indeed of exceptional quality, and he held great confidence in his craftsmanship, he doubted it could fetch a price even close to 100 million, perhaps only 50 to 60 million at an auction. The proprietress, still somewhat anxious, furrowed her brow and continued, "She is of a similar age as us, dressed in a white long dress and a white short-sleeved top." Puffed. Xue Yang sputtered, water spraying from his mouth as the image of the girl who had imprisoned him in the tiger chair flashed through his mind. However, he quickly took a deep breath, reassuring himself that many people favored white attire, and that Xing Lele did not appear particularly affluent, so it could not be her. Yet, Song Yu added, she was also holding a juice box and wearing a glove on her left hand. Xue Yang's heart sank in despair. Anyone wearing gloves and such, whether was either mentally unwell or attempting to conceal something. Coupled with the juice box, he could now unequivocally ascertain that it was indeed Xing Lele. What could this little girl possibly mean by her actions? Could it be a pang of conscience? A desire to make amends? But could anyone from the 100 Ghosts Guild exhibit such kindness? Xue Yang pondered, feeling a sense of helplessness as he acknowledged his own nominal affiliation with the guild, and he absent-mindedly tapped his foot. After mulling over these questions without arriving at any conclusions, Xue Yang rose, exchanged a few words with the proprietress, and then hailed a cab, heading straight for the headquarters of Deep Sea Group. After all, Xing Lele was already aware of all his matters, and there was nothing left to conceal. As he passed the 5 security guards stationed at the entrance, he feigned ignorance of their presence. Though he had been regarded as a cadre by the 100 Ghosts Guild, and thus the proprietress was no longer under their threat, the presence of these elite guards remained essential to prevent unforeseen incidents. Upon arriving at Deep Sea Group, however, Xue Yang discovered that the company had long since lost its previous tranquility. The entire building was in disarray. Observing the situation, Xue Yang furrowed his brow. He recalled that Yang Yali's office was on the 95th floor, and thus he had not paid much attention to the chaos surrounding him. However, upon arriving at Yang Yali's office, he found her seemingly less occupied than he had imagined. She lay languidly on the soft leather sofa, her eyes tightly shut, entirely indifferent to the disorder within her company. "Surely you're not asleep, Yang Yali," he remarked, "though you appear somewhat despondent in this situation. Your character should not be so complacent as to disregard these matters entirely." At that moment, Yang Yali finally opened her eyes and sat up. Upon observing the numerous injuries adorning Xue Yang's body, she managed a wry smile. Recently, a purge plan has somehow leaked, and now everyone in the company is on edge, leading to a strike. The entire organization is in disarray. As the president, have you not made any statement regarding this issue? Xue Yang inquired, his brow knitted in concern. In his mind, a capable woman like her was always decisive, yet it was evident that she, too, was flustered. Express a statement? What would I even say? Should I confirm that the purge is real and allow them to continue their strike? Yang Yali replied, a hint of impatience creeping into her voice. She was evidently resistant to the way Xue Yang was regarding her. Xue Yang then stated directly, "Then tell them it is merely a rumor. Deep Sea Group will not engage in any purging activities. You must understand, a purge is fundamentally different from layoffs. Its implications are far more serious. Do you expect me to allow those who caused my father's demise to remain in the company, continuing their nefarious activities? No, I cannot permit that. Those individuals must face the consequences." Yang Yali nearly shouted in response. "Listen to me, Yang Yali," Xue Yang interjected, stepping closer to grasp her arms, signaling for her to remain calm. As her gaze began to clear, he continued, "I've already infiltrated the inner workings of the 100 Ghosts. While my knowledge is limited, not everyone there is malevolent. They do not even know who their leader is. It is likely that these actions stem from a select few. With my assistance, I can help you identify the true culprits, preventing you from continuing this reckless approach of preferring to mistakenly eliminate 100 rather than letting one escape. Ah, Xue Yang, have you begun to speak on their behalf? How can you be certain they are not deceiving you? They may have misled you into persuading me to cancel this plan, ensuring their scheme to undermine Deep Sea Group does not falter." Yang Yali regarded him skeptically. However, as she once again noticed the myriad of wounds on Xue Yang's body, she instinctively averted her gaze. That remark was indeed cutting. Xue Yang was momentarily taken aback, and then he removed his shoes. Yang Yali furrowed her brows and gazed at him once more. Xue Yang, however, lifted his foot and declared, "To be frank, I have no idea what the hell is going on, but this situation has undeniably occurred. It has happened without a doubt." Observing the sole of his foot, young Yali's frown deepened. "What do you mean by showing me your foot?" Only then did Xue Yang realize he had raised the wrong foot. Feeling somewhat embarrassed as he replied, "Oh, my apologies, my apologies. I got a bit carried away and made a mistake."